Chapter 1 3 Sentences to Make the School Beauty My Girlfriend. Midsummer Night. Jinling University begins school season. After packing their luggage, the freshmen are getting familiar with the campus. Especially many girls, who have just experienced the baptism of the college entrance examination, have changed from bare face to heavy makeup, and their clothes are more bold. Even under the dim light, their pairs of jade-like legs are eye-catching. Paired with hot pants and short skirts, and tight fabrics on the chest, I don't know how much imagination they arouse. Here, several eyes were also looking at these beauties. Old 4, this is rare. Don't you usually run around everywhere? How come you have time to enjoy the company of us today? 4 figures were walking and chatting under the streetlights, and then 3 of them looked at the young man next to them with smiles on their faces. When Sui heard everyone say this, he also smiled bitterly. I'm free today, so I have to go shopping. Besides, this new person has just arrived, and if I don't take care of these girls, they will be packed up in a few days when autumn comes. Everyone laughed, and then the eldest brother sighed, alas, we can only wait and see. I have been a solo artist all my life, and I don't know when I can find a girlfriend. My mom has urged me several times. By the way, we brothers have agreed to share the good and the bad together, but no one of us is allowed to be single first. As the boss spoke, Sui nodded. He used to be the one least afraid of these words among these people. Sui lost both his parents when he was young, and the family inheritance was barely enough for him to live on for a few years. Later, he relied on relatives and his own part-time job to go to university. This time, he was taught a lesson by God's well-trained whip kick and left jab. He had trouble getting enough food and clothing before, so how could he still have the mind to fall in love? But there is always a way out. When he entered college as a freshman, he activated the God-level sign-in system. As long as you complete the task and sign in at the corresponding location within the time, you can get the corresponding reward. However, the reward has been sealed and the specific opening time is to be determined. Even though it was pending, during the 3 years in college, Sui would go to the library to sign in early in the morning before the rooster woke up, or climb out of the window to sign in on the playground in the middle of the night. There was even one time when he was about to climb out the window, but the boss held him tightly and begged him not to jump off the building, saying that they could talk about anything. These guys took turns keeping watch for several days in a row, fearing that something might happen to him. Sui was thinking about these things and looking at a few people, but then he was stunned. Was he the only one who responded to the boss's words just now? He looked at the second and third brothers. The 2 of them looked away and looked to the other side. Look, that's the student council president's office. It's still lit at this late hour. TSK, President Bai and the school beauty Bai will graduate in a year, right? There will be no more opportunities to feast their eyes on her in the future. The second brother also nodded. I don't know which bastard will get the white school beauty for free. Hee, I don't think so. Campus beauty Bai has always been known for her aloofness and coldness. She is known as an iceberg beauty. No matter how many people confessed to her, none of them succeeded. Not necessarily. Maybe she's just aloof to people she doesn't like, and she doesn't necessarily have to be enthusiastic to people she likes. Everyone. This is a murder that breaks one's heart. Here, Sui looked at the 2 people's reactions and listened to their words, and felt something was wrong. Just about to ask. Host, please complete the sign-in. The sign-in location is the Student Union President's office. You can complete the sign-in in 5 minutes. The time limit is 10 minutes. If the sign-in is not completed, the system will be unbound. Sui. What the hell? Go to the office of a cool schoolgirl? Stay for 5 minutes? You want me to leave? Then I leave? The corner of Sui's mouth twitched, but he also gritted his teeth and said, damn it, if I can't complete this task, then all my efforts for so long will be in vain. Sui looked at his roommates and then covered his stomach. I feel sick to my stomach. I'm going to go home first. Brothers, you guys can take a walk first. After Sui finished speaking, he ran to the back. Several people called out several times but failed to stop him. Then he complained a few times and walked forward. Here, Sui was looking at the office of school beauty Bai from a distance, his thoughts working quickly, and then he clapped his hands, got it. He went to the store, bought a postcard, and began to write and draw on it. After a while, he went to the school beauty's office. Then he knocked and opened it. In front of me, a girl looked up. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were bright and lively, she was as quiet as a flower reflected in the water, and her movements were like a willow swayed by the wind. Who are you? Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee in front of her. She had seen this man several times. Sometimes she saw him rushing to the library, and she had read books with him. I heard that his grades are among the best in the college. But why was he coming to our office so late? Classmate, what can I do for you? Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee and asked. President. Su-hee looked at the countdown on the screen in front of him, then slowly sat down opposite Bai Jishi. Actually, I've always wanted to say something to you. If I don't say it, I may never have the chance again, and it may become a lifelong regret for me. Su-hee said. Huh? Bai Jishi was also stunned. What did she say? It was actually so serious. Then, Su-hee looked at Bai Jishi with determination and firmness in his eyes, and then he handed over the postcard. Senior, write down everything I want to say here. Bai Jishi took the postcard and looked at the 3 lines of words on it. What makes my heart beat fast is not just the moment we first met, but everything about you. I am walking in the distance, thinking about you every night, your appearance, love, forever. Finally, I will write you 12 more love letters. After I finish writing them for spring, summer, autumn and winter, I may never see you again. Bai Jishi's heart trembled when she saw the words, and then she looked at Su-hee. Su-hee sat opposite, looking at Bai Jishi and the countdown. 2 minutes left. I was so embarrassed that my toes almost tore my shoes apart. Come on time. No, what if she rejects me? I have to take the initiative. It will be embarrassing if I get rejected. Think about it and say something cool. Got it. It's coming. The next moment. Su-hee stood up, looked up at a 45-degree angle, and said slowly, Senior sister, I mustered up all my courage today, just because I don't want to watch you graduate and leave with regret. I said this today because I just thought life is short, so why not give it a try? I have no regrets anymore. I only have one last request, Senior sister. I want you to leave a deep memory in my college years. Bai Jishi was puzzled, why stay? Su-hee looked at Bai Jishi, his eyes full of innocence, Senior, can I kiss you? Chapter 2 The cool schoolgirl brought me an umbrella. In an instant, Bai Jishi dodged backwards, you hooligan. Well. Su-hee sighed, his face full of disappointment, and then looked at Bai Jishi, Senior, I'm sorry, my request may be too much, can you give me a hug? Just one will do. After all, generally speaking, if you make a request that is difficult to achieve, the other party will not refuse if you change to a lower one. This is also a truth Su-hee gained from reading widely. Afterwards, Su-hee also walked towards Bai Jishi with his arms open. Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee with a blush on her face. She stood up, looked into his pure eyes, opened her arms, and hugged Su-hee. Su-hee felt the beauty in his arms, and his heart was filled with joy. This soft feeling, and the softness on the chest, wow, but Su-hee did not close his arms to hug Bai Jishi, nor did he do anything more excessive. After all, he had to quit while he was ahead. Otherwise, if Belbai shouted him a hooligan, based on Belbai's influence in Jin University, he might be hung up and paraded around the school tomorrow. Bai Jishi let go of Su-hee, and Su-hee looked at the countdown, and it was just completed. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and be rewarded with peerless beauty gradually changing over a year. Su-hee looked at the reward and walked outside. Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee's back. Thinking about the feeling of being moved just now. Su-hee was handsome, and she had noticed that he was an ambitious boy. More importantly, this greeting card. Bai Jishi looked at the greeting card. To be honest, there were many people pursuing her, but there had never been anyone who was so sincere and just wanted to say what was in his heart without any regrets. What touched her even more was Su-hee's words. Life is short, why not give it a try? Su-hee returned to the dormitory. Several roommates were playing games. When they saw him open the door and come in, they all looked over. Old 4. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were coming back? Why is there no one here when we got back? Or did we go to the dormitory manager to get the key? Yeah, that's really unfair. Where did you go after you left us? Su-hee shrugged, with an innocent smile on his face, and made up an excuse to get away with it. You guys are overthinking it. After I came back, I just went for a walk. But after saying this, the roommates didn't say anything more, and Su-hee felt relieved. Lying on the bed, Su-hee looked at the temporary reward he had received, not knowing whether he should be happy or not. Although this peerless beauty is quite tempting, it actually takes a year to gradually transform. This made Sui sigh. So many rewards have been temporarily stored. When will they be distributed? Thinking about this, Sui lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep. After class the next day, everyone walked to the door of the teaching building. Suhi and others looked at the drizzling rain outside, which drifted to their feet with a breeze. Although the rain now is not a downpour, it can still be said to be quite heavy. Frowning, Sui took out his cell phone and looked at it, still holding out hope in his heart that maybe the rain would stop soon. But it doesn't matter, the weather forecast on the mobile phone also proves that the rain now is indeed light, because it will get heavier soon. Is this good news or bad news? Suhi murmured and patted the 3 roommates around him. Look at the rain now, what should we do? It's going to get even heavier soon. Bigger. Several people exclaimed, looked at the rain outside, and swallowed their saliva. No, didn't I tell you it might rain when I came out? Why didn't any of you bring an umbrella? The boss looked at Suhi and the others angrily and talked about what happened when he just went out in the morning. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to it at that time because they were so sleepy that they couldn't even open their eyes. Come on, you didn't bring any yourself, so don't be so futile. Can we think about it first? The rain is going to get heavier soon. How are we going to get back? The second brother rolled his eyes at the eldest brother and muttered about trying to find a way to go back. Looking at the increasingly heavy rain, the eldest brother smacked his lips and thought to himself that if he didn't get soaked like a drowned chicken, it would be a blessing from his ancestors. Well, how about this? There's nothing we can do anyway, so why don't we just put on our clothes and run back together? As he spoke, the boss looked at Suhi and the others with a smile. There was indeed no better solution now. Suhi secretly shook his head in his heart. He would rather stay here for a while longer than get soaked. But when the eldest brother said this, the second brother looked a little embarrassed. He looked at the eldest brother awkwardly and said weakly, Boss, you guys go first. Forget about me. My girlfriend just called me and will come pick me up later. Boss. What? Girlfriend? The boss' eyes widened when he heard this, and he looked at him as if he was a traitor, and said unhappily, No, Lao Air, what do you mean by this? Are you severing your ties with the organization? Are you really going to abandon us and run away with that woman? Besides, when did you get a girlfriend? Boss, I understand the reason, but my girlfriend insisted on picking me up. I said no, but there was nothing I could do. I really didn't want to go. I wanted to go with my brothers. Alas, I had no choice. The second brother spread his hands helplessly. Although his tone was aggrieved, his face was full of smiles. He thought to himself that now his problem was solved. Everyone. I can't help myself. What a helpless situation, this is the extreme evolution of Versailles. Well, in that case, third brother, fourth brother, it's just the 3 of us who have to fight the storm together. Seeing the second brother immersed in happiness, the eldest brother had no choice but to look at the third brother and Sui tragically. However, just as the eldest brother was still thinking about how to express his lofty ambitions, the third brother scratched his head. This is really embarrassing to talk about, guys. My girlfriend is coming to pick me up soon. It doesn't matter this time. As soon as the third brother finished speaking, the eldest brother, who was still excited to fight the heavy rain, was petrified on the spot. The boss couldn't say a word now. Looking at the 2 of them like that, he couldn't help but feel his heart churning. Good man. Is this really an embarrassing expression on your face? Isn't this a living Versailles? Also, when did the third brother get a girlfriend? Suhi was also filled with indignation at this time. Looking at the second and third brothers who took out their mobile phones to send messages to their girlfriends, he complained a few words angrily. I'm not saying anything, you 2 brothers are from the Secret Service, right? When did you find girlfriends? We are brothers, how could you not tell us about this? So now we are the only 2 singles left, right? If you leave like this, what should we do? Listening to Suhi's complaints, the boss looked at the 2 of them with a common hatred for the enemy, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and he looked like he was filled with bitterness and hatred. Alas! It's indifferent. It seems it's still indifferent. You guys found girlfriends, but you didn't even bother to find one for me and the 4th child. Are you just going to take care of the whole family if you only feed yourself? Then, Suhi and the eldest brother started complaining to the 2 of them, while the second and third brothers did not feel ashamed of their behavior at all. but were still trying to hold back their laughter. Seeing these two people so smug and looking like they deserve a beating, the eldest brother felt even more aggrieved. It was raining, and he had to watch his brother go back with his girlfriend holding an umbrella. This rain is not here to wet people. It is here to kill dogs. After talking for a while, the two of them felt their mouths dry. Looking at the rain getting heavier, they no longer cared about the two innocent people next to them. They had to think of a solution. Second and third brother, I'm really happy that you guys have found your home. At this point, the small flame of fire in the eldest brother's heart was completely extinguished by the heavy rain. He simply gritted his teeth and looked at the second and third brothers earnestly. As the saying goes, happiness is better shared than happiness alone. Anyway, one umbrella can hold 3 people. Why don't you take me in the fourth one? Wait. Stop it. Before the eldest brother could finish speaking, the third brother interrupted him and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Boss, this isn't about being disloyal, this is about not being happy together. Besides, how big can a girl's umbrella be? It's hard for 2 of us to squeeze in, so how can 3 people squeeze in?" Hearing this, the second brother nodded heavily. It seems that their attitudes are very firm. At this time, not far from the entrance of the teaching building, 2 girls happened to be walking over, holding an umbrella in their hands, and walking towards this side in a hurry. Seeing the second and third children, the 2 girls waved and hurried over. All of a sudden, many bachelors around cast envious glances at them. Not only did they not have girlfriends, the most important thing was that they didn't even have an umbrella. Although these 2 girls are average looking, they look very pleasing to the eye when they dress up, and are the type that are quite attractive for the eyes. However, this is enough to make many boys extremely envious. After all, many of them have been single since birth and have never even held a girl's hand. The most important thing is that at least when it rains there are people holding umbrellas to catch their children, but they can only stare at the gloomy sky. At this time, the 2 girls also noticed the crowd standing at the entrance of the teaching building, especially those who came to pick up their boyfriends. Their faces turned red and they waved to the second and third girls to come down. Seeing this, the 2 men waved proudly at Suhee and the boss, and continued to speak in a Versailles way. "Good brothers, it's getting late now, we'll leave first. Although we've already landed, we believe you won't be too far away from us. Yes, we will be waiting for you on the shore, you should hurry up." As they were talking, the 2 of them crawled into the umbrella of their girlfriends. Their little expressions were so smug that the boss and Suhee were so jealous. But before they left, a noisy sound was heard in the distance. Suhee was stunned for a moment, and saw that all the boys around him were looking in the same direction. Even the second and third boys next to his girlfriend looked over there. The more he looked, the more curious he became. Suhee thought something had happened and quickly looked over. However, in this hazy rain and fog, a graceful figure holding an umbrella walked towards the crowd gracefully. The boys around stared at her in amazement, and Suhee recognized her in an instant. How could this be someone else? This is clearly Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi was wearing an ink-colored gauze dress. She had a tall and pretty figure and fair and delicate skin. Even in the rain, she still maintained an elegant appearance. There was not a single flaw, and on the swan's neck, as if it were a piece of beautiful jade, there was an angel's face looking straight ahead. Although she is wearing only light makeup, Bai Jishi gives people a kind of otherworldly, pure and inviolable beauty. Chapter 3. It feels so good to hug the school beauty, so soft. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Jishi. It seemed as if the whole world was silent. Only the sound of water splashing under Bai Jishi's feet could be heard. As Bai Jishi walked straight to the boys, many of them came up to greet her with flattering smiles on their faces. "It's Senior Bai." "Hello, Senior." "Beauty Bai, you are so beautiful, especially the outfit you wear today, you look like a fairy descending from heaven." "Senior Bai Jishi, you are my idol." As a group of people gathered in front of Bai Jishi, many senior boys looked at Bai Jishi, who was in the same grade as them, with attentive looks on their faces. "President Bai, don't we all have classes now?" "Yes, President Bai, you should be qualified enough to be admitted to graduate school. Why did you go through so much trouble to come here in the rain?" As they were talking, one of the chubby boys slapped his head, looked at Bai Jishi with admiration, and spoke with endless praise. "Oh, I see, President Bai, you are here to learn extracurricular knowledge. You are truly a role model for us. Oh my God. Senior Bai is so hardworking. I want to learn from her." "That's right. Compared to them, we are just too lazy." After hearing this, the people around were also praising Bai Jishi, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Then, many boys began to show their courtesy, surrounding her and looking at Bai Jishi with concern. President Bai, let me help you close the umbrella. It's raining outside, please come inside. Senior, I have some tissues here. Is there anything wet on you? Wipe it off quickly. Are you here to move things, Miss Bai? Do you need our help? Looking at the flustered yet enthusiastic faces of the people in front of her, Bai Jishi smiled and shook her head gently. Thank you, but no thanks, you are such nice people. Bai Jishi's voice at this moment was like heavenly music, echoing in everyone's mind. In an instant, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They almost jumped up and down with excitement. They felt like deer in their chests were pounding everywhere and were about to crash out of the Milky Way. Who is this? This is the most aloof campus beauty in Deepening University, and she actually said that they are good people. Everyone was as excited as a storm, some even felt their bodies were light and they felt like they were sublimated. However, at this moment, Bai Jishi glanced around and saw Sui standing aside. Her eyes fixed and she slowly walked towards Sui step by step. Sui's mentality suddenly exploded. Looking at Bai Jishi coming over, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Fool! Could it be that this school beauty Bai realized today that he was a hooligan yesterday? Judging from the situation, she is going to take revenge on him, otherwise she wouldn't have rushed here in the heavy rain. If I say that this scoundrel hugged me last night, I will definitely be torn into pieces by these tigers and wolves around me? Thinking of this, Sui shuddered. As expected, although I felt happy for a moment yesterday, I'm afraid my whole family is now in the crematorium. But the boss next to him was excited as he saw the school beauty walking towards him. This was something he could only see in a dream. Then, the boss looked at Sui's body retreating backwards involuntarily, and quickly poked Sui and said with a smile. Look, fourth brother, the school beauty Bai is coming over, why are you still shrinking back? Because of the boss's loud voice, everyone looked over. Sui felt so sad that he wanted to slap the boss on the spot. President Bai, what are you doing? The others looked at Bai Jishi walking towards Sui, also confused. A boy of the same grade hurriedly stepped forward to ask with concern, and the others also looked puzzled. Bai Jishi just looked at Sui, touched her thin hair, and smiled. Nothing, it's raining, I'm here to pick up my boyfriend. Boom! As Bai Jishi said this, everyone's feet sank and they were stunned on the spot, feeling as if their hearts were bleeding. Not to mention the boys around them felt bad, even the eldest, second, and third brother felt the same. The girlfriends of the second and third brothers were so angry that they also got a little tantrum and pinched their waists with their hands. People were all a little angry, wondering who on earth could have picked the school bell like this without a single word. This is the white moonlight in their hearts. I don't know how many people's dream lover has now fallen into someone else's arms. Who is the school beauty talking about? Do you know? Of course we don't know. We haven't heard of this news. Humph. Don't let me know who this is. I can't get along with him now anyway. The boys present were muttering to each other, with flames of anger burning in their hearts. Just as the atmosphere on the scene became increasingly subtle, Bai Jishi grinned and waved at Sui. Sui, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Sui? As soon as these words came out, Sui immediately became the target of everyone's criticism. He could feel that pairs of angry eyes were staring at him, and they wanted to skin him alive. The second and third brothers were also confused. When they reacted, they cursed in their hearts. Oh my goodness, it's you, Lao Si. You've become so capable that you even managed to seduce the school beauty. But they thought about it again, and they suddenly felt something was wrong. Your fourth brother has a girlfriend. And she is the school beauty. Then why were you scolding us so vigorously just now? What on earth is this? In an instant, the second and third brothers looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that this was the first time they met Sui. They never expected that the fourth brother was actually together with the school belle Bai Jishi. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it was true. On the other hand, the boss was completely stunned at this moment, staring at Sui with his eyes wide open. My goodness, he was making a fuss here for a long time, and it turns out that I was the clown. I originally thought that there was a fourth brother who shared the same plight as me, but now, after all this time, I'm the only one without a girlfriend. This. Even Sui was confused at this moment. He really didn't know what was going on. His confession last night was just a temporary measure to complete a task. So, he managed to pick up a school beauty? Amidst the confusion, the rewards temporarily stored in the system were officially issued. A peerless beauty. Gradual change over the course of a year. Breathing is rewarded. Breathing once will reward you 10 cents. Goddess 10 times rebate. Spend money on girls with a beauty score of 95 or above and get 10 times rebate. God-given body shape. Physical enhancement. Upon learning that the reward had been issued, Sui felt relieved. It finally came. Baijishi looked at Sui, who was still standing there in a daze, and she covered her mouth and smiled softly. It seemed that Sui was frightened by her. At that moment, Baijishi waved her hand towards Sui and smiled sweetly. Sui, let's go. Oh. Okay. Seeing Baijishi scream again, Sui didn't care about anything else. He quickly got under the umbrella and left with Baijishi. Watching the two people's backs gradually going away, the people present finally couldn't help it and burst into cursing. Fuck. Who the hell is this guy? He actually seduced my favorite goddess. I can't stand it. Who can stand this? Our top school beauty was captured like this. Oh my god. It's raining so hard. It seems like this is no joke. Suddenly, even the huge sound of rain seemed unable to withstand the scolding of the crowd. The envy, jealousy, and hatred in my heart. Here, the two people who were gradually walking away were huddled under an umbrella, and the atmosphere couldn't help but become a little ambiguous. Baijishi's steps were a little untidy and her face was slightly red. They walked in silence like this, neither of them spoke first, but they could feel each other's breathing becoming rapid. Taking a deep breath, Sui noticed that Baijishi deliberately held the umbrella a little more towards him, and her delicate shoulders were slightly wet. Sui then hugged Baijishi and moved her towards him. Baijishi's body tensed up, then softened and she fell into Sui's arms. Feeling the collision of muscles and the smell of Sui, Baijishi's already slightly flushed face suddenly became like a ripe peach, and her cheeks were burning hot. The moment they saw this scene, the people who were still watching at the entrance of the teaching building were completely shocked. What are you doing? Why is this person touching me? Goddess, break free quickly. This guy doesn't look like a good person. I want to cry, this guy is simply not a human being. Chapter 4: The School Beauty's Secret Tool. Amid the endless shouting and cursing from the crowd, the bosses widened their eyes and cursed Sui in their hearts. It's only been a short time since they got together, and they're already being so affectionate. If this continues, I don't know how disgusting it will be. Seeing this, the second and third brothers could not help but stand in awe. After all, the fourth brother is not a fool, he is a love saint. The shouting and cursing continued behind them. The two of them had walked quite far away, but they could still hear them faintly under the sound of the rain. Although he couldn't hear clearly what he was cursing, Sui knew that once he got under this umbrella, he would become the public enemy of most of the boys in the school. After a bitter smile, Sui suddenly looked at Baijishi in his arms, his eyes still full of confusion. My President Bai, why did you suddenly agree to this? You don't even know me. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Baijishi felt Sui's warm embrace and remembered what Sui said to her last night. This was the first time anyone had said such words to her in all those years. From childhood to adulthood, I have had countless suitors, but Sui's words far surpassed all the boring love words I had heard before. Thinking of this, Baijishi blushed, smiled playfully at Sui, and imitated the last words Sui said to her yesterday. Life is short, why not give it a try? Sui was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Baijishi remembered his casual words so clearly. At this time, Sui also remembered that they were together now, but they hadn't even added each other on WeChat, so he took out his cell phone and smiled at Baijishi. Okay, my President Bai, let's add each other on WeChat. Baijishi smiled and nodded, then took out her cell phone and added Sui on WeChat. By the way, which dormitory do you live in? I live off campus. How about this, I'll take you back first, and then I'll go back. Baijishi held an umbrella and was about to send Sui back. However, Sui shook his head, gently grabbed Baijishi's hand, and said seriously. I'll take you back, and then you can give me the umbrella, okay? Otherwise I won't be at ease. Looking at Sui's determined eyes, Baijishi felt warm in her heart and agreed immediately. Good. Well, that's right. Sui smiled gently, took Baijishi's hand, and the two walked towards the school gate. The rain gradually fell, but Sui still sent Bai Jishi all the way downstairs. Zishi, go back quickly. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Sui waved towards Bai Jishi. Well, you should go back early too. Bai Jishi grinned, looked at Sui's back, waved quietly, and then walked upstairs. After sending Bai Jishi off, Sui immediately returned to the dormitory. As soon as he walked in, he found that his 3 roommates were waiting for him, each with a cold smile on their face. Old 4. You've worked so hard. Come and sit down. The second brother brought a stool with a forced smile and placed it in front of the 3 people. Thank you, second brother. After sitting down tremblingly, Sui witnessed the increasingly gloomy smiles of the second and third brothers, and swallowed his saliva. Old 4, when did you start this? How come we don't know about it? You are from the Secret Service, right? Sui rolled his eyes, knowing that these guys were asking about this. Now, he was going to give them a taste of their own medicine. There is no need to say anything, just return your words. The eldest brother waved his hands, looked at the second and third brothers with contempt, and said unhappily. Come on, you two still have the nerve to talk about the fourth brother? You two aren't much better, are you? You just eat your fill and ignore your family. After hearing what the eldest brother said, the second and third brothers felt deflated and shut their mouths. With the help of the boss, Suhi, who was originally speechless, finally had a way out. He changed his offensive and aimed at the 2 of them. That's right, boss is right. You are no better than me. The second and third brothers were both confused at this moment. Before, at the entrance of the teaching building, after Suhi and the others left, it was the eldest brother who was shouting the loudest. Why did he suddenly change his behavior now? On this side, the boss came over affectionately, put his arm around Sui's shoulders, and said with a smile. Well, Lao Si, tell me, are all the people in our dormitory brothers? That's right. Sui nodded suddenly, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The boss is like this, is he going to? Well, Lao Si, why don't you talk to that school beauty Bai and see if she has any pretty girlfriends? Can you introduce them to me? The second one. The third brother. Sui. Sui blinked and looked at the boss, rubbing his hands. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly. Oh my god, it turned out that this was waiting for him. Okay, I'll ask for you when I get a chance. Good. Brotherly enough. While a few people in Sui's dormitory were still bragging and chatting, Bai Jishi returned home, took a shower, lay on her bed, and took out her cell phone. When Bai Jishi opened WeChat, she saw Sui's WeChat at first glance, then looked at Sui's WeChat note, thought about it, and decided to change it to Mr. Su. Of course, the meaning of this Mr. is not the same as the honorific title Mr. Turning over, Bai Jishi was still thinking in her mind, now that their relationship is confirmed, should they go buy couple outfits? Or you can go shopping, and have a meal, which is also possible. Soon, Bai Jishi made up her mind and picked up her phone to start sending messages. Here, Suhi and his friends had already washed up and were lying on the bed. Just as they fell asleep, Sui heard the WeChat message alert sound. When I picked it up, I saw that it was the message sent by Bai Jishi. Suhi, are you free tomorrow? Come shopping with me. With a smile, Sui quickly replied to the message. The others came over quietly and said with a chuckle. Hey! Is this a message from Campus Bell Bai? TSK. What happiness! Old 4, you two are moving too fast, so this was all a secret relationship? How exciting! Sui was concentrating on replying to messages just now, but was startled by their sudden response. He couldn't stand them anymore, so he simply turned off his phone and lay down on the bed. Why are you guys so boring? Go to bed. Alright. Brothers, why don't you share your sweet moments? The 3 of them felt so bored that they had to return to their beds in disappointment. By the way, guys, tomorrow is our day off. Why don't we go out and play? The boss suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the weekend, so he sat up from the bed and asked a few people. Boss, forget it tomorrow. My husband and I have an appointment to go out to the movies. Hey, my girlfriend asked me to go out too, so I'm afraid I can't accompany my brothers. The second and third sons shook their heads, indicating that they wanted to go and accompany their girlfriends. I just promised Bai Jishi that I would go shopping with her tomorrow. Sui yawned and said helplessly to the boss. Alas! I am all alone. Seeing that the three of them were going out to accompany their girlfriends, the eldest brother sighed helplessly and could only roll over and fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sui prepared to go look for Baijishi, but when he looked at the second and third brothers, he found that they had gone out without knowing when. He shook his head. At this moment, in the dormitory, besides himself who was ready to go, the only one left was the boss who was still sleeping soundly. Sui felt emotional when he saw his boss sleeping with his arms and legs spread out. Alas! It's better not to have a girlfriend. Is this the freedom that belongs to single people? What a pity! Now I'm tied up. Sui walked out of the dormitory while sighing. If the boss heard this, Sui knew in his heart that, let alone going out shopping with Baijishi, it would be a problem whether he could even walk out of the dormitory. After leaving the dormitory, Sui went straight to the downstairs of the house rented by Baijishi. Taking out his cell phone, Sui sent her a message to let her know that he had arrived. Not long after, Baijishi replied to the message, asking Sui to come up, and followed it with the house number and a smiling emoticon. Sui pursed her lips and smiled, then walked upstairs. After knocking on the door a few times, Baijishi opened the door for Sui. Sui, come in quickly. After agreeing, Sui walked in and was a little surprised when he saw Baijishi's rental house. Everything in this house is filled with the youthful atmosphere of a young girl. You can't tell at all that this is the room of a cool school beauty. Sui, please help me hold the bag first, I still have to get some things. Baijishi handed the bag in her hand to Sui, pulled him to sit on the sofa, and then went back to the room to pack her things. By the way, Sui, can you help me check if there is lipstick in my bag? After a while, Baijishi's voice came from inside. Sui answered and opened the bag casually. However, the next moment, there was a bang, and a cylindrical black object fell out. Baijishi heard the sound inside and hurried out, only to see Sui looking at the things that fell on the ground with a raised eyebrow. This? Squatting down and looking at this thing, Sui's face turned dark. Then, Sui picked up the stun gun. Is this a stun gun? Looking at Baijishi who had just walked out, Sui pointed at the electric baton in his hand. What's this? Baijishi's face tensed, then she revealed a harmless smile and walked to Sui with a smile. Sui, don't be nervous. You know, I'm a girl, so it's reasonable for me to mistake this for a lipstick, right? Yeah. Sui chuckled, and he roughly knew the reason in his heart, but he didn't expose her. Thump! But in the next second, a can of pepper spray fell out of the bag again, breaking the atmosphere that had just recovered a little. Sui. Baijishi. Sui picked it up and looked at Baijishi beside him again. As I said just now, I'm a girl, so it's logical for me to carry this with me by mistake as perfume, right, Sui? Alright. I should already know your style. I completely understand it and I completely comprehend it. As Sui spoke, he put the stun gun and the anti-wolf spray into his trouser pocket unnoticeably. When Baijishi saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile, and gently poke Sui's forehead. Fool, do you really think I'm using these things to deal with you? I carry these things because I often walk at night and the house I rent is outside the school. As she spoke, Baijishi blinked at Sui and let out a light breath. But I think I won't have to carry these things with me in the future. They're troublesome to carry around, not to mention they take up space in my bag and they're also pretty heavy. Afterwards, Baijishi stood beside Sui, took out the things he had just put in, and threw them aside. Okay, I've got my stuff, let's go. Chapter 5. The school beauty was stunned by Sui's skills. Sui smiled and nodded, not forgetting to pick up Baijishi's bag, and the two walked downstairs together. Since Century City was not far from the school, the two of them did not take a car but walked directly there. On the way, because it was a rest day, I saw quite a few students from Deepening University. Of course, they also saw Sui and Baijishi. Although they didn't hold hands, Sui took the initiative to help Baijishi carry her bag. Everyone could see their relationship at a glance. I am not seeing things. Senior Bai is already taken? Yes, a lot of people saw it yesterday, and I don't know where this kid came from. Why did you let us see it? I'm so sad now. The students were talking about it, feeling envious and jealous in their hearts. Although Sui and Baijishi heard some of it, they ignored it and walked straight into the mall. Sui, let me buy you some clothes. Baijishi smiled at Sui and wanted to pick out some clothes for him personally. Okay, I just happened to want to buy you some clothes today. Sui quickly said that he also wanted to buy some clothes for Bai Jishi. As soon as he arrived at the mall, he should take Bai Jishi shopping. It would be a good opportunity to try out the goddess tenfold rebate. Well, let's go see yours first. Bai Jishi nodded and went to look at men's clothing first. After shopping for a while, Bai Jishi took Suhi into a men's clothing store. When the shopping guide saw them come in, he hurried forward and introduced the store enthusiastically. It's okay, we can just pick it ourselves. After declining the shopping guide, Bai Jishi began to match clothes for Suhi, and Suhi followed beside her. Looking at Bai Jishi's meticulous appearance, Suhi felt warm in his heart and felt that Bai Jishi was especially beautiful when she was serious. Okay, go and try it. Not long after, Bai Jishi chose a set of clothes and asked Suhi to go in and try them on. Good. Suhi nodded, walked in with the clothes, and came out shortly afterwards. Bai Jishi matched Suhi with a simple white shirt, and paired it with these dark-colored yet not old-fashioned cropped pants, which was a perfect match on Suhi. And under the clothes, Sui's muscles are faintly visible. He has a typical figure, thin when dressed, but muscular when undressed. Although the clothes are a little slim-fitting, they just perfectly highlight Sui's strong muscles and perfect proportions. Bai Jishi looked at Suhi wearing this outfit and looked around for a few times. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Although she knew that Suhi had a good figure, she didn't expect it to be this good. Just this one. It's very nice. Immediately, Bai Jishi nodded with satisfaction and bought the whole set of clothes. Sir, your girlfriend is so nice to you. After paying the bill, the shopping guide looked at the two of them. Suhi was handsome, and Bai Jishi was pretty. She felt that they were a good match and couldn't help but praise them a little more. Okay, let's go check out your clothes. Holding the clothes that Bai Jishi bought for him, Suhi pulled Bai Jishi and wanted to go and see her clothes. No. Bai Jishi smiled and shook her head, then smiled playfully at Suhi. How about this, you can just buy me some milk tea, forget about buying clothes. That won't do. Suhi shook his head firmly and looked straight at Bai Jishi, as if there was no room for negotiation. What are you doing? Why do you give me a bad feeling with that look? Looking at Suhi like this, Bai Jishi curled her eyes and folded her hands suspiciously. Tell me, what on earth do you want to do? Suhi suddenly laughed, thinking that the way he looked at a tool man was indeed not much better. Jishi, you're overthinking it. What? Can only you buy clothes for me? Can I buy clothes for you? Are you worried that your boyfriend has poor taste? Okay. Let's go. Seeing Sui's serious look, Bai Jishi had no choice but to agree, and the two turned around and walked outside. The two walked into a women's clothing store side by side. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes inside, Bai Jishi looked at Suhi beside her with some disbelief. Are you really going to pick one for me? Just don't worry. Suhi smiled slightly and pulled Bai Jishi inside. Bai Jishi didn't say anything, just followed Suhi, waiting for him to pick clothes for her. But what surprised Bai Jishi was that Suhi had a really good sense of fashion and the clothes he picked for her were all very suitable. Not long after, the two of them came to the front desk carrying a lot of clothes to check out. They bought several pieces of clothes in total, and Bai Jishi liked them all. After Suhi made the payment, a tenfold rebate was credited to his account immediately. It is detected that the host is a goddess with a score of 95 or above and spends 4,300 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate of 43,000 yuan. Suhi smiled quietly. It seemed that this thing was really useful. This thing costing several $1,000s was really worth it. Come on Jishi, let's go buy some somewhere else. Carrying the clothes packed by the clerk, Suhi turned around and looked at Bai Jishi, ready to go somewhere else. But this time Bai Jishi was unwilling. She looked at Suhi seriously and shook her head. Suhi, I don't want it anymore, really. You've bought me enough clothes today, and they're really expensive. Looking at Bai Jishi's appearance, Suhi also knew that too much is as bad as too little, so this is the only way to go for today. Okay. Then you guys get ready to eat. After agreeing, Suhi thought that he could get some rebates for lunch, so he prepared to take Bai Jishi out for lunch. Yeah. That's right. Bai Jishi breathed a sigh of relief. If she had continued buying things, she didn't know how much money she would have spent today. After all, they were all college students, and it was their first date, so this was a bit too extravagant. After walking out of the mall, a light screen popped up in front of Suhi. Host, please complete the sign in. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtained God-level cooking skills. God-level cooking skills? This thing is quite practical. After arriving at the food street, the two walked around for a while. For some reason, they didn't know what to eat. Jishi, it's up to you. What do you want to eat? It's my treat today. Suhi was also at a loss, so he handed the initiative to Bai Jishi. Well, how about this, come to my place for lunch, we'll go buy some food and I'll cook for you. Bai Jishi thought about it, and suddenly an idea lit up. She suggested that the two of them could go back and cook for themselves. In fact, this was because Bai Jishi was not too hungry now. Plus, seeing that Suhi had spent a lot of money today, she thought that if she went back and cooked for herself, it would definitely save money compared to going out. Will you do it? Suhi looked at Bai Jishi in some surprise, while Bai Jishi thought that Suhi doubted her cooking skills, and continued with confidence. Humph. Don't look at me like this, I'm still very capable. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Suhi nodded and had no choice but to follow Bai Jishi's instructions. The two of them walked to a nearby supermarket together. After buying some vegetables, they returned to Bai Jishi's rental house with a lot of bags. You play here first, I'll go cook. After returning home, Bai Jishi smiled and let Suhi rest in the living room first, while she walked towards the kitchen with the vegetables. How about I do it? Suhi slapped his head and followed him into the kitchen. This was a good opportunity to try out the god-level cooking skills he had just acquired after signing in. No need, I'll do it. Don't worry. When Bai Jishi saw Suhi following in, she puffed out her lips and pushed Suhi out stubbornly. Okay, come on. Suhi reluctantly left the kitchen, happy to have some free time, so he took out his cell phone and started playing with it. In the kitchen, Bai Jishi was about to start cooking. When she saw the fruit she had just bought, she washed them and took them out to let Suhi eat them first, and then returned to the kitchen. Bai Jishi rolled her beautiful eyes, touched her chin, stood on tiptoe, and began to think about what Suhi might like to eat and how to prepare lunch. Then, looking at the fresh chicken leg she had just bought, Bai Jishi thought about it and decided to make a fried chicken leg first. Yeah. Boys should like to eat it. Remembering that she had seen many boys eating chicken drumstick rice in the school cafeteria, Bai Jishi immediately made up her mind and started to cook. Ah! However, after a while, Bai Jishi suddenly screamed in the kitchen. Suhi was sitting on the sofa, and when he heard the sound, he strode in. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Suhi saw Bai Jishi frying something in a pan. At this moment, she was hit by the oil and was covering her earlobe. She looked painful, but particularly adorable. Maybe it was because the moisture on the chicken legs was not cleaned off, or maybe it was because the oil was too hot, so as soon as Bai Jishi put the chicken legs in, they were made into this state by the oil splashing from the pan. Be careful. Suhi didn't have time to say anything else. He quickly pulled Bai Jishi's hand and put it under the cold water to rinse it. Bai Jishi forgot the pain for a moment and suddenly had a strange feeling, the feeling of being pampered. How is it? Does it still hurt? After rushing for a while, Suhi looked at Bai Jishi worriedly. Bai Jishi's face was slightly red, and she felt warm in her heart. Compared to the cold and mature senior schoolmate in front of outsiders in the past, she now looked playful and cute, with a bit of shyness. Wait a minute. Pulling away Suhi's hand, Bai Jishi had an idea in mind. She found a hood and put it on, then put on gloves, sleeves, and apron. She was fully armed and returned to Suhi with confidence. Okay, now I won't be afraid of the oil splashing out. Forehead. Suhi looked at Bai Jishi's current look and couldn't help wiping his sweat. Wow, isn't this headgear the same kind that bank robbers wear? Although this can prevent oil splashes, it looks weird no matter how you look at it. It's okay, just go out and wait. Don't look at me like this, but as long as I bring the equipment, these things will be easy to get. Seeing Suhi staring at her blankly, Bai Jishi pouted and quickly asked Suhi to go out and wait, while continuing to fry the chicken legs. Okay. Let me do it. Suhi swallowed his saliva and made up his mind that he had to cook the meal himself. Otherwise, not only would Bai Jishi blow up the kitchen, but she would also get hurt. Ah. You come here. You can do this? Bai Jishi covered her mouth and smiled, straightened her body confidently, looked at Suhi and continued. Let me do it. You're a boy, how can you do this? Besides, I still have some cooking skills. I was just careless. Ha ha. There's no room for negotiation. However, Suhi shook his head, put his arms around Bai Jishi, carried her out, put her on the sofa, then walked in and closed the kitchen door. Bai Jishi was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the locked kitchen. In the kitchen, Sui tied on an apron, looked at the mess Bai Jishi had made, sighed, and started cooking again. Bai Jishi in the living room was very worried. She still had doubts about whether Sui could cook. If this person is even more careless than me, then there's no way I'll be able to have today's meal. No, I have to go check it out. Thinking of this, Bai Jishi hurried over and walked to the kitchen door. Just as she was about to knock on the door to speak, she heard the sound of cutting vegetables coming from inside. Day. Bai Jishi stopped and listened to the rhythmic and loud sound of cutting vegetables, feeling a little surprised. She had only seen this kind of sound of cutting vegetables on food shows. It was the skill of those top chefs. But this is not scientific. The person who went in was not a chef, it was obviously Sui. Could it be that Sui really can cook, and is a master at it? Bai Jishi began to waver in her heart, and she was looking forward to what Sui could accomplish. After a while, as the gas stove in the kitchen was turned on, the sound of stir-frying could be heard, and the dishes were served on the table one by one. Bai Jishi came to the restaurant and saw what was in front of her. She gasped and rubbed her eyes. She couldn't believe that what she saw was real. The dishes in front of me are so delicious that they are beyond description. They are simply stunning. No way. This was really done by Sui. There were countless delicacies on the table in front of her, and even the top chefs from first-tier restaurants would be ashamed to see them. Whether it is the color or the presentation of the dishes, they are in no way inferior to those top Michelin restaurants. These things cannot be described as dishes at all. They can be said to be works of art. And in the air, there was an enticing fragrance floating, which instantly whetted Bai Jishi's appetite. Among the many dishes, one dish of fresh fish fillet caught Bai Jishi's attention. When she took a closer look, she immediately gasped. This must be fake. In the middle of this plate of fresh fish fillet, there is a tree carved out of ice. It is lifelike and every detail is so clear. Even the wrinkles of the bark are carved on the crystal clear ice surface. However, there were still pieces of fish hanging on the branches. The fish was cut just right, crystal clear, and as thin as a cicada's wing. Every piece of fish fillet hanging on it is exactly the same, with uniform thickness and shape, just like pieces of leaves, giving people a shocking and dreamy feeling. Bai Jishi was amazed by the knife skills. Thinking back to the sound of cutting vegetables, it seemed to still echo in her mind. Even if we put this dish aside, the other dishes all have meticulous presentation and cutter skills, and I have no idea how to be picky about them. Bai Jishi was shocked when she saw all this. Just now, she even doubted whether Sui could cook. Looking back now, this is no longer a question of whether or not one can cook. Bai Jishi even feels that if this table of dishes were placed in those truly high-end restaurants, it would be hard to tell how much money it would cost to eat them. But what puzzled her was that Sui, logically speaking, could not have such professional cooking skills. This was not something that could be learned by doing odd jobs in a restaurant during the holidays. Did Sui work in a Michelin 5-star restaurant? Bai Jishi stood in front of the table in a daze for a long time, until Sui walked out of the kitchen with the last dish. Only then did Bai Jishi react and looked at Sui as if he was a monster. This, you did all this? Chapter 6, School Bell, should have D, right? Looking at the dishes in Sui's hands, Bai Jishi stuttered as she spoke, her eyes full of disbelief. Yeah. Is there anyone else in this kitchen? Sui smiled, glanced at the empty kitchen, and smiled jokingly at Bai Jishi. You are so amazing. You actually have this skill. Bai Jishi's tone was obviously a little excited, and her eyes became more and more unbelievable, but it was inevitable that this was the fact in front of her. Okay, let's eat, sit down. Sui pulled out a chair and asked Bai Jishi to sit down. He pointed at the fish and handed Bai Jishi a pair of chopsticks. Let's eat this first, otherwise it won't taste good in a while. Good. Taking the chopsticks, Bai Jishi nodded. She was a little impatient at this time and wanted to taste what the dishes made by Sui tasted like. So delicious. As the first piece of fish fillet was put into her mouth, Bai Jishi suddenly let out a cry of surprise, feeling a sweet and delicious aroma bursting around her taste buds. This fish fillet brings Bai Jishi the ultimate experience in terms of both taste and texture. It melts in the mouth while leaving a lingering rich aroma. Dip it in the mustard sauce made with seafood soy sauce on the side, and it feels simply divine. How is it? Is it delicious? Sui smiled and picked up a piece at random, then asked Bai Jishi who was sitting opposite him. It's so delicious. Su-hee, you are amazing. For a moment, Bai Jishi was completely conquered by the food made by Su-hee. While praising it endlessly, she no longer cared about anything else and started to enjoy it to her heart's content. At this time, she no longer wondered why Su-hee had such superb cooking skills. After all, this was cooked by her boyfriend, so she had nothing to worry about. In this world, the only thing that should not be wasted is delicious food, and Bai Jishi understands this very well. Soon after the two finished their meal, Bai Jishi rubbed her slightly bulging belly and thought to herself that she had eaten too much today. But there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, the dishes made by Su-hee were so tempting that Su-hee felt that this was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten. Tip: the host gets a sign-in opportunity for the first time using God-level cooking skills. At this time, Su-hee also got another chance to sign in, and without delay, he signed in immediately. Sign in successfully. Get a McLaren 720S. Delivered at the parking lot below Uea Hotel. Su-hee was stunned to learn that he had won a sports car by signing in. He quickly took out his mobile phone to check and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is a luxury car worth 4 or 5 million. When I checked the parking lot again, I found that it was nearby and not far from Bai Jishi's rented house. While Su-hee was checking the information, Bai Jishi, who was sitting opposite him, had almost finished eating and was also looking at her phone. Then she frowned slightly, looked at Su-hee, and said apologetically, "Su-hee, I'm sorry. The student union has something urgent to deal with. I have to go to school now. How about you take a nap here?" As she said this, Bai Jishi's face became a little embarrassed, with a faint yet charming blush appearing on it. Looking back, I haven't had time to put away my underwear, and the room is not clean. It's okay, I'll go with you, I have something else to do. When Su-hee heard this, he thought it was a good opportunity to go pick up the car, so he suggested going out with Bai Jishi. Good. Bai Jishi also breathed a sigh of relief. After they packed up their things, they hurried outside. After sending Bai Jishi to the school gate, the two said goodbye. Bai Jishi was busy rushing to the student union, while Su-hee went to the Uea Hotel parking lot to pick up the car. Soon, Su-hee found the place. In the corner of the parking lot, a brand new McLaren 720S was parked there, as if waiting for its owner. Wow! It's worthy of being McLaren, the texture is different. Su-hee exclaimed softly and looked at the car, feeling very satisfied. The overall design of the car body is streamlined to fit the sports car, and it looks full of technology and design. The black body is shiny and gives people a deep and restrained feeling. The more Su-hee looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He took out his key and unlocked the McLaren. Then he couldn't wait to sit in it. Feeling this ergonomically designed leather seat, Su-hee suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, and thought to himself that this leather seat is so comfortable. Looking at the interior, it feels refreshing. Although it is a sports car, the space inside the car does not feel crowded at all. On the contrary, the wide field of view makes people feel that the space is very large. The interior materials are all made of the highest quality materials, and they all reveal the designer's ingenious details. Su-hee was sitting in the car at this time, gently steering the wheel, and suddenly he felt extremely happy. Sure enough, no man can resist the temptation of this sports car, even Su-hee is no exception. While Su-hee was still enjoying himself, on the other side, several young men and ladies were talking. These people, just by looking at their clothes, give people a sense of no simplicity. Every piece of clothing they wear is from an expensive brand, and every piece is a luxurious item. Several of them were well dressed and had extraordinary temperament. After talking for a few words, they all got into the sports cars parked nearby. "Brother Chien, let's go first. Let's have dinner together tonight." The young man in the sports car opened the window and waved to Chien Duo outside. "Yeah. No problem." Chien Duo, who was standing outside, also nodded, and then walked towards his Ferrari parked nearby. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as he was about to open the car door, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine starting, and his outstretched hand stopped as if he had been electrocuted. "What is that sound?" Chien Duo's face froze for a moment, and he carefully recalled the voice he had just heard. He is a car lover, so he could naturally tell that this was not the sound of an ordinary sports car, nor was it the sound made by those modified cars on the road. The sound is crisp and powerful, like the roar of a wild beast. You can tell at once that it is something that only a top-of-the-line sports car can produce. Immediately, Chien Duo also became interested and quickly went to the source of the sound. After walking a few steps, Chien Duo saw a McLaren 720S parked not far ahead. For a moment, he was stunned. When he looked at the license plate, he realized that this was not a car from another place. This was a license plate from Jinling. Then he couldn't help but wonder, when did such a supercar appear in Jinling? He had never seen this before. Logically speaking, if someone in Jinling drove this car, he would not be unaware of it. So Chen Duo took a closer look at the car and thought it was a new car. Without thinking too much, Chen Duo walked forward immediately, wanting to see which old acquaintance had changed to a new car. If possible, he would also like to try it out. Immediately afterwards, Chen Duo came to the car window and looked at Sui inside, while Sui was also looking at Chen Duo, who was looking at him outside the car window. At this moment, both of them were stunned. Sui even frowned, thinking, who is this person? Why is he lying next to my car window? Chen Duo was also thinking, fuck. I don't know this person. This is so embarrassing. As their eyes met, Chen Duo forgot all the words he had prepared for the greeting. How should he start? Hello, who are you? After more than 10 seconds of awkward silence, Sui opened the car window first and asked Chen Duo a question. Oh, sorry, brother. I saw the car you were driving and I thought I saw an old acquaintance just now. Chen Duo also smiled slightly, and simply said out loud everything that had just been in his mind. Since he didn't know him anyway, he might as well be honest. Sui nodded. Looking at the man's clothes, he should be a wealthy man. It was understandable that he had recognized the wrong person. It's okay. You confused me just now, too. I also thought you knew me. Chen Duo also smiled awkwardly. Seeing that Sui was quite easy to talk to, he immediately opened his wallet, took out a business card and handed it to Sui. Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Duo, and I'm also the president of the Jinling Supercar Association. Nice to meet you. Thank you, my name is Sui, nice to meet you too. Sui was slightly stunned. This person was quite important. He was actually the president of a supercar association. No wonder he mistook him just now. Now it was easy to understand. Out of politeness, Sui smiled and introduced himself. Ha ha ha. Brother Su, what a fate. By the way, I see that Brother Su also likes sports cars. If you are interested, join us. We can get together and play together. Why don't we add each other on WeChat? Well, okay, I'll think about it. Sui nodded, and after he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared again, and left the parking lot. Watching Sui driving away in the McLaren, Chen Duo was left with an embarrassed look on his face. He smiled unconsciously. This was all his fault. Oh, it has personality, I like it. After mumbling something, Chen Duo immediately returned to his Ferrari and drove away. Outside, Sui was driving a McLaren, listening to the roar of the engine and the sound of the wind, and enjoying the charm of this supercar. Sui gently leaned out of the window with one hand, lightly grasped the steering wheel with the other hand, glanced at the dashboard beside him, and murmured. Well, the car is going 20 miles per hour, it feels like 40 miles, that's a B feeling. 60 miles, wow, that's C feeling. As he was talking, Sui sighed slightly, thinking that it was a pity that he couldn't feel the feeling of having a girlfriend in advance. 4D, I should go at least 80 miles per hour. It's not that I'm a bad driver, but I can't drive that fast in this city. At this moment, Bai Jishi had also finished her student union affairs. Just when she wanted to take a short break, 3 girls came in knocking on the door. Bai Jishi looked up at the 3 people and found that they were none other than her 3 roommates. Lu Ziwei, Du Fei and Zhou Ningning saw Bai Jishi walk in immediately and started asking her a lot of questions. Zishi. You have a boyfriend? You didn't even tell us first. Hey. I heard that you went to deliver umbrellas yesterday? You went shopping again today, right? Is he my junior? Is he handsome? Do you have a photo with him? Suddenly, the 3 people's series of life-threatening questions made Bai Jishi feel overwhelmed. Bai Jishi had a helpless look on her face. She looked at the 3 people unhappily and sighed slightly. Hey! How come you know so much? You're a school beauty. Normally, if you sneeze, there will be a lot of people giving you clothes. Now such a big thing has spread immediately. Zhou Ningning laughed, then leaned over to whisper in Bai Jishi's ear. Okay, my school beauty, you don't have to hide it from us anymore. Come on, tell me, am I handsome? Do you have any photos? Listening to the 3 people's questions, Bai Jishi couldn't help but think of Sui. Thinking back to what happened in the past 2 days, her face suddenly turned slightly red. When the three roommates saw her like this, they were completely stunned. Is this really the Bai Jishi they knew? After all, we have known each other for such a long time, and I have never seen Bai Jishi have such an expression. Wow! Zeishi. Is this the goddess who fell in love? Well, the one who can make our Jishi look like this must be a perfect school hunk, and he is very good to her. Congratulations, Jishi. You are finally single. We don't have to worry about you anymore. Tell me, what is this junior like? Bai Jishi was slightly stunned, and Sui's face appeared in her mind. She bit her lips lightly and spoke word by word. As for being handsome, it seems to be okay. I think it is more durable. Besides, what I pursue is an interesting soul. You guys keep talking about whether I'm handsome or not, which is really too superficial. When you are all old, even the most handsome faces will change. Only interesting souls will last forever. Bai Jishi's words made Zhou Ningning and the other two stunned. Wow, it sounds really reasonable. Are they really too superficial? We don't care. Jishi, you have to treat us. No matter what you say, we are going to have your singles meal. Yes. This is a happy occasion for everyone. Our Jishi is finally single. We must celebrate. Why don't you call your boyfriend out as well? Hey, Jishi, don't worry, we won't charge you too much, just have a quick meal. Seeing the three people so excited, Bai Jishi was helpless and had to agree with a smile. Okay, where do you want to eat? The three of them smiled at each other, and then a strange smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. We need to think about this carefully. This? Bai Jishi stuck out her tongue when she heard that. Didn't they just agree to just have a quick meal? Du Fei thought about it for a moment, looked at a few people, and came up with an idea. Hey! By the way, what do you think about us going to Ziyun Pavilion? When Zhou Ningning and the others heard this, they thought that Ziyun was one of the top and high-end restaurants in Jinling, and they wanted to eat there too. Okay. Zishi, let's go to Ziyun Pavilion. Finally, after some discussion, the three of them decided to have the dinner at Ziyun Pavilion. Bai Jishi looked at the expressions of the three people and suddenly collapsed on the chair, pouting and unable to help crying out in pain. You are ripping off the rich. It's unjust. Lu Ziwei covered her mouth and smiled, then walked forward and rubbed Bai Jishi's face. What do you mean by rip off the rich? We agreed to be single together, but suddenly someone betrayed us. Who is so unjust? Du Fei and Zhou Ningning smiled at each other. They were just joking with Bai Jishi. There was no way they could let Bai Jishi really treat them to a meal. After all, they always paid for their meals on a AA basis when they went out to eat before, and this time was no exception. They were talking about treating the singles to a meal, but actually they just wanted to see who was the one who had managed to pick the campus beauty without anyone noticing. Chapter 7, Let me introduce myself, this is my boyfriend Sui. Then Bai Jishi also sent a message to Suhi. Suhi agreed immediately. Looking at the milk tea shop next to him, he thought about going in and buying a few cups of milk tea. At the school, after Bai Jishi and a few others made some preparations, they set off towards Ziyun Pavilion. Ziyun Pavilion is located not far from the city center. It is one of the top restaurants in the whole of Jinling. It is usually busy with traffic and many luxury cars are parked. In terms of hotel decoration, Ziyun Pavilion lives up to its name, it is luxurious and magnificent. The stone pillars at the entrance are carved with patterns of bauhinia flowers and rising clouds. In front of it is a wide square with a huge rockery fountain in the middle. After getting off the car, they walked straight towards the gate of Ziyun Pavilion Hotel. After crossing a grand road, they arrived at the lobby of Ziyun Pavilion. Hello. Welcome to our Ziyun Pavilion Hotel. Do you have a reservation? As soon as I walked into the lobby, a uniformed waiter greeted me warmly. Reserve? Duffy looked at the waiter in confusion, not quite understanding what this meant. Is the restaurant full now? Excuse me, everyone. Our Ziyun Pavilion Hotel is a high-end restaurant in Jinling. It is one of the best in the whole of Jinling, so it is often packed with people. For the sake of customer experience, reservations are required here. If you don't have a reservation, you can't dine in. Bai Jishi and the others looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. It seemed that they would not be able to eat here today. Can I still make a reservation now? Is there no room left? Du Fei looked at the waiter and asked. After all, since he was already here, it would be better to ask before making a decision. Sorry everyone, I'm really sorry, because some of you didn't make a reservation in advance, our seats here are full today. We understand how you feel, but we really can't entertain you right now. We hope you can forgive us. The waiter was very nice and apologized politely. Seeing this, the few people decided to give up. Okay, forget it, let's eat somewhere else. Bai Jishi and Du Fei nodded and immediately decided to change a restaurant. As the few people turned to leave, the waiter politely saw them off and apologized for not being able to provide service. I'm so sorry, these are coupons for you. If you are willing to come again in the future, we will definitely give you priority. When they arrived at the door, the waiter was still apologizing and took out a few coupons and gave them to Bai Jishi and the others. Several people took the coupons with a smile. Apart from anything else, the service and attitude were very good. Du Fei, Jishi, is that you? Just as they were about to leave, a female voice suddenly sounded behind them, with a hint of surprise in her tone. Upon hearing this, several people turned around and saw Lu Dan waving at them at first sight. Lu Dan! It's you! Bai Jishi and the others were also stunned. They didn't expect to meet Lu Dan here. After saying hello, Lu Dan walked towards the side, followed by a young man. Lu Dan is very familiar with several of them and is their college classmate. The young man next to Lu Dan is her boyfriend Zhou Hao. Lu Dan gives people a very comfortable feeling and looks very well behaved and handsome, but for some reason, Zhou Hao looks like a young man from society. He was wearing a black leather jacket, a pair of shiny leather boots under his jeans, a thick silver chain around his neck, and a pair of sunglasses on his head. In addition, there was a cigarette stuck between Zhou Hao's ears, giving people a ruffian feeling. What's wrong? Are you guys leaving? Lu Dan walked over, looked at the few people, and asked casually. Yeah, we didn't make a reservation, so we have to change one. Duffy smiled helplessly and explained what had happened. Ah, that's how it is. Lu Dan's eyes darkened and he looked at them with some regret. Suddenly he remembered that he and Zhou Hao had a reservation, so he asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, they are all my classmates, can you treat them to a meal? Zhou Hao was looking at Du Fei and the others, all of them were very beautiful, especially Bai Jishi, who was as beautiful as a fairy from heaven, and there was a glimmer of strangeness in his eyes. Okay. No problem, since he's your friend, of course I can do it. Swallowing his saliva quietly, Zhou Hao agreed without any hesitation. Great. Thank you Zhou Hao. Lu Dan was immediately delighted and walked excitedly to Bai Jishi and the others. Okay, we have a seat, don't go out and find a restaurant, let's eat here. Isn't this a bit bad? Bai Jishi and the others felt a little embarrassed. This was a group of couples going out to eat, and it would not be nice for them to go along with them. And Suhi will come over later, which is even more inconvenient. Lu Dan, forget it. If we go there, won't we just become a light bulb? Yes, Lu Dan, we can just go to another restaurant for dinner. It won't have much of an impact. Your boyfriend is here, it would be bad if we come to join in the fun. Thinking of this, several people politely declined Lu Dan's invitation, thinking that it would be better to go out and change to another restaurant. Oh. It's okay. We're not strangers. There's nothing to be afraid of. My boyfriend and I are just out for dinner. It's lonely when we're alone. It's so lively with you guys here. Seeing Bai Jishi and the others refuse, Lu Dan hurried forward to persuade them. Finally, everyone couldn't resist Lu Dan's kindness and had to agree. Just when everyone was about to go in, Lu Dan saw that Bai Jishi didn't move, and thought that Bai Jishi was still embarrassed, so he stepped forward and took her hand. Let's go, Jishi. Let's go in. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's okay, you guys go in first, I have to wait for my boyfriend. Bai Jishi shook her head and smiled, naturally choosing to wait until Suhi came over first. However, just this one sentence made Zhou Hao and Lu Dan stunned, and they stared at Bai Jishi. Zhou Hao's mouth twitched suddenly, his heart was filled with mixed feelings and regret. A beauty of this level actually already has a boyfriend. What the hell is this? Zhou Hao cursed secretly, his heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Dan was also curious and looked at Bai Jishi with a gossipy look on his face. Jishi, you actually have a boyfriend? Who is he? As he spoke, Lu Dan also looked at Du Fei and the others, his face unable to conceal his deep curiosity. Ah, don't talk about you, we haven't even seen him yet. Du Fei and the others covered their mouths and laughed. This was no joke. they still didn't know who had won by Jishi's heart. It's okay, Lu Dan. Jishi can't hide it. Her boyfriend will be here soon, and we'll all know then. All right. Lu Dan nodded and looked at Bai Jishi with a smile. At this moment, he was still a little surprised about this matter. After all, this was really too sudden. She hadn't been in school these few days and hadn't heard of any movement, but she didn't expect that when they met, Bai Jishi was no longer single. At the same time, Sui outside also called Bai Jishi and told her that he had arrived at the hotel entrance. Jishi, I'm here, where are you now? Hearing Sui's voice, Bai Jishi raised a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth, which surprised Lu Dan. We are at the door, just come over. Good. After hanging up the phone, Sui came over with milk tea. Jishi, here I come. The moment Sui's voice rang out, everyone's eyes turned over. At that moment, everyone was stunned and thought to themselves, how handsome. Although Sui was dressed simply, his handsome face and perfect figure still shone brightly in everyone's eyes. Sui. You're here. Bai Jishi smiled and waved, and quickly asked Sui to come over. Several roommates gasped, looked at Bai Jishi with increasingly strange eyes, and whispered. No, Jishi. This is the feeling you were talking about, okay? My goodness, Jishi, I think you are in Versailles, this is so cool. That's right, this is really cool. Yours is okay, but why is it different from what we understand? At this moment, Du Fei and the other two were stunned. The more they looked at Sui, the more handsome he seemed to them. This was not just boring to look at, it could be said that he was stunning. So handsome. Jishi, you have really good taste. Lu Dan was also full of admiration. He walked over, with a hint of envy unconsciously in his eyes. Lu Dan, let me tell you, for someone of this level, our school beauty only thinks she's okay and good looking. Zhou Ningning covered her mouth and smiled. Lu Dan was stunned and looked at Bai Jishi in disbelief. No way, Jishi, he's so handsome. And you actually said it's okay. You are such a Versailles guy. Zhou Hao, who was standing aside, looked at Sui with a gloomy expression. Damn, am I so handsome? This is not only the level of the school idol, it is even better than those young handsome guys on TV. Everyone, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Sui. Chapter 8 Brother Su, you are here too? Seeing this, Bai Jishi introduced Sui to everyone. Sui came over with milk tea and greeted everyone. I bought some milk tea, let's share it. Immediately, Sui smiled and distributed the milk tea to everyone, looking at Lu Dan apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't know this place, so I bought too little. It's okay, Lu Dan, drink this. Seeing this, Bai Jishi gave her milk tea to Lu Dan, and the other roommates also had a cup each. Zhou Hao looked at Sui and his expression eased a little. This guy must be a student who has been in the ivory tower all his life, the kind who only knows how to deliver milk tea and help order takeout. Although he thought so, Zhou Hao still felt a little unbalanced. Such a man could actually date a school beauty like Bai Jishi. But on second thought, this is just an ordinary student, and Zhou Hao became proud. However, when he saw Bai Jishi being so intimate with him, he still felt a little unhappy. Sui was also looking at Zhou Hao and the others with some confusion. Didn't he just say that it was only Bai Jishi's roommate? And looking at Zhou Hao's appearance, Sui also disliked this man a little bit. Zhou Hao's eyes always made him feel uncomfortable. Sui, I'm sorry, we don't have a reservation. How about we eat with Lu Dan and the others? Is that okay? Bai Jishi keenly noticed Sui's doubts, so she told him what had happened and asked for his opinion. It's okay, let's have dinner together. We all know each other anyway, and we're all friends. The enthusiastic Lu Dan immediately tried to keep Sui, thinking that he was Jishi's boyfriend, and a handsome guy, so it would be nice to have him stay for dinner. All right. Sui didn't think much about it and nodded slightly. It didn't matter. But this made Zhou Hao even more unhappy. Did he even need to ask this kid's opinion? The decision had been made, and everyone had been standing at the door for a long time, so they walked inside together. Zhou Hao started to make up his mind and prepared to show off to attract the attention of Bai Jishi and other beauties. At that moment, Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes and began to introduce the situation of Ziyun Pavilion Hotel to everyone. This might be your first time here too, so you should know that this restaurant is great and a very popular place in Jinling. But there is something you may not know. The chefs of Ziyun Pavilion are all first-class chefs, and there are many big shots who come here to eat. I'm a member here. I can get a 15% discount when I dine here. You have to top up 200,000 yuan to become a member. However, although this guy was talking eloquently, Su-hee and Bai Jishi didn't say much. At most, they responded perfunctorily and followed him in. As soon as they entered, everyone saw several well-dressed young men and women waiting inside. Zhou Hao hurried forward and greeted them respectfully. What a coincidence! Are you guys waiting for someone? Several people glanced at Zhou Hao and nodded slightly. We are waiting for someone. When Zhou Hao heard that they were waiting for someone, his eyes lit up immediately. This person, who was being waited for by so many young masters and young ladies from the upper class of Jinling, must be of high status. I see. I will definitely come and bother you later. I will give you a nice glass of wine. It's such a coincidence that I can meet you all here. We are here to have dinner today too. It seems that we have come to the right place. For a moment, Zhou Hao was very respectful and flattering to them, and couldn't help but say a few more words. Yeah, I came to the right place. Several people waved their hands slightly. Even though Zhou Hao was very enthusiastic, they were still too lazy to pay attention to him. After all, people of their status have seen many people who are not strong enough but still dream of entering their circle. Hello sir, what is the table number you reserved? I will take you there. Originally Zhou Hao wanted to say a few more words and build better relationships with these young masters and ladies, but at this moment a waiter came over and asked Zhou Hao's table number. Seeing this, Zhou Hao realized that it was not good to stand here all the time, so he gave the table number and followed the waiter in. As he walked, Zhou Hao looked at the eyes of the people around him and introduced the identities of the young masters and young ladies who had just appeared. Do you know the identities of those young masters and young ladies just now? Many of them are the children of the bosses of listed companies in Jinling. They are all top-notch upper-class people. I have some friendship with them. We have had a few meals together and we know each other. Zhou Hao became more and more proud as he spoke. Relying on the few words he had just spoken with those people, he felt very proud and arrogant. After sitting down, Zhou Hao looked at Su-hee and the others, still talking non-stop. By the way, you guys are all still students, right? Although Su-hee didn't want to pay attention to him now, he still nodded politely. Hey, students, you are all here to learn knowledge. If you are looking for an internship in the future, you can come to my dad's company. I will definitely give you priority for internship opportunities. Although my father's company is not one of the Fortune 500 companies, it is still quite famous in Jinling. If you have a record of my company on your resume, it will definitely be very popular. In the silence, only Zhou Hao was still talking incessantly, but Su-hee and Bai Jishi were already tired of listening to them and had no intention of paying any attention to them. Everyone, can we start ordering now? As we were talking, a waiter came over with a menu in his hand. Then, several people started to order food. Even when ordering food, Zhou Hao still did not miss this opportunity. He waved his hand and said heroically, "Just go ahead and order the food. This meal is on me. You are all still students and have no source of income, but please don't be polite. We are all friends. Just order whatever you want to eat." At this moment, at the door, the figures who had passed by looked at the Ferrari parked in front of the restaurant, trembled, and hurried forward to greet it. Brother Qian. You are here. Please come in. It's great that Brother Qian can come. The person who came was none other than Chen Duo, whom Su-hee had met in the parking lot before. Seeing those young masters and young ladies coming to greet them, Chen Duo smiled kindly and said hello. A young man looked inside and said respectfully, "Xian Xiao, we have already reserved a private room upstairs and are waiting for you. Please come in." Good. Shen Duo put away the car keys and followed the others in. On the way to the private room upstairs, Shen Duo and his group happened to pass by Zhou Hao and his group. Zhou Hao was still talking incessantly to Su-hee and the others, pretending to be generous, but the moment his eyes suddenly caught sight of Chen Duo, his body suddenly trembled and he stood up straight. "Zhou Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" The noise startled Lu Dan, who was standing next to him, and he looked at Zhou Hao, who was in shock, with concern. "Stop talking, and stand up." Zhou Hao's eyelids twitched wildly, and he quickly waved to Lu Dan and others to stand up. Why? Lu Dan narrowed his eyes, and was even more confused. What did this sudden appearance mean? Alas! I forgot that you all don't know that the person walking towards us is a real big shot. This man is called Qian Duo. He is well known in the upper circles of Jinling. He is a top young master. Zhou Hao became more and more excited as he spoke. He no longer cared about anything else at this point. His body trembled at first, and then he walked quickly towards Qian Duo. Seeing a young master like Qian Duo, Zhou Hao bent his back even lower than before, with a flattering smile on his face, and greeted him enthusiastically. "Mr. Qian! You are here too. What a coincidence! I've heard of your name a long time ago. Mr. Qian, are you here to eat? How about this, I'll treat you today." However, Qian Duo looked at Zhou Hao with a half smile, then looked at the young masters and young ladies around him and coughed softly. "Ahem. Thank you for your kindness, brother. You don't have to treat me. But I just don't understand one thing, who are you?" Zhou Hao was suddenly speechless and felt embarrassed. He had been talking for a long time and forgot that Qian Shao didn't even know him. For a moment, Zhou Hao wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Beads of sweat covered his forehead and he just stood there in a daze. Qian Duo shook his head and ignored Zhou Hao. He looked to the side and suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw Su-He sitting on a chair. "Brother Su! You are here too." When he saw it was Su-He, Qian Duo was suddenly stunned, then he walked over with a smile. Chapter 9. That scene is so romantic. At this moment, everyone looked at Su-He in unison. Zhou Hao's mind went blank and he looked at Su-He in disbelief. He was completely stunned. If he had not seen this scene with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that Su-He, besides being an ordinary student, had this kind of person. This brat. He actually knows Qian Shao. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, his heart already shaken to the core. He just couldn't understand how Su-He, a mere student, could know this top young master from Jinling. And the most terrifying thing is that just now Qian Shao was calling him brother. Oh shit, that means this guy is still a big shot. When someone reaches Qian Duo's level, he can go up and say hello actively, and even call him brother, even if his status and strength are not as good as Qian Duo, the difference is not much. What on earth have I done? Thinking back to his high-handed speech in front of Su-He just now, Zhou Hao almost wanted to slap himself. His behavior just now was even more clownish than that of a clown. No wonder Su-He didn't say anything. He must have thought of himself as a joke. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He was too embarrassed to go back. "It's brother Qian." Seeing Qian Duo coming, Su-He also stood up politely and the two exchanged a few words. "Brother Su, we are so lucky to meet each other. How about we go up and have a few drinks and a meal together?" Qian Duo became happier and happier as he spoke, and he invited Su-He to come over for dinner and drinks. This scene left by Zhishi and the others stunned. If I heard correctly just now, Zhou Hao said that this is the top young master in Jinling. But isn't Qian Duo too polite to Su-He? "Brother Qian, forget it this time. I still have to accompany my girlfriend." "Well, okay, we brothers must have a few drinks when we have the chance next time." Qian Duo smiled and nodded, then said goodbye to Su-He and the others, and left with a few young masters and young ladies. After walking over, Qian Duo did not rush to the private room, but called the boss and pointed to the seat of Su-He and others. "Boss, that's my friend, just let me take the blame." "Okay. Don't worry, Qian Shao, I will definitely entertain you." The boss agreed solemnly, knowing very well in his heart that the person who could make Qian Duo do this must be someone extraordinary. Seeing that the boss agreed, Qian Duo felt relieved and walked towards the private room upstairs. When the other young masters and young ladies saw this scene, they were even more confused. When they were about to go upstairs, they kept looking towards Su-He. At this moment, they were all very confused about this man's identity. How could he be treated as a brother by Qian Duo? In an instant, several people remembered Su-He in their hearts, thinking that this person's identity must be extraordinary. After all, the person who could be treated like this by Qian Duo couldn't be an unknown person. After returning here, Zhou Hao was stunned for a while before returning to his seat. His legs were still shaking. Just now he was pretending to be cool with Su-He. Now it seems that he was really stupid. Before this, he looked down on Su-He in his heart, thinking that he was just an ordinary college student who had no other strengths except for being handsome. After returning to his seat, Zhou Hao was completely calm. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Su-He anymore. He felt extremely embarrassed. "Well, Lu Dan, you guys sit down first. I have to go to the toilet first." After being silent for half a minute, Zhou Hao felt more and more ashamed. He felt that he could not stay here any longer, so he hurriedly left under the pretext of having to pee. Watching Zhou Hao leave, Su-He and his friends began to order food. Baijishi looked at Sui in surprise and asked about what had happened just now. Sui, do you know those people just now? They all seem to be from famous families. Even Du Fei and Lu Dan were staring at Sui, thinking that the person who could catch up with Baijishi must be very talented. No, I just met him today. We chatted for a while and got along well. We just exchanged a few pleasantries when we met here. Sui smiled and shook his head. He was not lying. He had indeed just met Chen Duo today. Zhou Ningning and others still thought that Sui also came from a prominent family, but they finally understood after hearing this explanation. But think about it, they almost all know about the rich second generation of Jin University. After all, those people were rejected by Baijishi. But soon, everyone's focus was no longer on what happened just now, but on asking Suhi and Baijishi all sorts of questions. After all, they invited Suhi to dinner this time, and Du Fei, Zhou Ningning, and others also wanted to get to know Suhi and find out what kind of person had picked Baijishi, the campus belle that amazed the entire Jin University. Okay, let's eat first, the dishes are all here. After a while, Sui saw that the dishes were almost all served, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today he had a good look at the gossipy nature of girls. In just a short while, he had almost finished checking his household registration book. Yes, let's eat quickly. Baijishi's face was also flushed. These roommates were so frivolous. She acted like she was bringing her boyfriend home to meet all the aunts and uncles. Okay. We'll let you go today. We're hungry too. Du Fei chuckled, looking at the delicious food in front of him, and couldn't help rubbing his hands. They had wanted to try the Ziyun Pavilion's food for a long time. So delicious. After just a few bites, Zhou Ningning and the others exclaimed in surprise, thinking that the Ziyun Pavilion was indeed worthy of its reputation and the dishes were so satisfying. Baijishi tasted these dishes and thought they were delicious, but she didn't think they were amazing. She even thought they were not as good as the dishes Suhi had made before. So, they ate and chatted, and the meal was quickly finished. However, when Sui went to pay the bill, the boss insisted on not accepting Sui's money and spoke to Suhi with a respectful look on his face. Sir, Mr. Qian has already said so. We naturally cannot take your money. When Sui heard that it was Chen Duo who arranged it, he was stunned at first, and then smiled helplessly. Well, now I owe you a favor. Let's go. Sui waved his hand, and everyone left the Ziyun Pavilion. After going out, Lu Dan saw the message that Zhou Hao said he had something to do and left first while eating, so he knew that this guy was going to pee. Jishi, Sua, I'll be leaving first, you guys go back slowly. Okay. Several people nodded and said goodbye to Lu Dan with a smile. Should we take a taxi back? Or just walk back slowly? Du Fei straightened his clothes and asked by Jishi and the others. I have a car, Jishi and I. Sui just wanted to say that he would go back with Baijishi, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the exclamations of Du Fei and others. No way. You're buying a car right now. Du Fei and others stared at Sui in a daze, their eyes full of surprise. In college, it is not uncommon for students to buy cars, but it is definitely not a common thing. In an instant, Du Fei and the others' eyes changed when they looked at Sui. My goodness, is this what it means to be young and promising? This is their junior. Suhi, can we get a ride back? Hey, anyway, it can seat 5 people, and the 3 of us can squeeze in the back. Shouty Su, you will definitely not reject us. After the 3 of them recovered from their surprise, they looked at Suhi with a smile, thinking, why bother taking a taxi? Wouldn't it be better to just hitchhike? My car can only seat 2 people, sorry. Suhi smiled awkwardly, thinking that his McLaren could never accommodate so many people. Then you guys wait for a while, I'll go over there first. After saying that, Sui turned around and drove over. Everyone looked at Sui's appearance, and thinking of what he had just said about it only being able to seat 2 people, they guessed that this must be a small electric scooter. Ah, you are really good at playing. This way you can be hugged by Jishi from behind. He's more than just a good player. He's probably an expert at it. He's the master of the mood. Jishi, you'd better hold on tight for a while, or I might break suddenly. The 3 of them were thinking about these things and talking non-stop. The scene was so romantic. Baijishi was also led astray by the 3 men. Thinking of that scene, she hugged Suhi and her face suddenly turned red. Hee, by then our Jishi campus beauty will be just like this, enjoying the breeze, hugging her lover, running on the road, and enjoying every moment of collision. On the side, Duffy was still laughing excitedly, with a little train running around in his mouth, and began to compose the pictures in his imagination. Stop guessing. Hurry up and call a taxi to go back. The electric scooter can't take you gossipy girls. Bai Jishi's face was almost red. She looked at them unhappily and quickly told them to go back. Chapter 10, School Beauty by kills people and breaks their hearts. Oh my. Looks like someone is getting anxious. Are they going to rush us out now? Jishi, just admit it, your face is as red as a peach. It seems that Jishi is also looking forward to it. Humph. She's still saying no. A few people laughed and looked at Bai Jishi jokingly. However, just as Bai Jishi and a few others were playfully waiting for Suhi, a rich second-generation man in the distance drove a BMW 5 Series towards them. Just as he was about to close the car window and get out, he suddenly saw Bai Jishi and others standing on the side of the road. In an instant, the rich second-generation's eyes were focused on Bai Jishi, and he couldn't move his eyes away no matter what. Seeing such a beauty, even this rich second generation had to admit that Bai Jishi had far surpassed the girls he had known before, both in terms of appearance and temperament. This is top quality. The rich second generation cried out, and suddenly felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate, knowing that he had fallen in love with Bai Jishi. Looking again, there was no one else around Bai Jishi and the others. The rich second generation swallowed his saliva and drove the car over directly. Beautiful ladies. Are you waiting for someone? Stopping beside Bai Jishi and the others, the rich second generation poked his head out and started chatting with them. Who are you? The few people were still talking, but when they were interrupted by this rich second generation, they all looked over with a little confusion in their eyes. Don't they know this person? And after all, the slightly vulgar look of this rich second generation made Bai Jishi and the others feel very uncomfortable. Of course we don't know each other, but I feel like you and I have a connection. How about we go out and have a cup of coffee, ladies? We know a good place. I'm sorry, I'm waiting for someone, and we don't even know each other. Bai Jishi turned her face away and immediately rejected this rich second generation. As the most beautiful girl on campus at Jinan University, Bai Jishi has seen many people like the second generation rich. As soon as she saw his eyes, she knew what this guy was thinking. Of course I know you're waiting for someone. How about this, it's a bit hot outside, why don't you ladies get in the car first, I'll turn on the air conditioner, and we can chat and cool down. Seeing Bai Jishi's cold refusal, the rich second generation's enthusiasm remained unabated. With a smile in his eyes, he continued to speak to Bai Jishi. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. Why don't we be friends? Or add each other on WeChat? If there is a chance in the future, we can hang out together. After hearing this, Bai Jishi had already confirmed what this person was thinking, so she just pretended not to have heard it and stood there waiting coldly. The rich second generation gritted his teeth, thinking that this girl was quite stubborn, and immediately got out of the car, ready to talk. At this moment, Suhi was also driving a McLaren towards this side, and the roar of the engine attracted a lot of people's attention for a while. When people saw Suhi's black McLaren 720S, they were immediately shocked and filled with astonishment. What kind of luxury car is this? It looks so cool. I'm not seeing things. This is a McLaren. A top-of-the-line sports car. This must be someone's eldest son. This is so grand and arrogant. Looking at this car, passers-by were all shocked. After all, compared to other vehicles, Sui's car was too eye-catching. Many people stopped and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. As Sui drove closer and closer to Bai Jishi and others, Bai Jishi and others were also attracted by the sound and looked at the McLaren driving in front of them. All of a sudden, Bai Jishi and the others' eyes widened and they stared at the car. Even the rich young man who was about to continue chatting her up was stunned. What a cool supercar. What a cool curve. What a clear engine sound. Just as several people were staring at the McLaren, Sui also parked the car steadily next to Bai Jishi. The rich young man couldn't help but step back. After all, the people who could afford to drive this car must be of a status far beyond his reach. However, the next second, as the door of the McLaren opened upwards, Sui stepped out of the McLaren. Sui. All of a sudden, both Bai Jishi and the three roommates beside her were stunned, muttering Sui's name. Rubbing her eyes, Bai Jishi confirmed that it was Suhi. Her mind suddenly went blank. She never thought that the car Suhi was talking about was actually a McLaren. The roommate also opened his mouth wide, staring at Suhi, thinking that these two were not electric scooters, but supercars. Oh my god. It's surprising for a college student to have a car, but this guy has a supercar. Does he have a mine at home? It was at this moment that Du Fei and others thought of Qianxiao just now. No wonder the top young master of Jinling mentioned by Zhou Hao was so polite to Su He. It turned out that he had the ability to do so. Thinking about the fact that they had never heard of Su He at school before, they were amazed at how low-key Su He was. It turned out that he was the top rich second generation at Jinan University. Zishi, get in the car. Su He waved towards Bai Zishi, and at this moment he also noticed the rich young man standing next to Bai Zishi, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" When the rich young man saw Su He talking to him and guessed the relationship between Su He and Bai Zishi, he was almost paralyzed with fear. He looked at McLaren and knew that this was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Even if his father came, he might not be able to talk to him. I'm a ride-sharing driver. I was just about to ask the ladies if they need a ride. At that moment, the rich young man broke out in cold sweat, his hands and feet were trembling slightly, and even his speech was stuttering. He quickly made up an excuse. Driving this car for a ride? That's a bit of a waste. Su He smiled coldly upon hearing this and stared at the rich young man. The rich young man suddenly shuddered and dared not say anything. He quickly got into the car and ran away. He drove away in a hurry without even daring to look at the rearview mirror. Well, this guy is quite perceptive. Su He smiled and shook his head, then got into the car with Bai Zishi and prepared to leave. Then we'll leave first. Seniors, please take a taxi back quickly. It's getting late now. After saying goodbye to Duffy and the others, Su He stepped on the accelerator, and the McLaren engine roared. It started as fast as lightning and accelerated forward. Duffy and his companions looked at the taillights of the McLaren going away, their eyes filled with horror and a hint of envy. With the sound of wind and engine whistling, Su He drove to the Yangtze River Bridge. Bai Zishi sat in the passenger seat, feeling the breeze brushing across her face. She gently placed her hand on the window and tidied her hair that was messed up by the wind. At this moment, under the illumination of the neon lights in the city at night, Bai Zishi's profile is extremely beautiful. Her refreshing, star-like eyes are flashing, interweaving with the night to form a beautiful picture. Su He turned around and was immediately attracted by the beautiful Bai Zishi. He lowered his eyes and looked at Bai Zishi with a smile. Bai Zishi blushed when she saw this and glanced at Su He. Can you please drive carefully? Why are you looking at me? There's no road sign on my face. What's wrong? Can't I just look at my gorgeous girlfriend? Su He raised a smile, his eyes still fixed on Bai Zishi's blushing face. Humph. Slippery mouth. Explain to me clearly how many girlfriends you have had before that you are so smooth talking now? Su He felt a sharp pain in his heart for a moment. He has been single since birth. Bai Zishi looked at Su He's wry smile and smiled charmingly with her hands covering her mouth. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship before me? Su He did not answer directly, but looked at Bai Zishi seriously. Then tell me, have you ever talked about it? Bai Zishi didn't know what to say for a moment, and then quickly changed the subject. Ahem. By the way, the river view tonight is really beautiful. Yes, it is indeed beautiful, just as beautiful as you. Su He also narrowed his eyes and smiled, taking the opportunity to praise Bai Zishi. Hey. You can talk. Bai Zishi smiled, and was very pleased with Su He's words. Then she took out her cell phone and leaned on Su He's shoulder. Don't move, drive carefully, let's take a picture. Okay. I'll listen to you. Su He nodded, held the steering wheel with both hands, and then looked towards the camera. Crack. With the sound of the mobile phone shutter, Bai Zishi successfully recorded the sweet moment of the two in the car. Yeah. Nice shot. Looking at the photos, Bai Zishi smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly remembered her roommates, so she opened WeChat and sent the photos to their dormitory group. Du Fei and his companions were still in the taxi when they heard the WeChat notification tone. They took out their mobile phones at the same time and saw the photos sent by Bai Zishi. In an instant, all the roommates were furious. This was really too cruel. Why? Singles are already pitiful, but they still want to kill people and destroy their hearts. Chapter 11. Su He, do you want to sleep together? The car sped along the road and soon arrived downstairs of Bai Zishi's house. Bai Zishi unbuckled her seatbelt, smiled sweetly at Su He, and said, Then I'll go back first. Send me a message when you get to the dormitory. Good. Suhi looked at Bai Jishi's back, lowered his eyes and smiled, and drove towards the school until the lights upstairs came on. The off-campus house where Bai Jishi lived was not far from the school, and Suhi soon returned to the dormitory. Second brother, third brother, are you lost in the canyon? Come over here and join us. Before Suhi entered the room, he heard the boss Dong Hongha shouting coming from the door and window. It was obvious that the three people in the room were playing a game in full swing. He opened the door and walked in. The boss Dong Hongha heard the voice, looked up and saw that it was Suhi who came in. He raised his eyebrows and said, "We thought you wouldn't be coming back tonight, Lao Si." The second and third brothers also raised their heads excitedly, looked at Suhi and asked curiously, "By the way, Lao Si, how is it going for you to go shopping with the school beauty by today?" Dating is a very common thing, but dating a campus beauty should be a completely different experience, right? Suhi blinked and replied, "Well enough." Several people in the dormitory looked at Suhi's expression when he spoke, and suddenly felt helpless. Everyone. Just talk, why are the corners of your mouth curled up like crazy? Your crazy suggestions make us feel uncomfortable. The three of them looked down at the team battle in their hands and suddenly felt that it was not so attractive. Suhi fiddled with his phone for a while, then stood up, took his clothes, said I'm going to take a shower, and turned and walked out. The eldest brother sighed as he watched Suhi leave, then turned to the second and third brothers and said, "Let's turn our grief and anger into quick movements and show them the power of being single for so many years." The second and third brothers. "We don't agree with what you are saying. Besides, we are no longer single, and it seems that you are the only one who is single, boss." At this time, Bai Jishi was curled up on the sofa, looking at Suhi's message sent to her mobile phone. Bai Jishi thought that taking a bath would take some time, so she might as well go online and look at some snack tutorials. Looking at the ingredient list on the tutorial, Bai Jishi quickly paused the screen and began to prepare the various dessert ingredients. Bai Jishi followed the instructions above and learned how to make Western desserts bit by bit. The steps for making Western desserts are not complicated. Bai Jishi was a little unfamiliar at the beginning, but gradually she gained some confidence. Looking at the well-prepared materials in front of her, Bai Jishi straightened her chest and said proudly, "It's not that difficult. The next step in making the cake is to melt the butter. Butter is usually melted over water." Bai Jishi saw that the glass bowls at home were not enough, so she put the butter directly in the pot and steamed it. Bai Jishi lifted the plastic wrap and used a small spoon to stir the butter that had melted into oil, feeling extremely proud. "It seems that I am really an expert in the kitchen. This little thing is not difficult for me at all." While thinking, Bai Jishi held the spoon in one hand and lifted the butter bowl with the palms of both hands to pour it into the noodles. Unexpectedly, with this movement, the hot butter in the spoon suddenly flowed out and dripped all over the back of Bai Jishi's hand. Hiss! Bai Jishi gasped in pain but endured the pain and poured all the butter into the noodles before running to the faucet and rinsing it quickly. While feeling the cold water rushing over the back of her hand, Bai Jishi could still feel the burning sensation from the scalding hot oil. Bai Jishi almost cried because of the pain. However, Bai Jishi just rinsed it briefly. After all, the butter had already been poured into the dough. "If I don't do it quickly, I'm afraid that even the noodles I prepared earlier will be wasted." After saying that, Bai Jishi turned off the water, wiped off the water stains away from the burns, and without caring about the pain, she started to get busy. At this time, Suhi had finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone. While watching the news, I suddenly received a message on WeChat on my phone. Suhi opened it and found that it was sent by his cousin Su Mayan. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Suhi looked at his cousin Su Mayan's cute profile picture and couldn't help but smile. He replied with a smile, "I just took a shower, what happened?" Su Mayan replied quickly and said, "Please pay attention to the living conditions of empty nest elderly people. Brother, you are already a junior in college, and you still haven't found a girlfriend?" Before Su Mayan could wait for Suhi's reply, another message came. The little girl deliberately took the opportunity to ask, wanting to find out about her cousin's love life. But Su Mayan held the phone and waited for a long time, but did not get any reply from Suhi. "Oh my cousin is ignoring me again." Su Mayan felt a little angry and started to bombard others with emoticons angrily. It's a pity that the little girl only uses super cute cartoon expressions. How can they be intimidating at all? When Suhi switched to WeChat, he saw the cute emoticons in the message and was also happy. He quickly replied, You are a little girl, you are not very old, but you are in charge of a lot of things. When will you report? After Su Mayan received her cousin's reply, she quickly replied. We have to wait a few more days. Hee, the reporting time for our freshmen will be a little later. Suhi, okay, when you arrive, tell me and I'll pick you up. Looking at the dialogue box with Su Mayan, Suhi sighed in his heart, full of emotion. My thoughts accidentally jumped back to the past. Suhi did not have a good life when he was a child. Both his parents died when he was young, and he spent most of his childhood at his uncle's house. At that time, when Suhi went out to play, there was always a little tail following him. It is precisely this kind of emotion that makes the relationship between Suhi and his cousin not like biological siblings but better than that of biological siblings. This girl is only 2 years younger than Suhi. She did well in the college entrance examination this year and was admitted to the performance department of Jinling Academy of the Arts. You know, Jinling Academy of Arts is one of the 3 leading art schools in China. I don't know how many people apply for the exam every year, but the admission rate is pitifully low. Just when Suhi was lost in thought, his cell phone vibrated again. When he opened it, he saw that it was a red envelope sent by Su Mayan to Suhi. Looking at the bright red envelope on the phone screen, Suhi was obviously stunned for a moment and asked, Girl, what do you mean? Su Mayan first sent a laughing expression and then explained. I got paid for my tutoring job. Brother, don't treat yourself badly in college. Be nice to yourself. After saying that, another emoticon pack asking you to eat meat was sent over. Of course Suhi couldn't take the little girl's hard-earned money. He thought about it and transferred 888 yuan to her. Little girl, don't worry about your brother. Go get the money first and then go buy some cosmetics. After all, Su Mayan was admitted to an art college. The girls there are all very good at makeup, so her little cousin must not be any worse than her. Su Mayan looked at the money and felt touched. No matter how I look at it, I feel that this is the pocket money that my cousin saved bit by bit. Su Mayan was embarrassed to spend such precious money, but this thoughtfulness alone was enough to move her. It's gone. Cousin, go to bed early. Suhi, girl, why don't you take the money before you run away? Suhi, you little bastard, hurry back here, it's time to work and collect the money. Suhi sent messages for a long time, but the little girl didn't even reply to his message, let alone accept the money. Faced with such a stubborn little girl, Suhi had no idea what to do. He knew his sister's temper very well. He would wait until tomorrow to return the money. After closing the dialogue box with Su Mayan, Suhi sent a message to Bai Jishi, asking her what she was doing. Bai Jishi read the message and smiled. She turned her head to look at the desserts being made and replied to Suhi. I'm going to sleep first, Suhi. I'm tired today. Okay, good night. After Suhi sent the message, he lay back on the bed, and suddenly a light flashed before his eyes. Host, please complete the sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and receiving the divine medical skill as a reward. As the words on the light screen flashed, Suhi felt his head suddenly swell up. Knowledge like a sea poured into his brain, making Suhi feel a little drowsy. It took Suhi a long time to digest the knowledge before he truly absorbed the divine-level medical skills. Looking at his hands, Suhi also wanted to try out the level of his god-level medical skills. Boss, come here. Suhi looked at the boss who just walked in from outside and greeted him with a smile. The boss came over with a silly smile on his face. He looked at Suhi with a smirk and said, What's wrong, Lao Si? Are you having some troubles in love and want to ask your brother for advice? Suhi rolled his eyes. The boss dared to answer, but he didn't dare to ask. Stick out your tongue, I'll take a look for you. As he said that, Suhi put his hands on the boss' wrist and took his pulse. Seeing that Suhi looked quite capable, the boss subconsciously stuck out his tongue. Suhi simply glanced at the thick tongue coating, then twitched his mouth, and said helplessly, Boss, don't masturbate too much these days. Your kidneys are a little weak. Boss. Lao Si, are you polite? Just look at my tongue and you can see my kidneys? I'm a man with 4 kidneys, how can I be weak? Ahem. Chapter 12 The school beauty got burned while making dessert. By this time, it was already late at night. Bai Jishi carefully placed a piece of dessert in the last corner of the 4-grid dessert box. Looking at the 4 beautifully presented desserts in front of her, Bai Jishi's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It's really me. But then Bai Jishi's gaze fell on the defective products on the other side. Those were Bai Jishi's failed works. The corners of Bai Jishi's mouth twitched, and she picked up one helplessly and started stuffing it into her mouth. While eating, Bai Jishi sighed. It seems that I need to practice more in the future. When it comes to Western pastry, practice makes perfect. The next moment, Bai Jishi looked at those delicious desserts, looking at those cute and round little desserts with longing in her eyes. I don't know why, but Bai Jishi felt something in her heart moving, and her hand reached out to the dessert in the box. But the next second, Bai Jishi suddenly woke up. She slapped herself hard and thought to herself thankfully that nothing was damaged. This is what I will bring to Suhi tomorrow. While thinking, Bai Jishi quickly and carefully closed the lid. After Bai Jishi finished all this, she resigned herself to her fate and walked aside, continuing to chew on the defective product in her hand. I have to say, this defective product is really unpalatable. Bai Jishi ate something casually, then washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Bai Jishi got up early. After she packed up simply, she happily took the gift box and walked towards the school. This was something Bai Jishi had worked hard on all night long. Now she wanted to fly to the school immediately and hand it over to Suhi. Today, Bai Jishi dressed up before going out and changed into a white gauze fairy dress. The whole person looks ethereal and very eye-catching. Along the way, I attracted the attention of countless boys and girls. Seeing Bai Jishi, who looked like a fairy descending from heaven, many students stopped to watch and talked about her in low voices. School beauty Bai seems to be in a good mood today. With this outfit, she looks like a goddess descending from heaven. She's so beautiful. It's useless to be beautiful. Our beautiful flower has been plucked away. Ah? He was picked? Who? Tell me his name, I want to duel with him. You don't know? I heard he was a junior, but I forgot his name. Bai Jishi didn't mind the discussions around her at all. She walked straight to Suhi's dormitory building, took out her cell phone and started sending him messages. Suhi, are you awake? I'm downstairs and have something for you. When Bai Jishi sent the message, many boys saw Bai Jishi's charming appearance in the fluttering white dress, and they were all stunned for a moment. This is so beautiful and pleasing to the eyes, isn't it? Many boys exclaimed in front of the window. Fuck, come and see, why is the school beauty Bai coming to the bottom of our dormitory building? School beauty Bai came personally to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory building. This is huge news. Many boys who were about to go out to class ran over immediately after seeing Bai Jishi. They surrounded Bai Jishi, and some looked at the goddess eagerly and asked eagerly. President Bai, can I get you a chair? You must be so tired standing like this, it would be more comfortable to sit down. Is there any emergency inspection in our student union? Are we going to check the men's dormitory today, President Bai? Mr. President, if you need anything, just tell me. I don't want you to come here in person. The sun is so hot that it's harmful to your skin. Bai Jishi looked at the enthusiastic boys around her, smiled faintly, and politely refused. Don't bother me. I don't need it. I'm just here to bring dessert to my boyfriend. As she spoke, Bai Jishi shook the exquisite cartoon packaging bag in her hand. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. What? The boys' hearts were filled with jealousy, envy and hatred. Looking at the bag in Bai Jishi's hand, they were almost twisted with jealousy. Ming Jishi is clearly everyone's goddess, how could she be deceived by a boy in the dormitory building? The boys next to her stepped aside and watched from afar. Everyone wanted to take a look at who the boyfriend that School Belle Bai was talking about was. At this time, Suhi, who had just returned from washing up, also saw the message. He quickly put on his clothes and ran downstairs. As soon as she walked out of the dormitory building, Bai Jishi saw Suhi at a glance. Seeing Suhi coming out, Bai Jishi couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart and immediately trotted over to meet him. The white gauze skirt fluttered freely in the wind, giving Bai Jishi a lively aura. Suhi watched from afar, as if he saw a lively little fairy running towards him. Suhi, this is for you. At the moment when Suhi was distracted, Bai Jishi had already come in front of Suhi and handed him a box of dessert with a smile. Bai Jishi deliberately handed it over with one hand and put the other hand behind her back. Suhi noticed Bai Jishi's little action, and his brows furrowed. Before he could ask his doubts, he heard Bai Jishi on the other side say coquettishly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and open it. After all, this was Bai Jishi's first time making desserts, so she was a little nervous, but also looking forward to Suhi's performance. Suhi was immediately happy when he heard that. He took the dessert box and gently opened it. Looking at the exquisite and lovely snacks inside, the people next to them felt as if an invisible attack was coming in front of them, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. This. Damn it, it's just feeding dog food. The boy next to him was already holding his chest and said in disbelief. This scene is simply murderous. The goddess was snatched away, and I have to watch her deliver snacks with my own eyes. What did I do wrong that God has to punish me like this? This is not just feeding dog food, this is clearly a large-scale dog slaughtering scene. Look at my chest, it's already covered in blood. I can't accept this fact. I'm going to file a complaint with the Animal Protection Association. If no one cares, I'll post online and seek help from dog lovers. Woohoo, this dog food makes me feel so uncomfortable. While the boys were wailing, Bai Jishi had already picked up a piece of dessert and handed it to Suhi, saying sweetly, "Come and try my cooking." Looking at Suhi, who was handed to him, he smiled, took it and took a bite. It has a soft and sticky texture, with a hint of sweet cream and milk aroma, but it is not too sweet and has just the right taste. Suhi threw the remaining half directly into his mouth, looked at Bai Jishi and praised. "It's delicious. Your cooking skills are really good." In fact, this thought alone had already touched Suhi deeply. Looking down at the 3 remaining desserts in the box, Suhi looked up at Bai Jishi and asked, "When did you do this?" As soon as Suhi took a bite, he felt that the taste was very fresh, and it must have been made within a few hours. Bai Jishi saw that Suhi liked it very much, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She replied happily, "I made this last night." Last night? Suhi raised his eyebrows, thinking about the message Bai Jishi sent him last night. No wonder this girl said she wanted to go to bed early. It turned out she was not going to sleep, but to make dessert. Suhi was really touched and helpless. What could he say to this girl? "You did it very late, right?" Suhi asked while looking at Bai Jishi, fearing that this girl was lying and trying to show off. Bai Jishi felt Suhi's concern and immediately felt that all her efforts were worth it. She smiled sweetly and replied, "It's okay." The boys next to them watched the 2 people talking, and then looked at Bai Jishi's girlish look. They were so stimulated that they wanted to vomit blood. At this time, Suhi noticed Bai Jishi's hands behind her back again. He frowned and stretched his head to look behind Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi was startled. She dodged with a guilty conscience and said softly, "Hey, what are you doing?" As soon as Suhi saw Bai Jishi's expression, he knew something must have happened. He didn't care about anything else and just grabbed Bai Jishi's arm. It didn't take much effort to see the deliberately hidden burns on the back of the other person's hand. The wound was still red and very obvious against the fair skin. Seeing that Suhi discovered the wound, Bai Jishi stood there with her lips pursed, looking aggrieved. She raised her head and looked at Suhi pitifully. At this moment, she was still more worried that Suhi would be angry about this. Looking at Bai Jishi's appearance, Suhi was angry and distressed, but in this situation, he couldn't say a single harsh word. Suhi sighed heavily, looked at Bai Jishi's wound helplessly, and asked, "Burned last night? Because of this?" Bai Jishi didn't dare to hide it and nodded slightly. Suhi glanced at Bai Jishi without saying a word. He took her little hand and walked outside. Bai Jishi blushed, she looked at Suhi's broad shoulders and asked a little embarrassedly, "Suhi, where are we going?" Chapter 13, Holding the School Beauty's Hand. Chinese medicine shop, dispensing medicine. Suhi's answer was concise and to the point. He held Bai Jishi's hand as if he was protecting a rare treasure. Bai Jishi only felt a sweet feeling in her heart. After a long while, she seemed to have thought of something, raised her head, and asked curiously, "Suhi, can you make medicine?" Suhi just nodded lightly, thinking that Bai Jishi's wound had not been properly treated, and urged softly, "Let's go." The 2 of them walked directly out of the school and got into the McLaren 720S. Suhi navigated to the largest Chinese medicine shop and rushed towards his destination. Soon, the 2 arrived at the largest Chinese medicine shop in Deepening. Looking at the Chinese medicine shop, which was as big as a small hospital, both of them were stunned. There were a lot of customers in the Chinese medicine shop. In just a short while, I saw several people walking in quickly. The parking lot in front of the store is also full of cars. Suhi got out of the car and pulled Bai Jishi in. The Chinese medicine shop is decorated in a completely Chinese style. It looks very charming everywhere and the area inside is also very spacious. It is obvious at first glance that it is a very standard Chinese medicine shop. There are many consulting rooms on both sides of the hall, and many patients are queuing in front of the doors. There was no nurse calling out numbers here, but the guests lined up spontaneously and everything seemed well organized. Staff members would bring hot water from time to time, which was much better than the service in ordinary hospitals. Because Chinese medicine stores can decoct Chinese medicine on your behalf, as soon as you walk in, you can smell the faint scent of Chinese medicine floating in the air. Bai Jishi looked at the decoration of the Chinese medicine shop, gently pulled the corner of Sui's clothes, and said in a low voice, "This is just a simple burn. There's no need to make such a big fuss." To be honest, Bai Jishi was already very touched by Sui's kindness. Of course, Sui ignored Bai Jishi's request to leave. He pulled Bai Jishi straight to the counter. As soon as the two came in, the shopkeeper noticed them. There is no way around it. This young couple is handsome and pretty. Wherever they appear, they will immediately become the focus. What's wrong, you two? Do you want to see a doctor? The shopkeeper said gently with a smile on his face. The two men looked very young and might be here to see a doctor, so they took the initiative to ask questions. When Sui heard the question, he looked up and looked at the shopkeeper in front of him with a kind smile. He also smiled and replied, "No, I want to buy some Chinese medicine." Just as the shopkeeper was about to ask for the prescription, he heard Sui start to read out the names of the medicinal ingredients. After hearing Sui's words, the shopkeeper reacted quickly and picked up a pen to write it down. Bai Jishi stood aside, completely stunned by the perfect match between Sui and the shopkeeper. What Sui said just now was so fluent. Bai Jishi looked towards Sui with a look full of inquiry. I didn't tell Sui in advance that I was burned. Sui was driving on the road and had no chance to check the information. Could it be that Sui really knows medical skills? Thinking of this, a strange color flashed in Bai Jishi's beautiful eyes. The shopkeeper at the counter was equally surprised. The shopkeeper took notes quickly while looking at Sui. It's really great that such a young child understands pharmacology. At this moment, Sui mentioned the last medicinal ingredient. The shopkeeper who was taking notes was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. The last medicine that Sui mentioned was a particularly unpopular Chinese medicine. Sorry, young man, this last one was just taken away by someone. The shopkeeper looked at Sui apologetically. Even a large Chinese medicine store like theirs would not stock too many of those particularly unpopular Chinese medicines. To be honest, the shopkeeper was a little embarrassed in this situation and could only wait for Sui to make his own choice. At this moment, an old man standing nearby heard the shopkeeper's words and looked towards Sui. The old man was wearing a grey tang suit and looked very kind, but he looked a little unwell. Despite this, the old man stood very straight and looked like a very cultured man. The old man looked at Sui leisurely and was very interested in this young and handsome guy in front of him. After all, most of the customers who come to Chinese medicine shops are elderly, and there are really no young people like this. Most young people today would choose Western medicine, which is simple to take, and they believe in the physical condition shown by data. Only older people who still remember what the Chinese treasure is will not bother to choose this medical method that can truly cure the symptoms. The old man looked at Sui with great admiration. He was right next to them just now and heard the conversation between Sui and the shopkeeper clearly. Moreover, Sui had just described in detail the types and quantities of medicinal materials he wanted. Although they are not very precious Chinese medicines, they form a very good prescription. Thinking of this, the old man had already walked towards Sui. There was a little old man following the old man. The little old man seems to be about the same age as the old man, but he is shorter and looks skinny. He had a strong smell of Chinese medicine on him, which spread into the air around him as he walked. At this time, the shopkeeper has proposed his own solution. Your prescription is missing an ingredient. How about asking our Chinese medicine doctor to prescribe a new prescription for you? Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. It is not the case that if one medicine is gone, you can simply replace it with another one and achieve the same effect. The entire prescription must reach a balanced and coordinated state to be considered a real prescription. Before Sui could reply, the old man and the little old man had already walked up to Sui. The old man took the initiative to interrupt and asked, "Little boy, is anyone in your family burned?" Sui turned his head as he was asked and saw two old men, one tall and one short, standing beside him. Looking at the other person's smiling expression, Sui nodded kindly and replied with a smile, "Yes, my girlfriend got burned." After saying this, Sui's gaze turned to Bai Jishi, his eyes full of tenderness. But soon, Sui withdrew his gaze and said helplessly to the two old men. But this last ingredient is gone. I have to find another place to search for it. Sui did not plan to change the prescription. This prescription was cheap and effective. Anyway, it was only missing one medicine, so he could just look for another one. The old man looked at the affectionate young couple in front of him and felt deeply moved. He laughed and said in a very talkative manner, "What a coincidence! The last one is right here with me." As the old man spoke, he turned his head to look at the old man next to him and instructed him, "Go and get that medicine." When the old man heard what the old man said, his eyes widened instantly and he said in disbelief, this medicine is also very important in our prescription. If they were to send it out like this, they would have to go through the trouble to search for it. After all, this medicine is still very unpopular. If even large Chinese medicine shops like this one don't have much in stock, many small Chinese medicine shops don't even have any stock. The old man looked at the unhappy look on the old man's face and smiled. He waved his hand gently and said, "It's okay, it's just a medicine, not something precious. It will be easier for us to find it than for these youngsters." The old man didn't think too much about it. He just felt that Sui looked very familiar and had some good feelings towards this child. "So I just wanted to help this young man. It's just a medicine anyway, it's not that difficult." The old man's gaze fell on Sui, as if he was looking at something through this young man. He smiled helplessly, shook his head at the old man, and said, "Look at the young people nowadays, how much they love their wives. I want to show some love to that old woman now, but I no longer have the chance. Tell me, what did you end up with in the end when you were pursuing fame and gain?" "Only when I chased it to the end did I realize that everything was just a passing cloud. If he had the chance now to exchange the fame and fortune he once had for his lover, he would definitely make the choice without hesitation. It's a pity that the most impossible thing to have in this world is a pill for regret." The old man understood the old man's thoughts very well. He took out the medicine from the medicine bag and handed it to the old man. The old man looked at the medicine in his hand, then looked at Bai Jishi standing opposite him, and said with great emotion, "You are so lucky, you have a boyfriend who loves you so much. It is definitely a great blessing in life to find a lover who understands you." When Bai Jishi heard someone praising Sui, she couldn't help but tighten her hand around Sui. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. Tilting her head to look at Sui, Bai Jishi pursed her lips, but still couldn't hide the smile on the corner of her mouth. She nodded a little shyly and proudly, causing the old man opposite to laugh. This sweetness, and the light in Bai Jishi's eyes that almost turned into reality, this is the manifestation of true love. When the old man thought of this, he suddenly stretched out his hand and patted his forehead, then said with a smile, "Look at my brain. I was so busy talking that I almost forgot about the important things. Take this medicine." After saying that, the old man handed the herbs in his hand to Sui. Sui quickly reached out and took it, and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, old man." Bai Jishi was beside her and also thanked. "Thank you so much, Grandpa. You are such a good man." Chapter 14, Unexpected Incident, Embracing the School Beauty. Sui also took out money at this time and wanted to pay for the medicine. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand gently and said indifferently, "It's just a herb, not worth anything, just take it." Seeing that the old man insisted, Sui turned around and paid for the other medicinal materials. Sui walked back to the counter with the receipt and handed it over, while making his request to the shopkeeper. "Please help me grind these Chinese herbs. I need them in powder form." "Okay, wait a moment." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly responded, picked up the Chinese medicine, and walked to the back. The Chinese medicine powder grinding process is very fast. The staff quickly ground the powder and took it out. Sui took the Chinese medicine and was about to leave, but suddenly turned his head to look at the old man next to him. He thought about it and said the name of the Chinese medicine. Everyone present was stunned, and Sui explained, "In fact, you can try another medicine to replace this one. I believe the effect will be better." "Better results?" The old man raised his eyebrows, his eyes lingered on Sui's face, and after a long while he smiled and said, "You little brat, you really dare to talk nonsense. Do you know what disease I have or what medicine I take? How dare you talk nonsense?" The old man's tone was very gentle, and it could be heard that he did not blame Sui. Instead, he spoke in a joking tone. The old man is a man who has become a good doctor through his long experience of illness, so he naturally knows that a prescription is not as simple as just adjusting one medicine. However, the little old man standing next to the old man, after listening to what the old man just said, fell into deep thought, with his eyebrows tightly twisted together. Suhi smiled faintly. He didn't say much, but just said gently, "If you trust me, just give it a try. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, Sui took Bai Jishi's hand and walked out of the Chinese medicine department. Let's go search outside and see if we can find that medicine." The old man turned his head and saw the old man next to him with a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was struggling with something. Seeing this, the old man also raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The old man did not answer the old man's words, but looked at the shopkeeper beside him and asked for a medicinal ingredient. It was exactly the medicine that Suhi had just mentioned. The old man looked at the old man at this time and explained, "I carefully reasoned about the pharmacology and found that from a pharmacological point of view, such a swap is completely possible. I think we can give it a try." There were some things the old man didn't say directly. He thought about it carefully and found that the Chinese medicine Suhi mentioned seemed to be more effective. However, the specific effect depends on the actual use. The old man had never expected this result. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, if you say so, let's give it a try. Anyway, I'm almost tortured by this disease now, so I'm not afraid of trying a few more times." The old man was a carefree person by nature. Although he was talking about something very painful, he still had a smile on his face. The shopkeeper also brought the Chinese medicine at this time. After the two took it, they turned around and left the medicine store. At this time, Suhi and Bai Jishi had already returned to the car. Suhi held Bai Jishi's hand, feeling the soft touch in the palm of his hand as if he was holding a rare treasure, and carefully applied the powder on it. Suhi tried to move as lightly as possible while soothing her softly. "If you feel uncomfortable, tell me." Bai Jishi nodded woodenly. Her whole heart was melted by Suhi's cautious look. How can I care about that little discomfort? After Suhi applied the medicine powder, he bandaged Bai Jishi's wound with gauze and did not forget to tie a bow on it. Looking at his own achievements, Suhi looked at them again and again with satisfaction, and said jokingly, "Such a playful bow design immediately makes this cut perfectly match your outfit today." "Design? Match?" Bai Jishi couldn't help but burst out laughing. She glanced at Suhi coquettishly and asked curiously, "By the way, Suhi, you just suggested changing the medicine for that old man. Do you know what disease that old man has?" Bai Jishi believed that Suhi was definitely not the kind of person who would act without a purpose. Facing Bai Jishi's curious gaze, Suhi nodded gently and said in a very affirmative tone, "I know. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. It is not necessary to take the pulse to understand a patient's physical condition. What's more, Suhi is a person who possesses God-level medical skills, and he has his own insights into the methods of diagnosing diseases." Having said that, Suhi paused for a moment and continued. "That old man looked healthy, but his lips were actually dark red, completely different from the deep red color that one should have when one is older. This is due to insufficient qi in blood, and all 5 internal organs are deficient. It is obvious that the qi and blood are being maintained by the herbs." Bai Jishi listened to Sui's clear and logical explanation and asked in shock, "How can you be so sure?" Sui grinned and patiently explained to Bai Jishi, "When that short old man opened the medicine package, I could already smell the prescription. And there are only a few prescriptions that can use that medicine, so I naturally know them." Suhi believes that inferences based on a single piece of evidence are prone to deviations, but if inferences are based on multiple chains of evidence, the results will be closer to the truth. When Bai Jishi heard Suhi's words, she immediately showed an expression of admiration, especially her beautiful eyes, which were full of pink bubbles. She felt that her boyfriend was a treasure boy. Suhi is obviously a student just like her, but he has such amazing medical skills. After the feelings of envy and admiration, a sense of pride quietly rose in Bai Jishi's heart. "Look at the boyfriend we found, how can he be so outstanding?" Suhi looked at Bai Jishi tenderly and said with a smile, "I'll take you back now. Your hand needs some rest." Bai Jishi nodded, and suddenly her cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was a message on the phone. After Bai Jishi quickly read through it, she said to Sui, "Let's go back to school. The calligraphy department of the student union is holding a calligraphy and painting exhibition today. Why don't we go and have a look together?" As the president of the student union, Bai Jishi still has to attend such activities in person. Su-hee agreed without hesitation. He started the car and drove towards the school. After parking the car outside the school, the two walked hand in hand towards the auditorium where the calligraphy and painting exhibition was held. The auditorium was decorated very meticulously. The cadres of the calligraphy department, together with the members, had already placed some of the calligraphy club's works around the auditorium. When Su-hee and Bai Jishi arrived at the auditorium, the place was already very lively. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was packed with people. After all, it was an activity organized by the school, and many students from the school came to the scene. Everyone was chatting and walking around, and the scene was very noisy. Su-hee looked at the situation at the scene and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "My goodness, this is quite a scene." Bai Jishi smiled brightly and said, "My classmates are giving me face, it's no big deal." At this time, many classmates noticed Su-hee and Bai Jishi. With the appearance of the two people, it immediately caused quite a stir at the scene. "Look! Our school beauty Bai actually came here with a boy, and they were holding hands. Oh my god, this is big news. You don't know yet, do you? This news has already spread in the school. That boy is the boyfriend of the school beauty Bai. This morning, the school beauty Bai even went to deliver breakfast." "What did you say? School beauty Bai personally delivered breakfast? I don't believe it. That's something only a bootlicker would do. How could our high and mighty goddess do something that lowers her status like this?" "It's true." In the morning, the boys' dormitory was in an uproar. There were so many sad and upset people, all spreading the news. The classmates were talking about it, they simply couldn't believe the rumors. But soon, the attention of the students at the scene shifted to Su-hee. "I'm not saying this, but Campus Belle Bai's boyfriend is really handsome. Look at his face, it's simply perfect. It's not enough that he's handsome, he also has a great body. Look at the muscles that are barely visible under his clothes, he's almost shaping up to be a great figure. She has such a good boyfriend. Isn't her taste too sharp? I'm so jealous." Bai Jishi also heard the discussions of the people around her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her good mood at the moment. As if she had thought of something, Bai Jishi deliberately straightened her chest to make her figure look even more proud. At the same time, Bai Jishi leaned towards Su-hee, and the two of them looked very intimate in their current posture. Seeing Bai Jishi's cute and cuddly appearance, the boys at the scene wailed again. "It's over, my goddess has really been taken away by someone." Su-hee and Bai Jishi walked around the exhibition as if no one was around, and they headed towards where the calligraphy club members were gathering. There are many tables in the center of the auditorium, on which are placed the four treasures of the study. Members of the calligraphy club and calligraphy enthusiasts can perform ink splashing demonstrations here. Bai Jishi walked forward happily, not noticing at all when her shoelaces had become undone. Bai Jishi accidentally stepped on her shoelaces, tripped and lost her balance. Seeing that Bai Jishi was about to fall, Su-hee reached out and embraced Bai Jishi without hesitation. Chapter 15. Why can he do it but I can't? However, because it was an emergency, Su-hee was unable to keep his balance for a moment and his body hit the corner of the table. With this collision, the table shook violently, and the paperweight placed on the other side was knocked directly to the ground. The paperweight was made of porcelain and shattered immediately after it fell off the table. Bai Jishi was the closest, so she naturally noticed that Su-hee's waist had hit the corner of the table just now. "Are you okay, Su-hee?" As soon as Bai Jishi stood firm, she looked at Su-hee and asked in an anxious tone. In order to ensure that the ink splashers can perform normally, the Calligraphy Association brought in large solid wood tables that are heavy. Bai Jishi looked at the table fiercely, and if it hit her like this, she would definitely be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Bai Jishi felt a pang of guilt. It was because of my carelessness that Su-hee got injured. Just when Bai Jishi was getting anxious, she saw Su-hee squatting down. The movement of bending over looked like he was enduring pain. When Bai Jishi saw this, she became even more anxious. She subconsciously thought that Su-hee was in so much pain that he could not stand. Bai Jishi was about to speak, thinking about whether to ask two boys for help while helping Su-hee to the infirmary. Suddenly she found Su-hee squatting in front of her, helping her tie her shoelaces. To be honest, this was something Bai Jishi herself had not expected. After all, boys nowadays are very concerned about their reputation, so how could they be willing to do such a thing? Not to mention, it was done in front of so many people. But Bai Jishi could see that Suhi was doing this very naturally, as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. At this moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. This picture is so sweet. I feel like I'm having a relapse of diabetes after so many years. Some girls feel upset when they see the sweet scene. She deliberately used her other foot to untie her shoelaces, then stretched her foot out and dangled it in front of her boyfriend. Look, my shoelaces are also undone, so I can only leave them like this. Look at him. He didn't even need to say anything, he just took the initiative to step forward and remember it. The boy watched helplessly and quickly spoke to comfort her. Okay, I'll tie your shoelaces for you too. It's no big deal. I just didn't notice it. The girl looked at him with satisfaction, and after her boyfriend bent down to tie her shoelaces, she nodded with satisfaction. After Sui tied his shoelaces and stood up, Bai Jishi immediately pulled him up and looked him up and down, asking him questions. Suhi, did you bump into something just now? Are you okay? Sui shook his head slightly and said, No. Really? Bai Jishi was afraid that Suhi was lying to her, so she opened her mouth to confirm again. Sui patiently replied with a smile. Don't worry, I'm really fine. After comforting Bai Jishi, Suhi walked towards the members of the calligraphy club and said apologetically, I'm sorry for damaging your paperweight. I'm willing to compensate you at the original price. The paperweight just now belonged to the deputy director of the calligraphy department, a very pretty girl. After hearing Sui's words, the deputy minister took the initiative to come out, waved his hand very kindly, and said, No, everyone saw it, and you didn't break it on purpose, so why should you pay for it? It's just a porcelain paperweight, and we are all alumni of the same school, so there's really no need to be so polite. After Sui heard this, he realized that the deputy minister was indeed sincere, so he did not insist any further. The classmates next to him saw how polite Sui was, and their evaluation of him improved. This little episode passed quickly and everyone continued to admire the calligraphy works around the auditorium. After a while, a boy was so busy looking at the calligraphy and paintings that he didn't notice the table next to him at all. He also bumped into the corner of the table and smashed a paperweight as well. Seeing the paperweight fall to the ground and break into several pieces, the boy quickly apologized. I'm really sorry, I didn't see it. After apologizing, the boy wanted to turn around and leave. When the deputy minister saw this, he quickly caught up with them, stopped the boy in front, and said, Classmate, you can't leave now. You haven't paid the compensation yet. Compensation? Hearing the deputy minister's words, the boy was visibly stunned. He blinked and asked with some doubt. Didn't you just say that as long as it wasn't broken on purpose, you don't have to pay compensation? As the boy spoke, his tone became increasingly bad, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He felt that the current treatment was very unfair. That boy just broke the paperweight, why didn't you ask for money? But you ask for money from me, isn't that hypocritical? A paperweight isn't worth much, but such double standards would be considered unfair by everyone. It is very hurtful and insulting. That's too much. The deputy minister sneered at him and said in an equally cold voice. That was our president's boyfriend just now. What about you? Who are you? That tone, that look, it's as if to say, who are you sending it to? Just one sentence petrified the boy on the spot. At this time, other students around also spoke up. That classmate just now offered to compensate you, but you're just going to walk away without even saying an apology. And you want him to pay for your mistake. Why? That's right. You only saw that they didn't have to pay compensation, but you didn't see their attitude and actions. They called you, and you still had the nerve to make so many excuses. If you break something, you have to pay for it. This is only natural. Don't people buy their things with money? What kind of logic is this? What kind of person is this? Faced with the accusations from people around him, the boy was already ashamed. He hurriedly took out his wallet, paid the money obediently, and then quickly merged into the crowd in shame. Suhi and Bai Jishi were still walking in the auditorium, holding hands, both of them enjoying this time. The two people followed the flow of people, walking and stopping, and occasionally communicating in low voices, commenting on the works. When the students next to them saw the scene, they felt like dog food from the sky was flying right into their faces. It's obviously such a serious calligraphy exhibition, but people are so sweet and romantic about it. Are you polite? Bai Jishi didn't notice the reactions of the people around her. She raised her hand and pointed at the table in front of her, smiling and saying, "There's a specially designated practice area over there. Let's go take a look." The practice area here is specially set up for newcomers, where they can try calligraphy or painting. On the desk are not only the 4 treasures of the study and a series of utensils needed for calligraphy, but also some written explanations. Sui brought Bai Jishi to the table and looked at the explanation printed on the A4 paper next to it, and suddenly laughed. He looked at Bai Jishi and asked with a smile, "You are all college students, how can you not know these things? You are just like elementary school students." Bai Jishi smiled, but she suppressed her smile and explained, "It's the novice practice area. Many places are designed like this, so we followed suit." Bai Jishi said this, gently shook Sui's arm, and asked curiously, "Sui, can you write calligraphy?" Sui nodded and said with a smile, "I learned a little bit before." "Really? That's amazing." Bai Jishi's eyes sparkled. She stood there coquettishly and blinked at Sui. "But I don't know how to do it. Do you want to teach me?" Faced with such a lovely request, Sui would certainly not refuse. "Good." Sui smiled indifferently, took Bai Jishi to the table, picked up a brush and put it in her hand. Holding the wooden pen in the delicate little hands like scallion whites, there seems to be a special kind of beauty. Bai Jishi let Sui teach her, with stars shining from time to time in her beautiful eyes. She shook her hands and said, "Is this how you hold the pen? But look at this weird posture, how are you supposed to write?" Bai Jishi's voice sounded like a kitten, as if a furry kitten rubbed against Sui's skin, making him feel itchy. Sui's eyes were full of tenderness. He stretched out his big hand, completely covered Bai Jishi's small hand, and said with a low smile, "Be good, I'll teach you." Sui's good words seemed to carry a magical power, making Bai Jishi stop being naughty and let Sui's hand guide her to write on the rice paper. As he wrote, Sui taught Bai Jishi the secrets of calligraphy. Don't be too stiff with your hands, relax your fingers a little, and use your wrist strength to control the direction of the pen tip. Sui's hands-on teaching gave a strong stimulus to the students who were practicing writing. The classmates looked at the 2 men's backs with resentment, as if a monster was roaring in their hearts. "Are you walking dog food vending machines? We have come here to hide, do you still need to force us to eat dog food?" Some girls were even more angry when they saw their dull boyfriends. "They are both boys, why is there such a big difference between them?" While these students were wailing, some new students were also stunned. Looking at Sui and Bai Jishi, who looked like a golden boy and a jade girl, one is filled with jealousy, envy and hatred. Especially the boys, their hearts were bleeding like crazy. "My beloved goddess was taken away by someone else, and I have to watch 2 people show their affection? What a sin!" Chapter 16 Jinling Banquet. Because a large number of students were stuck here, a male director of the calligraphy and painting department squeezed over to check the situation. After all, this is an activity organized by the department, and we can't let any accidents happen due to crowding. Please everyone make way. As soon as the male director of the calligraphy and painting department squeezed in, he saw Sui teaching Bai Jishi how to write. Such a scene made the male minister stunned on the spot. The male minister looked at Bai Jishi and thought secretly, what happened to the president? Others may not know, but he knows it clearly. President Bai Jishi has won the Suzhou and Hangzhou Calligraphy Award, and not just once. Almost every time she participates in a competition, she will win the gold medal. Bai Jishi was actually taught calligraphy by Sui? Is it that something is wrong with my brain, or is there something wrong somewhere else? The male head of the calligraphy department swallowed hard twice. He looked at Bai Jishi and wanted to ask, "President, you are not." Before the male minister finished speaking, he saw Bai Jishi glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. With such a vicious look, the male minister's words were choked in his throat and he dared not say another word. Sui felt the soft little hand in his palm and didn't notice anything about the actions between the male minister and Bai Jishi. "How is it? Do you feel the touch?" Sui asked softly while writing with Bai Jishi's hand. Bai Jishi blinked her eyes and pretended to be very serious and said to Sui, "It doesn't seem to work yet, please teach me again." Of course Sui would not be stupid enough to refuse. He and Bai Jishi interacted with each other. It was supposed to be a lively calligraphy exhibition, but it turned into a scene of affectionate show of love between the 2 of them. The students passing by all looked heartbroken. They quickened their pace and left, thinking very depressedly in their hearts. Is this still our student union president who is devoted to school affairs? This. He is completely a love-brained person, okay? He actually shows his affection in public. Our school beauty by has changed after all. It's all because of this brat who suddenly showed up. He actually succeeded in sneak attacking her and tricked her into marrying him. This is so unfair. No wonder the school beauty by has become more beautiful these past 2 days. It turns out she is in love. Woohoo, I feel so uncomfortable. Su-hee and Bai Jishi had written enough. Su-hee looked at the time on his wrist and suddenly said to Bai Jishi, "It's almost noon now, let's go have a meal." Bai Jishi nodded. She looked at Su-hee and asked, "Speaking of eating, where do you usually eat? The school cafeteria?" Su-hee pulled Bai Jishi up and walked outside, saying as he walked, "It doesn't matter what I ate before. What's important is that now that I have a girlfriend, I must take her to eat the best food." Bai Jishi felt sweet in her heart, but she didn't want Su-hee to spend too much money, so she took the initiative to suggest, "Let's not go too far. How about we just go to the Western restaurant outside the school? I eat there sometimes and it's pretty good." The two of them talked as they walked out of the school. From the auditorium to the school gate, this short journey was filled with the laughter of Su-hee and Bai Jishi, which was blown far away by the wind. When the students passing by saw this, they were filled with jealousy, envy, and hatred. This is what they imagined, the real campus romance. Bai Jishi took Su-hee to a Western restaurant. The two ordered today's special set meal and planned to go for a walk outside the school in the afternoon. At the same time, in an old house in Jinling. From the simple incense burner, bursts of smoke wafted out, which is the fragrance of pure sandalwood. Pure sandalwood has become increasingly scarce over the years, not to mention that good wood that can be used to burn incense is absolutely a priceless treasure. Surrounded by sandalwood and the mahogany furniture with a heavy classical feel, the entire old house exudes a grand atmosphere. It also shows what an extraordinary person the owner of this old house is. At this time, the aroma of Chinese medicine came from the hall of the old house. In the misty hot air, the figures of two old people were visible. It was in the morning that the old man gave away medicinal herbs in the pharmacy. The old man's name was Moroni. He sat in a chair drinking tea, looking very calm. Looking at the old man fanning himself while boiling Chinese medicine, Moroni said, "Zhang Ming, I forgot to leave the little guy's contact information this morning. That little guy is quite interesting." As Moroni was thinking, Su-hee's appearance flashed before his eyes. The old man admired such a young man with outstanding appearance, temperament, and the calmness he displayed. Zhang Ming, who was standing next to him, paused when he heard the old man's words, and then said, "I do have a heart for talent, but judging from the situation, this kind of person is either a student of a famous teacher or was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine." Both Zhang Ming and Moroni could see that Su-hee had a very good foundation in pharmacology. How many young children today are truly willing to learn these good things left by our ancestors? So when they saw this young man, both of them were attracted by his talent. It was precisely because of this that the old man felt so regretful about not leaving contact information with Su-hee. Zhang Ming suddenly sighed, his eyes fixed on the Chinese medicine jar, and he spoke very carefully. The medicine that the child replaced also makes sense from a pharmacological point of view. But the specific effect cannot be guaranteed. It's not that Zhang Ming is not good at medicine, but he has never seen such a combination in the various prescriptions passed down from ancient times to the present. To be honest, even Zhang Ming was a little nervous. At this time, the Chinese medicine had been boiled. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he stood up and poured the medicine into the bowl. As he moved, the aroma of Chinese medicine in the room became stronger. Moroni, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter." Didn't the little guy say it in a very decisive manner? Besides, conventions are meant to be broken. Just because it has never happened before doesn't mean the effect won't be good. Moroni took the bowl of medicine handed to him by Zhang Ming and drank it directly. Seeing that the bowl of medicine was almost empty, Zhang Ming asked with concern, "How is it? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Moroni waved his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "I just drank it, how could the reaction be so quick, huh?" Moroni suddenly stopped talking here. He only felt a warm current swirling in his stomach, and then flowing toward his limbs. As the heat surged, Moroni felt unusually comfortable and a thin layer of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Moroni felt that he had not felt such a comfortable feeling for a long time. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Ming asked anxiously. Moroni shook his head. The expression on his face changed from surprise at the beginning to ecstasy. He said happily, "It's not that I feel uncomfortable, but I feel more comfortable than ever before. I've been taking medicine for so long, but this is the first time I feel so comfortable. This feeling is amazing." Moroni was very sure that this slight adjustment would give a completely different feeling than their previous prescription. What? Hearing Moroni's description, Zhang Ming's face showed shock. The effect is so good? Could it be that the young man today was not speaking out of nowhere, but was actually a master who truly understood Chinese medicine? Zhang Ming is an old Chinese doctor, so he naturally knows many great Chinese doctors who can tell the patient's symptoms at a glance through other diagnostic methods. But such a person must be an experienced old man. How old is that young man today? At most, he is probably in his 20s. Moroni looked at Zhang Ming excitedly and said in a very serious tone, "This prescription is much more effective than the previous medicine." Moroni was very aware of the changes in his body and had been relying on the effects of the medicine to hold on. The feeling now made Moroni feel the hope of recovery for the first time. The more Moroni thought about it, the more excited he became, and his breathing became heavier. It was also the first time that Zhang Ming saw Moroni like this. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and then he was filled with joy. His heart was filled with all kinds of shock. He certainly didn't expect such a result. According to Zhang Ming's idea, the best result of changing the medicine would be that the effect remains the same. But they never expected that this result gave them a surprise. Zhang Ming exhaled heavily and said with great emotion, "It seems that sometimes you really have to break the rules to get different rewards." Old Master Moroni felt a comfort he had never felt before, and said with great regret, "It would be nice if I had contact information, so I can thank that young friend." However, Old Man Moroni also knew that Sui proposed this change plan probably because of the medicine he gave him as a gift. This cause and effect has actually ended. Thinking of this, Moroni didn't think too much about it. After all, people come and go, it's all about fate. When destiny arrives, we will naturally meet again. Moroni picked up the tea and took a sip. He shouted towards the door and called in a middle-aged man. "Master, what do you want me to do?" The middle-aged man bowed and said respectfully. Moroni asked directly, "How are the preparations for tomorrow's Jinling banquet going?" The middle-aged man replied quickly, "Master, don't worry, everything for the banquet has been prepared. After all, this is a big thing they have been preparing for recently." Moroni nodded, waved his hand at the middle-aged man, and said, "Okay, you go down first." Chapter 17 Brothers, I'm not going back tonight. At this time, Sui was walking out of the hotel with Bai Jishi. The two of them went out to play for an afternoon and had dinner nearby. Sui took Bai Jishi into the McLaren 720s. As Sui started the car, he said to Bai Jishi, "Are you tired today? I'll take you home." "Good." Bai Jishi smiled very sweetly and answered obediently. The two continued talking in the car, and Bai Jishi found that she and Sui seemed to have endless things to say. She had never been so eager to talk to someone, like a little chatterbox. Sui was a good listener. He was driving while talking seriously to Bai Jishi. While changing gears and waiting for red lights, Sui would gently pull Bai Jishi's hand. The narrow car was already filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Soon, Sui drove Bai Jishi downstairs. Bai Jishi looked at the familiar scene of the neighborhood, and it was the first time she felt that the distance was so short. "Then I'll go back." As Bai Jishi was talking to Sui, she suddenly noticed several small ink spots on Sui's shoulders. "Hey, your clothes are dirty." Bai Jishi approached Sui, and after careful observation, she discovered that there were also many small black spots in other places. Looking at Sui like this, Bai Jishi said directly to Sui, "You get off with me." Sui was a little confused, but he still opened the car door and got out. Then he saw Bai Jishi coming over and pulling him towards the unit. Before Sui could figure out what Bai Jishi was going to do, Bai Jishi had already pulled him into the house. As soon as she entered the door, Bai Jishi said to Sui, "Take off your clothes." Bai Jishi spoke so quickly and confidently that Sui was stunned. "Sui, is it so direct? Should there be a process?" Bai Jishi looked at Sui standing there in a daze, then she reacted and quickly explained. "I mean, I'll help you with the laundry." Sui looked at Bai Jishi's slightly red face and said with a smile, it's okay even if that's what I meant." However, Sui was also afraid that Bai Jishi was too shy to keep her face, so he added, "No need for clothes, I'll just wash them when I get home." Bai Jishi put down her things, went to the bathroom to wash her hands, and said to Sui, "Don't be so polite, let me wash it. If you don't wash it properly, the ink will spread. Once the ink spreads and seeps into the fibers of clothes, it becomes really difficult to wash off." Bai Jishi paused here and continued, "Besides, isn't doing laundry one of a girlfriend's responsibilities?" Sui was also amused when he heard Bai Jishi's confident words. He looked at Bai Jishi and asked, "Then what should I wear if you wash my clothes? You can't just go back shirtless like this, right?" Even if Sui doesn't mind, he might be regarded as a pervert. Bai Jishi was stunned when she heard this. She had never thought about this before. She has always lived alone, so there is naturally no way there would be men's clothes in her house. After thinking hard for a while, Bai Jishi suddenly said, "If that's the case, then you can just sleep here. It's not like there's no place else." Bai Jishi spoke with a slight stutter and her eyes had already drifted elsewhere. She was too embarrassed to meet Sui's gaze. As if she was worried that Sui would feel embarrassed, Bai Jishi said very firmly, "Besides, I'm your girlfriend, not a stranger. What do you have to be shy about?" Although Bai Jishi pretended to be calm, the two blushes on her cheeks betrayed her. This is definitely the most assertive words spoken with the most tempting blushing face. Sui was stunned after listening to Bai Jishi's words. Shy? That's not the case. Sui did not hesitate and took off his shirt directly, revealing his muscular body. Bai Jishi looked at Sui's naked upper body with her eyes wide open and she stood there in a daze. This. In Bai Jishi's impression, Sui was a man with a relatively well-proportioned figure, but he did not look very strong. "I didn't expect that he would be so strong after taking off his clothes. This figure, with its obvious 8-pack abs, is simply amazing." Bai Jishi was giving thumbs up crazily in her heart while staring at Sui's chest muscles. Seeing Bai Jishi almost drooling, Sui smiled and asked, "Isn't it nice? Haven't you seen it? Do you want to take a closer look?" Bai Jishi stomped her feet after hearing what Sui said, snorted coldly, and lightly rebuked. "What's so great about that? As if everyone doesn't have a good figure." Sui. "Okay, if you say so, I admit that my chest muscles are indeed not as good as yours." Sui handed the clothes in his hand to Bai Jishi and asked with concern, "Can you get your hands wet now?" Bai Jishi waved her hand in front of Sui and said with a smile, "It doesn't hurt anymore. I'll finish washing my clothes later and you can help me change the medicine." Bai Jishi didn't care too much about it. After all, it was difficult to never touch water. Anyway, Sui is here. If it doesn't work, I can just ask him to apply the medicine again. How about you teach me how to wash it and I'll do it? Sui tried to persuade Bai Jishi. Unexpectedly, Bai Jishi shook her head directly, pushed Sui onto the sofa, and said, "Really, no need, go and take a rest." Seeing that Bai Jishi insisted, Sui stopped talking and sat down on the sofa. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Sui took out his mobile phone and watched the news. At this moment, Sui received a message on his mobile phone. When I opened it, it was a WeChat message from the boss Dong Hongha. "Old 4, will you come back tonight?" At this time, the boss Dong Hongha was sitting in a chair holding his mobile phone, looking at the screen with anticipation. The second and third brothers were standing next to him, and they would look at the eldest brother's phone screen from time to time, with the same gossipy looks on their faces. The third brother stroked his chin, looked at the two people beside him, and asked, "From the perspective of Lao Si's pace, he will definitely not come back today." The second brother listened to what the third brother said and nodded in approval. On the contrary, the boss Dong Hongha looked at the two people with experienced expressions and said with disdain, "Don't use your dirty thoughts to judge Lao Si. If you ask me, Lao Si will definitely come back. I bet 10 bags of spicy noodles." The boss said it with great confidence. Considering Sui's character, he will definitely not lose out on these 10 packs of spicy strips. The second and third brothers looked at each other and said almost in unison, "Okay, we'll make a bet with you. Plus 3 bottles of Coke, and chicken feet and potato chips." The second and third brothers are also full of confidence. Love is love, it's all about hormones, what does it have to do with character? At this moment, the eyes of both sides collided. Just at this moment, the boss's cell phone rang. It's a message from Sui. Boss, what are you thinking about? As soon as the boss saw Sui's message, he immediately became excited and said loudly, Look, I'll tell you what I am saying. Lao Si and I are both decent people, and we won't let those ordinary women get us so easily. The second and third brothers. That's not an ordinary woman, she is the school belle belle. If they had such good fortune, they would definitely devote themselves to her until their death. However, after expressing their feelings, the second and third brothers were also ready to accept defeat. The second brother sighed, picked up the phone on the table and said, Buying drinks and snacks is nothing, but facing such a beautiful woman, it's not easy for the fourth brother to bear it. Just when the second and third brothers were getting ready to leave, Sui's second message arrived. If you go back like this, are you still a man? In an instant, everyone. Oh shit. Several people in the dormitory looked at each other and started to say fuck. Counterattack. The boss was in tears. This fourth brother is really something. If he doesn't want to come home at night, then he should just not come home. Why does he go through so much trouble? Really, he almost sprained his old waist. After complaining, the three people in the dormitory became jealous, envious, and hateful. That's the school beauty by, the goddess of all the boys in the school. Just like that, she was picked by the fourth brother? It's so jealous. Damn, is this progressing too fast? It was a date, and someone delivered breakfast to him, and then he didn't come home that night. The boss was both sad and angry, and said indignantly, No, wait for the fourth brother to come back and make sure he treats us to a meal. He has to have a big meal, otherwise it would be a shame for him to win the heart of the school beauty by. The second and third brothers nodded in approval. The fourth brother is in love with the school beauty and hasn't invited us to dinner yet. This fine tradition of singles meal must not be lost. The eldest brother looked at the second and third brothers, snorted in dissatisfaction, and said, How dare you two say that? I haven't even had your singles dinner yet. Thinking that he could still have 3 big meals, the boss's mood inexplicably improved a lot. Even though I ate it with tears, it was compensation after all. The second and third brothers glared at the eldest brother almost at the same time and said, Don't talk about those useless things for now, go buy some drinks and snacks. The eldest brother Dong Hongha rolled his eyes, picked up his cell phone and went out. The second and third brothers each pulled up a chair and sat down, saying with great emotion, When the fourth brother comes back, we must learn from him. He is truly amazing. That was the campus beauty by, the goddess of the whole school, and he got her so quietly. Maybe they can also learn from this and travel through the sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on them from now on. Chapter 18 Kiss the White School Beauty. After Sui sent a message to his boss and boasted about it, he saw Bai Jishi coming out with the washed clothes. The clothes have been washed clean and are hung on the clothes hanger, and are about to be taken to the balcony to dry. As soon as Bai Jishi came out, she saw Sui's smiling face. She became curious and asked, What's wrong, Sui? Are you happy? Of course Sui didn't elaborate, he just smiled softly. It's okay, I just boasted. You're hiding it from me. Bai Jishi said, then turned around to hang up the clothes. But before turning around, he did not forget to glance at Sui's muscles. These 8-pack abs and waistline look so sexy. After Bai Jishi hung up the clothes, she took the wash towel from the balcony, handed it to Sui and said, Please tie it on quickly, it's attracting too much attention. This muscular body is so tempting. Sui looked helpless, but still took it and put it on. Then he grabbed Bai Jishi, who was about to leave, pulled her to sit down, and prepared to change her medicine. After removing the old gauze, I found that the burn on Bai Jishi's hand had healed a lot. The redness and swelling that were obvious before were almost invisible. Bai Jishi exclaimed when she saw it, and looked at Sui with eyes full of surprise. Sui, the medicine you prescribed is really effective. Look, everything is healed. Sui didn't say anything. He took Bai Jishi's hand and carefully applied the medicine. After bandaging it, he spoke. Wait until it's completely healed before removing it. Bai Jishi could feel Sui's genuine care and love, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She nodded obediently. The two talked for a while, and Bai Jishi found a summer quilt, prepared to fold it up, and give it to Sui to use as a pillow. Sui looked at Bai Jishi's operation and asked, Where should I sleep tonight? On the floor? Actually, I can sleep on the sofa. When Bai Jishi heard Sui's words, she paused and said calmly, No, you can just sleep on the bed, we'll each have half. As soon as Bai Jishi finished speaking, Sui lay directly on the bed. He closed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. I thought so too. The bed is still more comfortable. Bai Jishi. Blind drifter. Occupy my bed. But the words had been spoken, and Bai Jishi did not regret it. She lay down on the other side of the bed. The feeling was completely different from lying in bed normally. The two of them tossed and turned as if they had been hit by a point of stalemate. However, neither of them spoke, and they were both trying to adapt to this special feeling. At this moment, a screen of light suddenly flashed in front of Sui's eyes, and a screen of light popped out. Release the task. The host can get a chance to sign in if he kisses Bai Jishi. Sui raised his eyebrows. Is there such a good thing? Thinking about the sign-in opportunity, Sui turned around without hesitation and met the eyes of Bai Jishi, who was tossing and turning in sleep. Seeing Sui suddenly turned his head, Bai Jishi was also stunned. She was originally in the mood of being scratched by a kitten, but suddenly she began to jump violently. Bai Jishi lowered her eyes shyly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Sui looked at the stunningly beautiful Bai Jishi in front of him and felt that the angle was very unfavorable to him. It seems like the angle is a bit tricky if you lean over and kiss directly like this. While Sui was thinking, he had already approached Bai Jishi. He lowered his head and gently kissed Bai Jishi on the cheek. Sui only felt that his lips touched an extremely soft and silky touch. It was an indescribable feeling, a little cool, yet with a hint of warmth. Especially the sweet fragrance that rushed straight into Sui's nose, making him indulge in it. But Bai Jishi, who was beside him, froze and trembled uncontrollably. Even breathing began to become cautious. In front of Sui's eyes, the light curtain popped up again. It was the sign-in opportunity he got after completing the task. Host, please complete the sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and obtaining ownership of Linglong Group. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The goddess's 10x rebate skill has been upgraded to a 10x rebate skill. Linglong Group? Sui went to college in Jinling, so naturally he had heard of the name of Linglong Group. Linglong Group is a well-known enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it is also a large group with assets worth tens of billions. However, what made Sui happiest was that his goddess gave him a rebate, which was directly upgraded to 10 times the rebate. In other words, as long as Sui makes any purchases, he can get 10 times the rebate. Faced with such a result, Sui was still very happy. He took out his cell phone and checked the information of Linglong Group. Sui discovered through this investigation that Linglong Group's business scope was quite comprehensive. Bai Jishi, who was lying next to her, had all kinds of random thoughts in her head, and even her breathing became rapid. Sui kissed me, and then what? Will it? I heard from them that it was very painful the first time. And if Sui comes closer, should I push him away? Or would it be better to just let things take their own course? But if I don't resist, won't it seem like I'm not very reserved? Bai Jishi lay there, thinking about all sorts of things, and didn't know when she fell asleep. After Sui finished checking the information of Linglong Group, he put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sui woke up early. He turned over and looked at Bai Jishi, who was sleeping beside him, with a smile on his face. Bai Jishi was sleeping soundly, and Sui did not disturb her. He got up, tidied himself up, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After eating something, Sui put on his clothes. Smelling the fragrant clothes on his body, Sui subconsciously looked at Bai Jishi, who was sleeping on the bed. After leaving a note, Sui went straight out the door. Sui walked downstairs and prepared to get in the car and leave. However, on the road, a Ferrari was driving towards this side. A young man was driving the Ferrari. He was dressed elegantly and had an extraordinary temperament. There was a smile in his eyes. He was enjoying the feeling of driving a sports car amid the sound of the wind and the roar of the engine. The young man was none other than Chen Duo. Sitting on the passenger seat next to him was a young girl who was dressed very coolly and casually with a cynical expression, looking exactly like a little gangster. But I have to say that this girl has a pretty face and a hot body, and can be considered quite beautiful. Ha! Really? I was planning to go out with my sisters today. We had already made an appointment. Now I have no choice but to cancel it. Xian Mengmeng yawned, pouted regretfully, and was fixing her hair in front of the rearview mirror. Ha, do you know what kind of banquet this is today? This is the Jinling Grand Banquet. This is a banquet jointly organized by several major families in Jinling. Do you know how many people want to go but haven't had the chance? And you still feel regretful. Qian Duo was driving. When he heard Qian Mengmeng's words, he glanced at her and said a few words in an unpleasant tone. Okay. I know I'm wrong, isn't that enough? Qian Mengmeng was scolded by Qian Duo, and she felt as if she had said something wrong. She puffed up her cheeks and muttered something. Then I might as well give my chance to someone else. This is actually quite good. However, while speaking, looking at the road ahead, Qian Duo was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly turned the steering wheel and accelerated towards the roadside. The huge impact caused Qian Mengmeng's body to lean forward, and her head almost hit the car window. She immediately looked at Qian Duo beside her with a wronged look. No way, bro, I was just saying this for fun, you're not really going to leave me on the side of the road, are you? However, Qian Duo just looked at her without saying a word, then opened the car door and walked out. Su He, who was standing on the side of the road preparing to get on the bus, also noticed Qian Duo and waved at him with a smile. Brother Qian, what a coincidence! Why are you here? I thought it was a coincidence. I looked at you a little longer because you looked familiar. It turned out to be you, Brother Su. Qian Duo walked forward with a smile, and the two of them started to exchange pleasantries. Qian Mengmeng in the car also reacted at this time and was relieved. She thought her brother was really angry just now, but after all this time, it turned out that he met an acquaintance. Then she got out of the car and looked at Suhi. She was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Suhi without blinking. So handsome. What kind of handsome guy is this? Qian Mengmeng burst into amazement and hid beside Qian Duo, gently pulling at the corner of Qian Duo's clothes, looking at Suhi timidly like a girl next door. Hello, brother. After thinking for a few moments, Qian Mengmeng called out brother in a soft voice. Qian Duo immediately noticed his sister. Seeing her hiding behind him and even pulling at the corner of his clothes, he became a little impatient. Hey! Qian Mengmeng, why are you pulling my clothes? What if you damage them? They are very expensive. When have you ever stumbled so much around strangers? What's wrong with you today? Qian Mengmeng was so devastated that she looked at Qian Duo angrily but couldn't say a word. What the hell is this? You 1T die if you poop. I'm just pretending to be an innocent girl. Chapter 19 I have a good stomach, not suitable for eating soft rice. Brother Qian, who is this? Sui also waved to Qian Mengmeng, and then asked Qian Duo in confusion. Hey, I'm Qian Duo's sister, my name is Qian Mengmeng, hello brother. Oh, it's my little sister. No wonder they look so similar. Hello. My name is Su He. Su He wiped his sweat. The way these two siblings were dressed really didn't look like siblings. Qian Duo's outfit is much more mature and steady, while Qian Mengmeng is somewhat rebellious. However, this is not surprising for people of this age. Qian Mengmeng stood next to Qian Duo. The more she looked at Su He, the more handsome he seemed to her. She was even considering whether she should ask for his WeChat ID. By the way, Brother Su, are you also going to attend the Jinling banquet? Why don't we go together? It will be so much fun when we are together. Seeing Suhi appear here, Qian Duo already had a preconceived idea in his mind that Suhi was here to attend the Jinling banquet, and immediately invited Suhi to go with him. Jinling banquet? Suhi was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't know what Qian Duo was talking about. Brother Su, don't you know? Seeing Suhi's confused look, Qian Duo was also puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Suhi not to know about the Jinling banquet. To be honest with you, Brother Qian, I really don't know this. Suhi smiled awkwardly, thinking that he had never had the opportunity to know these things before, so he asked one more question. Brother Qian, I have to ask you something. What exactly is this Jinling banquet? It sounds quite impressive. Oh, this Jinling Grand Banquet is organized by several major families in Jinling. Those who come to this banquet are all upper-class people, including businessmen and dignitaries, all of whom can be regarded as prominent figures in Jinling. And the significance of holding this Jinling Grand Banquet is to provide a channel for both parties to expand their personal connections and resources. Therefore, this banquet will generally gather most of the upper-class people in Jinling. Oh. I see. Suhi nodded, now he roughly understood what it meant. While Qian Duo was explaining, he saw that Suhi was listening very seriously. It seemed that Suhi really didn't know about this. However, although Qian Duo was full of doubts, he still looked at Suhi with a smile and invited him to go with him. Brother Su, let's go and take a look with me. This banquet cannot be described in a few words. You have to go and see it for yourself. Besides, that place is not something that ordinary people can visit. It would be good for us to go and broaden our horizons. After I get there, I can introduce you to the people in my circle so that we can get to know each other. How about that? Qian Duo spoke with such passion that Sui found it hard to refuse. Okay, Brother Qian, let's go. Sui had nothing to do today, so he could take this opportunity to go and see what the upper class in Jinling was like, so he agreed with a smile. Okay, let's get in the car, just follow me. After saying that, the two of them got into their cars, Qian Duo in front and Suhi in the back. After getting in the car, Qian Mengmeng fastened her seatbelt and looked at her brother with a smile. Brother, do you think I look like a lady just now? Lady? Where is she? Qian Duo curled his lips and looked around, not giving Qian Mengmeng any face at all. Brother, why didn't I notice this before? You are so annoying. Qian Mengmeng pouted, snorted, turned her head to the side, and was not going to pay any attention to Qian Duo. Ha ha ha, little sister, what's wrong with you? Do you change when you see a handsome guy? It's really weird. I'm so handsome, and you look at me every day, but how come I haven't changed at all? Qian Duo sighed. His words were particularly true, which made Qian Mengmeng, who was standing beside him, look at him with contempt. Ha ha, you're still handsome? You're far inferior to Brother Suhi just now. The corners of Qian Duo's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say in his heart, wow, is this the critical hit from his own sister? But even if I'm really not as handsome as Suhi, I'm not that far behind. As the brother and sister chatted intermittently, the three of them soon arrived at the Tianma Club. After driving through a huge iron gate, everyone finally entered the Tianma Club. The Tianma Club is a manor-style club. Not only does it cover a vast area, but everything about it looks so magnificent. The clubhouse's building is spacious and grand, and every brick and tile is full of style and low-key luxury. Even in the daytime, the club is brightly lit. The Roman-style white-toned decoration, set against the yellow lights, makes people feel as if they have entered a palace where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Following the waiter's guidance, Suhi and Qian Duo drove the car to the underground parking lot. Because it was the Jinling banquet, the parking lot was filled with luxury cars like rain, parked in neat rows and rows. It was even more luxurious than a car show. Above, those dignitaries were dressed formally, toasting each other, talking about the projects they wanted to cooperate on, or exchanging pleasantries, chatting about various topics that only the upper class could discuss. The younger generation were dressed relatively casually and were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. After all, such a banquet is quite suitable for expanding personal connections and socializing. At this time, the young people were talking and looking around, as if they were looking for someone. It's already this late, why hasn't Brother Qian come yet? One of the young masters mentioned Qian Duo, and everyone noticed that Qian Duo had not arrived yet, and started jokingly talking about it. Ha, Brother Qian is obsessed with sports cars. Maybe he is enjoying the speed and passion right now, and he may have taken a detour without realizing it. You know what? The last time I went to dinner with Brother Qian, he went to a rally with someone else. If I hadn't called, he would have forgotten about me. Okay, don't worry, Brother Qian is not ignorant of the seriousness of the matter, maybe he has already arrived. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, Qian Duo, Suhi and the other two parked their car and walked over here. Seeing the people gathered together talking in front, Qian Duo smiled slightly, pointed at them and introduced them to Suhi. Brother Su, look over there, those are my friends, let's go over there. Good. Then, Suhi and his companions walked straight towards where everyone was gathered. Hey! Brother Qian! You're finally here. Seeing Qian Duo coming, everyone was stunned, and then they started laughing and joking. Brother Qian, if you didn't come, we would have thought you were racing with someone on the way and drove away from Jiling. How can you possibly go racing? You guys are such a joke. Qian Duo also smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that he would be the last one to arrive. After a few greetings, the young masters and young ladies all saw Suhi. They all looked unfamiliar, but thinking that Qian Duo had brought him here, they nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Brother Qian, who is this? Ha, I was so busy chatting that I forgot to introduce you guys. This is my new good friend, Suhi. It turns out to be Brother Su, what a pleasure to meet you. Everyone was very welcoming. Since Qian Duo treated Su-hee as a brother, they didn't restrain themselves and greeted Su-hee again enthusiastically. A young master smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Su-hee's appearance and style, thinking that there was simply no way to compare them. Brother Qian, now that you've brought Brother Su here, my status as a handsome guy among us has been lowered again. When the others heard this, they all covered their mouths and laughed, but they did not forget to tease him. Come on, Mr. Jiang, I don't think this will have much impact on you. Yes, our young Master Jiang is so stable, even if a few more Su brothers come, it won't have any impact. As she was talking, a well-dressed and beautiful young lady looked at Su-hee. She also felt a liking for him and walked up to him with a smile and took out her cell phone. Brother Su, this is fate for us. Now that we are here, it would be a shame if we don't add each other on WeChat. Seeing this girl asking Su-hee for her WeChat ID, the young masters immediately started to make a fuss and looked at Su-hee meaningfully. Brother Su, if you really add her as your friend, your stomach won't have to be so good in the future. It doesn't really matter anyway. I think it's pretty comfortable even if I have a bad stomach. Brother Su, you have to think about this carefully. Huh? Bad stomach. Su-hee suddenly felt a little strange and looked at the young masters who had just spoken with confusion. A young master coughed twice, forced himself to hold back his laughter, and whispered in Su-hee's ear. Brother Su, this girl is in finance. She may not have anything else, but she has plenty of money. Then you can live comfortably on her. Even though the young master spoke very quietly, the young lady still heard it. She immediately became furious and pointed at the young master and shouted angrily. What are you talking about? Don't I have good looks? Don't I have a good figure? For a moment, everyone was laughing, and the atmosphere on the scene was very joyful. Chapter 20 Goodbye Big Shot. Alright. Stop making fun of Brother Su. He's not short of money. He drives a McLaren 720S. Fuck. Sure, Brother Su. Others were also surprised to hear this, thinking that it's not enough how handsome he is, but he is also so successful at such a young age. After chatting for a while, Su-hee added all the other young masters and young ladies present as friends, and they quickly became friends. Brother Su, I forgot to tell you that you, who drives a McLaren, have to come to my club to show off. Qian Duo also smiled and once again extended an olive branch to Su-hee, inviting him to join the supercar club. Since Brother Qian has said so, what else can I say? Su-hee also readily agreed. After all, there was nothing wrong with this for him. Besides, Qian Duo gave him a good impression, so this guy was worth getting to know. Afterwards, Qian Mengmeng also added Su-hee's friend. She was secretly delighted and quietly hid aside to make notes for Su-hee. Just at this moment, some middle-aged men came from the other side, dressed very formally. When everyone saw them, they quickly greeted them politely. After all, these people were their fathers. Coincidentally, Qian Duo's father Qian Shu happened to hear what he said just now, about inviting Su-hee to join the club. Humph. You're already grown up, but you still don't behave properly. All you do is run sports cars. Qian Shu frowned and looked at Qian Duo with some disappointment. Xiao Duo, your father is right. You should put these things aside and start working on more important things. Yeah, when we were your age, we didn't have the time to do these things. Listen to what your uncle is telling you. Men should focus on their careers. Other things are not that important. Seeing this, the other bosses who came with Qian Shu also gave some advice. Qian Duo and the others suddenly became unhappy and remained silent for a few seconds. The more they thought about it, the more aggrieved they felt, so they began to refute. We are already under a lot of pressure, Dad, you throw so many things to me, and you don't even let me have some interest. Qian Shu didn't say anything, just looked at Qian Duo and sighed slightly. Uncle Qian, we can testify that Brother Qian really works hard, and his love for sports cars is just for relaxation. Although we sometimes joke about this, we all know that Brother Qian knows his limits. Uncle Qian, you really don't need to be so strict. Brother Qian has done a great job in his career. We are all ashamed of ourselves. Those young masters and young ladies also spoke up for Qian Duo and made a few rebuttals. Suddenly, their fathers became unhappy. One of them, a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor, stood up and scolded in an angry voice. How do you young people talk to your elders? We said we were doing this for your own good. We are your elders, so how could we harm you? I scold you, motivate you, and worry about your future. Why can't you figure it out? At this point, even Qian Duo and the other young masters and young ladies were helpless. What a guy! Every time he couldn't win the argument, he would use his status as an elder to put pressure on others. But at this moment, no matter how right they are, they can't say anything and can only keep it in their hearts. Otherwise, if they try to refute it again, they will be criticized again, which is something no one wants to see. Xian Shu and other CEOs looked at everyone speechless, but they did not stop. However, their tone was slightly softer than before. Ah, look at you guys, you're not doing your job all day long, it really makes the elders worried. No matter what you do, remember what is the most important thing and what is the secondary thing. People must distinguish between the important and the urgent. Okay, we are too lazy to talk to you anymore. Anyway, you should know how to do it, so just figure it out. After talking for a few more words, Xian Shu and the others stood up and left, leaving the young masters and young ladies standing there and complaining bitterly. Oh, what should we do? It's useless to reason with them. We can't win the argument. Well, I'm used to it anyway. Brother Qian, don't take it to heart. Every time my dad talks about me, he's much harsher than your dad. So people say this is the generation gap, but to me it's like there's an ocean between us. After watching the elders leave, everyone began to murmur and complain. Suhi was also amused watching from the side, covering his mouth and laughing, but this is indeed the current situation of most young people. Afterwards, everyone chatted and walked inside. The club was already packed with people, all of whom were Jinling's top dignitaries and young masters. Sui saw that there were many empty seats at the front, so he looked at Chen Duo with some curiosity. Brother Qian, can we take a seat over there? That won't do. These seats are for people from those big families. Even our father is not qualified to sit there, let alone us. Chen Duo shook his head and said this, yearning for the position over there. After all, if he could sit there, it would mean that his status in Jinling had reached the pinnacle. Afterwards, Suhi and the others walked around and greeted the other young masters and young ladies present. Finally, as time passed, people from several big families began to enter the scene one after another. The first to be hit was old man Moroni, who was followed by several middle-aged men. His aura immediately intimidated everyone. Sui looked over, and when he saw old man Moroni, his eyes suddenly lit up. This old man's identity is indeed extraordinary. When he was at the Chinese medicine shop yesterday, he felt that this old man had an extraordinary aura. He didn't expect that he was from one of the major families in Jinling. Brother Su, this isn't just a person of high status, this is Morong-yi, the old man of the Morong family. Chen Duo, who was standing aside, looked at old man Morong-yi and sighed softly, his eyes filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. The Morong family is the leading family business in Jinling, with billions of assets. That's no joke. Whether in the business or political circles, there are many talented people. Chen Duo sighed and looked at Suhi with some curiosity. By the way, Brother Su, from what you said, do you know this old man Morong-yi? Well, we met once before. Sui nodded and continued to look at old man Morong-yi. At this moment, the old man's complexion was much better than yesterday. I guess it's because I listened to his advice, otherwise I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. In front, old man Moroni was also being hailed by the crowd, and was escorted to his seat respectfully. No one dared to neglect him. Old man! You look so good, you are still as sharp as ever. Slow down, old man. Let us help you. Ah, he is indeed a legendary figure in the business world. Even now, his momentum remains undiminished. Moroni was also in a good mood at this time. This was also related to his physical condition. He insisted on not letting others support him, and walked over by himself and was ready to sit down. However, at this moment, the old man looked forward casually and saw Suhi in a flash. Suddenly, his old body trembled and he was stunned. Next, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the old man walked quickly towards Suhi and others. This commotion also attracted the elders of Qian Duo and others who were talking on the other side. When they saw old man Moroni walking towards Qian Duo and others, everyone's face darkened and they secretly said in their hearts that something was wrong. Why did this old man walk towards these guys for no reason? Could it be that these guys did something wrong? Seeing this scene, Shen Shu and others could no longer sit still and immediately prepared to go over to check out the situation. Chen Duo and others were completely stunned, and they were secretly wondering in their hearts whether they had really caused some trouble unintentionally. At this time, old man Moroni was walking towards them, breathing rapidly and with a serious expression, which made everyone feel nervous. For a moment, not only Chen Shu, Chen Duo and others, but everyone in the entire club hall was stunned. None of them had ever seen such a scene before. Could it be that these youngsters had done something they shouldn't have done? But at this moment, Mr. Moroni stopped in front of Suhi and looked at Suhi excitedly. My dear, I didn't ask for your contact information yesterday, but I didn't expect to see you again today. Chapter 21 Sign in again. The moment the old man said this, Shen Duo and others all looked towards Suhi, and everyone was stunned. If they heard correctly just now, this old man actually wanted Sui's contact information. This is the old man of the Morong family, one of the most influential figures in the entire Jinling. What did Sui do to deserve such favor from the old man? Xian Shu and other CEOs were also dumbfounded. None of them had expected that things would turn out like this. The old man looks much better than yesterday. Sui also smiled, feeling impressed at how good Morongi's physical condition was at the moment. Ah! I listened to you and changed the medicine. I didn't expect the effect to be so much better. My friend, you are really extraordinary. I have never seen a young man like you. I don't know how many famous doctors I have consulted before, but the results were not so good. I didn't expect that after being reminded by my friend, the whole effect is different. Moromi also praised Sui highly, his old eyes shining with appreciation and gratitude. Then he looked at Chen Duo and the others beside him. Old man Moromi smiled kindly, narrowed his eyes and said, My dear, are these your friends? Come on, take a seat with me, let's talk in the front. The old man just waved his hand casually and asked everyone to go up together. But this simple sentence made everyone even more shocked. Old man Moroni actually invited these young people to go to the front. What kind of treatment is this? Seeing Mr. Moroni's enthusiastic invitation, Sui did not refuse. He nodded and looked at the stunned people around him. Brother Qian, let's go. After hearing Sui's words, Shen Duo and the others finally reacted and followed Moromi up. Their fathers were left behind and could only watch the next generation go to the seats of honor, while they could only stand here. For a moment, the words they had just used to accuse the next generation echoed in their ears, as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Standing in place, Xian Shu and others watched their next generation heading towards the seats over there, and began to doubt themselves. The expressions of several people were frozen, staring blankly like robots, not knowing how to describe their feelings at the moment. This is their descendant. They were actually invited to a place where they were not even qualified to go. Walking to the front, all the young masters and young ladies were reserved. After all, who were the people sitting here? They were all members of several major families. Each of them is the most powerful official in Jinling, but in the eyes of these people, they are just little kids. This is not the place they should come to at all. Even if their parents came here, they would not be much more relaxed than them. They would probably be just as nervous. After sitting down, Shen Duo and the others could no longer hold back the doubts in their hearts. They looked at Sui cautiously and asked in a low voice, Brother Su, what's going on? You are so amazing. Tell me quickly, Brother Bei Su, how did you get to know Mr. Morongi? Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Sui also talked about what happened in the pharmacy yesterday. The more they listened, the more surprised they were. It was like they were suddenly realizing what was going on. They couldn't help but look at Suhi with a hint of admiration. Shen Duo looked at Suhi excitedly at this time, with mixed feelings in his heart. This buddy whom he had just known for a few days was simply an amazing person. Brother Su, I never thought you knew Chinese medicine. Everyone gave a thumbs up. After all, Chinese medicine was obscure and difficult to understand for them. Moreover, since Suhi could gain such favor from the old man, his understanding of Chinese medicine must have reached an unfathomable level. What's even more terrifying is that Suhi is so young now, but he can reach this level. It's really amazing. It's okay, I just understand a little bit. Sui smiled modestly and didn't take the matter to heart. After all, he just mentioned it casually at that time. On the other side, the old man Zhang Ming was looking at Suhi. When he heard what Suhi said, he immediately retorted. My dear Su, you are too modest. You don't even know a little bit. A person who can recite the types and quantities of prescriptions by heart, and who can also innovate and create such miraculous effects on the spot, is simply amazing. So you can't achieve this just by knowing some pharmacological knowledge. To be honest, I can't tell how deep your understanding of Chinese medicine is now. You really have a promising future. Sui smiled when he heard that. Old man Moroni also came over at this time and prepared to pour Suhi a cup of tea. Master, please sit down. I can do it myself. Seeing this, Sui stood up with a smile and poured himself a cup of tea. At this time, Moroni looked at Sui, and he felt more and more confused, as if a mysterious veil was blocking his eyes. After all, he is just a young man, and he has known countless people, but this is the first time that he feels he can't see through a junior. Is this because I'm getting old? Moroni murmured, then looked at Chen Duo and the others, his eyes turning kind. You guys should all be children from upper-class families in Jinling, right? When Chen Duo and others saw old man Moroni talking to them, they were startled and began to introduce themselves quickly. Hello, Mr. Mu, I am Chen Duo, the eldest son of the Qian family in Jinling. After several people introduced themselves, Chen Duo's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity and said to old man Moroni with a smile. Grandpa Moron, in fact, our Qian family has always wanted to cooperate with you. Personally, I also admire your achievements back then. When Moroni heard this, he was suddenly amused. He was a smart man, so he naturally knew what Chen Duo meant. However, at Chen Duo's age, he is able to judge the situation and go with the flow, which is quite commendable. Well, you have some business acumen, and you never forget to expand your network wherever you go. You are a good candidate. At that moment, Moroni smiled happily. Not only was he not angry at Chen Duo's action, but he looked at him with appreciation. He took out a few business cards and handed them to Chen Duo and others. Okay, I like you little guys too. Take it. Come to me if you need anything. Thank you, Grandpa Moron. Everyone tightly grasped the business card in their hands, unable to conceal the excitement on their faces. This was the business card that many upper-class people in Jinling were eager to get. Okay, you are all young people here, and it would be a bit disturbing for an old man like me to be here, so I'll go first. Do whatever you want, just relax a little. When old man Moroni saw that these children were a little restrained, they smiled and said a few words before heading to the other side. After watching the old man leave, Chen Duo and the others were extremely excited, their hearts were pounding, and they even felt that all this was not real. Then, everyone sat down and started eating and chatting, but everyone's eyes were on Sui. Brother Su, I am really impressed. If you hadn't followed me here, I really wouldn't have known you had this skill. Chen Duo narrowed his eyes and looked at Sui. He felt extremely happy at the moment. He immediately poured wine for everyone and spoke first by holding up the glass. I won't say anything else. Today I have to give a toast to Brother Su. The other young masters and young ladies saw Chen Duo holding up the wine glasses, and they also stood up, holding wine glasses in their hands, and thanked Sui one after another. Brother Su, we don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to sit here. It's more than that. Now our father will definitely have nothing to say. We can finally have some peace of mind. Ah. I won't say any more, Brother Su, it's all in the wine. Sui smiled and waved his hand, still maintaining a humble attitude. There's no need to be like this. My acquaintance with Mr. Moroni is just a coincidence. Although they said so, Chen Duo and others also admired Sui from the bottom of their hearts. It was one thing to be able to meet him, but to leave such a deep impression in the old man's heart was not something that ordinary people could do. Everyone was drinking happily, but Sui had to drive, so they drank tea instead of wine. The Jinling banquet went on in an orderly manner. However, at this moment, Sui suddenly got a chance to sign in. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Chapter 22. Why are you still biting? Sui didn't hesitate and started signing in immediately. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Yulong Pavilion Villa No. 1. Yulong Pavilion. Sui was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. This was not an ordinary villa. First of all, among the countless villa areas in Jinling, Yulong Pavilion is the undisputed No. 1 villa area. In terms of luxury and the dignitaries gathered there, no other villa can compare to it. Speaking of Villa No. 1, it is the top building in the entire Jinling. It can be said to be the king of buildings in Jinling. This made Sui feel excited. This was a great gain. Feeling in a very good mood, Sui continued to eat with everyone. During the meeting, Yi Xian left the meeting and received a call from Jinling. Of course, this was a call from the property manager of Yulong Pavilion. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhou Xian, the property manager of Yulong Pavilion. Thank you for choosing our Yulong Pavilion. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. I am also the housekeeper of your Villa No. 1. The person who came had a sweet voice and introduced herself immediately. Her tone was full of respect, and one could even hear a hint of nervousness. Okay, I got it. Sui agreed, then hesitated for a while and continued. I should be there soon. Sorry to bother you then. Okay, Mr. Su, we're always here to welcome you. Property manager Joe Xin agreed with a smile, and the voice on the other end of the phone became a little chaotic. After all, this is the buyer of Yulong Pavilion Villa number 1. When the other property staff learned that he was coming, they were also excited and started to prepare immediately. After hanging up the phone, Sui went back to have dinner with everyone. He then stood up first and said goodbye to everyone. Brother Qian, everyone, I have some things to do here, so I'll leave first. Okay, Brother Su, I'll take you there. Shen Duo nodded, and together with the other young masters and ladies, escorted Sui out of the club. After seeing Sui off, Shen Duo and others came in again. Looking at their elders, their backs straightened a lot. Shen Duo walked up to his father Qianshu with a smile and patted Qianshu on the shoulder. Dad, this can be considered as not doing my job properly. Isn't this just about expanding your network? Brother Su and I met because of supercars. The other young masters and young ladies had just been scolded by their elders, and now they looked like they had been liberated. Before, he couldn't explain it clearly even though it made sense, but now he finally felt proud and looked at his parents with a smile. Well, Dad, we didn't lie to you, right? Now you can't say the same thing to us as before. That's right. As your children, we have certainly learned a lot. But now there are more ways to make friends. You should accept and understand that. Well, so, we didn't give up on ourselves, we just worked hard in different ways. Now you should have nothing to say, right? Several young men and women also spoke up, but they did not forget to respect their elders and merely refuted the reprimands given by their elders. Qianshu and other fathers were silent for a while. They really had nothing to say now. Their young people were sitting with old man Moroni, and they even had to queue up to toast the old man with a glass of wine. Seeing the look in his father's eyes, Qian Duo suddenly became happy. He slapped his head and handed a business card to Qianshu. Oh, by the way, Dad, let me show you this. Qianshu was stunned at first, then he took the business card and looked at it. Suddenly, even the hand holding the business card trembled, his pupils dilated instantly, and he looked at the small business card in disbelief. This is Mr. Moroni's business card. As a result, Qianshu's complicated mood turned into horror. His son could actually get Mr. Moroni's business card. He could never have guessed it even if he tried his best. When the other bosses saw Qianshu's exaggerated expression, they came over to take a look, but they also gasped. Everyone was stunned. At the same time, Suhi, who had left the club, was driving towards Yulong Pavilion. When they were about to reach the destination, Sui slowed down the car and began to pay attention to the surrounding scenery. It is really good to say that this is the number 1 villa area in Jinling. You can see the mountains behind and the river in front. It is really as beautiful as a picture scroll. Back at Yulong Pavilion Property Management, several female staff members looked at Zhou Xian, who had been standing in the sun for quite some time, staring at each other in amazement. No one understood what was going on. Sister Zhou Xian, what are you doing? The sun is so hot now. I don't know. I've been standing here for hours and haven't moved much. No, even if they are distinguished guests, it shouldn't be like this, right? Is there such a service standard in our employee handbook? Several people looked confused and were talking about it. They quickly asked a male staff member who was passing by. Akai, do you know what Sister Zhou is doing? Akai nodded, and then, under the shocked gazes of several female staff members, he explained the reason for the incident. I heard that Manager Zhou is going to welcome the guests of Villa Number 1. Not long ago, our Villa Number 1 was bought. What? When they heard that Villa Number 1 had been bought, several people were shocked on the spot. This villa has actually been bought by someone. Oh my god. Who on earth can afford this villa? I feel dizzy just looking at the price. Oh, I think this might be the head of some family or some other successful person. A few people were surprised and curious about who this person was, so they put aside other things and stood there waiting. Everyone wanted to see what the buyer looked like. After waiting for a while, everyone saw a McLaren 720S driving towards them. Sui slowed down the car and stopped at the door. At first glance, he noticed Zhou Xian who was waiting at the door. Zhou Xian was wearing a black uniform with a white shirt and tie underneath, but even so, it couldn't hide her proud figure. Under the short skirt, a pair of legs as white and translucent as milk are slender and graceful, giving people a texture that is as delicate as a baby's. Under the sunshine, Zhou Xian's beautiful face is fully displayed, and with the contrast of her professional attire, her temperament also appears capable. Immediately afterwards, Sui got out of the car, and everyone looked over. Suddenly, Zhou Xian was stunned, and the staff behind him were also stunned. This guy is too young and too handsome. The Sui in front of them was far different from what they had expected, and could be said to be completely different. In their eyes, the person who can afford this villa cannot be a young man, let alone one who is so handsome. Hello? You must be Mr. Su. I am Zhou Xian, your #1 villa housekeeper. After being stunned for a while, Zhou Xian hurried over and they got to know each other. Well, get in the car, let's go to villa #1. Sui didn't waste any time. He called Zhou Xian and drove into the villa. Along the way, Sui's eyes were already brightened by the other villas of the Yulong Pavilion. It must be said that the reputation of the Yulong Pavilion in Jinling was not unreasonable. However, after arriving at villa #1 at the innermost part, even though Sui had made a lot of preparations, he was still amazed by villa #1. Although they are both detached villas, villa #1 is far superior to the other villas in terms of scale and decoration. After getting out of the car, Zhou Xian led Sui inside and introduced the specific situation of villa #1. Mr. Su, in addition to the main villa covering more than 1,000 square meters, we also have 3 secondary villas, gardens, wine cellars, golf courses, swimming pools, and other sports venues. We have also equipped them for you. For the design of this villa, we also hired the best designers in Europe to participate. Every detail is flawless, just to give you a comfortable experience. In terms of material selection for the villa, we always consider the first-class standards on the market and use the best materials, including furniture and other details. Following Zhou Xian's introduction, Sui walked into the main villa. The high-rise design made people feel that the space was spacious and there was no need to worry about the lighting. As for the rest, it can only be described as extremely luxurious. The neatly and flawlessly arranged furniture not only gives people a graceful and luxurious experience, but also reflects a sense of design everywhere, giving a more low-key luxury feeling. This retro decoration style, equipped with a modern home system, creates a collision between ancient charm and new fashion, making the whole layout look very harmonious, without any abruptness. On the first floor, in addition to the extra-large living room that occupies nearly half of the floor space, the rest of the floor is also equipped with a study, tea room, and kitchen. After Zhou Xian took Sui around, he also introduced the details of the villa. Mr. Su, I'll leave first. If you need anything, just contact me at any time. Good. When Zhou Xian left, Bai Zhishi also sent a message to Sui. Sui, I'm awake. Is it time for you to leave? Looking at the message on WeChat, Sui smiled. It turned out that Bai Zhishi had just woken up now. You hadn't woken up when I left this morning. You seem to be sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. Well, I have to go to school right away. I'm quite busy lately. Well, slow down, call me if you have anything. After saying hello, Sui did not disturb Bai Zhishi. At this time, she should be rushing to school. After walking around the house, Chen Duo and others also sent messages to Sui. Brother Su, are you free tomorrow? Let's go have dinner together. Good. At this time, Shen Mengmeng, who was next to Chen Duo, saw Sui's reply and jumped up excitedly. Great. Brother Su agreed. I can see Brother Su again tomorrow. Chen Duo was startled. He put away his phone, looked at Chen Mengmeng helplessly, and sighed repeatedly. Hey, why are you so happy? Look at your little gangster look, it's hard to say whether people will like you or not. Ah. Brother. What do you mean? Chen Mengmeng suddenly gritted her teeth and pouted, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got, so she simply bit her arm. Ouch. Chapter 23, School Beauty by, Don't Drink Too Much. Chen Mengmeng showed no mercy when she bit Chen Duo, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing her brother in pain, Chen Mengmeng smiled, stuck out her tongue, and quickly left the crime scene. Chen Mengmeng. How dare you bite me? Chen Duo roared angrily, but when he looked up, Chen Mengmeng, who was beside him just now, had already slipped away and not even a trace could be seen. Looking at the red teeth marks on his arm, Chen Duo felt miserable in his heart. What kind of sister is this? At night, Bai Jishi was still working overtime, so Sui didn't disturb her too much. The next day, after Bai Jishi got up, she sent a message to Sui. Suhi, are you awake? Have you eaten? Suhi was eating breakfast in the villa at this time. Looking at the message on WeChat, he shook his head with a wry smile. With Bai Jishi's current state, can she still be considered a cool school beauty? Maybe it seems cool to others, but to myself, it feels a little too hot. I'm up and eating. Okay, so what are you going to do today? After asking about other things, Bai Jishi asked about Sui's schedule for today. Nothing much. I'm going out to eat with my friends at noon. Do you want to come with us? Sui thought Bai Jishi was fine, so he thought about going out for dinner together. Hey, I still have things to do. I'll just have a simple meal at school. You don't have to worry about me. By the way, do you want to drink? When asking this, Bai Jishi also sent a worried expression, which made Sui feel warm in his heart. Not necessarily, but it's okay, don't worry. Then I'll pick you up when I'm done. You have to wait for me. No matter how much you drink, you can't drink and drive. Seeing Sui's recovery, Bai Jishi became even more worried, so she came to pick up Sui no matter what, worried that something might happen to Sui if he drank too much. Okay, I'll wait for you then. In the end, Sui couldn't convince himself anymore and had to agree to Bai Jishi. On the other side, Chen Duo also got up early in the morning and was eating breakfast when he saw Qian Mengmeng coming down from upstairs. Lazy pig, why are you getting up now? As Chen Duo spoke, he glanced up casually and almost spit out half a mouthful of porridge in his mouth. Today, Qian Mengmeng is no longer dressed like the little gangster that she used to be. Instead, she is dressed in a rare pure style, giving people the feeling of a well-behaved girl next door. However, this frightened Qian Duo greatly. He looked at Qian Mengmeng with strange eyes and couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with you? Seeing her brother's surprised look, Qian Mengmeng didn't say anything, but just glared at Qian Duo. Let's finish eating and go, don't let brother Su wait for us too long. Forehead. When Qian Duo heard this, he finally understood what was going on and was immediately filled with gratitude towards Sui. Before this, no matter what I and my father said, Qian Mengmeng always did her own thing and was unwilling to dress more ladylike. But since meeting Sui, Qian Mengmeng has changed her personality, which Qian Duo never expected. Hey, brother Su, I owe you another favor. Qian Duo smiled bitterly and shook his head. After he hurriedly finished his meal, he was pulled out by Qian Mengmeng impatiently. When they arrived at the place, many young men and women had already arrived. They were all waiting for Suhi. They had nothing to do anyway, so they started talking about what happened last night. Brother Qian, come here quickly, let me tell you something. You will never guess what happened in my house last night. When Jiang Xiao saw Qian Duo coming, he smiled happily and told him what happened after he returned home yesterday. What's wrong? What a fuss! Did you have a fight with your dad? What is it, brother Qian? It's my father's attitude towards me that has changed. Ha, keep talking. I'm not kidding you anymore. After the joke, Chen Duo listened quietly and remembered that after he went back home yesterday, his father's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees. Aha, isn't that what my father always said about me? After I got home yesterday, he actually asked me for advice, asking me what young people like to do nowadays, and even asked me to take him to see it when I have time. Speaking of which, my dad was also acting strangely yesterday. He even took out the precious wine from our collection and insisted on having a drink with me. What a coincidence, I am the same. Although my dad is not so obvious, at least he doesn't bully me anymore and his words are much gentler. As they were talking, the other young masters and young ladies also talked about the changes in their father's generations. Only then did they realize that after they returned, their elders had changed their attitudes towards them. Chen Duo was also amused when he heard this, and he shared with everyone what happened last night. Ah, I feel the same way, but you'd never guess what my dad did. Brother Qian, stop hiding it and tell us what's going on. The others also became interested. You know, Qian Duo's father usually counts Qian Duo's words and loves to talk about him the most. I wonder what he has become like this. It's like this. After I went back yesterday, my dad actually wanted to buy my sports car. He asked me when I could take him to the club to have a look. He also wanted to get one and try it out. Ah. No way, brother Qian, your dad is the one who was most against you liking cars. Everyone was shocked. How could this be called a change of attitude? It was like he had become a completely different person. Just when everyone was chatting, Sui also arrived here. After seeing him, everyone hurried over to greet him and greeted him with a smile. Brother Su, we've been waiting for you. Go upstairs and order some food. I've booked a room on the top floor. Good. After agreeing, Sui followed everyone towards the top floor. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? At this moment, Sui also got a chance to sign in. Without hesitation, he started to sign in immediately. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100 million. 100 million. To be honest, when this number appeared during the sign-in, Sui felt strangely insignificant. But no matter what, this gave Sui a big surprise. After all, it was at least 100 million. After arriving at the private room on the top floor, everyone sat down with a smile and prepared to order food and eat. Shen Duo handed the menu to Sui, waved his hand generously, and patted his chest. Brother Su, just order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Brother Qian, let me do it today. Sui took the menu and immediately said that he would treat everyone for today's meal. After all, apart from this, Sui also wanted to try out the effect of the comprehensive tenfold rebate. It just so happens that we are in a big hotel today, so the class is needless to say. To put it simply, this is a great place to make money. How can this be possible? Brother Su, you have to give me a chance to treat me. Xian Duo was not happy about it. If he asked Sui to treat him to dinner again today, he would owe more favors to him. Brother Qian, what's the big deal? It doesn't matter who treats. Don't dwell on what happened yesterday. Besides, I came so late today, so I have to treat you anyway. We all just met me, you have to give me a chance to treat everyone to a meal. All right. Shen Duo was at a loss for words after being told by Sui, so he had to let Sui treat him. Okay, but next time you have to let me do it. No problem. Thank you, Brother Qian, in advance. Yi Xian smiled and called the waiter over, pointing at a number of dishes. While the waiter was taking notes, his originally calm eyes became increasingly solemn. If you want wine, let's have this. By the time Sui pointed to a bottle of wine on the menu, the waiter's forehead was already sweating and he couldn't sit still anymore. Sir, are you sure you didn't order the wrong thing? Looking at the wine, the waiter's eyelids twitched and he asked in a trembling voice. It's okay, just this one, and this one, too, give them both a portion. Okay sir, just wait a moment. The waiter's eyes were filled with shock, but due to Sui's request, he didn't dare to say anything and had to take the menu and walked out. After turning around and closing the door of the private room, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that these young masters and young ladies in Jinling are really too rich. I've been in this restaurant for so long, but I've never seen anyone ordering food like this. Could it be that they have too much money and can't find where to spend it? After ordering the dishes, everyone in the private room started chatting, and not long after, the waiter brought a fruit plate. If you look carefully, you can see that the waiter is holding the fruit plate tightly and walking very carefully, as if he is afraid of spilling the fruit. Wow! The fruits in here are so pretty. It looks great. This fruit platter is absolutely gorgeous. Huh? Why haven't I seen this fruit platter look so good before? Everyone's attention then shifted to the fruit plate. Looking at the fruits in the plate, Qian Mengmeng and several young ladies suddenly widened their eyes. Qian Mengmeng's eyes were full of stars. She quickly grabbed a grape and put it in her mouth. She bit it gently and her expression became extremely wonderful. She squinted her eyes slightly and let out an exclamation. Oh my god! These grapes are so sweet. How exaggerated is that? Shen Duo looked at his sister, his eyelids twitching slightly, and he began to regret bringing her out. It's not like we don't have good grapes at home, and I didn't see you enjoying eating them, did you? Chapter 24. You guys are here with bad intentions. Although he said this, Shen Duo saw Qian Mengmeng enjoying the food so much that he also planned to take out one to try. But when he stretched out his hand, the bite marks on Shen Duo's arm were revealed. Brother Qian, how did you do this? It looks scary. Sui saw the bite marks and asked with concern. This one was bitten by my dog yesterday. Hearing this, Qian Mengmeng, still with half a grape in her mouth, looked at Qian Duo angrily. But there were a lot of people around at that time, and Qian Mengmeng didn't dare to say anything. She could only continue eating grapes in revenge. While she was enjoying it, she felt very depressed. Stop swearing. Stop swearing. Save the child. At this time, Qian Mengmeng, who was sitting aside, stared at Qian Duo. Although she looked gritting her teeth, she was also very cute. Brother Qian, why would your dog bite you? What's going on? Suhi was a little confused when he heard this, but when he looked at the bite marks, he felt a little doubtful. Was this really caused by a dog bite? My dog is just not tamed, that's why he bites people. Looking at Qian Duo's playful look, Qian Mengmeng pouted her lips in resentment, but there was nothing she could do. Sui smiled when he heard this, but also reminded Qian Duo. Is that so? Then you must remember to get the rabies vaccine. However, while he was talking, a young master at the table suddenly remembered something, looked at Qian Duo in surprise, and asked in disbelief. Brother Qian, aren't you allergic to dog hair? Why do you have a dog at home? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent for an instant. Qian Mengmeng's little face suddenly turned red and she became a little uneasy. Here, Sui was also stunned, and his brain was unable to react for a while. Now, he couldn't help but look at Qian Duo with awe. My goodness, is he looking for trouble with his allergic constitution? Ah! These grapes are really delicious. Everyone, stop talking and try them. Seeing that she had no idea how the story would develop if she continued, Qian Mengmeng had to quickly change the subject. She felt so sad that she couldn't even cry. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter as they looked at the red and tender grapes and tried a few of them. One of the young masters just took a bite and felt the taste buds bursting with it. Suddenly his brows furrowed, and then they relaxed and he began to enjoy it. Fuck, this isn't a ruby Roman grape, is it? Ruby what grape? Qian Duo tasted one and found it delicious, but he didn't find it strange. However, when he saw the young master's exaggerated expression, he vaguely felt that this grape was not simple. Everyone looked at the young master in confusion, staring at the grapes in their hands, wondering in their hearts, aren't they all the same? How can you tell the variety? So you guys don't know? Now it was the young master's turn to be puzzled, but when he saw the expressions of the crowd, he had no choice but to continue explaining. Let me tell you, these grapes are not cheap. They can be said to be a luxury. They are the most expensive grapes in the world. This thing came from the East Country. It was sold at a Jinza auction in the East Country for a whopping price. A full 40,000 yuan. But this 40,000 yuan, if I remember correctly, is just a bunch of grapes, only 20 or so. The more he said this, the more shocked the young master became. He picked up another one and tasted it carefully. Yes. I guarantee that this is the ruby Roman grape. This taste is definitely the king of grapes, sweet but not greasy, refreshing and delicious. What? After hearing this, even though these young masters and young ladies came from families with countless assets, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This was too exaggerated. No way. A grape costs more than 1,000. Oh my god, how much will this fruit plate cost? This is simply a waste of money. Do these grapes have golden skins or golden grape seeds? In amazement, Qian Duo and his group all looked at Sui eagerly. Sui nodded and admitted that he had ordered this. At this moment, everyone's head was buzzing. Although they were rich, they were not rich to this extent. Sui was able to order such a sky-high price for the appetizer fruit. He really didn't treat them as outsiders. Eat quickly. It will be a waste if you don't eat it. Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and eat your fruit. Sui looked at everyone's eyes and, without hesitation, picked up a grape and tasted it. Brother Su, you are so arrogant. I really admire you. Qian Duo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wow, he never thought that one day he would be able to eat the fruit before a meal to such a high standard. After that, everyone looked at the grapes in the fruit plate with cherishment and started eating them. But now no matter who it is, they are savoring it slowly, not like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit before. Suhi was amused by seeing everyone like this. The difference between before and after was too real. However, at the same time, at the hotel front desk, a receptionist was entertaining several young men and ladies in front of her. These young ladies are outstanding in temperament alone, and they are all wearing expensive brands, some of which are high-quality handmade custom-made items. This attire is enough to let people know that they are of noble status, and their arrogant eyes are full of arrogance, as if everything around them is not worthy of their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like a private room or the lobby? The receptionist had a sweet voice and walked forward respectfully and asked. We want the private room on the top floor. One of the young masters stepped forward and directly asked for the most luxurious private room on the top floor. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any private rooms on the top floor." "Sir, can you choose another private room?" The receptionist looked embarrassed and had to suggest that the young man choose another private room. "What? No more?" The young master next to him sneered, casually took out a card and slapped it directly on the table at the front desk. "There are no more rooms on the top floor, right? Tell me how much you want." The receptionist had never seen such a scene before. She didn't know what to say. She stammered and just kept apologizing. "Okay, since you're a receptionist, I won't make things difficult for you. Go get your boss over here." "Yes, sir, I'll call right away." Not long after the receptionist left, a beautiful lobby manager hurried over from the other side. As soon as she arrived at the front desk and saw these people, she was shocked. These people had been here several times before. As the lobby manager here, she naturally knew the identities of these people. They were all children of the upper class in Shanghai. The leader, Mr. Zhao, is named Zhao Yang, and he is the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the big families in Magic City. The Zhao family is considered a wealthy family in the Magic City. The family's strength is unfathomable and it is a household name in the Magic City. Even in other places, when the Zhao family of Magic City is mentioned, many people are in awe, which naturally shows the Zhao family's popularity and deep network of contacts. Faced with such a master, the beautiful lobby manager did not dare to be negligent and quickly walked up to ask what was going on. "Excuse me, sir. I'm the lobby manager here. Is there anything that makes you unhappy?" As he spoke, the lobby manager also looked at the receptionist. "Manager, this is what happened. This gentleman wants to book our private room on the top floor, but it's already been booked." After listening to the explanation of the receptionist, the lobby manager was also in a dilemma. This matter was quite tricky, and even she, as a manager, had no good solution. After all, those sitting on the top floor now are the young masters and young ladies of Jinling. It turns out that now they are just a bunch of local tyrants and they can't afford to offend anyone. Seeing the looks in Zhao Yang and the others' eyes, the lobby manager was even more embarrassed. Not to mention her, it would be difficult even if their boss came. At this point, the lobby manager had no choice but to apologize repeatedly with a smile and try his best to save the situation. "Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry. It's not that we don't want to make it for you, but the person who booked the room today." "Oh, then you have to tell me clearly, who is this person? Do you think you can't give me face?" As soon as the lobby manager finished speaking, Zhao Yang asked with great interest, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Master Zhao, the one up there is Master Qian Duo, as well as many young masters and young ladies from Jinling." Ha ha ha. It was as if they had heard a joke. When they heard it, they immediately burst into wild sneers. It turns out to be these country bumpkins. I thought he was some kind of person. Zhao Yang was shaking with joy and waved to the people behind him. "Come on, everyone. Let's go up and take a look. Mr. Zhao, this." Upon seeing this, the lobby manager rushed over to stop him, but was stopped in his tracks by a glare from Zhao Yang. Amid the laughter of Zhao Xiao and his companions, the lobby manager stood there in a daze, and could only helplessly watch them walk straight to the top floor. Bang! When Qian Duo and others were still toasting each other, the door behind them was suddenly kicked open, and Zhao Yang and others walked in as if they were strolling in their own back garden. Qian Duo and others were also startled by the noise. They looked towards the door, and their anger immediately rose from the soles of their feet to the tips of their eyebrows. Everyone stood up, with indignation in their eyes. The group of people just stared at Zhao Yang and others, and Zhao Yang and others looked at them unfriendly. As soon as the two sides met, a tense situation emerged. Suhi narrowed his eyes and stood up. Although he didn't know the identities of these people, he could tell their status. They came with bad intentions. Chapter 25. You are kidding me, right? Qian Duo and the others were even more furious. They were having a meal happily, but they were already angry enough when someone forced their way in. But they didn't expect that the ones who came were this bunch of unlucky people. Their fathers did business in Jinling, and inevitably had frequent conflicts with the tycoons in Shanghai. As time went by, this conflict passed on to the next generation. These young masters from the Magic City are so arrogant and proud of their identity as Magic City people. They always look down on outsiders and even say that they are just little bastards. Before, there had even been considerable conflict between the two sides, with the other side even challenging them. After so much going on, the two sides have accumulated deep resentment. Now that the enemies meet, it is natural that tension is high and neither of them is in a good mood. Who are these people? Sui looked puzzled and asked Chen Duo beside him. Chen Duo had completely lost his playful look at this moment. His eyes became sharp as he explained the identities of these people to Sui. Humph. These people from the Demon City look down on us from Jinling, and we've even had conflicts with them before. These guys came here today, they must be looking for trouble, they even barged in directly, they are so arrogant. Sui nodded, now he completely understood. Are you being polite? This is our private room. Why are you just walking in without even knocking? Immediately afterwards, Chen Duo walked forward with a serious tone and stared coldly at Zhao Yang, who was in the lead. Hey! Who is that? It turns out to be Master Zhao from our Magic City. What's wrong? What do you want to do here? Zhao Yang laughed, looked at the table filled with delicious food and wine, and put on an apologetic expression. We didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to come over for a meal and eat on the rooftop, but you guys happened to get there first. So, out of courtesy, I came here to ask Mr. Qian. After all, we are guests from Shanghai. Can you locals make room for us? Zhao Yang was laughing and talking in a casual manner, with mockery and disdain hidden in his tone. That's right. You people from Jinling, do you know what hospitality is? When we come, you should give up your seats. Humph. Don't you see who is here? Do you think you can eat here peacefully after seeing us coming? Come on, I don't think it's easy for these guys to come here for a meal. Maybe this is their first time here, begging for mercy. The few young men and ladies who came in with Zhao Yang were standing aside, laughing and making sarcastic remarks. The people in Jinling were also furious. Are these people really lawless? They were the ones who came here first. Besides, this is not some magic city, this is Jinling. I haven't seen you for a few days. These guys in Shanghai have become so arrogant. Do they really think the earth revolves around them? Looking at the expressions of Zhao Yang and others, Chen Duo and others could no longer bear it, and they counterattacked without giving in. What's wrong with the magic city? You really think you are the boss? If you have this ability, why don't you book the entire hotel? This really makes me laugh. Don't you think you are begging by running up here? That's it? If you had the guts, you didn't come and order it earlier. Now that it's sold out, you're asking others for it. How pitiful. Zhao Yang's face darkened slightly. He didn't care what the people in Jinling said at this moment. Instead, he looked at the plate of fruit on their table with disdain in his eyes. He looked at Chen Duo arrogantly, as if he was determined to embarrass everyone in Jinling today. I'm sorry, I just like being on the top floor because I'm used to it. How about this, I'll pay you 10 times the price of the dishes you ordered, and you can move to the lobby to eat. Of course, you can take the food and drinks away too. Mr. Qian, what do you think of this? Have I done my best? Anyway, in Zhao Yang's eyes, he didn't think how much money these people would spend on a meal. At most, it would be a few thousand or tens of thousands. Even if it was 10 times that, it was not a lot of money to him. These are just small amounts of money, so he naturally doesn't care about it. No matter what happens today, he is going to confront Qian Duo and others. As he spoke, Zhao Yang raised the corners of his mouth, took out a card and threw it on the table casually. Think about it quickly. I am doing charity today. Please don't be so rude to me. During the silence, everyone on Jinling's side was completely furious. If looks could kill, Zhao Yang and the others would have been cut into pieces long ago. Undoubtedly, Zhao Yang's behavior is no longer just a private room thing, it is a provocation, a naked provocation. Sui smiled, looked at the card that Zhao Yang threw over, picked it up and gestured, then nodded at Zhao Yang. Well, since you put it that way, then there's no problem. Let the waiter do the calculation. Zhao Yang was suddenly stunned. Seeing Sui agree so decisively, he felt a little confused. This was something he had never expected. You are the host here today, right? After hesitating for a while, Zhao Yan looked at Sui with a smile, wanting to take a good look at who this person was. However, he found that it was a completely unfamiliar face. Yes, I'm the host today, and I promise you, so let's do as you say. Ha ha. Not bad, are you a newcomer? I haven't seen you before? Zhao Yang walked up proudly, looked at Qian Duo and the others happily, sighed slightly, and looked like he was at a disadvantage. Okay, you're sensible. The quality of this new guy is different. He's better than these little bastards. Seeing that things were developing in the direction that they and others most hoped for, the people in the magic city next to them couldn't help but put on expressions of victory. It was rare for something to go so smoothly, and it was beyond their imagination. In fact, it was just a mockery from the beginning. Zhao Yang was also extremely happy, thinking where did this young man come from and how he could be hanging out with Chen Duo and others. Seeing Chen Duo and the others being frustrated, Zhao Yang could hardly hold back and cheer out loud. How could this situation be described with just one word: refreshing? Brother Su, this. Chen Duo looked at Su He and saw that he agreed so readily. He stared at Su He blankly, his eyes full of confusion. Don't worry. Su He smiled and waved his hand, and said softly, but his tone and expression seemed particularly confident. Chen Duo and the others were even more confused now. They looked at each other, and no one understood what Su He meant. Afterwards, everyone called the waiter and started calculating the bill for the table. The waiter took out the bill and was more and more shocked the more he looked at it. He had to check it again and again. Sir, your bill totals 2,980,000. At the end, amidst everyone's silence, the waiter also spit out an astonishing number with an expression of disbelief on his face. The cost of this meal, after all the calculations, was close to 3 million. For a moment, everyone in the Magic City was stunned. Their heads, which had been hot with excitement just now, seemed to have fallen into an icy cave in an instant, and their bodies could not help but tremble. 3 million. This is fucking crazy, nearly 3 million for one meal. What kind of concept is this? These guys from Jiling can actually eat a supercar worth a lot of money in one meal. Could it be that because I haven't been to Jiling for a while, these little bastards have made a fortune? But even if he became rich, he couldn't eat like this. Does he have a mountain of gold at home? How is this possible? Are you guys faking this? Are you trying to deceive us on purpose? I can't believe it. How can I eat so much in one meal? What? Are you trying to defraud us? Have you colluded with the hotel to bully us outsiders? All the young ladies in Shanghai were stunned and became angry, shouting that it was a fake bill. They couldn't believe that so much could be spent in one meal. However, the people in Jiling were completely unaware of all this and were stunned by the number, wondering what Brother Su had ordered. Zhao Yang was so angry that he felt dizzy and simply snatched the bill from the waiter's hand, scanned it with his eyes wide open, and finally took a breath of cold air. There are several bottles of fine wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, as well as a variety of dishes, and we order the most expensive ones. Just the fruit plate that they look down upon the most actually cost over 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Zhao Yang was about to vomit blood. He rushed over, pointed at the fruit plate that had been eaten up, and shouted angrily. What the hell? What is this? This fruit plate is worth 50 or 60,000. Seeing that only the crumbs of fruit were left on the plate, the eyes of several people in Modu almost popped out. What kind of shady shop is this? Are you guys in the same group? A broken fruit plate costs 50 or 60,000, why don't you just go and rob it? You should be more tactful when lying. This is too exaggerated. Amid the angry curses from the people behind him, Zhao Yang's face was gloomy. This was not a small number. 3 million, 10 times that is 30 million. Even if he counts his money now, he can't come up with that 30 million. In an instant, Zhao Yang became silent. Suddenly, he saw Sui sneering in front of him, and he suddenly understood everything. You are kidding me, right? Chapter 26. It's okay, my girlfriend will pick me up later. Ha, you guys came here to grab the spot, and now you're saying I'm playing tricks on you? What's wrong? Could it be that you noble people of the Demon City can't afford to pay now? When you said 10 times just now, didn't you say it very easily? Sui smiled coldly, looking straight into Zhao Yang's eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The other young masters of Jinling also reacted and pointed at the people in Mo City and mocked them, which seemed to be a way to vent the anger that had just accumulated. Sui picked up Zhao Yang's card on the table playfully, played with it for a few times, then his eyes became fierce and he threw the card back. Okay, if you can't afford it, get out of here. Boy, what are you talking about? The people in the Demon City could no longer bear it, their faces turned red and their pupils were bloodshot. A muscular young man at the back shouted angrily, his voice echoing throughout the private room, and he rushed towards Sui angrily. How dare you speak to young Master Zhao like that? How outrageous! Today I want to teach you what to say and what not to say. Just when the young man wanted to grab Suhi by the collar, Chen Duo and others on the side also became angry. Stop! If you dare to touch Brother Su, I will not let you leave Jiling today. However, all this happened too quickly. While Chen Duo was speaking, the young man had already walked in front of Su He and was ready to take action. Ah! The next second, a scream was heard at the scene, but the scream did not come from Su He, but from the young man whose muscles were full of strength. Su He punched the young man hard on the nose. With a crack, the young man's nose bridge suddenly made a cracking sound. But Su He's action was not over yet. He grabbed the young man's neck and with a slight force, he lifted the young man up like a chicken. Suddenly, because of breathing difficulties, the young man's face turned red and purple in an instant. He struggled in pain, and his eyeballs almost popped out. But no matter how he struggled, Sui's big hands were like iron clamps, making him feel a fear and helplessness from the bottom of his heart. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone was stunned. This scene that happened in a flash made everyone dumbfounded. This attack was too brutal. None of them could see clearly the speed of Sui's punch. It was as fast as thunder. The young man didn't even notice that his nose was hit hard, just like a collision with a locomotive, which made him lose the ability to resist on the spot. Moreover, the strength displayed by Su He at this time also surprised everyone. Seeing Sui carrying the young man effortlessly, his face was not red and his heart was not beating, as if nothing had happened. Just as everyone was shocked, the young man being held by Sui struggled weaker and weaker, white foam came out of his mouth, and he was about to faint. Sui was still quite sensible. Upon seeing this, he threw the young man in his hand forward like a sandbag, and hit him at the feet of Madhu and others. When everyone in the Magic City saw the young man who had completely fainted because of this, their mouths twitched and they couldn't help but take a few steps back instinctively. But they knew the situation of this young man. Unlike those who had exhausted their bodies due to alcohol and sex, this young man was a big fan of fitness and fighting. Even those retired soldiers could hardly beat him. Because of his muscular body, the young master weighed as much as 180 kilograms, but when Sui lifted him up, he didn't feel any effort at all. When he met Sui, this young master who usually prided himself on his martial arts skills was like a powerless child. Sui completely subdued him in a moment, leaving him no chance to struggle. Zhao Yang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Sui again and thought to himself, this is not a newcomer at all, he is simply a devil. Now he also knew that he had really hit a wall this time. If he continued to dwell on this issue, he and others would be in real trouble. May I ask your name, brother? Zhao Yan looked at Sui seriously. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude just now, only caution. Sui. Sui had no expression on his face and uttered his name as if nothing had happened. Okay. If you have time to leave the Magic City and explore, I, Zhao Yang, will definitely accompany you. After gritting their teeth and saying the last words, Zhao Yang and the others had no choice but to help the fallen young man up, and left in frustration and helplessness. When they left, the arrogant people from the Demon City even closed the door obediently. Jinling and the others are so excited now. In their fight with those guys from Madhu, this is the most refreshing one for them. It's like they gave these guys a hard slap in the face. Brother Su, you are so awesome. Are you a martial artist? Chen Duo looked at Sui excitedly and couldn't help but step forward and pinch Sui's arm. This was simply the legendary Qilin arm. The others were also completely impressed by Su He, and immediately surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Brother Su, I am completely convinced. You are not only the most handsome one among us, but also the most handsome one in the hearts of the brothers. It's so refreshing. If it weren't for Brother Su, these guys wouldn't have suffered so much today. Brother Su, you are my idol. TSK TSK TSK. Too arrogant, Brother Su. I still want to know, how did you come up with that price when you ordered the dishes just now? Sui looked at everyone with a smile and waved his hand gently. It's okay, don't get so excited, let's sit down first and talk after we finish eating. Okay. We'll all listen to Brother Su. Everyone agreed and returned to their seats, but their focus was still on Su He. Qian Meng Meng was even more exaggerated. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and only Sui's shadow was left in her eyes. The scene of the combination punches just now was still vivid in her mind. In addition to being handsome, this gives people an overwhelming sense of security. By now, the atmosphere of the meal had reached its peak, and the noise did not end until the food and drinks were served. When the meal started, everyone looked at the various delicacies and fine wines on the table, raised their glasses, stood up, and toasted Suhi one by one. This meal cost nearly 3 million, but Suhi didn't feel sorry at all, and everyone admired him very much. Since Suhi no longer treated them as outsiders, they became even more enthusiastic, drinking one cup after another and having a great time. At this time, Xian Mengmeng was still looking at Suhi, her eyes full of admiration. When they were almost done eating, Suhi saw the message Bai Jishi sent him, and then sent Bai Jishi the address. After eating and drinking, Suhi came downstairs to pay the bill surrounded by everyone. After the payment, the tenfold rebate was immediately credited to the account. Everyone said goodbye to each other and prepared to leave. Shen Duo looked at Suhi and knew that Suhi had been drinking, so he stopped Suhi in advance. "Brother Su, don't drive. I'll ask someone to take you back later." "Send Brother Suhi back? I'll go. I'll go." Xian Mengmeng was listening at the side, and immediately excitedly recommended herself to Mao Zhu. Looking at his sister jumping 3 feet high, Shen Duo couldn't help but sigh. "What about your brother? Your brother also drank? What should I do?" "Thank you, Mengmeng, just send your brother back, my girlfriend will come to pick me up later." Chapter 27 I Lost Brother Suhi. After listening to Qian Mengmeng's words, Suhi first thanked her with a smile, and then said that Bai Jishi would come to pick him up later. Boom! But just this casual remark almost made Qian Mengmeng and many young ladies burst into tears. At this moment, they just felt as if they were struck by lightning, their heads were buzzing, and they couldn't accept it for a while. Ah! Brother Suhi has a girlfriend. What a shame! With such a perfect man, do we have no chance like this? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xian Mengmeng and those young ladies could only stare at Suhi, feeling that Suhi seemed to be getting farther and farther away from them. The expressions of each of them at this moment can be described as envy, jealousy, and hatred. Being able to become Suhi's girlfriend is simply too happy. "Okay, Brother Su, then I'm relieved." Chen Duo looked at Qian Mengmeng helplessly, then smiled and nodded to Suhi. While everyone was still moving forward, Chen Mengmeng was still standing there in a daze. Chen Duo felt helpless and had to come over to pull her. "Brother, I'm heartbroken. Let me cry for a while." Chen Mengmeng pouted and shook off the hand that Chen Duo extended to her, looking at Sui's back in front of her with grievance. "Okay, you're not in love yet? Where does the heartbreak come from?" Qian Duo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had no way to deal with his sister, and then he sighed. "Oh, don't think about it. He's someone's boyfriend. What's the point of being sad here? Brother, can you comfort people?" Qian Mengmeng curled her lips and ignored Qian Duo, walking forward on her own. At this point, Qian Mengmeng just wanted to see what Sui's girlfriend looked like. Was she pretty or not? She wanted to see what kind of girl could attract Suhi. Many young ladies had the same idea as him at this time and followed him outside. Outside, Bai Jishi was already waiting. After seeing Suhi, she first waved sweetly and then trotted all the way to Sui's side. "Suhi, here I come." When everyone saw Bai Jishi standing next to Suhi, they were stunned on the spot. She was too beautiful. They really didn't expect that Sui's girlfriend was of such a level. She was simply a goddess beyond words. Wow! My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother Su is so lucky. Ha, with our brother Su's good looks, only a goddess like this is worthy of him. Even so, I have to admit that I'm still jealous. The young masters looked at Bai Jishi and couldn't help but envy Suhi. And Qian Mengmeng looked at this and completely gave up. "Jishi, let me introduce you, these are all my good friends." Suhi smiled and then introduced Qian Mengmeng and others to Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi also greeted everyone with a smile, and then the two of them said goodbye to everyone and left. After getting in the car, Suhi sat in the passenger seat, while Bai Jishi sat in the driver's seat, looking like a beautiful woman in a luxurious car. "Suhi, I forgot, I have never driven a sports car." Bai Jishi was a little confused and had to ask Suhi for help. "Ha, it's okay, I'll teach you." Suhi waved his hand and slowly began to give instructions in the passenger seat, his body leaning closer and closer to Bai Jishi, and the atmosphere in the car became a little ambiguous. Because sports cars and other cars are actually similar, with Sui's guidance, Bai Jishi started the car smoothly. Just when they were about to start, Suhi had already gotten in front of Bai Jishi. Their eyes met and Bai Jishi's face immediately turned red. "Suhi, are you drunk? Why are you acting so weird?" Bai Jishi sniffed Sui's mouth with concern, and sure enough, she smelled alcohol. Little idiot, I'm putting your seatbelt on, do you want to see what you forgot? Sui smiled dotingly, grabbed the seatbelt beside him, and carefully fastened it for Bai Jishi. Ah! Seatbelt? I forgot. Bai Jishi realized then that she was so busy opening the door that she actually forgot about this. Hey, how come I'm more sober than you after drinking? They say that wine doesn't make you drunk, people make themselves drunk. Are you drunk just because you saw me? Seeing Bai Jishi's sudden realization, Sui couldn't help but whisper a few words in her ear. Hate it. Sit down now. Bai Jishi's pretty face flushed red, and she had no choice but to let Sui lean against her. By the way, Suhi, are we going back to school? After driving the car out successfully, Bai Jishi asked Sui where he was going now. Don't go back for now, just do as I say. Good. Sui's eyes turned, he sat up straight, and began to point the way to Bai Jishi. Not long after, Bai Jishi drove in an orderly manner and soon arrived at Yulong Pavilion. Bai Jishi's eyes lit up, and she knew this place. After all, this was the most luxurious villa area in Jinling. But before this, Bai Jishi had only heard of it, and this was the first time she came here. While driving, Bai Jishi also paid attention to the surrounding scenery, and for a moment her eyes became a little intoxicated. How is it? Doesn't the scenery look good? Of course it's beautiful. This is the best and most expensive villa area in Jinling. Bai Jishi nodded, and then drove the car to the door. Suhi, should we turn around? Faced with Bai Jishi's reminder, Sui shook his head. No, we can just drive in? Drive in? Bai Jishi was startled and stopped immediately, looking at Suhi with great concern. But Suhi, we are not the owners of this place. We can't enter without a pass, right? It's okay. Our car is a McLaren. It can get in. We can just take a look at the scenery inside. Sui smiled confidently and told Bai Jishi to drive straight in. All right. Bai Jishi was still a little hesitant, but after hearing what Sui said, she had no choice but to agree to drive in. He started the car again, and when Bai Jishi was only a few dozen meters away from the gate, the security guards in the security booth looked at the car and were stunned. The uniformed security captain opened his mouth wide, recognized the McLaren at once, and let out a cry of surprise. This is the owner of Villa Number 1. What? The owner of Villa Number 1. After the security captain exclaimed, all the security guards in the security booth came running out. Are you kidding? He is the owner of Villa Number 1 here. Who can neglect someone of such status? However, this also frightened Bai Jishi. Seeing the security guards rushing out like a flood and a beast, she almost slammed on the brakes. Ah! What's this? Are they trying to beat us up? Sui looked at Bai Jishi unhappily, flicked her lightly, and shook his head helplessly. What are you thinking? And you're going to hit us? How is that possible? I'm driving. Suhi, why are you hitting me? Bai Jishi pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. Those security guards were scary just now, okay? But thinking back, it was impossible that they were here to beat people up. Bai Jishi couldn't help but become curious. What on earth were these security guards doing? Welcome home. As Bai Jishi drove the car to the door, a group of security guards stood in a row and bowed to welcome the two with an extremely respectful attitude. Never mind all that, just drive inside. Sui yawned and told Bai Jishi to continue driving inside. Bai Jishi nodded woodenly and had no choice but to do as he asked. Next, the security guards quickly opened the door and Bai Jishi drove in. After driving in smoothly, Sui still looked as if nothing had happened, but Bai Jishi was very confused. They were obviously not the owners of this place, so how could they get in like this? Are the security guards here so irresponsible? They just let us in so casually? It's okay, just keep driving inside. Muttering something, Bai Jishi turned her gaze to admire the surrounding scenery and soon drove to the vicinity of Villa Number 1. After getting off the car, Bai Jishi was attracted by Villa Number 1 at first sight. Although she had seen many villas on the way here, they were still far inferior to Villa Number 1 in front of her. Oh my god! This villa is so luxurious. Bai Jishi stared blankly at Villa Number 1. This was beyond her understanding. Although she was no stranger to detached villas, it was hard for her to imagine that a villa of this level actually existed, and it was right in front of her. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Why are we looking at it from so far away? Come closer. Sui smiled mysteriously, pulled by Jishi and walked forward. That's not good. If the owner sees us sneaking around, he might go and notify the security guard. After walking a few steps, Jishi stopped with some concern, thinking that this was someone else's place after all. Even if they came here to see the world, it would not be polite to rush in. Don't worry, Jishi, it's okay, just follow me. Sui comforted by Jishi, and they continued to walk inside. When they passed the garden at the entrance and were about to arrive at the main villa, Jishi shook her head and pulled Sui to stop. Okay Sui, let's not go in, let's just take a look here. As she spoke, Jishi looked up at the villa in front of her, and the more she looked, the more frightened she became. This place is so luxurious. Sui, who do you think can live here? Hey, this must be a handsome guy. Sui answered with a grin, but Jishi rolled his eyes and didn't think so. Impossible. If you ask me, the person who lives here must be a wealthy businessman. He must be middle-aged at least, and he must be very greasy. This isn't a youth idol drama. How can you think the guy living here is a handsome guy? Is there really a handsome man who can afford to live in a villa like this? Looking at Jishi's clear analysis, Sui's eyebrows twitched slightly. What did she say about him? Ahem. Jishi? Do you want to go in and take a look? Ignoring the previous topic, Sui looked towards the main entrance of the main villa with a wicked smile. Alas, there is no way for us to go in even if we want to. This is someone else's house. Jishi sighed, but felt more and more confused in her heart. She always felt that something was wrong with Sui today. How about this, let's go and ring the doorbell together to see if there's anyone inside and if we can go in and take a look. Sui's eyes suddenly lit up, and before Jishi could say anything, he pulled her forward. Sui, what are you thinking about? How is this possible? Jishi curled her lips and followed Sui to the door. Her expression suddenly became timid, as if she had done something wrong. Welcome home. However, at this moment, a ray of light from the door swept across Sui's pupils, and an electronic synthesized sound was transmitted. Chapter 28 The School Beauty is Eye-Opening. Jishi was stunned for a moment, took a few steps back, and looked into Sui's eyes in disbelief. At this moment, Sui's eyes were looking at Jishi cunningly. Seeing Jishi's helpless look, he laughed out loud. Ha, what are you looking at? Is this your house? Jishi was stunned for a while before she realized what was happening, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Sui, you are bullying me. Now that she understood, staring at Sui's smiling face, and considering her previous experience on the road, Jishi let out a coquettish cry and pouted her lips in grievance. The next second, Jishi rushed towards Sui waving her little fists. Seeing this, Sui also ran inside. After running a few steps, Sui was about to look back to see if Jishi was still chasing him, but when he turned around, he found Jishi, who didn't stop in time, hugged him tightly. At this moment, an unprecedented softness swept over Sui's brain nerves, and Jishi's little face turned from astonishment to blush. Sui, you did this on purpose. She quickly and shyly came out of Sui's arms. Jishi said unhappily and lightly punched Sui in the chest. Okay, I want to give you a surprise, don't I? Don't be angry, I'll take you for a walk. Sui was still savoring the feeling just now, so he pulled Jishi and continued to walk inside, walking around the villa. Okay. Jishi's mood right now is indescribably complicated. She always feels that everything is like a dream and she can't tell whether it is reality or imagination. She really didn't expect that this villa actually belonged to Sui. The McLaren before had already shocked her for a whole year, and now suddenly a luxurious villa appeared. Thinking back to the villas she saw on the road, Jishi felt more and more shocked. She thought that no other villa in Yulong Pavilion could compare to this one. Soon, Sui took Jishi for a walk on the first floor, and then went to the swimming pool and garden at the back. Jishi's mouth was barely closed throughout the entire journey. Today's experience really opened her eyes. After taking Jishi for a walk, Sui just sat down on the sofa when he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Host, please complete the sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and obtaining the God-level calligraphy and painting ability. Sui raised his eyebrows, and the next second, he felt a warm feeling in his head, which was extremely comfortable. The warm feeling came and went quickly, but Sui's mind was filled with many memories of calligraphy and painting. Just at this moment, Sui's cell phone rang. Sui picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a message from Yang Jiyuan, general manager of Linglong Group. Mr. Su, are you free this afternoon? I would like to meet with you to report something. Sui thought about it and seemed to have nothing to do in the afternoon, so he agreed immediately. After searching on his phone, Sui directly chose a tea garden to meet. This tea garden is very famous in the vicinity, and it is also easy to find if Yang Jiyuan comes here. Just after sending the message, Sui heard Bai Jishi yawning beside him. When I turned my head, I saw a hint of water in Bai Jishi's beautiful eyes, which made people feel a little bit of pity. Sui was also amused when he saw Bai Jishi's lazy and sleepy appearance. He walked over, took Bai Jishi's little hand, and walked towards the bedroom upstairs. What's wrong, Sui? Bai Jishi's voice was soft, with a slightly upturned ending. Sui's heart softened when he heard it. Sui smiled softly and said gently, "Come on, go upstairs and take a nap with me." Bai Jishi didn't say anything. She obediently let Sui pull her and walked directly into the extremely luxurious master bedroom. The two of them slept on each side. Sui had drunk some wine at noon today, so he fell into a deep sleep quickly. After sleeping for about an hour, Sui woke up from his sleep. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a warm and soft body in my arms. Sui looked at Bai Jishi, who was sleeping in his arms. She curled up on his chest, looking as cute as a sleepy kitten. How can there be such a cute girl? Sui raised a faint smile on his lips and gently kissed Bai Jishi on the face. Sui carefully pulled his arm out, covered Bai Jishi with a blanket, and then tiptoed out of the room. Sui raised his wrist to check the time. It was almost time for his appointment with Yang Jiyuan, so he simply packed up. Before leaving, Sui walked to the coffee table in the living room and left a note for Bai Jishi. I have to go out for something. Send me a message or call me when you get up. Sui put down the pen and looked at the note in front of him, feeling a sense of emotion. It truly is worthy of his god-level calligraphy and painting skills. The characters immediately look different. The flying dragons and phoenixes look like dragons flying across the sky, leaving a very deep impression on people. Even Sui himself was shocked by the beauty of the handwriting, and he sighed as he looked at the note. Once you have the ability to write calligraphy and painting, even the casual words you write will have such charm. Putting the note on the coffee table, Sui walked out of the villa and drove towards Yulin Tea Garden. At the same time, in the Yulin Tea Garden. During this time period, there were not many guests in the tea garden. A melodious song of flowing water in the mountains sounded, and coupled with the faint fragrance of tea filling the garden, it created a unique artistic conception. At this moment, several old men walked into the tea garden. The old man in the lead was wearing a white gown. As he walked, some shadows could be seen on the gown. Those shadows seemed to flow, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, very beautiful. That was embroidery done with white silk thread on white silk fabric. Such ingenious ideas and techniques make the grade of the whole garment rise to a higher level. The owner of this dress, who is low-key and exquisite, is Mr. Moroni. The several old men behind the old man were either wearing long gowns of other colors or neatly tailored Zhongshan suits, and they looked very energetic. They walked in talking and laughing, and they all seemed to be in a very happy mood. The boss, who was a little drowsy at first, was immediately startled when he saw these old men coming in. He hurriedly walked out from behind the counter and greeted them enthusiastically. Mr. Morong, you are here. The boss served the people in front of him very carefully, his eyes full of caution. The people in front of me are all important people. Especially the old man in the lead, his background is so powerful that it is shocking. He is the old man of Jinling Morong family, Morongi. It can be said that this old man is such a presence that if he stomps his feet in Jinling, the whole of Jinling will tremble 3 times. This person is at the top of the pyramid in the entire Jinling powerful circle. Anyone who can be with such an old man is naturally extraordinary. Some of them are patriarchs of large families, and some are veteran entrepreneurs. In a nutshell, none of these customers, the owner of a tea garden, dared to offend. Everyone, follow me. The boss greeted the elders respectfully. Such distinguished guests would naturally be given the most upscale private room. Unexpectedly, the leader, Mr. Morong, waved his hand, laughed heartily, and said, "No need to go to all that trouble. Let's just drink some tea in the lobby today. There are no guests in the lobby right now anyway, so it's a different experience here." The boss was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the other old men also looked pleased, he quickly agreed. Then he took his staff to quickly clean up the tables where the guests were going to sit. The boss seemed to have thought of something at this time, and quickly instructed the staff beside him. Go, bring the best tea set. Since the old man and others came here personally, all the utensils must be the best. After hearing what the boss said, the staff naturally did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly went to get the best purple clay tea set and placed it on the tea table. Seeing that the tea sets had been purchased, Mr. Morone greeted several old friends and said, "Come on, everyone, take a seat." Everyone took their seats, and the most honorable person, Mr. Morone, naturally sat in the first seat. As soon as Mr. Morone sat down, he glanced at everyone at the table and sighed, shaking his head. "I'm really impressed by you old guys. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves coveting it. You guys are coveting my jade." These words seemed to be full of helplessness, but no matter how you looked at Mr. Morone's expression, you could feel a sense of pride in it. Several old men nearby also looked helpless. One of them, wearing a Zhongshan suit, stretched out his hand and tapped the table twice, saying anxiously, "Stop talking, isn't it enough to know that this piece of jade is your treasure? Take it out quickly." They all knew that Grandpa Morone had obtained a good piece of jade, which was definitely a good thing from an old mine. They all liked jade, and when they heard the news, they immediately made an appointment with Mr. Morone to meet. After several appointments, we finally met in person. Naturally, we were anxious to see the legendary jade. Unexpectedly, Mr. Morone took Xiao and is still playing dumb here. It's so frustrating. Old Master Morone looked at his old friends, all of whom had an expression of irritation and glaring. He sighed and then took out something from his pocket. Chapter 29, Treasure. When they saw the jade in Grandpa Morone's hand, everyone gasped. This. It's really good stuff. In front of them, there appeared a piece of very smooth jade. Although it was not big enough to fit in a palm, it was obvious that it was a flawless piece of jade. You can see at a glance that this piece of jade is full of water and looks extremely moist. As soon as the old men saw the jade, they rubbed their hands subconsciously. They all wanted to take a closer look at such fine jade. Mr. Morone was not a stingy person. Seeing them rubbing their hands in anticipation, he carefully placed the jade on the tea table and said helplessly, "Let me show you a good look." Several old men immediately became happy. The old man sitting on the right-hand side of Grandpa Morone took the lead in picking up the jade and playing with it carefully in his hands. Because he came to see the jade, the old man also brought a small flashlight and examined the inside of the jade bit by bit. The jade was pure and flawless inside. Even under the beam of light, it was obvious that it was truly a perfect piece of jade. This is really good jade, and it's still a rough stone. Although it's not very big, it will definitely be a top-notch treasure after careful carving. It's full of water, it feels like the water will flow out at any time. This is not just a piece of jade, it looks like it has life when you look at it this way. What a great thing. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. The ancients were right. This is the real good stuff. Everyone present looked at the jade in front of them with shocked expressions. The next moment, they all looked at Old Man Morone standing beside them. Several elders couldn't wait to express their thoughts. "Brother Morone, I know you like calligraphy and painting the most. I have quite a few collections. Can I exchange the original work of Master Hongi for the jade in your hand? How can Master Hongi afford this flawless jade? Why don't you come to me? As long as it's a work you like, I'll give it to you in exchange. How about that? Whether it's your favorite calligraphy or antique treasures, as long as you can name them, I will give them all to you. As long as you give me this piece of jade, how about it, Brother Morone? After all, jade of this grade is hard to come by." Several people also really liked this piece of jade, so they thought of exchanging it with Mr. Morone for something he liked. Unexpectedly, even after several people had talked for so long that their lips were almost worn out, Mr. Morone still refused to give in. Okay, then you can keep it as a family heirloom. Knock, knock, search." An old man said this angrily, and quickly picked up the tea on the table and drank it down to suppress the depression in his heart. It's so frustrating to see such a good thing but not be able to exchange it for it. Old Master Morone looked at them one by one, and was also amused, and said bluntly, "I'm not saying this, but I really don't like your stuff." The old men looked at each other, and were completely out of temper after being confronted. After all, the person in front of him is the old man of the Morone family, one of the top families in Jinling. Naturally, his vision is very high. Since it is an exchange, it must be consensual. Since Mr. Morone doesn't like it, they can't force him to do anything, right? So the several old men present could only sigh and drink the tea in front of them with a sad face. My favorite tea tasted bland at this time. However, an old man in a black gown was more open-minded. He started a new topic, which immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they started talking and laughing again. At this moment, Sui stepped into the hall of the tea garden. Seeing the latecomers coming in, the old men immediately lowered their voices. They are all cultured people, and they will not be greedy for their own enjoyment and disturb the elegant enjoyment of tea drinking by those who come later. When Mr. Morong saw the looks of those people, he also glanced towards the door. As soon as he saw Sui coming in, Mr. Morong immediately smiled and greeted him. My dear Su, what a fate! I didn't expect that we would meet here again. Old Master Morong didn't expect that he would meet her again here after just meeting her at the Jinling banquet. When Sui heard what Mr. Morong said, he also walked over quickly. He nodded to the old man and said with a smile, It is fate indeed, that you are drinking tea here too. After saying that, Sui nodded to the other old men as a greeting. Mr. Morong liked Sui very much. He laughed heartily and asked Sui to sit down and drink tea with him. Come, have some tea with my old man. Sui raised his wrist to check the time. It was not yet the agreed time, so he smiled and said to the old man, Grandpa, I have an appointment, so I may only be able to accompany you for a while. The boss quickly brought a chair, and Sui sat down and asked casually, What is the old man doing here? Is he here just to taste tea? Mr. Morong waved his hand gently, looked at the other elders, and said cheerfully, It's these old guys who insist on seeing my jade. As he spoke, the old man had already taken out the jade. Since it was taken out for everyone to play with, it was also a good opportunity for Sui to broaden his horizons. Sui looked at the jade stone that the old man handed to him, and quickly took it with both hands, looking at it carefully in his hands. It is indeed good jade, smooth and warm to the touch, very comfortable. It is said that good jade nourishes people. If you play with jade like this often, it will definitely make you feel happy. Sui paused while praising, looked at the old man and asked, I just heard the old man say that they were going to take out something. What's going on? As soon as Sui asked the question, before Mr. Morong answered, several old men beside him were full of complaints and started to speak. This old man is just deliberately coveting us. He took out such a fine jade, and we wanted to exchange our own collection with him, but he has high standards. We are not trying to fool him. Those are all genuine good things, paintings and calligraphy by famous people, which he loves the most. I think Brother Morong is just being naughty and driving up the market price. Yes, my dear Su, don't even think about it. This guy won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. I don't know what can catch his eye. What would he be interested in? Humph, I don't think he would be interested unless he got some royal utensils or top-grade porcelain. This guy is really bad. Listening to the old men's complaints, Sui was also amused and said with a smile, I really don't have these things. After hearing Sui's words, the people present did not show any surprise. After all, even Mr. Morong didn't like their collections, let alone Sui, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. An old man smiled faintly and said to Sui kindly, It seems that, young man, you have no chance of getting this jade. That's good, so you don't get cheated by this old man. From now on, there will be one more precious item in the Morong family's heirlooms. The other elders also nodded in agreement. The price they offered was higher than the value of the jade. But in this situation, Mr. Morong is unwilling to give it up, so he can only keep it at home and admire it by himself. Yes, we must not encourage the evil tendencies of some people, we should just follow and see. The other old man glanced at Mr. Morong with his eyes slanted and said in a faint voice. Being bullied by several old friends, Mr. Morong smiled helplessly and said bluntly, I just wanted to show you guys, to make you jealous. It's not that Mr. Morong is raising the price. It's just that this piece of jade is his favorite. Ordinary things are naturally not worth his attention. At this moment, Sui, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up and said, I don't have those famous calligraphy and paintings, but I think my calligraphy should be exchangeable. Just one sentence shocked the whole audience. Not only Mr. Morong, but all the old men present were shocked. They simply couldn't believe their ears. Su Xiaoyu, what did you just say? Those calligraphy and paintings of ancient celebrities that they just took out are not good. What about yours? For a moment, the entire place seemed to have pressed the mute button, and even the air was filled with silence. The next moment, the old men couldn't help but burst into laughter. The old men looked at each other, all laughing so hard that they were out of breath and holding their stomachs to gasp for air. Young man, as a man, it's good to be proud, but don't be too conceited. We have to be more objective, otherwise, we will be laughed at. Yes, Su Xiaoyu, can your calligraphy compare to those authentic works of famous people we just talked about? Let alone the question of value, the calligraphy alone is not on the same level. I'm not saying that there is no shortcut to calligraphy other than hard work and practice. Those masters spend their entire day practicing calligraphy. You are so young, so you can't compare to them. Wrist strength is the foundation of calligraphy. Too strong when young, too weak when old. Only when you are in your 50s or 60s can you be tempered to the point of true entry. Add to that the understanding of life, and these processes cannot be missed. The elders present looked at Su He and shook their heads. They didn't look down on Su He, on the contrary, it was because they were very optimistic about him that they said such things. In the eyes of these old men, Su He is indeed a brilliant talent at a young age, and it is normal for him to be a little arrogant sometimes. As long as they are guided correctly, they will shine in the future. An old man looked at Su He and said in a very gentle tone, "My dear Su, the ancient masters had to practice calligraphy for more than 10 hours a day to achieve their peak works when they were in their 50s or 60s. Young people nowadays have too many things to learn, and they are too diverse, so they cannot practice without distraction. In this case, neither the state of mind nor the techniques can be compared with those of the great masters." At this time, Mr. Morome on the side also spoke. "My dear Su, this is my favorite treasure. Although we have a close relationship, a gentleman should not take away someone else's love. You can't do this." When the others heard what Mr. Morome said, they also started discussing. No one believed how well Su He, who was so young, could write. Su He didn't care about what everyone said. He looked at the boss beside him and said with a smile, "Please prepare some writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone for me." When the boss heard Su He's words, he hurried to the back to prepare. My place is a gathering place for many dignitaries. When they are happy talking, many of them like to splash ink on the spot, so the store really has the 4 treasures of the study available all year round. The boss quickly went to get the 4 treasures of the study and placed them on the table, then spread his hands towards Su He. "Please do as you please." The people next to him were stunned when they saw the food on the table. "Su He, is this for real?" The old men looked at each other, and seeing Su He's persistence, they stopped talking. They all sat leisurely in their chairs, waiting for Su He's work. Su He was ready. All the old men present were highly respected, and it was naturally impossible for them to grind ink for him. The boss on the side was quite capable and immediately came over and said very respectfully, "If you don't mind, let me grind the ink." Good. Everyone was watching from the sidelines, but they didn't hold out any hope. Su He picked up the fine wolf hairbrush, dipped it in ink, smiled faintly and said, "I'll just write one word." "One word?" When everyone present heard this, a hint of disdain flashed across their eyes. "You want to exchange such fine jade for just one word? It's simply a fantasy. You know, this piece of jade of Mr. Morone, to be honest, is worth at least several million. Just one character is exchanged, the price is more expensive than Wang Shiji." At this time, Su He had already picked up the brush and was looking at the rice paper in front of him with a serious expression. Everyone was stunned when they saw Su He's current appearance. Su He's aura has completely changed. Chapter 30, I want to make jewelry for my girlfriend with this jade. Su He is now a true great writer, with a poetic and literary temperament that can make people hold their breath. As Su He's strokes fell, everyone seemed to be under a spell. The entire space seemed to be frozen, and for a moment, the tea house was completely silent. Even the boiling water in the kettle seemed to be suppressed by this momentum and dared not make a sound. How could those old men sitting upright at the table remain seated? They all stood up, staring at Su He's hands, as if their heartbeats had followed Su He's movements. Su He has already started writing. Under Su He's control, the thick black ink began to quickly blend into the rice paper. For a moment, Su He's men were seen as floating like clouds and as agile as dragons. Every stroke of the brush is as fine as iron writing and silver hook, unrivaled in ancient and modern times. At the same time, an extremely strong momentum rushed out of the rice paper and rushed straight towards everyone present. Everyone present had already been shocked by the momentum. They almost forgot to breathe and stared with their mouths wide open, as if they could swallow a fist. After a while, Su He finished writing a character and gently put the brush back into the pen holder. The word jade has already appeared on the paper. It was clearly only a moment, but to the people present, it felt like a century had passed. Everyone's eyes turned to the words on the table. In just a moment, everyone present was stunned. They only felt a flash before their eyes, as if countless peerless jades flashed before their eyes. Even the legendary He Sure By flashed past their eyes like a slide. Some warm jade stones look soft and smooth to the touch. There are also several cold jades among them, which are like 1,000-year-old ice. Although it is just a quick glance, it makes people feel the chill from the bottom of their hearts. The old men were fascinated by the scene. Even though the scene before their eyes had turned back into the tea garden, they were still immersed in it. The ancient atmosphere that came to their faces was something they had never heard of or seen before, and they simply didn't want to open their eyes. It was not until a long time later that everyone gradually came to their senses and looked at the calligraphy in front of them, completely stunned. The next moment, bursts of loud shouts were heard from the house. Everyone felt a burning sensation in their hearts, and their eyes were filled with passion like a raging fire. Looking at the words written by Suhi again at this time, I feel incredible. At this time, everyone could no longer hold back and began to express their feelings. It's amazing. You may not believe it, but I just seemed to see Jade Mountain. All kinds of jade appeared before my eyes, just like watching a popular science program. This calligraphy is simply amazing. It has strength without losing its power, and its style is unrestrained without exaggeration. The handwriting is as smooth as flowing water in clouds. It makes people linger and can't stop admiring it. This character is written as smooth as flowing water, and the strokes are as smooth as clouds and smoke. This is a level of calligraphy that only exists in legends. The strokes are like entering a fantasy world, with extraordinary momentum and tremendous force. To be fair, the authentic works of famous people we have are just like children's graffiti compared to this jade character. There is no comparison at all. The gap is simply too big. Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, Old Man Morone came forward. He took the work on the table and held it tightly in his hand. Mr. Morone's eyes were shining as he carefully observed every stroke of the word, with a smile on his face that he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. I made money, a lot of money. With such beautiful calligraphy, even if he was given the likes of Wang Shiji and Nifu, he wouldn't even take a second look at it. What he holds in his hand now is the real miracle. The old men nearby were also staring at the word eagerly, the fanaticism in their eyes could almost turn into fire. Now they only regret that they don't have such good jade? Otherwise, the name Suhi would already be his. Suhi looked at Mr. Morone, who looked as if he was afraid that his calligraphy would be snatched away by someone else. He was also amused and said with a smile, "Then old man, since you are satisfied, I will take the jade." Jade? Wait. The old man then remembered that Suhi wrote these words with the purpose of exchanging his beloved jade. When he thought of that flawless piece of jade, a trace of reluctance flashed across Grandpa Morone's eyes. That piece of jade is really his favorite. He really couldn't bear to exchange it like this. Suhi raised his eyebrows, chuckled, shook his head, and said, "If you don't want to, then I can't give you this word, old man." Having said that, Suhi deliberately paused for a moment and said helplessly, "After all, although we have a close relationship, a gentleman should not take away someone else's love. I can't force you to trade, right? Old man. Wow, why does this sound so familiar? Give someone a taste of their own medicine, right? This little guy is so naughty." Mr. Morone hesitated for a moment, and when he reacted, he saw Suhi was about to take his calligraphy back. Seeing Suhi's actions, Mr. Morone's eyes widened and he subconsciously took a step back. How could he bear to return such beautiful calligraphy? But to be honest, Mr. Morone was reluctant to exchange that piece of jade. After thinking about it for a while, Mr. Morone said to Suhi, "My dear, how about this? I'll pay for your calligraphy. How about that?" After all, he has the Morone family behind him, so even if the price offered is as astronomical as Wang Shiji's, Old Man Morone can still afford it. It is precisely because of this confidence that the old man said this. In Mr. Morone's opinion, Suhi is very good, but also very young. Such children naturally need some help to soar into the sky. One word in exchange for some startup capital seems to be a pretty good deal. Old Master Morone was thinking self-righteously, but he didn't expect that before Suhi expressed his opinion, the others nearby became angry. This old guy Morone is going a bit too far by doing this. This obviously means that they want both. How can you do things this way? Su Xiaoyu, don't listen to him. What do you mean by spending money to buy it? Isn't this an insult to Su Xiaoyu's excellent calligraphy? If you don't want to change, we have a long queue of good things here. That's right, Su Xiaoyu, don't be fooled by him. He was just raising the price, but now he's cheating. If he wants to buy it with money, we will also participate. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets it. If Brother Morong doesn't have moral principles, then we don't have to be polite. After all, if we observe such excellent calligraphy every day, it will be of great benefit. The old men present were getting restless and started to criticize Mr. Morong's behavior. You are eating what's in the pot and want to take what's in the basin. Too much, too much. Even though Mr. Morong was thick-skinned enough, his face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed after being scolded by a bunch of old friends. This. Didn't he just make a suggestion? It's so embarrassing to say this about myself. Okay, Su Xiaoyu, take it. Old Master Morong gave the jade to Su He reluctantly, and he himself kept looking at the word. Every stroke of this character brings me a new experience every time I look at it. This deal is really worth it. Old Master Morong looked at the jade in Su He's hand reluctantly, and then looked at the calligraphy in his own hand. This is a piece of calligraphy without a seal, so it cannot be considered complete at all. Mr. Morong felt a little regretful. He looked at Su He and asked, Su Xiaoyu, don't you have a seal? No. Su He shook his head. After all, he had just acquired the miraculous painting and calligraphy skills and had never thought about that. Mr. Morong thought about it and suggested to Su He, how about you make a seal out of this jade and give it to me? Print chapter? Su He looked at the jade in his hand, shook his head slightly, and said, forget it. It's a bit of a waste to make such a fine jade into a seal. I'm going to make a piece of jewelry for my girlfriend. Everyone. What is the criterion for this? Printing stamps is a waste, but making jewelry is not a waste, right? Chapter 31. Such a young tycoon. There are so many things that can be made from such a top-quality piece of jade. No matter who gets this piece of jade, they will probably have to think carefully about it and communicate with the master sculptor to discuss how to use it. But Su Xiaoyu actually said directly that he wanted to make jewelry for his girlfriend. This thoughtfulness is absolutely amazing. All the old men present were shocked. This is really a waste of resources. But then, the old men were filled with emotion again. I secretly admired Su He's thoughtfulness. This man really loves his girlfriend too much. Are young people nowadays so capable? Many people even thought directly of their own youth. If they had such deep affection back then, there would be no goddess they couldn't win over. After expressing their feelings, these old men came directly to Su He and said, my dear Su, you just need a piece of jewelry, don't you? I have a top-grade imperial green pendant that is perfect as a gift for a girl. Would you consider it? I have a set of pink diamond jewelry. It's a great gift for girls. I bought it at an auction. Its origin and quality are absolutely guaranteed. If you like it, I'll take you to see it. I wonder if I can spend money to buy this piece of jade? The price I offer will definitely satisfy Su Xiaoyu. If you are short of money, how about selling me a piece of calligraphy? I don't ask for much, just one piece of calligraphy will do. How about that? Faced with the idea of someone paying for calligraphy in jade, Su He shook his head and directly declined. Excuse me, I'm not short of money, but I'm not interested in money. Not interested in money? When the others heard what Su He said, they all widened their eyes, a little bit unable to believe it. How old is Su He to say this? Everyone's hearts were in turmoil, and for a moment, they were full of complaints. You are so young, but you are so arrogant. Even we wouldn't dare to say that we are not interested in money. If you can say something like this, you must have never experienced the hardship of being poor or the beatings of society. Only those who have experienced it know that money is a good thing. This child is good-looking, has a good temperament, and his handwriting is superb. But why does he have a problem of bragging? Just as everyone was complaining in their hearts, a group of people arrived outside the tea garden. I saw a fleet of luxury cars parked at the entrance of the tea garden. The doors opened and business elites got out of the cars one by one. They were wearing neat suits and looked very capable. It was Yang Jiyuan, who brought a group of senior executives from Linglong Group. As soon as Yang Jiyuan and his group entered, Mr. Morong and others saw them. Linglong Group is a famous enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Such a billion-dollar group is naturally familiar to the elders present. Everyone greeted Yang Jiyuan and looked at him enthusiastically and said, General Manager Yang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Even Mr. Morong had a smile on his face. Yang Jiyuan didn't see Sui. After all, Sui had been talking to the old man with his back to him. Seeing these respected old men in Jinling City, Yang Jiyuan was also stunned, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet them one by one. An old man looked at Yang Jiyuan and asked cheerfully, "How did you find the time to come here? And bring so many high-ranking people with you?" Facing these old men, Yang Jiyuan did not hide anything and answered directly. "We're here to find our new chairman." New chairman? All the old men present looked at each other in surprise. They were secretly thinking in their hearts, Linglong Group is a multi-billion-dollar group, how could they suddenly change their chairman? At this time, Sui heard Yang Jiyuan's voice, put away the jade and turned around. When Yang Jiyuan saw Sui, he was obviously stunned for a moment, then he quickly walked over and said very respectfully, "Chairman, you are drinking tea with the old men. Didn't we disturb you? We are late." Yang Jiyuan looked embarrassed and felt annoyed. "I was so busy greeting the old men just now that I didn't even see my own chairman. Isn't this embarrassing?" When the masters heard Yang Jiyuan's words, they were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other, and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Who is the new chairman Yang Jiyuan mentioned? Just when everyone was confused, they saw Sui walking towards them and replied with a faint smile. "No, you guys came pretty fast." Hiss. As soon as Sui finished speaking, the whole audience gasped. For a moment, the old men were stunned. He is so young, and he is the new chairman of Linglong Group? That's a group worth hundreds of billions. The fact that a young man has mastered it so easily shows his strength. The old men's hearts were instantly filled with countless shocks. No wonder the little guy said he is not short of money. They also thought that young people didn't know the benefits of money. It turns out that he holds a group worth hundreds of billions in his hands. Such a person will naturally not be short of money. And to be honest, isn't it easy for Sui to make money with such beautiful handwriting? They are superficial. For a moment, it was not only the elders who were shocked, but even Mr. Morong looked at Sui with shock. He was indeed optimistic about Sui, but he never expected that Sui would have such an identity. This young man is simply a dragon among men. He actually looked down on him, thinking he was just a medical student. Originally, Mr. Morong was thinking about supporting Sui if he had the chance. But now it seems that it is more like cooperation, or support? Even Mr. Morong would not dare to be so arrogant as to say that he was supporting such a famous Suzhou and Hangzhou enterprise. For a moment, everyone looked at Sui with shock in their eyes. This young man has already given them too much shock. Just when the entire tea garden was filled with shock, a light flashed before Sui's eyes. "Host, please complete the sign-in." Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and obtaining God-level management and investment skills. The next moment, Sui felt a heat in his head, and then he regained his composure. Sui opened his eyes, looked at Mr. Morong and others, smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, we have something else to do, so we'll go to the private room upstairs first." Looking at Sui in front of them, the old men were obviously stunned. They were drinking tea and chatting together just now, but they always felt that Sui seemed a little different now. More reserved than before, his eyes were like the deep sea, calm yet able to stir up a storm at any time. "Okay. You guys get busy first." In the end, it was Mr. Morong who reacted first. He patted Chen Tian on the shoulder and spoke to him. At this time, the other old men also nodded, but they all felt regretful in their hearts. Sui went to the private room upstairs. Doesn't it mean that they lost the chance to get the calligraphy and paintings? Such a beautiful word, it's such a pity. Sui took Yang Jiyuan and other senior executives upstairs, and the other elders all looked at Grandpa Morong. One of the old men chuckled, rubbed his hands embarrassedly, and took the initiative to say, "Brother Morong, can you show us the calligraphy that Su Xiaoyu wrote just now?" Since the calligraphy is no longer available, observing it more often may make up for the loss a little. The other old men also nodded, their faces full of earnestness, and they all started to advise. "Please show us one more time. Don't be so stingy, Brother Morong." Hey, who in Jinling doesn't know the reputation of our Morong family? How could someone from such a family be stingy? Besides, we are just looking at it, we won't steal it. Let's take a look together, it's also a form of exchange. Good things like this should be shared together, so that the fun of collecting them will be greater. In order to be able to see Sui's calligraphy again, these old gentlemen took great pains and tried their best to praise Mr. Morong's character. Old Master Morong was very calm, sitting there like he was sitting on a fishing platform, looking at everyone with a smile on his face, and slowly asked, "It's fine, but what are you going to use in exchange?" Everyone. Change? Let me take a look at this. Do we need to exchange qualifications? This is obviously even more excessive than raising the price. The elders reacted quickly. They looked at Mr. Morong and said angrily, "That's too stingy. Let's take a look. Didn't you show us your favorite jade stone before?" Old Master Morong looked at them one by one and suddenly burst into laughter, and it took him a while to stop laughing. He took out Sui's calligraphy and placed it on the bedside table, then said to everyone, "I was just joking with you. But this is the original work, there is no protection, you can only look, but you are not allowed to touch it." Mr. Morong spoke very seriously. Of course, he would take back such beautiful calligraphy and frame it well. The other old gentlemen naturally agreed readily, as long as they were allowed to see it. Everyone knew the value of the calligraphy and certainly would not touch it carelessly. Everyone looked at the words that had been spread out, carefully observing Sui's words, and kept exclaiming in admiration, "This is truly a masterpiece. Look at the charm brought out by each stroke, it is so similar to the warmth and clarity of jade." At the same time, Sui brought Yang Jiyuan and others to the private room on the second floor. The boss just knew Sui's identity, so he naturally didn't dare to relax regarding their reception work. The top-level box originally intended for use by Mr. Morong and others was directly open to Sui, Yang Jiyuan and his group. "Everyone, please come in." As the boss gently pushed open the door in front of him, a huge solid wood screen appeared before his eyes. On the solid wood screen are various auspicious beasts carved. Sui took a closer look and found that the carvings of auspicious beasts were vivid and lifelike, with a sense of spirituality blowing in his face. It is obviously the work of a master. Such a solid wood screen is probably worth a lot of money. After passing the screen, there is a huge tea room behind, which is decorated with ancient styles and exudes a classical atmosphere everywhere. The scenery inside the room is also extremely detailed, exuding a sense of dignity everywhere. Especially the large window facing the screen. Outside is the inner courtyard of the tea garden, and you can see a small courtyard with green bricks and green tiles. The lush bamboo has grown very well and has reached the window, blocking most of the sunlight. The breeze floats gently by, and you can hear the friction sound between the bamboo leaves, which is very beautiful, like a song. Sui looked at the environment of the private room, nodded, looked at the boss and said with a smile, "This place is really nice. The boss really put a lot of effort into it." No, I don't dare. I just hope Director Su doesn't mind." The boss answered very respectfully. After all, he often received dignitaries from Jinling, so he was very good at this level of conversation. After Su he ordered 2 pots of tea, the boss hurried out of the box. When Yang Jiyuan saw his boss leave, he immediately stood up, bowed to Su He, and said politely, "Director Su, I brought a group of senior executives here today to report to you on the current situation of Linglong Group." As he spoke, Yang Jiyuan winked at the senior executives behind him. The elites behind him immediately understood Yang Jiyuan's meaning and placed the information they brought in front of Su He. Those are various financial statements of Linglong Group in the past year, as well as information on ongoing projects. Since it was going to be a systematic report, Yang Jiyuan made all the necessary preparations. Under the vigorous leadership of Yang Jiyuan, the senior executives naturally did not dare to be careless and carefully reviewed all the reports. Sui directly took the top financial report, nodded to everyone, and then said, "Okay, then let's start reporting from the group's financial department." The financial director came out immediately. He first glanced at Yang Jiyuan, nodded at him, and began to report. While listening, Sui quickly flipped through the financial statements in his hand. Because it covers data from the past year, it is divided into quite a few parts, so it looks a bit thick. But Sui looked very quickly, as if he just glanced at it casually. Yang Jiyuan and a group of senior executives stared blankly, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Chairman Su reads so quickly, can he see everything? And with just a quick glance, I'm afraid you won't have any impression of a lot of the data, right? Just when everyone had their own ideas, Sui suddenly interrupted the financial director who was reporting and asked, "The quarterly expenditure figures you just gave me are different from the report you gave me. Is there an error in the data?" The CFO was visibly stunned when he heard this. He quickly looked through the information in his hand, and then noticed the number Suhi mentioned, and quickly explained. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I just said something wrong. He read the wrong column, so the number he reported was naturally wrong. Suhi nodded and raised his chin towards the financial director, indicating that he should continue reporting. It was obviously a small episode, but everyone present widened their eyes. Including General Manager Yang Jiyuan, they all looked at Suhi in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. This. Mr. Su just glanced through it so quickly, but he actually remembered such a small number clearly? Just by looking at it like this, you can already see the problem in the CFO's quick report? Isn't this amazing? For a moment, everyone present looked at Suhi with eyes full of admiration and worship. Everyone present immediately adjusted their mindset, and their attitude towards reporting the matter became more serious. Almost every senior executive came forward to make a report. Suhi reads information quickly and accurately, and even the slightest mistake will be corrected by Suhi in time. Looking at the senior executives in front of him, Suhi's expression was very calm, and he said in a light tone, "We are a group company. In the future, we will strive to rank among the top enterprises in China, so we must be strict with ourselves. I hope this is the first and last time I make a completely avoidable mistake like this." Although Sui's tone was indifferent, the meaning behind his words was indeed full of ambition and domineering. After hearing Sui's words, the eyes of the senior executives all lit up. Their hearts were already surging like a raging storm. As long as they follow such a chairman, their future is no longer a dream. After the senior executives finished their reports, General Manager Yang Jiyuan also stood up and reported on some of the projects at hand and various plans for the future. Suhi listened quietly, and only interrupted Yang Jiyuan at the critical moment to say something more constructive. Sui's calm and confident instructions shocked everyone present. They were surprised to see Suhi was so young. After all, the business world is like a battlefield, and you can't do business well just by learning a lot of knowledge. In the real business world, there are still too many things to do. But now, in the hearts of these people, there is only deep shock. The chairman in front of them looked to be in his early 20s at most. However, the words that came out of the mouth of this young Mr. Su were totally different from what he should say at his age. If you calm down and think about those suggestions and ways to modify the plan, they are simply perfect. Even Yang Jiyuan himself had to say very objectively that if it were him, he would never have thought of such details. Mr. Su is by no means a cheap boss, but a truly capable leader. Thinking of this, the senior executives present became excited again. They are not afraid of hard work, but what they fear most is having no future. Now that they have such a good chairman, what else do they have to be afraid of? Just do it. Suhi told everyone what they needed to pay attention to, then looked at Yang Jiyuan and said loudly, "Don't give up our profits, but don't be stingy with the benefits of your subordinates, understand?" "Yes, Mr. Su, I remember it." Yang Jiyuan wrote it down respectfully, and his admiration for Suhi became even deeper. Suhi had finished reading the information. He poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it, letting Yang Jiyuan and the senior executives discuss it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask him in time. Suhi possesses God-level management skills, so the doubts of those senior executives are naturally no problem. After a while of communication, Yang Jiyuan said excitedly, "Boss Su, I really benefited a lot from talking to you. I really learned a lot today." He is full of inspiration now and can't wait to jump in front of the computer and organize his thoughts. He will definitely be able to make a few more big orders this year. Thinking of this, Yang Jiyuan looked at the senior executives who had also gained a lot, stood up and said to Suhi, "Director Su, we have to rush back to the company now. We want to revise and implement the issues you mentioned today immediately." Other senior executives also nodded. Such a good plan must be completed well. Suhi looked at the hopeful faces in front of him and felt very satisfied. This kind of execution and fighting spirit is what he hopes to see. "Okay, let's leave together." Suhi looked at Yang Jiyuan and said with a smile. As they talked, everyone walked downstairs. When they came downstairs, they found that Mr. Morong and others had already left. Suhi sighed and gently patted the pocket containing the jade with his right hand. Chapter 32 Systems Super God Level Rewards. At that time, I was so busy exchanging jade that I forgot to ask the old man and others where there were some good jade carving shops in Jinling. After all, it is such top-grade jade, so he is really a little worried about ordinary people and shops. Suhi looked at Yang Jiyuan and asked, "Do you know of any old jade carving shops in Jinling? The ones with better craftsmanship?" Yang Jiyuan thought about it, nodded, and said, I actually know one. There is a master craftsman there. His craftsmanship is very good. He is very famous not only in Jilin, but also in China. The reason why Yang Jiyuan knew this master was that many years ago, he had the honor of finding him to carve a jade guanyin in his store. But that was many years ago, and I don't know the specific details now. Sui could only try his best to save the situation, so he nodded and said, Okay, send me the address and I'll go take a look myself. After getting the address, Sui said goodbye to Yang Jiyuan and others, went directly to the parking lot to pick up the car, and headed towards the destination. Sui drove the McLaren 720S at full speed on the road and arrived at the store location given by Yang Jiyuan at the fastest speed. After arriving at the destination, Sui discovered that this was actually an antique street. Although it was already afternoon, there were still quite a few guests walking around here. Especially in some shops selling raw stones, there are crowds of people, and shouts can be heard from time to time. After Sui parked the car, he went there according to the number on the shop. It was only then that he discovered that this shop was located in front of many gambling stone shops. This is a good location. If someone finds a good stone and wants to keep it to make something with it, they can find a place to do it. The craftsmen who run shops have no worries about business, and those who come to gamble on stones are also happy with the convenience. While Sui was thinking, he walked into the store. The decoration of the store looks relatively simple, and only people who know the business can tell at a glance that the materials used in the store are all real high-quality wood. It's just that the design is relatively simple and doesn't look delicate. As soon as Sui walked in, he saw many finished jade products displayed in the shop. The patterns on them were vivid and lively. Seeing this, a gleam of light flashed in Sui's eyes. It seems that he has found the right place. Hello, sir, what can I do for you? Just as Sui was looking around, a young man looked up from the counter and asked with a smile. Sui looked at the young man in front of him and felt that he looked very familiar, so he smiled and replied. I have a piece of jade and I want to find someone to carve it. I heard that there is a master craftsman here who is very skilled. I wonder if he is in the store now. The young man listened to Sui's words, grinned, put down the work in his hands, and was about to walk out of the counter. Sui took a look at the item on the counter. Although it was a semi-finished product, it was obvious that the vivid shape was created by the young man in front of him. Looking at his young face, Sui was also surprised. It seems that this young man has amazing talent, as he has mastered such skills at this age. As Sui was thinking, he saw the young man had walked out to the counter and explained to him kindly. Sir, I need to explain something to you first. My master is old now, and his physical strength is naturally not as good as before. So in the past few years, he has hardly taken any business. If your jade is very valuable, if he likes it, he will naturally cut it himself. But I can't promise you anything, I can only say that it depends on the fate between you and the master. Having said this, the young man paused for a moment before continuing. But if you trust me, I believe I won't let you down. The young man is now the head surgeon in this shop, and he is very confident in his skills. But after all, the guest is the one who makes the decision, and the young man can only make his words clear. As for who to choose to do the carving, it still depends on Sui's own decision. Sui looked at the young man, waved his hand gently and said, No problem. After saying that, Sui took out the jade from his pocket and handed it to the young man. From the first moment the young man saw the jade, he knew that it was definitely an extraordinary piece of jade. The young man naturally did not dare to neglect such a good thing. He quickly raised his hands and took it carefully. The young man almost subconsciously held his breath and carefully looked at the jade in front of him. Even without using any auxiliary tools, the young man could see that this was a top-quality jade. No matter the waterhead or the color, especially the clarity, the transparency that can be seen with the naked eye is enough to make people exclaim that it is the best. This jade is so good. The young man stared at the jade with his eyes, and after greedily examining it for a moment, he took a deep breath and spoke. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the master. To be honest, the young man was really scared when he saw this top-quality jade. Such a wonderful thing, even if Sui trusted him and handed the jade to him, he was still a little hesitant to cut it. If there is even the slightest deviation with such an exquisite thing, it would be a waste of such a gift. Almost immediately, the young man and Sui had the same idea. Such a good thing must be made by a master like the master to truly make it shine. Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but quicken his pace as he ran into the backyard. Master, where are you? As soon as the young man stepped into the backyard, he immediately greeted loudly. As the young man called out, a wooden door in the backyard was gently opened from the inside. Then an old man with a strong spirit came out. There was some dissatisfaction on his face. He frowned slightly and looked at the young man who was getting closer and closer. He opened his mouth and scolded. "Look at yourself, what do you look like now? Didn't I tell you? To be a sculptor, you need to keep your mind steady. How come you are going backwards the more you learn?" The old man looked at the young man in front of him and sighed in his heart. This is the disciple he is most satisfied with. Both his talent and his level of hard work are the best. I don't know what happened today, I suddenly became so unstable. The young man had no time to explain. He ran so fast that his breathing became rapid. He spoke breathlessly. "Master, please come with me to the front. There is a big job that I don't dare to take." "Don't dare to answer?" When the old man heard what the young man said, his eyes widened with surprise. In the past 1 or 2 years, all the work in the store has been handed over to his apprentice. Although I can't say it's 100 points, but it's always 90 points. With his continuous efforts, both his carving skills and the business of his store have skyrocketed. How come there is jade that he doesn't dare to carve? The young man looked at the puzzled expression on his master's face. He knew that words alone would not be enough to explain it, so he simply carefully took out the top-quality jade that Sui had brought from his clothes. Looking at the translucent jade in front of him, the old master was also stunned. Surprisingly, it's this piece? After all, he was a famous sculptor from Jinling, so the master naturally recognized the jade. He was also fortunate enough to have seen this piece of jade and knew its origin. Who brought this? The old master looked carefully at the top-quality jade in front of him and asked casually. The young man answered directly. "It's a young man. He wants to be handed over to the master, and you can do it yourself." "Young people?" The old master frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said to the young man, "Come on, take me out to see." Under the guidance of the young man, the old master walked to the front hall and met Sui. Looking at Sui's handsome yet unfamiliar face, and then at his mysterious temperament, the old master didn't say much, but asked very kindly, "I wonder how this young gentleman would like to carve this piece of jade?" Sui did not hesitate and directly stated his purpose. "I want to use this jade to make a gift for my girlfriend." After saying that, Sui whispered some of his ideas to the old master. After all, ideas are just ideas. Whether it can be polished to the desired degree still depends on the professional judgment of the master craftsman. The two of them talked back and forth and soon decided on the content of the carving. The old master nodded gently, looked at Sui, and said very seriously, "Okay, I'll let you know when I'm done carving it, young sir." Listening to the master's words, Sui nodded and responded directly, saying, "Good." As for the price of the carving, neither party started negotiating. After all, it is too early to say now, and the final price can only be determined after seeing the final product. However, for such top-quality jade, the general carving price is naturally not cheap. After all, the effort and hard work required to make such a good thing is naturally incomparable. The main reason is that being able to carve such top-quality jade is also the dream of sculptors. This is a two-way process of realizing dreams, and both parties will cherish it. Sui handed the jade to the old man and turned to walk outside. Looking at Sui's leaving back, the old master took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Moroni directly. As soon as the call was connected, the old master couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Morone, go and check quickly to see if your precious jade has been secretly taken out by your family's younger generation?" After all, people who are familiar with Moroni know that this piece of jade is his favorite, so it is impossible for him to give it away to others casually. Moreover, looking at Sui's temperament, the old master knew that he was definitely a child that could only be raised by a large family. On this side, Moroni was also stunned when he heard what the other party said. Then he understood, and his mouth twitched. He felt extremely helpless. This little guy really wanted to give this piece of jade to his girlfriend as a gift? It's too cruel. Young people nowadays are really too cruel. At this time, Sui came out of the jade shop and got into the car, ready to return to Villa number 1 of Yulong Pavilion. While driving, Sui played music in the car and just walked on the road, enjoying the excitement brought by music and speed. However, at this moment, the person behind him suddenly caught up with him. Seeing Sui driving slowly in front of him, he suddenly felt unhappy. Fuck, this guy just wanted to show off? He drove a luxury car so slowly, and I ran into him. It's so unlucky. The car owner looked at Sui's McLaren and felt angry. He slapped the horn hard with his hands. The movement was not much different from the beating of drums and gongs before going to the battlefield. Ding ding ding. Sui listened to the continuous shrill horn sounds, and his first reaction was that maybe something urgent had happened to the car behind him, or it was an ambulance or something like that, so he looked at the rearview mirror. However, when he looked again, he found that it was actually a car, which was honking its horn and following him closely. What are you in such a hurry for? Why aren't you in a hurry to reincarnate? Sui cursed in his heart and became irritated by the shrill horn. This guy was just a road rage patient after all, so Sui was not afraid of him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he slammed on the brakes. Ha ha! I asked you to follow me. I asked you to honk the horn, and you'll see if I scare you to death. Sui smiled coldly, not worried at all. Since this guy wanted to play, then the worst that could happen was that he would just play with him. Fuck! As the sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard in front, the driver knew what it meant. He was immediately scared and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly stepped on the brakes. The chill in his heart made his back feel cold. This is a McLaren. If it really crashes, no matter what, I will be the only one who suffers. Firstly, it was his own behavior. He did not keep safe distance and kept honking the horn. Moreover, it was a car other than his own. Even if he had to pay with a rearview mirror, it would have been enough for him to bear. If he really got hit by accident, it would not just be a matter of compensation, but he would also lose the house that he had just managed to get with great difficulty. Thinking of this, the driver was so nervous that his throat was blocked, but fortunately, he finally braked the car when he was about to hit it. The driver was holding the steering wheel with trembling hands, his mentality completely broken. No matter what he said, he didn't dare to get road rage like before. He could only keep a safe distance and follow behind obediently. He didn't expect Sui to be so decisive. If he had really lost control of the situation just now, it would be too late to beg for mercy now. Through the rearview mirror, Sui saw that the car behind had slowed down, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now that he felt relieved, Sui no longer cared about the car behind him. He just continued driving and headed forward. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the message from her cousin Sumayan. Cousin, I've been to the school to see it. On this side, Sui was also stunned when he saw the message. He pressed the phone next to him with one hand and sent a voice message to Sumayan. Girl, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Didn't we agree that I would pick you up? Hey, I'm not worried that you'll be busy. I'm that old too, it's not like I don't know how to get to school by myself. Sumayan chuckled, made a mischievous expression, and then sent out a voice message. Okay cousin, I won't say anything more. I'm going to report first. You don't have to worry about me. Hearing Sumayan's voice, Sui was helpless and had to drive towards Jinling Art School again. At this time, Jinling Art School is welcoming the annual Welcome Day. New students from all over the country were also carrying large and small bags and walking towards the school gate one after another. The entrance was covered with banners, and seniors were busy welcoming new students. It was so lively with so many people. At this time, Sui also drove his McLaren to the school gate. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel emotional. It's still the same old saying, the campus is permanent, but the students are transient. However, as the McLaren's engine roared, the students who were originally busy were also attracted. When they saw Sui's McLaren, everyone was shocked, and Sui became the focus of the audience. So cool! What kind of car is this? Does our new school have cars like this? Wow! This is a McLaren. Could this be a new student? How is that possible? I've never seen such an arrogant freshman. This must be the parent, right? Following a burst of discussion in the crowd, Sui parked the car aside, got out and walked towards the new student registration area. Looking at the teachers and welcoming students in front of him, Sui smiled politely and asked about the location of the main building. Hello, I would like to ask, where is the main building of the school? Over there. The leading teacher looked at Sui and wiped his sweat gently. Then he pointed out the direction for Sui. He couldn't help feeling surprised. Could the person who got off the McLaren really be a freshman? Thanks. Sui nodded, and then without delay, turned around and walked in the direction the other party pointed out. At the main building of the school, several girls on campus were chatting. These students, all sophomores and juniors, had dressed up carefully on the day of the freshman orientation. Can you help me check if my makeup is smudged? Help me take a look too. Do you think I'm dressed appropriately today? Is there anything wrong with my appearance? Okay, you are all good, help me, I want to be beautiful too. The girls looked at each other, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after they were satisfied. Sisters, we must seize the opportunity today. It would be so tragic if we missed out on a promising junior student. The girl in the lead looked at her face in the makeup mirror and solemnly reminded the people around her. There is no way to deal with this. After all, the gender ratio in Tonlong Art School is seriously unbalanced. Not only are there more girls than boys, but the ratio of the gender gap is also particularly exaggerated. Although they are no longer freshmen, they have never met the right person in this school, and they can't even find any single boys. So they had chosen the reporting day today, wanting to see if there were any potential stocks they could meet, and wanting to take the initiative. After all, such an opportunity only comes once a year. As their studies progress, such opportunities will be of no use to them. Chapter 33. Who is Sui coming to see? Alas, I wonder if there are any truly high-quality students among the new students reported this time? What are you thinking? I think it would be better if it was a boy, clean and tidy. After all, there are more wolves than meat here. Sisters, don't be so demanding. Ah, no way. Are you that hungry? In your eyes, these junior brothers are not little puppies anymore, but little sheep, right? One of the girls couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this. My goodness, this is a suicide attack. Hee hee. Don't blame me. You guys are almost the same. Do you think I am the only one who thinks the same way? That's true. There's really nothing we can do about this university. I just hope these little guys aren't so shy and run away when they see us. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's quickly touch up our makeup, we have to look our best for our juniors. As they were talking, several girls did not waste any time and took out their eyebrow pencils and powder to touch up their makeup in front of the makeup mirror. Although several girls were very beautiful, they still did not dare to neglect this rare welcome day. After all, there are so many girls in this school, and the pressure of competition cannot be compared with that of other schools. Over here, an innocent girl looked at her makeup, then straightened her chest a little, stood in place, looked at the classmates walking towards her, lightly tapped her toes, shook her head cutely, smiled and waved. Hello, classmates. We are from the student union. If you have any questions for us, you can come to me. The eyes of the boys in front of them suddenly turned to this innocent girl, and their eyes trembled as she moved. When the girl next to her saw the scene, she couldn't help but become anxious and looked at the innocent girl pitifully. Minister, can you please withdraw your magical power and leave some soup for the child? Yes, Minister, your attack is too lethal. Who can pay attention to us? Minister, it's okay for just one little lamb, but you can't digest so many, right? The innocent girl looked at the people around her and sighed helplessly. No, am I that hideous? However, just as a few people were talking, a horrified voice suddenly came from not far away. Everyone looked over there and soon saw a black McLaren 720S driving towards them. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Be it these girls or the students standing next to them, at this moment, they were staring at the McLaren roaring towards them, their pupils contracted, and they all stood there in a daze. Oh my God! This is a supercar! A burst of exclamations broke the silence here, and the students suddenly went wild. Whose eldest son is this? He is so impressive. Oh my God! I just arrived and I don't know, could this be an aristocratic school? What the hell is this? I've never seen such a luxury car in school. Wait, could this be a new student? The McLaren drove up in front of everyone and parked skillfully on the side. Sui opened the door and slowly walked out under everyone's attention. But this time, when everyone saw Sui's face, they went completely crazy. No matter who it is, they were completely shocked by this scene. The boy driving the McLaren is so handsome. Sui is as handsome as a young man who walked out of an ancient scroll, with delicate and gentle features, and the sharpness in his eyes makes him masculine. In terms of temperament, he is unforgettable. His faint smile is full of evil, yet unforgettable, like a brand, deeply engraved in everyone's heart. At this moment, the eyes of one girl after another lit up, and they had completely lost their ability to resist. So handsome. This is my ideal type. Yeah, I totally agree. Is our spring really coming? Sister, wake up, this is just one person's spring, but he is so handsome. Just when the girls were all obsessed with Soo-hee, on the other side, a pair of eyes were looking towards McLaren. This gaze was none other than Bai Jishi's roommate Du Fei. Biting his lip, Du Fei hesitated for a moment, looked left and right, but still decided to make a video call to Bai Jishi. Jishi, I'm at Jinling Art School now. Do you know who I saw? After answering the call, Du Fei took a deep breath and looked at Bai Jishi on the phone screen with a slightly serious expression. Who is it? Could it be a big star? Bai Jishi chuckled, but didn't think too much about it at this time. She thought Du Fei saw some little star. Jishi, wake up, it's your boyfriend Sui. Ah? Bai Jishi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Du Fei in astonishment, her eyes full of disbelief. No way, he left a note saying he was going to do some serious work. Duffy, you must have seen it wrong. There are a lot of handsome guys in the art school. It's possible that they look alike. Looking at Du Fei's serious expression, although Bai Jishi had already believed it in her heart, she was still unwilling to choose to believe it and forced to smile. Oh. I'll give you a shot, you'll know for yourself. Duffy sighed helplessly, changed the camera of his mobile phone from front to rear, and then slowly walked forward. Bai Jishi was also staring at the screen closely, clenching her hands nervously, and her eyes inevitably became a little anxious. She really didn't want to see it, didn't want to see Sui appear on his phone screen. But as the scenes changed, Bai Jishi saw a figure that was extremely familiar to her. The McLaren parked nearby made her even more certain that this was really Soo-hee, her boyfriend. Du Fei looked at Bai Jishi. Although she didn't know whether she should say this or not, she thought that they had been sisters for many years and there was no point in hiding it. She took a deep breath and looked at Bai Jishi opposite her seriously. Jishi, don't blame me for saying too much. I always feel that your boyfriend's purpose for coming here, and he even told you that he was going to do something important. This Jinling Academy of Arts is where all the beautiful girls from Jinling gather. Do you think Sui is? Chapter 34, Clown. It's out of the question. Bai Jishi said without any hesitation. Deep down, she believed in Soo-hee. Although she didn't know why Soo-hee came here, she believed that Soo-hee would not betray her. Well, now that you've said that, I have nothing to say. Du Fei didn't say anything, but the camera was still facing this side. She wanted to see what Soo-hee would do. Here, as everyone was eager to make a move, the beautiful minister hurriedly took out her makeup mirror, opened her makeup bag, and took out various cosmetics including lipsticks, eyeshadow, concealer pens, etc. that were attractive to men. With her skilled makeup skills, she quickly put on a look that was alluring enough to attract men. Looking at her beautiful and flawless mouth in the makeup mirror, a confident smile appeared on her lips. Next, she unbuttoned the top button of her student union uniform shirt without leaving any trace, and walked towards Soo-hee with charming steps. With a bright smile on her face, her eyes, like peach blossoms, are so affectionate from any angle you look at them. How many boys would find it hard to resist? Everyone noticed her walking forward and stopped immediately. In front of the minister with the help of makeup, they had lost all their competitiveness. The boys looked at the minister's actions at this moment and immediately understood everything, with envy filling their faces. TSK, this is what women do when they dress up to please themselves. We are still not worthy. Yeah, don't you see what a high-quality handsome guy he is? We are still far behind. We have all become background characters now. This senior was smiling at us just now. What a twist of fate. Although the boys were surprised, they were all okay. They just stood aside and watched the fun, although they were still a little envious in their hearts. At this moment, this beautiful minister is capturing their hormones and hearts from head to toe. It would be a lie to say that they don't feel anything. But now Sui shows up out of nowhere, what can they use to compete with him? But the girls were completely stunned and could only watch the beautiful minister walk towards Sui, feeling so unwilling in their hearts. Oh my God! The minister has actually come out, and he has given it all the details. I really didn't expect that the minister would be so impatient this time. Is he planning to give away his first love? He. Isn't this nonsense? You girls, don't say you are not moved. As she spoke, the beautiful minister had already walked to Sui's side under the gaze of the crowd. Her face was as warm as the spring breeze and she smiled at Sui. Hello, little brother. Hello. Sui glanced at the beautiful minister indifferently and greeted her out of politeness. Well, little brother, you are not from our school, right? The beautiful minister looked Sui up and down and confirmed that he was not a senior student in the school. If he was a freshman, it would be too conspicuous and unlikely. She guessed that Sui was not a student here. Yes, I'm not in the student union here, I just came to take a look today. Sui nodded and didn't avoid anything. After all, it was not like he couldn't enter the school. That's great. Welcome to our school, little brother. How about it? Our school is pretty good, right? The beautiful minister's eyes suddenly lit up. She moved a little closer and looked into Sui's eyes with her beautiful eyes. How about this, little brother? I have plenty of time today. Can I take you around our school? You are so handsome, but it is very dangerous here. I will protect you, you will be safe. The beautiful minister poured out all her passion. Her charming posture and sweet and salty smile made it clear that she was really moved. For a moment, this aroused envy, jealousy, and hatred in the hearts of the people around. This was simply a critical blow to them. No matter boys or girls, they all felt like they had eaten lemons at this moment, and the sourness reached their throats. My dear minister, are you really going to take this little brother down? Come on, we have no chance. If there is another chance later, I will rush to it first. The minister is really too fast. Woo, woo, woo. I'm not sour, there will be bread and milk. Several girls sighed and had completely given up. Based on their understanding of the minister, they knew that Sui was her sure winner. On the other side, Bai Jishi, who was also witnessing this scene, felt a little jealous when she saw the beautiful minister being so enthusiastic toward Sui. But Sui has not expressed his attitude yet, and Bai Jishi still trusts Sui, but she always feels weird in her heart, and she wishes she could get into the screen to stop this scene as soon as possible. Thank you, I'm waiting for someone. But then, Sui consciously took a step to the side and righteously rejected the beautiful minister. No way. You haven't taken the bait yet. The beautiful minister was a little stunned, thinking that she had already exerted her energies to the extreme. This shouldn't be possible. Is there something wrong with this step? Is there something wrong with my makeup? This is impossible. Okay then, little brother, how about we add each other on WeChat? When we have time in the future, we can communicate and make progress together. The beautiful minister gritted her teeth but did not give up because of this. Her smile became even sweeter and she took out her cell phone with limited money. Sorry, my girlfriend won't let me add anyone else on WeChat. But the next second, Sui waved his hand, rejected the beautiful minister in a serious manner, took 2 steps back, and leaned against McLaren. For a moment, everyone watching nearby was stunned. Even the beautiful minister stood there in a daze for a while. This handsome guy actually has a girlfriend. What a pity. Such a boy is truly a treasure, but it's a pity that he has already been discovered by someone else. Ah! What kind of girl could capture his heart? She must be very beautiful. That's amazing. The way he rejected the minister's WeChat request just now was so handsome. The people around also cried out that it was a pity, but they were even more frightened by Sui's serious words and actions. It was so rare to find a boy who could remain calm in the face of such a beautiful woman. The beautiful minister was like a deflated ball at this time. She obediently returned to her sisters, her eyes full of unwillingness and envy. It was a rare occasion for her to be truly moved, but she didn't expect that she would become a clown. Chapter 35 Princess Embracing the School Beauty. Du Fei, who was standing aside and watching the scene, was also stunned at this moment. He stared at Bai Jishi, who was smiling on the screen with wide eyes, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Jishi, what kind of a boyfriend are you? You're not moved by beauty at all, your heart is filled with you. Humph. Don't you see whose boyfriend this is? I just said it's impossible. Bai Jishi spoke in a proud tone, secretly delighted in her heart. After all, it was the person she liked. It turned out to be true. Du Fei looked at Bai Jishi's arrogant look and just smiled without saying anything. He didn't expect that he would eat this wave of dog food so hastily. Sui didn't say anything else. After locking the car, he walked forward. After walking for a while, he arrived in front of the main building. Okay, since there's nothing wrong with your boyfriend, I'll hang up first. Du Fei looked at Bai Jishi, who was still smug, with annoyance and was about to hang up the video call. Come on, Duffy. I want to see it again. But Bai Jishi disagreed and wanted to continue watching. She was also very curious about why Sui came to Jinling Academy of Arts. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. Duffy nodded helplessly and had to continue walking forward. At this moment, a girl walked out of the main building. The girl was wearing a fresh dress and carrying a small canvas bag. She looked pretty and pure, with white apple cheeks that were rosy, giving people the feeling of a girl next door. As soon as she walked out, the girl saw a lot of people gathered here, so she also looked over here. But when she glanced over, the girl saw Suhee walking out of the crowd, and she was stunned for a moment. Cousin. Why is my cousin here? The girl was surprised and delighted, and immediately ran towards Suhee. Suhee also saw his cousin running towards him, and he smiled and opened his arms. The two of them hugged each other in an instant. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The girls, led by the beautiful minister, suddenly felt like they were hit by a critical strike of 10,000 points. Ah! His girlfriend is from our school. It looks like we'll have to keep feeding him dog food. What the hell is this? It turns out my love rival is right next to me. Who is she to have gotten to date this handsome guy? Well, now this makes sense, otherwise there would be no need for people to suddenly come here, right? The girls felt as if a bowl of old vinegar had been spilled in their hearts. They didn't know how to describe it. It was as if even their breath smelled strongly of sourness. Dufay's hand holding the phone was shaking so much that he almost dropped the phone on the ground. She didn't expect that Suhee would actually hug the girl over there. Did Suhee come here just because he has a girlfriend here? My goodness, isn't this playing bothersome? Baijishi looked at the shaking phone screen, but still captured the moment just now, and was stunned at this moment. This what's going on? Dufay murmured to himself, and when he looked at the screen, Baijishi's face was puffed up, tears were welling up in her eyes, and she looked like she had lost her soul, staring at the screen in disbelief. Cousin! Why did you come to see me? Boom! As Sumayan said this, the people present felt as if they had been awakened, and finally they understood everything. It turns out they are not a couple, they are cousins. Ah! It turns out that Suhee came to look for his cousin. I was scared to death. Dufay wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Sumayan's pure and lovely appearance, Dufay smiled and was filled with emotion. Oh, this family has really good genes. This little sister is also very beautiful. Baijishi understood instantly at this moment, wiped the tears from her eyes, and felt a little embarrassed for her previous behavior. Cousin, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Sumayan chuckled, still feeling a little surprised that Suhee came over. Nonsense, I'm your brother, I have to come over on such an important day for you. Suhee smiled and gently rubbed Sumayan's head. By the way, have you packed your things? I just reported in today, so I have to buy the things I need quickly. It's all right, cousin, I'm not a child anymore, I can take care of myself. Sumayan stuck out her tongue, looking particularly playful. Well, that's good. Just tell me if you have any problem. Anyway, I'm not far away, and I can just take care of you a little bit. Thank you, cousin. Sumayan was obviously very happy as she skipped along the way, but she didn't know what she was thinking about, and suddenly she looked a little lonely. Cousin, although I have packed everything, I still have to attend several meetings tonight, so I can't have dinner with you. Looking at Sumayan's regretful expression, Suhee smiled and said a few words of comfort. I thought it was something else. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sumayan nodded, took out her cell phone and checked the time, then suddenly looked hurried and quickly put away her phone. Cousin, I have to go now. The grade meeting is about to begin. Okay, go ahead. Suhee agreed, but saw Sumayan already walking hurriedly towards a teaching building on the other side. Alas, this girl is still so impetuous. Watching Sumayan's figure gradually disappearing in the campus, Suhee smiled and shook his head, then walked towards where he had parked the car. After getting in the car, Suhee left Jinling Academy of Arts and drove towards home. As soon as he arrived home, Suhee smelled the aroma of food. Then he saw Baijishi wearing an apron and bringing out the dishes. The meal was already ready. Suhee, you're back. Baijishi looked at Suhee with a smile, quickly took off her apron, and pulled Suhee to sit down. Jishi, you seem to be in a good mood today. Suhee looked at Baijishi's smiling face curiously, picked up the chopsticks and tasted the food on the table. I have to say, although Baijishi's cooking is a bit sloppy, it's still pretty good overall. It's okay, but my cooking is not as good as yours, so please don't be disgusted. After serving the meal to Suhee, Baijishi sat next to Suhee and picked up some dishes for him. Oh, how could I dislike it? The food cooked by my Jishi is the most delicious. Others want to eat it but can't. Your desire to survive is still strong. Bai Jishi was also amused by Suhi's words. They were so affectionate with each other that even a simple meal was particularly sweet to them. Chapter 36. Go to hell, you lick dog. Suhi was also quite considerate, and since he was hungry today, he ate quite a bit of food from the table. Bai Jishi was moved by Suhi's stern rejection of the beautiful minister, and she felt indescribably happy in her heart. Her appetite was greatly increased, and she ate a lot as well. Come on, let's go out for a night run to digest some of the food. After dinner, Suhi felt that he had eaten a lot today, so he simply pulled Bai Jishi out for a run. Okay, wait for me to change my clothes. Bai Jishi immediately agreed with a smile. After returning to her room to change her clothes, she went to a nearby riverside to run. Both of them changed into loose sportswear and started jogging as soon as they arrived. Bathed in the evening breeze, quite a few people gathered here. Seeing two people jogging side by side attracted a lot of attention. Wow! These two have such great bodies. They look like a perfect match. Not only that, they are also very good looking, they are simply a perfect couple. Alas, we can't envy them for that. Not only do they have good looks, they also have great bodies. Under the gaze of the people, the two of them jogged silently for a while. Bai Jishi glanced at Suhi's well-proportioned and strong figure, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Suhi, how about we have a competition? I want to see if I can catch up with you. Contest? Suhi slowed down and looked at Bai Jishi's serious expression, obviously a little surprised. That's fine, but if you lose, don't blame me for not letting you go, okay? Humph, don't look down on me. I've won awards at school sports meets before. Bai Jishi snorted softly and waved her little fist, looking very confident. Okay then, I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and then we'll start. Suhi agreed with a smile, and the two of them stopped. After counting down 3 times, they rushed forward like an arrow. Although the distance between the two was not that big in the front, Suhi was getting further and further ahead as time went by. Bai Jishi puffed her lips and tried hard to catch up with Suhi in front of her. But unfortunately, Bai Jishi was only paying attention to the distance between her and Suhi, and ignored the puddle of rainwater in front of her which had not completely dried up. Ah! With a scream, Bai Jishi slipped and suddenly fell to the ground, her knees instantly getting scratched red. Although the injury was not serious, Bai Jishi still felt a little pain and her expression was somewhat painful. What's wrong? When Suhi heard the voice, his heart was instantly gripped and he hurried back. Jishi, are you okay? Gently pulling Bai Jishi up, Suhi looked at her knees with concern. Seeing that they were already red, he hugged Bai Jishi in his arms like a princess without thinking. Let's go back first. You need to take care of your injury. Suhi said this seriously and hurried to the back. Suhi, put me down quickly. This action is too embarrassing. But Bai Jishi's face was already blushing, and she was swinging her legs, insisting that Suhi put her down. Okay, I'll carry you then. That's more like it. Suhi had no choice but to put Bai Jishi down, and then carried Bai Jishi on his back and continued walking forward. Jishi, you must be more careful next time. It was your knee just now, which is a very dangerous place. Are you still in pain now? While walking, Suhi was still concerned about Bai Jishi's injuries. No need, I think I just need to go back and rest for a while. It's just a scratch and it doesn't hurt that much now. Bai Jishi felt warm in her heart, lying on Suhi's back, and felt an unprecedented sense of security. That's good. You don't know how scared I was just now. After hearing that Bai Jishi was much better, Suhi felt relieved and started to have fun. By the way, Jishi, I carried you on my back for so long today, you have to return it to me later. Humph. There's no way I can carry you. Bai Jishi pouted and gently pinched Suhi's shoulder. I don't care anyway. Even if you don't want to carry me, you should at least give me a warm hug, right? Suhi. You only know how to take advantage of me. As they talked, Bai Jishi's face became more and more rosy, and the two of them played and joked together, and soon they arrived home. After returning, Suhi simply treated Bai Jishi's abrasions. Fortunately, it was not too serious and it would be fine after a few days of rest. Because they sweated from running at night, they both slept very deeply that night. When they opened their eyes, it was already bright outside. After having a simple meal, Suhi took Bai Jishi all the way to the downstairs of the student union office. Jishi, please be careful when you walk. If you have any questions, please tell me at any time. Before leaving, Sui gave Bai Jishi some more instructions, still a little worried about her knees. Well, don't worry, the abrasions are much better. It won't affect my normal walking. I'll just go slower. Bai Jishi rubbed her knees, which were not as red as they were last night. Okay, then you go up first. Bai Jishi nodded, then slowly walked upstairs, turned around and waved to Sui. However, this scene was captured by many people around. For a moment, many boys were stunned. After a moment's silence, they all looked at Sui angrily, and the resentment in their eyes seemed to penetrate Sui's head. That's too much. That's really too much. But they saw that the school beauty Bai's leg was limping, and her originally white knees were covered with red marks. And this was sent back this morning, this can explain so much. What the hell? What a beast. My white moonlight is gone just like that. One of the boy's eyes were dull at this moment, and the burning light for Bai Jishi was no longer in his eyes. Whenever he thought of Suhi and Bai Jishi walking together, he felt so angry that his teeth itched, especially since things had come to this point. I must kill this guy. I won't let him go. The other boy was clenching his fists, making crackling sounds, and he wished he could knock Suhi to the ground right now. The other people around were also filled with indignation when they saw this, and everyone shared the same hatred for Suhi. This boy is not nice to the school beauty at all. He has no sympathy for her. I'm going to give her medicine for her external injuries. The boy who had just threatened to kill Sui suddenly had tears in his eyes and shouted that he wanted to go and deliver medicine for the external injuries to Bai Jishi. Forehead. The others fell silent immediately, looking at him as if he were a fool, and couldn't help but curse. Go to hell, you licker. Chapter 37, Becoming the Public Enemy of All Boys Because of the School Beauty. After sending Bai Jishi off, Sui didn't stay long and went straight back to the dormitory. The moment he pushed the door open, the eldest brother Dong Hongha and the second and third brothers were still doing their own things, but almost instantly they poked their heads out from the bed and stared at Sui. The eyes of several people were like those of hungry wolves. They almost saw through Sui from inside out, and there were smiles on their faces, but this smile had some other meaning. Fuck. What are you doing? You scared me. As soon as Sui came in, he was confused by these people and wondered if there was something on his face. However, the next second, a smile that all men understand appeared on the boss's face, and he spoke earnestly. Ahem. Fourth brother, I have something to advise you. Although young people are full of energy, they still have to take care of their health. That's right, boss, there's nothing wrong with what you said. The brothers are a little worried about you, so don't ruin yourself. Old 4, I understand that you are in the period of passionate love, but we must also exercise restraint. The second and third brothers also nodded frantically, and there was something wrong in their eyes when they looked at Sui. Sui was completely speechless. Wasn't it just that he hadn't been home for a few days? What kind of obscene thoughts were in these guys' minds? Is it true, as those jokes say, that boys are like mangoes, the same color inside and out? Ah, I am really impressed by you. Is this the kind of person I am in your mind? Sui sighed, pulled over a stool and sat down, looking at the three bosses with contempt. Yes. The three of them nodded in unison without hesitation. Fuck. I'm really impressed by you guys. Sui was speechless. Meeting these three masters, he could not clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Okay, Lao Si, we won't joke with you anymore. Come on, let's talk business. The second and third brothers rolled over from the bed and sat down next to Sui with a smile on their faces. Tell me, what's the matter? Old 4, this is an urgent matter. The reason why we are looking forward to your return is also related to this matter. Even if your brother begs you, please help him find a girlfriend by asking if there are any single girls. You don't know, the day we came back, we all felt like the boss was going to make a spider web. The second and third brothers said something respectively, which made the eldest brother Dong Hongha a little anxious. At this moment, his face turned red and he looked at the second and third brothers unhappily. What? I'm not asking you to help me find a girlfriend. I'm just asking you to stop calling your girlfriend in the dorm, okay? You guys feel good, but you have to think about me. You're just ripping my mouth open and stuffing dog food into my stomach. Cruel, so cruel. You are simply not human. One person is fine, but you three are all single. The eldest brother became more and more excited as he spoke, feeling so aggrieved. It would be fine if everyone in the dormitory was a friend, but unfortunately he was the only one who was still single. They all want to find their partners so they can get married, but why do they all do underground work? It's inexplicable that I'm the only one left. Ha ha ha. Seeing the boss like this, everyone laughed out loud. Sui was laughing so hard that he couldn't help but walk up and pat the boss on the shoulder. Boss, if you say so, then don't blame us. It's you who didn't follow the brothers' lead. Oh, stop talking. You should hurry up and arrange something for me. I also want to taste the bitterness of love. The eldest brother Dong Hongha looked at Sui pitifully. His tearful eyes made Sui unable to bear to look at him. Okay, don't worry, boss. I will definitely tell you the first time I find a suitable one. Good brother, I feel relieved when you say that. While everyone was still bragging and chatting, Sui received a call on his cell phone. He took it out and saw that it was from the jade shop. Hello, is this Mr. Su? The jade you requested has been carved. We carved 2 jade plaques according to your previous request. Would you like to come and get it yourself? Or should we bring it to you? Then I'll go by myself. Sui hesitated for a while, and finally decided that it would be better for him to go there in person. While Sui was on the phone, the second brother was looking at the school communication group, but when he saw a topic that had become popular, he was stunned for a moment. Sure, Lao Si, people on this forum have started to attack you. What? Why are you attacking me? Sui came over with a strange look on his face and also saw the post on Lao Er's phone. Of course, this was just talking about Bai Jishi's knee. Various opinions emerged, and the words were full of anger towards Suhi. Some said Suhi was a beast. Some also said that Suhi was the ultimate sea king and he was the same to his previous girlfriend. He was not a good person at all. Of course, many boys also expressed their opinions under the post, threatening to regard Suhi as their lifelong enemy. At this time, Suhi was helpless looking at all this. As expected, the school beauty was his girlfriend, so he also became the focus. This is not directed at him, it is the same no matter who he meets. I am afraid it is just like the saying goes, if you wear the crown, you must bear its weight. After thinking about it, Sui came to his senses and saw that his roommates had given him a thumbs up, and each of their expressions was full of respect. Sure, Sui, we didn't expect you to be so strong. TSK, TSK, TSK. You better be careful when you go out now. I'm afraid the boys here will regard you as a public enemy. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. I'm really impressed. It turns out that you, Suhi, are the role model for the new generation. Looking at the obscene smiles of the 3 people, Suhi was about to explain, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. I know the nature of these people, so how can I explain it to them? Thinking of this, Sui simply said nothing. He straightened his back, straightened his clothes, and looked at the 3 people with pride. Oh, it seems I need to change some moves next time. The eldest, second and third brothers did not expect Suhi to admit it like this, and they did not know what to say for a moment. And the most important thing is that this guy actually installed it in front of them. For a moment, everyone had no idea how many words of fuck were stuck in their throats, and 1,000 alpaca horses were running wildly in their hearts. But the 3 of them were helpless. There was nothing much they could say. All they were left with was sourness, envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts. It seems that this time, Sui has not only won the heart of the campus beauty of Bai University, but also made countless boys completely give up on him. P.S. I just took a look at the book and was shocked. The number of reminders for the next chapter has skyrocketed from 200 to more than 5,000. I was so scared that I quickly added more chapters. In the future, I will add more chapters if the number of reminders exceeds 2,000, or if there are 50 more 5-star reviews. Thank you all. Just now someone in the author group saw my book and said that he was lucky. There is not even a reward list, so it is impossible to retain people, let alone big names. I beg all big names to reward if you have balance. If you don't have balance, don't charge. Just show your support. The top 100 big names will create a group and invite you to join. I can show you photos. Chapter 38 Gift for Girlfriend. Ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. What's the point? Let's discuss where to eat lunch. The eldest brother Dong Hongha couldn't bear it anymore. He coughed softly and cleverly changed the subject to eating. Well, why don't we go out to eat? How about the barbecue restaurant we went to last time? I think it's good, not only is it affordable, but the meat is also quite fresh. The third brother covered his chin with his hands, and quickly thought of barbecue in his mind. He immediately suggested that instead of going to the cafeteria, why not go out to eat? What do you think, second brother? No problem. I want to eat barbecue too. After a few words, they reached a consensus and then looked at Sui. Old four, what do you want to eat? Is this still mine? Sui looked at the three people and blurted out this sentence all of a sudden. The expressions of the boss and the other two suddenly became a little strange. No way, Lao Si, now that you've caught up with the school beauty, you're going to leave our organization? The boss rolled his eyes at Sui, took Sui's arm and was about to walk out. Wait. Didn't I just answer the phone? I have to go out for a while, so I probably won't be able to be with you guys at noon. Sui quickly started to explain and mentioned the phone call just now. The three of them looked at each other and thought, wow, this guy is so happy now that he doesn't want to leave. Okay, then you better be moderate and don't overdo it. Get lost. After playing around for a while, Sui left the dormitory and prepared to look for Baijishi first, so he went straight to the student union office. Su-hee, you're here. Baijishi was still busy in front of the computer. Seeing Sui coming, she stood up and greeted him in surprise. Jishi, are you still busy? Please wait for me for a moment. I will be done soon. All right. Sui agreed and walked around the office, looking at everything that was familiar. Now that he was revisiting the old place, he felt a lot of emotion. After a while, Baijishi finished her work, put on her small bag, and walked obediently to Sui. Jishi, where are we going to eat lunch? After taking Baijishi's bag, Sui carefully supported Baijishi, and the two walked outside together. Sui, I forgot to tell you that my parents are coming to Jiling today and we are going to have lunch together. As she spoke, Baijishi leaned close to Sui's ear in a mischievous manner and whispered in a low voice. Well, do you want to come along? Is this okay? Sui frowned in some surprise, and looking at Baijishi's smiling face, he couldn't help swallowing. Are we going too fast? Are we going to meet our future father-in-law and mother-in-law? Fool! Baijishi glared at Sui angrily and pinched Sui's waist lightly. You want beauty? Wait, I haven't even told my parents that I'm in a relationship. I was planning on talking about this in person, so while my parents are coming over today, I'll tell them. Although she had a smile on her face, Baijishi couldn't help feeling a little nervous in her heart. She didn't know what her parents' attitude would be towards this matter. However, she had already made up her mind in her heart that no matter what her parents' attitude was, her attitude would never change. Yeah, okay, I can do anything. Sui smiled and nodded. Since he was already here, there was nothing wrong with meeting him. I glanced at the current time and it was still a while until noon. How about this, Jishi, we still have some time. Come with me to a place first and I'll give you a gift. After saying this, before Baijishi could say anything, Sui pulled Baijishi towards the parking lot. What gift? After getting in the car, Baijishi fastened her seatbelt and looked at Sui with a smile on her face. Hee, you'll know when you get there. It's pointless to tell you in advance. Sui waved his hand, then stepped on the accelerator and drove straight towards the jade shop. At the same time, in the jade shop, the old master was staring at the two pieces of jade placed in front of him in a trance. This is a pair of jade plaques, which are divided into two halves just like the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. In addition to the auspicious cloud pattern, there are also small and delicate dragon and phoenix patterns on it. One of the jade plates has the word she engraved on it, while the other has the word he engraved on it. The engravings are also very detailed. Although they are just two simple words, the brushstrokes are so sharp and flowing, just like flying clouds and startled dragons. Every stroke and every line gives people an indescribable sense of beauty. The old master held a small magnifying glass in his hand. Even though the carving was already completed, he still checked it carefully over and over again, for fear that something might go wrong. Even the slightest problem would be infinitely magnified if it appeared on this pair of jade plates. Thinking of this, the old master was even more careful. He looked at every pattern and detail several times. After he was sure there was no problem, he nodded with satisfaction. At the side, the master's apprentice was also watching, thinking that such a fine jade, after passing through the hands of the master, would be taken to a higher level. Okay, no problem. The old master breathed a sigh of relief, then put the pair of jade plates back into the box and swept away the dust. After doing all this, the master was already waiting at the door, standing there with his waist slightly hunched, his expression solemn and dignified. When the other shop assistants inside saw the scene, they also knew that the person the master was waiting for was definitely not an ordinary person. It seems that this guest is not just an ordinary one, as he has made the old man so alert. Of course I have. I have personally seen the jade. Its quality is truly top-notch. Oh my god, the jade that the old man can carve personally must be top-notch. One of the female shop assistants took a deep breath and her eyes became more shocked. Wait. I think I heard the store manager say that the value of this jade is at least tens of millions. Oh my god. A jade stone worth tens of millions of dollars, who can afford it? Upon hearing all this, the shop assistants were all stunned. They did not dare to delay and followed the master to stand outside and wait. For a moment, the originally empty doorway became lively because of the old master and several shop assistants. However, none of them smiled, but were patiently waiting for their distinguished guests. Many customers coming in and out noticed this scene and couldn't help feeling shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. Oh my god. Why did this old man come out in person? Are they waiting for some distinguished guest? This is too formal. Chapter 39: Spreading Dog Food. It's definitely not a simple person. I think this person must be someone with a great background. He could be just a shop assistant, but he can even make this old man stand out. The customers were talking about it, frightened by the sight before them. They were also curious about who they were waiting for. On the other side, Suhee and Baijishi also arrived at the place. After getting off the car, they walked towards the jade shop. Suhee, what exactly is the gift? Can't you tell me? This is too suspenseful. Baijishi couldn't help but ask Suhee another question. She had asked Suhee a few questions on the way before, but Suhee didn't say anything. This made her even more itchy. Okay, don't ask anymore, you'll know in a minute. Suhee shook his head helplessly and gently pinched Baijishi's face. How about this, close your eyes, and when you open them, you will know what the gift I'm talking about is. All right. Baijishi nodded, still trusting Suhee in her heart, and let Suhee lead her forward. The two walked all the way to the door of the jade shop and went in accompanied by the old master and several shop assistants. Just after Suhee and his group walked in, a wealthy young man with extraordinary clothes also walked to the door of the jade shop. It's a jade shop, sister, let's go in and take a look. The rich young man was wearing all branded clothes, his leather shoes were polished to a shine, and he spoke with a foreign accent. There was a girl next to him, who had a hot body and was also quite pretty. Good. The girl nodded, and the two of them walked in together. What's going on? What are so many people doing? After entering the store, the rich young man looked at the people surrounding Suhee and Baijishi as they went in. He was immediately curious and pulled the girl next to him to look over. Mr. Su, this is your jade token, please take a look. The old master held up the jade token with a kind face and walked in front of Suhee. Yeah, that's great. It looks great. Looking at this exquisite jade plaque, Suhee couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that the craftsmanship of this old master was indeed superb. The rich young man and his girlfriend behind him were also stunned when they saw the jade plate, and their eyes were fixed on the jade plate. Jishi, you can open your eyes now. Suhee gently poked Baijishi, and Baijishi couldn't wait to open her eyes. She saw the pair of jade plates in front of her at first glance and couldn't help covering her mouth. Suhee, this jade token is so beautiful. At this moment, Baijishi was surprised and happy, and her eyes showed her love for the jade pendant all the time. How about it, Jishi, do you like it? I love it so much. Baijishi nodded heavily, and Suhee also smiled, picked up the piece that belonged to Baijishi, and gently put it around Baijishi's neck. This jade pendant suits you very well. Suhee spoke in a gentle tone as he adjusted the jade pendant and whispered softly in Baijishi's ear. Because of Suhee's intimate actions, plus there were many people around, Baijishi's face turned red from her cheeks to her ears. But I have to say, this jade pendant is a perfect match for Baijishi. Matching Baijishi's fair skin, the jade pendant hung under Baijishi's swan neck. The beauty and the jade set off each other, and for a moment, people couldn't tell who was more beautiful or the jade was more smooth. Suhee, let me put it on you too. Baijishi smiled sweetly, picked up Suhee's jade pendant, and playfully put it on Suhee. Well, that's great. Suhee, you look even more handsome when you wear it. Looking at the pair of jade pendants of his girlfriend and himself, Baijishi nodded with satisfaction, his heart was filled with joy. She never thought that this was the surprise Suhee mentioned. No matter what the jade was like, it had tied the two of them together tightly. You are such a lucky kid. The old master at the side looked at Bai Jishi's graceful appearance and Sui's sunny and handsome appearance, and was also moved by this perfect match, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Thank you, Grandpa. I know. Bai Jishi smiled, nodded gently, and looked into Sui's eyes lovingly. Oh, there's nothing to say about this couple, they're so perfect for each other, just like the cowherd and the weaver girl. So romantic. This guy really loves his girlfriend. I can't help but envy him. I can't help but be envious. This jade is truly top grade. After passing through the hands of this old man, I can't even imagine it. The shop assistants and customers nearby also gathered around to watch, feeling extremely envious. Not only were they envious of the jade that Sui had spent a fortune to buy, they were even more envious of this couple who seemed like gods together. Master, I am very satisfied. I will take this jade. Sui had nothing to say about the pair of jade pendants. This jade had already exceeded his expectations. Well, as long as Mr. Su is satisfied. The old master waved his hand slightly, and he could finally sleep peacefully. Mr. Su, please follow me. Immediately, Sui took Bai Jishi and followed the master to another side shop to pay for the carving. Wow! This jade pendant is so beautiful. I'm so envious. The rich boy's girlfriend was extremely envious when she looked at the jade pendant. Feeling her empty neck, she couldn't help feeling a little lonely at this moment. What the hell is this? It's just a jade token. The rich young man curled his lips in disdain, pulled his girlfriend to the counter, slammed the table, and spoke to the young store manager in front of him. Hello, we also want to make a pair of jade tablets, the same as those two people just now. Upon hearing this, the young store manager raised his head and looked at the rich young man in some surprise, wondering if there are so many wealthy young people these days. That's no problem, but do you have jade? There's no jade. Isn't this a jade shop? Do I need to bring my own? The rich young man waved his hand and looked in the direction where Suhi and Bai Jishi had just left. It's so easy. Just give me one based on the quality of the man just now. This. The young store manager looked at the rich young man and for a moment he didn't know whether he was really rich or just a fool. Boss, why are you hesitating? Isn't this possible? The rich young man became a little anxious and hurriedly chased after the young store manager to ask another question. Yes, of course, but we need to verify the capital. The young store manager wiped his sweat and nodded slightly. What? We still need to verify our capital? However, it would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said it, the rich young man became unhappy. What do you mean by this? Do you think I'm poor? Isn't it just a small piece of jade? Even if I buy 8 or 10 pieces to play with, it's still not enough. Do you really think I can't afford it? I see that this is also a small shop. Why are you imitating others to bully customers? You even need to verify the capital. Who are you looking down on? I'm sorry, sir, that jade you just saw is of the highest quality and hard to find. The young store manager saw that the other party was excited and hurried to comfort him. We don't have any opinion about you, but this piece of jade will cost at least tens of millions, and it is in short supply. You may not be able to find it even if you have money. The reason why we need to verify the capital is just to avoid wasting each other's time. We can also go and help you find jade with confidence. What the hell? How much did you say this jade was worth? The rich young man couldn't believe his ears. His head was buzzing and he couldn't help but confirm it again. Yes, sir, you heard it right, this kind of jade will cost at least tens of millions, so we need to verify the capital. After hearing this, the rich boy was completely stunned. A piece of jade was worth tens of millions, which was far beyond what he could accept. I originally thought that this could be done with just a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, but I didn't expect it would cost so much money. This is not a small amount of money, it's tens of millions. It would be fine if they said it would cost tens of millions, but they even said it might not be possible to buy it. My goodness, a piece of jade is equivalent to a villa. He can't afford it. Besides, this is just a gift for his girlfriend. It's also a gift for his wife. What kind of handicraft is this? Is there a gold mountain at home or is the gold mountain at home? Even the gifts he gave to his girlfriend were of such a high standard, how could I compare with them? In an instant, the rich boy's back and forehead were covered in cold sweat, and his heart suddenly lost confidence. He already had the idea of giving up. Well, do you still need carving? Looking at the rich young man in front of him, the young store manager asked with a smile. Thank you, I don't need it. The rich young man waved his hands quickly, pulled his girlfriend and walked outside, not daring to stay for a moment. Chapter 40. The father-in-law and mother-in-law are here. Thinking about Sui's indifferent look just now, the rich boy was shocked. Originally he naively thought that this was not a big deal, but now the cruel reality has told him that this is not something he can consume. What does a rich person mean? This is what a rich person means. At this point, the rich boy finally came to his senses. Since this jade is worth tens of millions, the carving fee must be very high. It is even possible that the carving fee alone would be enough to make him pay for it. If the jade is taken into account, even if his father came, he would have no choice but to stare blankly. After walking out of the jade shop, the rich young man looked at this strange city. The arrogant and domineering look he had when he stepped into the jade shop just now was gone, and he became much more restrained in an instant. After paying the bill, he and Bai Jishi went out together. Walking on the street, Bai Jishi looked at the jade pendant and liked it more and more. She felt very happy, but she was still a little worried about the price of this thing. Suhi, this jade pendant is so beautiful, it must be very expensive, right? However, Suhi did not directly answer whether it was expensive or not. He just took a deep breath and smiled. These are secondary. You deserve all the good things in this world. Bai Jishi looked at Suhi in surprise, and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. You are so smooth talking. Although she said this, Bai Jishi felt sweet in her heart. She looked at the jade pendant on her chest, leaned into Sui's arms, and faced her with Sui's, with a happy smile on her face. It's so beautiful. In the sunlight, the jade pendant looked even more crystal clear. Bai Jishi looked a little dazed for a moment and loved the jade pendant even more. By the way, Jishi, do you want me to go with you at noon? Sui thought of what happened at noon and asked with a smile. It would be okay for him to go there, but it still depended on Bai Jishi's opinion. Well, forget it this time. It's not good to be too fast. Bai Jishi thought for a while, and decided that it would be better for Suhi not to go this time. After all, she hadn't even mentioned having a boyfriend yet, so a soft landing would be better. Okay, I'll listen to you. Suhi nodded. It was almost noon. Jishi, the time is almost up, do you want me to drive you there? No. Holding the jade token in both hands as if it were a treasure, Bai Jishi smiled and shook her head. I can go by myself, you go back and rest. No problem. After the discussion, Sui accompanied Bai Jishi to the roadside to hail a taxi. After watching Bai Jishi leave in the taxi, he took out his cell phone and called several people in the dormitory. Hey, where are you eating? Yo ho! As soon as Sui asked about the place, the boss Dong Hongha on the other end of the phone exclaimed and asked in disbelief. What's going on? Why do you think of us guys when you're on a date? Old 4, I was right about you. Even though you have a school beauty as your girlfriend, you are still loyal and righteous. No. Sui sighed and shook his head. It's because my girlfriend went out to have dinner with her parents, and I have nowhere to go now. The three bosses listened with frowns on their faces, thinking that they had overestimated this kid. Then you'd better not come. No, why are you trying to isolate me too? You can come, but you have to treat us, otherwise this won't be justified. Haha, no problem. After hearing Sui's agreement, the three of them nodded with satisfaction and sent Sui their locations. After hanging up the phone, Sui drove to a parking lot near the university, parked his car, and prepared to walk to have dinner with his brothers. Before Sui arrived, the three of them were not in a hurry to eat, but instead discussed slyly. The eldest brother Dong Hongha coughed lightly a few times and looked at the second and third brothers, his eyes shining with madness. Second brother, third brother, you have to cooperate a little bit. Let's get this guy drunk and ask him how he managed to seduce the school beauty. The second and third brothers smiled at each other, then immediately nodded in agreement. Boss, if you hadn't told us, we would have forgotten that we should have dug into this kid's secrets a long time ago. Yeah, I just felt like there was something else that hadn't been done, and now we have to catch him. The few of them reached a consensus in just a few words, with a smile in their eyes that all men understand. Humph. Now I have to get the secret out of this kid and see how he did it. The eldest brother had a smug look on his face, as if he had already mastered the true meaning of picking up girls. His eyes were full of fantasy, which made the second and third brothers, looking at him, call it disgusting in their hearts. After discussing some details, Sui just arrived at the restaurant. When the three saw Soo-hee coming, they immediately stood up enthusiastically and welcomed Soo-hee. "Oh, Lao-si, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Brother 4, come here. After you got a girlfriend, the school beauty, we brothers haven't had a drink together for a long time. Come on, Lao-si, let me pour you a glass. We won't go home until we're drunk today." Soo-hee looked at the smiling faces of the three people, his eyelids twitching wildly for a while, and he thought to himself that there must be something wrong with these guys. Okay. Although he felt strange, Soo-hee didn't say anything. He sat down with the others and started toasting. Half an hour later, Soo-hee, who was a little tipsy, looked at the three people in front of him who were lying on the table and almost crawling under the table and smiled without saying a word. Thinking back, when he just walked in, he had already noticed their smirks and frequent eye contact. I already understood it in my heart at that time, but with a strengthened physique, would I still be afraid of them? Soo-hee patted a few people on the back gently, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. That's it? That's it? I thought you were so cruel. On the other side, Bai Jishi also arrived at her destination and saw her parents standing by the roadside waiting for her. Bai Jishi's father looks like a serious intellectual. Although he is middle-aged, he still looks gentle and kind. At this moment, he is dressed in formal clothes and wearing black-framed glasses. Looking through the mirror, he has a pair of wise eyes. Bai Jishi's mother is still charming, her skin is well-maintained, and her slim figure is full of mature and intellectual temperament. Both of them are very good-looking, and you can see how handsome and charming they were when they were young. Now, after the passage of time, although their looks have faded a little, their temperaments have become more refined. Mom and Dad. After paying and getting off the car, Bai Jishi trotted over and threw herself into the arms of her parents. Girl, how long have we not seen each other? Do you miss us so much? Bai Jishi's mother looked at Bai Jishi in her arms lovingly. Although she said this, she was actually very excited and held Bai Jishi's hand tightly. Jishi, how are you doing lately? Are you doing well? Bai Jishi's father smiled cheerfully, his eyes full of concern for his daughter. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'm doing fine lately. The two nodded, feeling relieved, and also noticed the jade pendant on Bai Jishi's neck. Jishi, this jade pendant is so beautiful. When did you buy it? Bai Jishi's mother's eyes lit up. This jade pendant looked very outstanding. Both its appearance and craftsmanship were unforgettable. This is a gift from my boyfriend. Bai Jishi pursed her lips, looked at her parents a little uncomfortably, then mustered up her courage and told them about Soo-hee. Oh, it was given to me by a friend. Bai Jishi's mother nodded, but Bai Yu suddenly reacted, and was stunned, staring at his daughter in disbelief. What did you say? Boyfriend. Chapter 41. What? You have a boyfriend? Jishi has a boyfriend. Bai Jishi's mother also reacted immediately and grabbed Bai Jishi. Both of them looked at Bai Jishi in surprise and suspicion, with complicated and worried expressions. All kinds of questions poured down like a storm. Is he your classmate? What's his name? How did you two meet? Did you take the initiative or did he? Is he in the same grade as you? In the same department or another department? Looking at her parents' gossipy eyes and endless questions, Bai Jishi sighed helplessly. Sure enough, this was just as she expected. Mom and Dad. You asked me so many questions at once, how can I answer them all? Okay, we'll wait for you to tell us. Don't hide it from Dad. Tell me who it is right now. Bai Yu forced himself to calm down and pulled Bai Jishi's mother, who was so excited that she wanted to ask about Soo-hee. Well, his name is Soo-hee, and he's my junior. After a moment of silence, Bai Jishi blushed and spoke softly with her head down. Ah. It's my junior? Bai Jishi's parents were shocked again and looked at their daughter in surprise. Witnessing the surprised and suspicious expressions on her parents' faces, Bai Jishi felt helpless and sighed. Hey, Mom and Dad, can you please stop looking at me like that? It makes me look like an old cow eating. Bai Jishi was startled by herself when she was halfway through her words and quickly swallowed the second half of the sentence, causing her father and mother to cover their mouths and laugh, and the atmosphere became a lot lighter. Ahem. Okay, when did you two meet? Bai Yu coughed, held back his laughter, and asked about other things between the two of them. We just started talking a few days ago, so it hasn't been that long, so I didn't hide it from you. Well, what does his family do? What kind of people are they? Are they nice to you? Bai Yu nodded and asked a few more questions. He is very nice to me. As for his family, I don't know. Oh. What a fool you are. How can you ask about someone's family before you start dating? This isn't a blind date. They are all young people. Give them some space. Bai Jishi's mother rolled her eyes at Baiyu, but judging from the smile on her face, she didn't object to this matter. Oh. That's great, I finally don't have to worry too much. However, contrary to the expectations of the mother and daughter, Baiyu just sighed softly and made an expression of relief. Dad, is it possible that I can't get married? Look how worried you are. Bai Jishi pouted angrily and started acting like a spoiled child in front of her father as usual. That's right, look at what you said, our daughter is naturally beautiful, kind-hearted, what are you worried about? Bai Jishi's mother smiled and pulled her daughter over, whispering to her, asking about some details between Bai Jishi and Suhi. After a while, the topic gradually returned to the main track. Bai Jishi looked at her parents and asked about their trip to Jinling. By the way, Mom and Dad, what are we going to do today? Baiyu smiled happily and took a deep breath. What else can I do? Treat Uncle Zhang and his family to a meal. Your Uncle Zhang and his people also have some connections in Jinling. We plan to ask him to make some connections for us today. We are also planning to expand our business to Jinling. Oh, so that's how it is. Bai Jishi nodded and playfully put her arms around her parents. It would be great if you could come to Jinling, so I can go and help. The two smiled at each other, feeling warm in their hearts. They also knew Bai Jishi's filial piety, but still shook their heads. Jishi, you should graduate first, and then get along well with that boy, okay? Baiyu admonished Bai Jishi earnestly, and when he thought of Suhi, who might be his future son-in-law, he couldn't help but say a few more words. By the way, you are older than others, so you didn't bully them, right? What? You don't know your daughter's temper. She's very good. Bai Jishi looked at her father helplessly, she didn't know why her father's imagination was becoming more and more rich. That's hard to say. Baiyu hesitated for a while, and then showed a worried expression, as if he was afraid that Bai Jishi would scare away his future son-in-law. Bai Jishi. After waiting for a while, Zhang Lin and his family also rushed over. In addition to Zhang Lin and his wife, there are also their daughter Zhang Huan and his boyfriend Lu Hao. Uncle Zhang, you are here. Bai Jishi saw Zhang Lin and his family coming over and waved enthusiastically. Zhe Shi. Long time no see. You are still so sensible. Zhang Lin walked over with a smile, and after exchanging a few words, he walked to Baiyu's side. Brother Bai, what do you want to talk to me about? Ha, Lao Zhang, I do need your help with something. Baiyu chuckled, and the two of them walked aside to talk. Brother Bai, if you have any problem, just tell me. You helped me so much in the past. Now, as long as I can help you, I will definitely make sure it is done for you. Chapter 42. Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. I already have a boyfriend. Zhang Lin looked very confident, patted his chest, and looked extremely relieved. But there was still a kind of disdain in his eyes. This is just like when a poor relative in the village comes to you to do something for you. No matter what, you have to speak very nicely. As for whether the job will be done or not, that is another matter. Although Baiyu had helped him a lot before, as a friend, no one could stand anyone living better than himself, and Zhang Lin understood this very well. On the other side, Zhang Huan was also looking at Bai Jishi, his face darkened, and he recalled what happened in his school before. At that time, Bai Jishi was an undisputed celebrity in the school, a real campus belle. Not only was she good at studying, but she was also admired by all kinds of people, and all the resources naturally went to her. At first, I was extremely envious, jealous, and resentful of all this, but now, after witnessing all this, I feel a lot more comfortable. Isn't her family still asking for something from my father? Thinking of this, Zhang Huan's face unconsciously showed a smug smile. He felt much happier at the moment and looked at Bai Jishi intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Huan's boyfriend Lu Hao was deeply attracted to Bai Jishi, and his face showed a strange look. He thought to himself, she is too beautiful. Brother Bai, let's not just stand here and talk, let's go in and talk. Ha ha ha, great. Zhang Lin and Baiyu chatted and laughed, waved to everyone, and walked into the hotel together. However, just as everyone walked in, the restaurant owner was walking upstairs with a young man. The young man noticed the voices behind him, looked down through the gap in the stairs, but his expression suddenly froze. Mr. Zhao, what happened? The boss asked with concern, with a flattering smile on his face. The young man's eyes fell on Bai Jishi, and he was suddenly stunned. Isn't this the sister-in-law who came to pick up Brother Su that day? It's my sister-in-law. After murmured, the young man quickly pulled the boss over and whispered a few words in his ear. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I got it. The boss nodded seriously, keeping the young man's words firmly in mind. The young man finally felt relieved and continued to walk upwards, but he was still wondering in his heart whether he should go and bother them or not. At this time, Bai Jishi and the others had already walked into the private room and started ordering food. Zhang Lin waved his hand generously and looked at Bai Jishi and the others with a smile. You guys can order whatever you want. This meal is on me, don't fight with me. How can this be possible? I promise to treat you all. Bai Yu shook his head firmly, thinking that he was asking for a favor from others, and he couldn't let others pay for the meal no matter what. Lu Hao watched the two people fighting over it from the sidelines, and quickly walked over with a smile and spoke to them in a warm tone. Uncles, let me do it. Our group has a partnership with this hotel, so we can get a discount. Oh. How could I have forgotten this? Zhang Lin slapped his head and said to Bai Yu as if he had realized something belatedly. Brother Bai, I forgot to introduce my daughter's boyfriend just now. He is now the manager of Ziyuan Group. Not only does he cooperate with this hotel, but he also earns more than 1 million yuan a year. Hearing this, Zhang Huan standing beside him also straightened his body and pouted proudly. Dad, how could you forget? Lu Hao is going to be promoted in a few days. Ah. Look at my head. It's getting more and more confused. Zhang Lin smiled awkwardly, but his eyes were particularly proud, and he looked at Lu Hao who was sitting next to him with respect. Lu Hao, what are you going to do in a few days? Uncle, it's like this. Our group will be cooperating with the Zhao group in a few days, and I plan to go over and take charge of a part of it. Lu Hao said this with a smile, and his whole body felt as if he was bathed in spring breeze, as if all the spotlights were shining on him. Zhao group? When everyone heard this, they were a little confused and they all looked at Lu Hao. You don't know, this Zhao group is also a large enterprise. It is a top company in Jinling, with a market value of billions. Our group can cooperate with the Zhao group. To be honest, this can really be regarded as climbing up the ladder. Although our Ziyuan group can be considered good, there is still a big gap compared to them. Hearing Lu Hao's words, everyone was a little shocked. Bai Yu swallowed his saliva and gave Lu Hao a thumbs up. You are really young and promising. We old guys can't compare to the young people nowadays. Having said this, Bai Yu did not forget the purpose of coming here to eat, and also talked about his own things. Lao Zhang, I actually asked you to come here today. Besides wanting to catch up with you and have a few drinks, I also need your help with something. I want to expand my business now. My daughter Jishi happens to be studying in college here, so we also want to expand to Jinling. I heard that you, Lao Zhang, have connections. I was wondering if you could help me make some connections. If I were to rely on myself alone, it would be really difficult right now. Zhang Lin listened attentively and nodded from time to time. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, that's no problem. But, we finally got together, let's eat first, and talk about the future later. Let's just get together today. Great, then I have to toast you, old Zhang, a few glasses in advance. Bai Yu was delighted to see Zhang Lin agreed so quickly. After a few polite words, the topic gradually shifted to other places. After a while, Zhang Lin's wife shifted her attention to Bai Jishi, and began to ask about Bai Jishi's personal affairs. Jishi, do you have a boyfriend now? If you ask me, you are not a child anymore and you are about to graduate from college. You should think about these things. How about this, if you don't have one, I can ask Lu Hao to introduce you to the young people under his group. They all have an annual salary of 340,000 yuan. Bai Jishi couldn't help feeling a little strange when she heard these words. She felt that there was more to these words, so she didn't say anything at the moment. What's wrong, Jishi, are you still shy? Zhang Lin's wife covered her mouth and smiled, then continued jokingly. Jishi, I think you can really think about it. If you don't think about others, you should think about yourself, right? After you graduate, it will be very difficult to come out on your own. Wouldn't it be much better if you have someone to help you? After hearing this, Bai Jishi couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted Zhang Lin's wife. Thank you, Auntie. I have a boyfriend now. Chapter 43. My boyfriend treats me very well. You have a boyfriend? Is he a classmate? Um. Bai Jishi nodded and didn't say much. Ah. You youngsters, Auntie really doesn't know what to say. Zhang Lin's wife sighed when she heard this, and said with some pride while looking at her daughter Zhang Huan. Jishi, you have to know that love in college is the most unreliable nowadays, especially for these students, who don't have any financial ability at all. After graduation, most people will go their separate ways. Don't say that Auntie is exaggerating. This is probably going to happen. At this point, Bai Jishi was already a little unhappy, but out of politeness, she still smiled and thanked Zhang Lin's wife. Thank you, Auntie. Don't worry, we won't. Ha, you'll know later. The woman showed a disdainful smile on her face and waved her hand gently at Bai Jishi. Auntie is reminding you that when looking for a boyfriend, you should do the same as your sister Huan Huan. Isn't it better to find a young and promising one? You are in pretty good condition now, and you are pretty, so why are you still so depressed? If you had just entered college, I wouldn't have said anything, but now you're almost graduated, your thinking is a little immature. Bai Jishi's blood pressure was a little high at this time. She was very unhappy. She just listened and didn't want to talk anymore. At this moment, the door of the private room opened gently, and a beautiful lobby manager in uniform walked in and stood in front of everyone. Hello, everyone. I am the lobby manager of the hotel. I am very happy to serve you. I wonder what you think of our dishes. Are they to your taste? Everyone looked over and nodded in satisfaction when they heard this. Not bad, very delicious. That's great. It's our hotel's greatest honor if you like it. As he spoke, the lobby manager hurriedly took out a bottle of good wine from the waiter's tray behind him and placed it respectfully in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Lu Hao scratched his head, as he couldn't remember ordering this thing. He looked at the lobby manager in confusion. Wait, we didn't order this wine, did you remember it wrong? This bill. It's like this, you guys don't have to pay for tonight's bill. The beautiful lobby manager quickly interrupted Lu Hao and told everyone that these were all free today. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in shock. What is going on? I just came here to have a casual meal, but I can get the bill for free. Is there really such a good thing in this world? Everyone, this wine is our fine wine. Our boss personally ordered it. Let me send some for you to taste. The lobby manager smiled and waved his hand, and the waiter behind him hurried over and placed the remaining bottles of wine on everyone's table. At this point, everyone was even more confused. Several people were stunned. Not only was the bill free, but they even had to give away free wine, and the boss personally ordered it? Xiao Hao, this should be the boss's favor to you, right? When Zhang Lin reacted, he immediately thought of Lu Hao. Yes, this must be the case. Is there any other possibility? Zhang Huan's face was even more proud. He nodded frantically at Zhang Lin, and did not forget to glance at Bai Jishi proudly. This seems to be saying that the gap between us is so huge. How can a boyfriend like me be compared to that little boy in your school? Lu Hao is really awesome. This is not an exaggeration, the owner of such a big hotel has to give you face. Let us enjoy it too. Zhang Lin's wife's face was full of joy, and she felt that her cards had improved a lot. Yes, we are indeed no match for the young people now. It seems that we are indeed getting old. Ah, Dad, look, I'm a pretty good boyfriend, right? For a while, Zhang Lin's whole family was madly pursuing Lu Hao, which made Lu Hao a little stunned. He was just a manager, was he really worthy of being treated like this by the boss here? Was he qualified? But now that things had come to this, Lu Hao had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend to be cool. He stood up with a smile and looked politely at the lobby manager. Oh, this boss is so polite. When you meet him, please thank him on my behalf. However, to everyone's surprise, the lobby manager ignored Lu Hao completely. Although he felt a little contemptuous in his heart, that professional smile was always on his face. No. Our boss said that this was arranged by Mr. Zhao of the Zhao Group himself. Zhao Group? Mr. Zhao? For a moment, Lu Hao was also stunned, murmuring softly, no one knew what he was mumbling. But from his contracted pupils and surprised expression, it can be seen that Lu Hao was somewhat caught off guard by this matter. This is young Master Zhao. What is Mr. Zhao's identity? He is the heir of the Zhao Group. How could he be qualified to ask young Master Zhao to arrange for the boss to come and bring him wine? How could he be so worthy? Thinking of this, Lu Hao couldn't help but remember that when he and his boss went to a banquet organized by Zhao Xiao, his boss wanted to toast Zhao Xiao, but Zhao Xiao didn't even bother with his boss, let alone him. But why did Mr. Zhao come to bring me wine this time? It doesn't make sense no matter how I think about it. However, could it be because of the subsequent cooperation? Lu Hao only thought that this was the only possibility at this time, but it was just a possibility and it didn't make sense. If it was his boss who came, it would be more reasonable, but the one standing here now is just a manager. His mind was becoming more and more confused, and Lu Hao was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Oh my god. Even young Master Zhao from the Zhao group wants to send wine to Lu Hao. This is such a great honor. I told you, Lu Hao has this ability, otherwise he wouldn't have made it to where he is today. Haha, Lu Hao, I was right about you. You are a good guy. Uncle supports you. However, Zhang Huan and others nearby did not think so much. When they heard that this was arranged by Mr. Zhao of the Zhao group, they were ecstatic and could not help but praise it again. Lu Hao felt a little flattered by the praise from several people, and all those thoughts just now were completely forgotten. At this moment, he was even more convinced that this was because of the cooperation within the group, and he had to go there to take care of some matters, so young Master Zhao sent someone to deliver the wine. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Lu Hao straightened his chest, stood up straighter, and his face was full of pride. On the other side, Zhao Ting, the young master of the Zhao group, also finished his meal upstairs. Looking at his grandfather Zhao Mei and another old man Zhou Feng, he stood up and spoke politely. Grandpa, I'm full now. I'm going to go meet my friend first. I just happened to see him. You can continue eating with Grandpa Zhou Feng first. Chapter 44. This is Xiao Su's friend. After saying that, Zhao Ting ran away, leaving Zhao Mei and Zhou Feng staring at each other. Zhao Mei looked at his grandson and laughed out of anger for a moment, then looked at Zhou Feng beside him. Ah, these youngsters. What's wrong? Did you remember Su Xiaoyu? Zhou Feng smiled and continued speaking to Zhao Mei. Your grandson is already pretty good. Just think about it, Su Xiaoyu is so young, but he has achieved so many things and has profound attainments in so many aspects. This young friend Su has such a good relationship with old man Morong, he has already exceeded the scope of what the young generation should have. And think about it, since your grandson can stand with Su Xiaoyu, doesn't this also prove that birds of a feather flock together? Zhao Mei chuckled when he heard this, and looked towards the door with his old eyes. Ha, I believe what you said. If my grandson can be like Su Xiaoyu, what would I worry about? After hearing this, Zhou Feng nodded, his expression a little solemn. Come to think of it, this little friend Su, we still don't know what his identity is. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. After all, among the younger generation, Su He was indeed too outstanding. Zhao Mei nodded silently, then picked up the wine glass and prepared to finish the drink. Old man, who is this little friend Su you are talking about? Well, it sounds amazing. Can you tell us about it? Old man, is this little friend Su a friend of Mr. Zhao? After hearing the conversation between the two old men, other people in the private room also became interested in Su He and started looking at Zhao Mei and asking questions. But Zhao Mei didn't say anything. Instead, he glared at a few people and shouted. Just eat, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. At this time, Zhao Ting had already walked downstairs outside and happened to see the boss downstairs. He hurried forward and asked how the matter was going. So, have you done everything I told you to do? Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I've done everything you said. Well, that's good. Zhao Ting nodded, looked in the direction of the private room, and spoke softly. Well, take me there. Yes. Mr. Zhao, please follow me. The boss nodded respectfully, and then took Zhao Ting to the private room where Bai Jishi and others were. Inside the private room, Lu Hao was still enjoying everyone's flattery. Looking at the fine wine on the table, he did not hesitate and immediately opened a bottle and proudly poured it for Zhang Lin and the others. Uncles, come and have a taste, this is good wine. The way Zhang Lin looked at Lu Hao at this moment was as if he was looking at his future son-in-law. That was called intimacy. Ah, you youngsters are really capable. I have never enjoyed such good wine in my life. Our Zhang Lin is so capable. He has come this far with his feet on the ground, and we are all enjoying the benefits. Bai Jishi's parents looked at Zhang Lin's smug expression and didn't say anything. Just at this moment, Zhao Ting pushed the door and walked in, and the boss behind him also came in and walked in front of everyone. In an instant, Lu Hao recognized Zhao Ting, was stunned for a moment, and then stood up excitedly. Mr. Zhao, you are so polite. Not only did you send me some wine, but you even came all the way here. I am really flattered. Zheng Huan, Zhang Lin, and others also looked at Zhao Ting. Seeing Lu Hao's attitude, they knew this man's identity and nodded in response. Then, Lu Hao picked up the wineglass, stood up and walked towards Zhao Ting, with a flattering smile on his face, raised his glass and said, Mr. Zhao, I offer you a toast. I believe that our future cooperation will be very pleasant and will surely achieve success and create brilliance. At this moment, Zhao Ting was stunned when he saw Lu Hao's enthusiastic look. He looked at Lu Hao's face, but he couldn't remember the impression of this person in his mind. Who are you? As Zhao Ting said this, everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces froze. No one knew what was going on at this moment. Zhao Lin and the others were even more stunned. Wasn't it young Master Zhao who arranged for someone to deliver the wine? How come he didn't recognize Lu Hao when he came here in person? What is going on? In this private room, besides Lu Hao, is there anyone else worthy of his special trip? I'm not Mr. Zhao, I'm Lu Hao, the manager of Ziyuan Group. Mr. Zhao, you are offering free meals and free drinks. Isn't it because of the cooperation between our two groups? Hearing this, Zhao Ting, who was originally confused, burst into laughter. He looked at Lu Hao with disdain, his tone full of contempt. Ha! Ziyuan Group? With a cold snort, Zhao Ting no longer paid attention to Lu Hao who had been standing there. He looked inside and saw Bai Jishi standing inside. At that moment, the expression on Zhao Ting's face changed instantly. He walked forward with a smile and greeted Bai Jishi enthusiastically. Sister-in-law. Hello? How was your meal? Are you satisfied with it? Boom! Zhao Ting's call of sister-in-law was like a bolt from the blue that struck everyone at this moment. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Jishi. The corners of her mouth twitched violently, and she was so shocked in her heart that even her face froze. Not to mention others, even Bai Jishi herself was confused. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Zhao Ting in front of her, she suddenly couldn't figure out what was going on. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Bai Jishi looked at Zhao Ting, but she didn't have this impression in her mind, so she asked in confusion. Did you recognize the wrong person? Have we met before? Forehead. Zhao Ting felt a little embarrassed when he saw Bai Jishi's confused look, and then he quickly explained to Bai Jishi with a smile. Oh, sister-in-law, you must have forgotten. I was there when you went to pick up Brother Su that day, but I was behind you, so you may not remember me. But I definitely remember my sister-in-law. When she came over, she became the focus of the whole audience. That is how it is. After hearing Zhao Ting's explanation, Bai Jishi finally understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so you are Sui's friend. Jishi, is this Xiaosu's friend? Bai Yu behind him also wiped his sweat and asked in shock. That's right, Dad. Bai Jishi nodded and talked about what happened that day. Hearing Bai Jishi's name, Zhao Ting looked at Bai Yu with his pupils widened, and at the same time he exclaimed. Oh. It's your uncle. I didn't recognize you. I'm so sorry. Chapter 45. This jade is so precious. At this time, Zhao Ting came up to Bai Yu very enthusiastically and greeted him uncle. After all, this person might be Su Guo's future father-in-law. When things developed to this point, Zhang Lin and Lu Hao on the side also understood that the brother Su that Zhao Xiao mentioned should be Bai Jishi's boyfriend. For a moment, several people looked a little embarrassed, and the arrogant look just now disappeared instantly. Zhang Huan also felt ashamed and lowered his head. He was extremely shocked and felt numb from his heels to the top of his head. At this time, young Master Zhao was talking enthusiastically with Bai Jishi's family. Outside in the lobby, old Master Zhao Mei, who had already finished his meal, was waiting no matter how long he waited, and he felt a little unhappy. Humph. What did I say? This kid just has no sense of responsibility. I'm going to go and bring him back right now. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhao Mei got. He stood up and walked forward angrily. Hey, I'm just going to meet my friends. Why are you doing this? Zhou Feng watched helplessly from the side, but seeing that Zhao Mei had already walked forward, he sighed and had to follow her. As soon as he entered the private room, Zhao Ting was still chatting with Bai Yu. After a conversation, he felt that they were having a great time and raised his glass directly. Uncle, it's a shame that we met too late. Come, let me toast you. Snort. Seeing this, Zhao Mei snorted coldly, rushed behind Zhao Ting and patted Zhang Ting on the shoulder. Who is it? Can't you see I'm drinking with Uncle Bai? What? Zhang Ting was still yelling, but when he turned around and saw that the person coming was Zhao Mei, he was so scared that he swallowed the words and smiled. Grandpa, why are you here? When everyone heard this, they couldn't calm down at this moment. This person is the old man of the Zhao family. At this point, everyone is becoming more and more surprised. What on earth is going on today? Why are all the people coming here big shots, and their identities are more terrifying than each other? The arrival of a manager just now had already left everyone confused, and then Zhao Ting came in, which surprised everyone even more. And now, the old man from the Zhao family has come directly. He is famous throughout Jinling. Grandpa, why don't you say anything? At this time, Zhao Ting also noticed that his grandfather's face looked a little strange, so he quickly looked at Bai Jishi beside him and began to explain. Grandpa, this is what happened. I just saw Su Ji's girlfriend, so I came over to have a drink with her. Have you forgotten? You are the one who took us to the seat of honor that day. You should also know it, right? Old Master Zhao Mei was stunned for a moment, his expression eased a little, and then he looked at Bai Jishi where Zhao Ting's gaze was. You mean, this person is Su Xiaoyou's girlfriend? Looking at Bai Jishi, Zhao Mei also remembered what Sui said that day, that he wanted to use that piece of jade to make jewelry for his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Zhao Mei saw the jade pendant hanging on Bai Jishi's neck and was stunned for a moment. His old eyes flashed with brilliance as he stared at the jade pendant. Friend Su, he actually forged that piece of jade. Zhao Mei was stuttering and breathing rapidly at this moment, looking at the jade token in disbelief. To be honest, he was a Suhi at that time and was just talking casually, but he never thought that all this was actually true. Suhi actually managed to make that piece of jade, and looking at the carving, it was definitely the work of a master. Bai Jishi noticed the way Zhao Mei looked at the jade token and knew that Zhao Mei should know about this matter. Grandpa, this jade? Do you know it? Yeah. Yes. Zhao Mei nodded, took a deep breath, and then told him what happened that day. Recalling the experience of that day, Zhao Mei's face was full of surprise. The more he talked, the more shocked he felt. This was really unexpected. What? After hearing this, everyone was stunned. That piece of jade was so precious. For a moment, everyone's hearts were buzzing and they didn't know how to describe their feelings. None of them had expected that this jade plate had such an origin. What kind of strength does one have to be able to take this piece of jade and then make it into the jade plate in front of them? Everyone present opened their mouths wide at this moment, staring at the jade pendant hanging around Bai Jishi's neck. The fear in their hearts was like a huge wave, constantly beating against their fragile hearts. Even Bai Jishi herself was stunned. Of course, she knew how precious the jade token was, but even so, she had never expected it to be so expensive. Bai Jishi's parents took a deep breath, stared at each other, wanting to say something, but no word came out, as if someone was strangling their throats. They originally thought that their daughter had just found someone she could talk to in school, and he should be just an ordinary college student. However, looking back now, this has far exceeded the scope of college students. It is simply outrageous, opening the door to outrageousness. It is outrageous to the extreme. Compared to the reaction of Bai Jishi's family, Zhang Lin and others were even more frightened. Their faces turned a little pale and their bodies were shaking. They wondered what on earth was going on. They should have been the protagonists of this dinner, shining brightly and under the spotlight, but in the face of all the facts, the pride they thought they had has become dim. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Lin, who had just been praising their perfect future son-in-law, were now completely stunned. They felt as if their souls had been stripped away by some strange force and they no longer had any strength left. Zhang Lin moved his lips up and down, but he was like a mute, his pupils shrank to a terrifying degree, and his frozen expression looked very limp. Zhang Huan's face was bitter and his eyes were evasive. He felt that he was completely ashamed. If he had the chance, he would not want to stay there for even a second. Even standing here and breathing, Zhang Huan felt his head numb and uncomfortable. It was as if his heart was being gnawing it by thousands of ants. He felt only pain and helplessness. Originally, she thought that the time when she was illuminated by Bai Jishi's glory was gone forever, and she could finally hold her head high and stand here with a higher posture. But stories are often so dramatic. At this moment, Bai Jishi still overshadows her by more than one head. Lu Hao regretted it so much that he couldn't help but tremble all over. He thought to himself, who is this person? How dare a little bug like him pretend to be so cool in front of him? It would be fine if this doesn't affect my work, but if it really does affect my work, I want Tina where to cry. Now, everyone in this private room had an indescribably complicated feeling in their hearts. Even Zhang Ting was stunned and exclaimed that Brother Su was even more heroic than she had imagined. Chapter 46: A flower stuck in cow dung. After a while, everyone left the private room. Before leaving, Zhao Ting handed Bai Yu a business card and said with a smile, "Uncle Bai, please accept this business card. If you have any questions that I can help you with, just give me a call. Don't hesitate to do so. Although I am still young, I still have some say in Jinling." "Okay, thanks." Bai Yu did not refuse. After thanking Zhao Ting, he took the business card. As for Zhang Lin and his companions, they had quietly slipped away at some point in time. After all, it was too shameless for them to stay in this place any longer. After everyone left, Bai Jishi's parents breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to stare at Bai Jishi with a serious expression. "Mom and Dad, why are you staring at me like that?" Bai Jishi sighed helplessly. It was just a good meal, but too many things happened. Did her parents become a little neurotic? You still say that, kid, you really don't know the importance of things. How can you accept such valuable things from others? Besides, you are just in a relationship now, this is really too much. Bai Jishi's mother saw that everyone had left, then hurried over, held Bai Jishi's hand tightly, and gave her earnest advice. Mom and Dad have no objection to your getting along with each other in the future, but don't accept such expensive gifts from others, understand? Bai Jishi was silent for a moment, looking aggrieved, and muttered in her heart, "I really don't know this." She really didn't know that the jade pendant Sui gave her was so precious, and she was so attracted by the exquisiteness of the jade pendant at that time that she didn't think too much about it at all. Alright. This is Xiao Su's kindness. Besides, our Jishi probably didn't know about it at the time. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. This is the business of the young people. We two old guys should not worry too much. Bai Yu held Bai Jishi's mother, comforted her with a few words, and winked at Bai Jishi. When Bai Jishi saw her father talking to her, she nodded frantically and then held her mother's wrist. "Mom, I understand. I will pay attention next time." Bai Jishi's mother looked at the two of them at this time, feeling helpless, and could only agree. "Okay, then you have to be nicer to Xiao Su in the future. If you have time, bring Xiao Su over and we'll have a meal together." Are you really bringing it back?" Bai Jishi had just breathed a sigh of relief, but now her expression became a little embarrassed. "My dear mother, we have only been talking for a few days. Are we going to meet now?" He. You know you've only been dating for a few days, so why would you accept such an expensive gift?" Bai Jishi's mother glanced at Bai Jishi unhappily, but her tone was much softer than before. Bai Jishi was completely speechless and could only smile awkwardly, thinking that there was no way around it. "Okay, Mom, I get it. I will definitely bring Su-hee here when I have time. Don't say anything." Grabbing her mother's arm and shaking it, Bai Jishi pouted and started to act coquettishly. Then, while chatting with her mother, she walked the two of them out and hailed a car. Before the two of them got in the car, Bai Jishi's mother continued to give them many instructions and warnings. Bai Jishi had no choice but to smile and nod before she sent the two of them into the car. Afterwards, Bai Jishi also stopped a car, took out her cell phone and sent a message to Sui. "Su-hee, why didn't you tell me that this jade token was so expensive?" Su-hee, who had just seen the message, was a little confused when he heard Bai Jishi's words. He was silent for 2 seconds before sending a message to ask. Jishi, how did you know that?" "Oh, don't mention it, you don't know how much happened just now." Bai Jishi sighed, and then told Sui roughly what had happened. "That's it. I just found out by chance. Su-hee, your gift is really too valuable. You can't hide it from me anymore. You can keep this fine jade and make a jade ornament for yourself." When Sui saw that Bai Jishi sent a cute little emoticon at the end, he smiled and quickly replied to the message. "I told you, you deserve all the good things. When will you be able to change your bad habit of talking so smoothly?" Bai Jishi looked at the message, and while she felt warm in her heart, she pouted her lips and sent a vicious expression. Afterwards, the two of them started chatting slowly, but Bai Jishi felt that Sui's replies to messages were always haphazard, so she asked Sui what he was doing now. "Su-hee, what are you doing now?" After seeing the news, Sui smiled bitterly, then looked at the three people around him. He was walking forward with the support of one person, while the eldest brother was hugging a tree and crying. His voice was as unpleasant as the howling of a wolf or a ghost. Oh my god, why am I the only one who is still single? I also want to experience the bitterness of love. Why? Why are all three of them single, leaving me alone? At this time, the eldest brother was drunk and his face was red. He hugged a big tree beside him and started to complain. In the middle, he did not forget to criticize Soo-hee and the other two, saying that these bastards were in love without telling him, and he was completely unprepared. The third brother, who was staggering along, was not as exaggerated as the eldest brother, but at this moment he was also full of passion. He held his chest high, walked at his own pace, waved his hands from time to time, and spoke passionately to the air. Humph. Don't hold me back, I can still drink. If you want to ask me how much I can drink, I just want to tell you that the ocean cannot be measured by a bucket. I told you not to hold me back. I can still drink more, I'm not drunk. Seeing the third brother like this, Soo-hee felt very uncomfortable trying to hold back his laughter, thinking, who the hell is pulling you in the broad daylight? In comparison, the second child who was walking with his support was much more normal. He just kept talking to himself, and all his words were about himself and by Jishi. Old 4. I really envy you for getting the beauty so easily. This is the school beauty, the aloof president, the iceberg beauty. Soo-hee smiled proudly upon hearing this and also enjoyed listening to it. This was also the reason why he wanted to support his second brother. Apart from anything else, the second brother is not only much more normal than those two guys, but the key is that he speaks nicely. Alas, Lao Si, this white school beauty has also been stuck in your pile of cow dung. But before Soo-hee could think about it, the second brother let out a sigh and patted Soo-hee's shoulder gently, his expression actually showing some serious regret. Chapter 47 I'm a tight-lipped person. Soo-hee was speechless now. Who the hell is the cow dung? Did all these guys think like this? Forget it. I won't drink with you guys anymore. You guys have such bad drinking habits. Sighing, Soo-hee had no choice but to lead the three of them back while replying to Bai Jishi's message. Jishi, I'm outside now. I just had a drink with my roommates. I'm taking them back to the dormitory now. At the same time, Zhao Ting was in the car, looking curiously at his grandfather sitting next to him. Grandpa, how did you meet Brother Su that day, and what happened afterwards? Oh, this is a long story. Zhang Mei's eyes were solemn. He took a deep breath and then slowly told Zhang Ting what happened that day. After hearing this, Zhang Ting's face was filled with excitement. He stared at his grandfather in amazement and couldn't help but exclaimed. What? Brother Su is the chairman of Linglong Group. Don't you know? Zhang Mei noticed his grandson's surprised expression and asked back in confusion. Of course I don't know that. Zhang Ting could no longer sit still at this point. His expression was extremely exaggerated and full of shock. He never thought that Soo-hee actually had such an identity. If I hadn't heard my grandfather talk about this, I don't know when I would have known all this. Brother Su's status is really too great. Muttering softly in his heart, Zhang Ting opened his mouth wide, still immersed in deep shock. Looking at Zhao Ting's performance at this moment, Zhao Mei finally believed that he really didn't know all this. This person is most likely a descendant of a truly great family, and is most likely here just to gain experience in Jinling. The cloudy old eyes suddenly froze, and Zhao Mei looked at the prosperous Jinling outside the car window and fell into deep thought. After all, before this, they didn't know that there was such a big figure in Jinling. Everything happened too suddenly. Saying that Soo-hee came here from a big family to gain experience is the most reasonable explanation. As Zhao Mei's serious voice echoed in his ears, Zhao Ting's heart tightened, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he nodded. Hey, this is just my guess, don't go out and talk nonsense. Zhao Mei glanced at Zhao Ting and quickly waved his hands. There was no actual evidence, so he couldn't go out and talk nonsense. Grandpa, don't you know me? I'm a tight-lipped person. My mouth is so tight that even a jack can't pry it open. Patting his chest, Zhang Ting immediately said that he would never run out and tell nonsense no matter what. Well, that's good. Zhao Mei stared at Zhao Ting's confident expression and didn't say anything more. She narrowed her eyes slightly and prepared to take a nap. However, Zhao Ting, who had just firmly promised not to tell anyone, took out his mobile phone the next second and directly opened the WeChat group of Jinling's young masters and young ladies. Holy crap! Big news! Brother Su is actually the chairman of Linglong Group. With an excited heart and shaking hands, Zhang Ting was so impatient that after editing the message, he sent it out immediately. Puff! Here, Chen Duo was reading the news and drinking water. The moment he saw Zhang Ting's message box, he sprayed out all the water in his mouth. "Brother, what are you doing? Isn't this disgusting?" Xian Mengmeng, who was sitting nearby, was also startled. She looked at Chen Duo unhappily and asked what had happened. "This. Zhang Ting just sent a message saying that Suhi is actually the chairman of Linglong Group." "What? You said Brother Su is the chairman of Linglong Group." Xian Mengmeng was also confused at this time. She might believe that Suhi had some unknown identity, but such an identity was really hard to accept. This young, handsome and talented man actually has such an identity and background. The most important thing is that he already has a girlfriend. Xian Mengmeng was shocked, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Xian Duo was also staring at the messages in the group at this time. Then he remembered that he had not yet added Suhi, so he quickly sent Suhi an invitation to join the group. "Hey, Brother Su, who on earth are you?" Looking out the window, Chen Duo's eyes became more and more confused, and he thought to himself, no wonder I had been in Jiling for so long and didn't know about Suhi's existence. Now that he knew all this, Chen Duo understood some things, but he was still a little confused. After all, in his opinion, Suhi was really too mysterious. He might not have noticed these things before, but when he looked back now, he couldn't help but be shocked. After waiting for a while, Chen Duo still didn't wait for Suhi to join the group. He simply put down his phone and prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower to calm himself down. After all, I was completely shocked today. My head is a mess now. It's time to sober up. On the other side, Suhi put down his phone and finally brought the three bosses back to the dormitory and sat on the bed. Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Suhi also saw Chen Duo's invitation. Without thinking much about it, he agreed immediately, threw the cell phone aside, fell on the bed and fell asleep. You know, I wasn't tired from drinking just now, and I wasn't tired from doing anything, but sending these three guys back made me very tired. While Chen Duo was taking a shower and Suhi was sleeping soundly, the young masters and young ladies in the group noticed a new member. It's just that none of them added Suhi's WeChat, so naturally they didn't recognize who this was at this time. People's first impression was that this should be the young master brought in from outside the area by Brother Qian, so they didn't pay any attention to him. After seeing that he didn't say anything, they were even more lazy to care and focused their attention on Zhang Ting. "Zhang Ting, how did you know this? How come we don't know this? Yeah, is it true or not? Brother Su's identity is really too scary. Oh my god, Zhang Ting, please stop talking nonsense. Is this true or false? Have you seen it?" When people saw Zhang Ting's words, they were very surprised and some questioned the authenticity of the news. After all, Suhi is about the same age as them. If he has such strength, how can they survive? What? I didn't lie to you. This is what my grandfather told me himself. And my grandfather also said that Brother Su might even be the son of a big family, and he came to our Jiling to gain experience. He might even be a descendant of the Qing dynasty. Chapter 48, School Beauty comes to the men's dormitory. Amidst everyone's doubts, Zhang Ting revealed a piece of important news. Because these words were heard from Zhao Ting's grandfather, everyone couldn't help but deepen their belief in the authenticity of this matter. What? Descendants of the Qing dynasty? Fuck, if it was really Grandpa Zhang Ting who said this, the weight of this statement would be completely different. Oh my god. Brother Su is actually the chairman of Linglong Group. For a moment, everyone in the group was stunned. It would be fine if Zhang Ting was joking, but the problem was that it was already said that this was what his grandfather told him. Could it be that Suhi really has such an identity? People began to speculate that since Suhi could achieve such success at such a young age and knew a lot about many things, then maybe. Thinking of this, everyone in the group was in an uproar. The surprise in their hearts was simply hard to describe in words. Brother Su is so amazing. I knew it, we are the same age, how could he be so much better than us? Yes, he has just made his mark in Jiling, but he has been favored by so many people, even Mr. Morong. He must be no ordinary person. I seriously suspect that Brother Su is not just a descendant of the Qing dynasty. He might even be a direct descendant of the royal family. As the topic deepened, people's speculations about Suhi's identity became more and more bold, and the subsequent content became more and more outrageous. Some of them said that Suhi was a descendant of the Qing dynasty, while others said that Suhi was a relative of the royal family. There were so many different opinions that some people almost said that Suhi was an alien. Soon, after taking a short nap, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Hearing the message alert sound from his mobile phone like a machine gun, he immediately took out his mobile phone out of curiosity. But after seeing the message above, Soo-hee was suddenly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the comments in the group, his eyes almost popping out. This. When did he become a descendant of the Qing dynasty? What is the so-called royal family? What is the heir of this hidden family? What does this have to do with anything? I just took a nap, it shouldn't have come to this, right? Hey, can you guys stop talking nonsense? Why is it so outrageous? Soo-hee also wiped his sweat and quickly sent a message in the group, trying to stop this topic. However, these young masters and young ladies who were chatting happily were also stunned after seeing the message sent by Soo-hee. For a moment, everyone felt a little contemptuous, wondering who this person is. How dare a newcomer be so arrogant? Does he know who Brother Soo is? What is this? You're new here and you don't know anything. Do you have the right to speak here? Hey, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. If you don't know, don't say anything. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Kid, don't think you have status just because you joined this group. Not to mention Brother Soo, many of us here are not comparable to you. The young masters and young ladies of Jinling were extremely excited and began to attack Soo-hee. Afterwards, Xian Duo finished his shower and calmed down. However, the moment he picked up his phone, his blood pressure soared again. At all members, bosses, this is Brother Soo, who are you fighting against? After seeing Xian Duo's message to everyone's hands on the keyboard were completely stunned. It's Brother Soo, I'm so sorry, we didn't know. Brother Soo, we were wrong, please don't be angry. Brother Soo, who are you? We won't guess blindly anymore, just tell us. Looking at the series of apologies and inquiries from everyone, Soo-hee was helpless. He picked up his phone and replied casually. I'm just an ordinary person. After Soo-hee said this, everyone was completely speechless. Ordinary people. You call them ordinary people. For a moment, everyone in the group began to doubt themselves. If Soo-hee was considered an ordinary person, then what were they? After replying, Soo-hee stopped reading the messages. He felt that he had not slept enough, so he simply set up a do not disturb function and fell on the bed, ready to continue sleeping for a while. But at this time, the three bosses in the dormitory began to snore one after another. Wow, it was like a mammoth. If you didn't know, you would think it was some ancient monster. In such an environment, Soo-hee couldn't fall asleep no matter how sleepy he was. Even if he covered his ears, he couldn't stand the snoring of several people, so he simply jumped out of bed and prepared to go for a walk outside. On the other side, Bai Jishi was not idle after separating from her parents. Thinking that Soo-hee had also drunk alcohol just now, she returned to her rental house and made a bowl of sobering soup for Soo-hee herself. After packing, Bai Jishi carried the hangover soup and walked towards the boys' dormitory. When they reached the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, Bai Jishi did not hesitate and went straight upstairs. This scene was also seen by many boys. Isn't this the school beauty Bai? What is she doing in the boys' dormitory? Nonsense, she's holding something in her hand. She must be here to see her boyfriend. How could she be here to see us? Wow! Brother, now that you've said that, I'm really going to lose my defense. The boys stopped and watched Bai Jishi go upstairs, feeling envious and jealous. This was the scene that appeared in their dreams. Although it was happening in reality, they were just passers-by. Ever since Bai Jishi and Soo-hee got together, the boys who regarded Bai Jishi as the white moonlight in their hearts felt like they had welcomed the end of the world. Now Bai Jishi came to the boys' dormitory to visit her boyfriend, which was like rubbing salt into their wounds. Just when Bai Jishi passed by them, the boys who had been talking suddenly stopped talking, but if you listened carefully, you could vaguely hear the sound of a heartbreaking heart. Then, Bai Jishi came all the way to Soo-hee's dormitory, gritted her teeth, stood on tiptoe, and knocked on the door gently. After waiting for a while, Bai Jishi saw that there was no movement inside, so she continued knocking. Who is it? After this commotion, the people inside woke up and asked with sleepy eyes. Is Soo-hee here? Is this the voice of the school beauty Bai? Fuck! This is the school beauty Bai. Hearing this, the eyes of the three bosses widened, they woke up instantly, and jumped up from the bed. School beauty Bai, wait a minute. The three of them quickly agreed and began to quickly pack up, and organize. Chapter 49, Kissing, is this going to kill the dog? Can I come in? Don't be impatient. Schoolgirl, bye, please wait a moment, just a moment. While everyone was still packing up, Sui took a walk outside and strolled back to the dormitory. As soon as he reached the floor of his dormitory, Sui saw Bai Jishi standing at the dormitory door. Then he saw that she was holding something in her hand, so he thought she must be here to deliver something. Sui chuckled and said nothing. He walked over quietly and stood behind Bai Jishi. Here we go. We'll open the door right away. At this moment, the boss's silly voice came from inside. They had finished cleaning up and were about to open the door. At the same time, Sui also had a sly smile on his face, and suddenly hugged Bai Jishi from behind, ready to kiss Bai Jishi's face. Ah! Who is it? But this sudden attack also frightened Bai Jishi so much that she was about to turn around to see who it was. But the angle was just right, allowing Suhi to kiss Bai Jishi directly on her cherry lips. At this moment, both of them were stunned, and the door was opened by the three people inside. The three of them were just about to welcome Bai Jishi to come in and sit down first when they saw the scene. The world seemed to be silent. At this moment, everyone was silent. What is going on here? After a while, the boss asked a question stutteringly, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly, and he yelled wildly in his heart, "Fuck. What is this for? This is an open door kill. Even if you want to kill the dog, you don't have to be so cruel. This is really inhumane. What is forced killing? This is forced killing. There is absolutely no humanity at all." Now, even if you tell him that these two people were an accident, he won't believe it. It's obvious that they did it on purpose. When the eldest brother was furious, the second and third brothers, although they had girlfriends, were also saying MMP in their hearts. Afterwards, the three of them looked at each other lightly, and then slammed the door shut. Feeling the softness of his lips, Sui was silent for a while, thinking to himself, did I do this on purpose? Bai Jishi's face was burning and red, and after she came to her senses, she quickly let go. Jishi, what are you doing here? I saw that you drank some wine, so I came to bring you some hangover soup. Bai Jishi lowered her head, her voice soft, her heart still recalling every little thing that had just happened. Suhi nodded, looked at the dormitory door helplessly, and sighed. Alas, we can't go back to this dormitory. Jishi, let's go out for a walk. Good. Bai Jishi agreed softly, and the two of them walked all the way to the garden. After finding a place to sit down, Bai Jishi handed the hangover soup she had prepared to Sui. But even now, Bai Jishi's face is still red, and her head is still thinking about the first kiss just now. It was really too hasty, and she was very nervous just now. She didn't feel it properly, and it was gone just like that. It's delicious. Jishi, your cooking skills are really good. Sui didn't think too much about it. He drank the sobering soup in big gulps, and his heart was warm. While drinking, Sui looked at Bai Jishi, smiled, lifted Bai Jishi's chin, and spoke softly. Jishi, that was too fast, can we do it again? What do you still want? You just attacked me out of the blue and scared me to death. I'm not going to give it to you now. Bai Jishi turned her head away angrily, then her voice softened and she spoke aggrievedly. Besides, it was my first time. Seeing Bai Jishi's face full of disgrace, Sui felt a little deflated for a moment, thinking to himself, this doesn't seem to be the first time I've said this. The two of them sat there for quite a while playing around, but Sui kept squinting his eyes and seemed to be dozing off. Suhi, are you too tired now? Why don't you go back to the dormitory and get some sleep? Bai Jishi noticed that Sui was not in good condition, so she wanted to send Sui back to rest first. Ah, that's not necessary. Sui shook his head helplessly. Thinking of what had just happened, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all, we just gave them a door-opening kill. We definitely can't go back to the dormitory now. It seems so. Bai Jishi pouted and nodded gently. Thinking of the kiss just now, her face turned red again. Sui saw Bai Jishi's red face and smiled slyly. Jishi, how can I sleep comfortably in this dormitory now? I just drank and it's not convenient for me to drive. What should I do? Bai Jishi rolled her eyes and felt helpless after listening to Sui's words. It would be better if you could just tell me to sleep at my place. Why are you beating around the bush? Okay, you can sleep at my place. Let's go. Suhi nodded frantically, suddenly became energetic, and stood up from the chair. The two of them then left the school and came to Bai Jishi's rental house. Okay, I'm done, you go to bed first. After entering the house, Bai Jishi tidied up the room a little and asked Suhi to go to bed quickly. However, as soon as he came out, he saw Suhi with his eyes wide open, sitting on the sofa fiddling with his mobile phone. Suhi, aren't you sleepy anymore? Bai Jishi folded her hands and looked at Suhi helplessly. Hey, I just walked for a while and I feel more energetic. I'll take a while to calm down and check my phone before going to sleep. Suhi smiled awkwardly, but as soon as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated slightly and then turned off automatically. Bai Jishi sighed, took out her cell phone and handed it to Suhi. Okay, then you can play with mine first. I'll go wash some more fruit for you. You can eat as much as you can. This way you won't feel too uncomfortable. Jishi, aren't you afraid that I'll see some of your secrets? Suhi shook the phone and smiled at Bai Jishi. Humph. I'm your girlfriend, I'm not afraid of any secrets. With a light snort, Bai Jishi walked into the kitchen and went to wash fruit for Suhi. Suhi opened the phone and didn't look through anything. He just took a casual look and thought to himself that this girl is quite confident. However, given Bai Jishi's personality, she didn't react when so many boys in the college went crazy for her, and she really couldn't find any secrets. But just when Suhi was playing the game out of boredom, a pop-up window suddenly appeared at the top. Hello customer, we received your message before. According to your feedback, Model D is a little small. We have returned it to the store for you and are now preparing to reship it. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Chapter 50: The Big Secret of the School Beauty. We have recently launched some new models, which can provide stronger support and wrapping compared to before, and are breathable and soft to bring you a better experience. We sincerely recommend them to you and believe that they may be more suitable for you. Looking at this news, Suhi was confused. What is this and what does it mean? Jishi, you have a message. Do you need me to reply for you? Not being able to figure out what it was, Suhi shouted towards the kitchen. What's the news? It seems that they said that the things you bought before were exchanged, and they said that the D model was a little small. Hearing Bai Jishi's question, Suhi didn't think much about it and just said it. Ah. In the kitchen, Bai Jishi was stunned when she heard it, her face turned red instantly, she hurried out and snatched the phone from Suhi's hand. Suhi was even more confused at this time, thinking to himself, why would someone snatch the phone out of nowhere? However, when he saw Bai Jishi's red little face, he suddenly understood everything. Jishi, you. Just when Suhi looked at Bai Jishi quickly fed him a grape. Okay, stop talking. Can't fruit shut you up? With a coquettish sound, Bai Jishi put down the fruit plate, did not reply to the message, and quickly put away her phone. Suhi suddenly fell silent, thinking to himself, I didn't plan to say anything about this. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? Then, a light screen popped up in front of Suhi, and the system prompted that he had a chance to sign in. Sign in. Suhi didn't even think about it. He pondered in his heart and started signing in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of Volkswagen Group's shares. Ah, this. Looking at the shares he got from signing in, Suhi was stunned. How come this system is getting bigger and bigger? After a while, Suhi charged his phone and turned it on again, and then he received a call. Suhi, who was sitting on the sofa eating fruit, heard the voice and walked to the other side to answer the phone. But the voice on the other end was a young female voice. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Zhou Qingcheng, president of Volkswagen Group China. The headquarters will customize several cars for you. They will be sent to China one after another. One will be delivered tomorrow. Where do you want it to be sent? Well, then let's send it to Villa number 1 of Jinling Yulong Pavilion. Suhi nodded and told the other party the address of the villa. The person on the other side swallowed and was stunned for a moment, as if he was also shocked by the name. Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Su. After hesitating for a while, the other party agreed and then politely hung up the phone. Putting down his phone to continue charging, Suhi returned to the sofa and continued sitting down. What are you doing? Are you avoiding me even though you're calling me? Bai Jishi looked at Suhi coming over, frowned slightly, and looked at Suhi seriously. Ah, don't misunderstand Jishi, this is going to bring me something tomorrow. Ah, I know, I was just teasing you. Seeing Suhi panicking, Bai Jishi smiled and gently covered her chin. The next day, after Suhi woke up, he saw that Bai Jishi had not woken up yet, so he kissed Bai Jishi on the face. After the kiss, Suhi was afraid of waking up by Jishi, so he tiptoed out of bed, put on his clothes, and left. Bang! In the room, Bai Jishi had already opened her eyes. She heard the sound of the door closing outside and knew that Suhi had left. Bai Jishi pursed her lips and felt resentful in her heart, thinking that he only knows how to kiss. What a blockhead. At this time, Suhi walked out of the rental house and drove towards Villa number 1. After arriving, Suhi took a shower and changed into clean clothes, then he took out his mobile phone again and opened WeChat. Looking at the content of the WeChat group that I blocked yesterday, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. These people are really good at guessing and really dare to guess. Seeing the topic getting more and more outrageous as he scrolled down, yet still continuing, Suhi was completely convinced and quickly sent a message. Okay. I'm convinced. How about I treat you guys to dinner today? As Suhi's message was sent out, there was silence in the group at first, and then it completely exploded. The scene was one where everyone responded to the call. Okay, Brother Su, we want to be polite. Brothers and sisters, come out quickly, we are going to eat at the rich restaurant. Ha ha ha, it seems that I was right not to eat breakfast. I'm just waiting for Brother Su's meal. Sui's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself that these people were really the young masters and young ladies of Jinling's upper class. How come they didn't seem to have any image at all? By the way, Brother Su, our guess yesterday, couldn't it be true? Although they agreed to come for dinner, this did not suppress everyone's curiosity at all, and they started asking questions about Suhi again. Brother Su, are you a descendant of the Qing dynasty? Or a blood relative of the royal family? Brother Su, you are not really the heir of some hidden family, and you came here to gain experience? Tell the truth, Brother Su, what else are you hiding from us? Seeing everyone asking outrageous questions again, Suhi didn't know what to say, so he had to bite the bullet and reply again. Is it possible? I've already said it, I'm just an ordinary person. However, even after saying this, people in the group still didn't believe it, so Suhi had to change the subject. Okay, let us not talk about this anymore, let us talk about where to eat first. Brother Su, you decide this, we will all listen to you. Okay, then you guys can come to my house. Seeing that everyone had given the decision-making power to him, Suhi couldn't think of any good solution for the time being, so he simply let everyone come to his side. No problem, Brother Su, can you tell us where your home is? Do you know Yulong Pavilion? Yulong Pavilion? Speaking of Yulong Pavilion, the group became excited again. It was only then that everyone realized that Suhi actually lived here. Brother Su, how could we not know this? Most of us live here. Ha, after all this time, we are neighbors with Brother Su. Brother Su, just tell me directly, which district is your home in? When Suhi saw this question, he became a little confused. Is this place actually divided into zones? This is also divided into zones? The young men and women in the group looked at the question mark Suhi had raised, but they were a little confused. Did Suhi not know these things? No way, Brother Su, you don't know that we have to divide the area here. Chapter 51. This is too rich. Yes, most of us are in Huading district or Zhenhai district. Suhi was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it for a long time, he still didn't know where he was now. I don't know where I am anymore. How about this, Brother Su, just tell us which villa you are in, and we will come find you. There was nothing they could do but ask Suhi to tell them which villa it was. Although there were several areas in the Yulong Pavilion, the villa numbers were unique. 1. Suhi nodded and then sent the number 1. However, this left everyone confused, and they started asking questions one after another. Brother Su, you are so weird, why are you sending 1? Does this mean that I have received it? Brother Su, please don't scare us, what does this mean? Ignoring everyone's puzzled responses, Suhi replied directly. Did I send it to the wrong place? This is the villa number I am in now. What? As Suhi spoke these words, everyone's cell phones almost fell to the ground. Everyone was frightened at once, their hearts were pounding, and they could not accept this fact for a while. Oh my god, Sugo. Are you kidding me? You are in villa number 1? Brother Su, you are the real big brother, I am completely convinced. Oh my god. Brother Su, my phone almost flew out, you are going to scare us to death. At this moment, all the young masters and young ladies in Jinling were dumbfounded. Who could have imagined this? Damn it. This is called an ordinary person? Who has ever seen an ordinary person living in Villa number 1? Their parents worked hard all their lives, but in the end they could only buy villas here with numbers around 20 or 30 through connections. Wow, so he went to Villa number 1 right away. It was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. One of the young masters was lying on the bed looking at his mobile phone. When he saw Sui's message, his hand suddenly went limp, and then the mobile phone hit him directly on the forehead. Ah! After a scream, an anxious voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was the butler who said, "Master, are you okay?" What happened? The young master's head was still fuzzy. He came to his senses only when he heard the sound outside the door. He stammered and spoke to the outside. No. It's okay, I just got hit by my phone." And in the group, after a while of silence, this time it was like a complete explosion, with people replying to Sui's message like a screen full of comments. "Brother Sue, wait a minute, I'll be right over. I'm quick too, I'm out now. And me, I'm already in the car." Everyone said they would be there soon, then put down their phones and rushed to Villa number 1. However, there were still a few young masters and young ladies sending messages in the group. They were not staying in Yulong Pavilion and said that they might arrive later. "Brother Sue, I live a little far away, so I might be a little late." "It's the same here." "Brother Sue, we'll be late too. How about I go with you?" "I'm already out, please wait for me." Sui looked at the messages in the group and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This reaction was too big. In a villa not far away, the door suddenly opened, and then Chen Duo and Qian Mengmeng were seen flying out, jogging all the way towards Villa number 1. Oh my god! Brother Su actually lives in Villa number 1. While gasping for breath, Chen Duo exclaimed in disbelief. This was really beyond his imagination. "Brother, stop talking, let's go." Chen Mengming's face turned pale as she urged Chen Duo to leave quickly. At the same time, Sui was already waiting at the door. Before long, people arrived one after another. Shen Duo and Qian Mengmeng lived nearby and arrived earlier, so they trotted over to Sui, bent down, gasped heavily, and were already sweating profusely. You two brothers, did you come here running?" Sui looked at the two people in front of him helplessly and couldn't help wiping his sweat. Ha, brother Su, you are going to scare me to death." Shen Duo was breathing heavily while putting his arm around Sui's shoulder. At this moment, he opened his eyes wide and was looking at Sui carefully. "Brother Qian, what are you doing? Is there anything wrong with my face?" "No, I have to take a good look at your face. You are hiding so many things from us." Shen Duo looked at Sui seriously, muttering to himself while staring at Sui. "Wow! This villa is so magnificent. Brother Su, is this really yours?" Qian Mengmeng took a look. Although she had seen this villa before, she couldn't hide her surprise when she saw it again. "Well, it's mine, but I haven't had it for long." Sui smiled awkwardly and did not hide it from them. The villa had indeed been in his hands for a short time. "I told you, the only one who could order a meal worth millions that day was you, Brother Su." Qian Duo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally thought that everyone was the same, but now he sees that the gap is too big. The three of them chatted for a while, and then the others arrived one after another. A group of people soon gathered at the door, some were looking at Sui, some were looking at the villa and exclaiming, "Brother Su, you are really rich and powerful. You can actually get Villa number 1. Fuck, it's really magnificent. Compared to it, my villa is nothing special at all, it looks just like a bungalow. Alas, I would never dare to do this even in my dreams. I thought we were born in Rome, but I didn't expect that you were born in heaven, Sugu, you are a god." Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, Sui just smiled apologetically. It seemed that he couldn't explain clearly that he was an ordinary person. "Come on, everyone, let's go in and sit down first." Seeing that more and more people were gathering at the door, there was no solution. So Sui waved his hand and invited everyone to go inside the house. "Okay, Brother Su, I've been wanting to go in and take a look for a long time. Well, today is good enough. I can satisfy my appetite in my eyes. Let's go, Brother Su, you go first." Everyone immediately agreed to Sui's proposal, and a large group of people followed Sui into Villa number 1. Of course, no one could sit still here, so Sui had to lead everyone on a brief tour. Even though these young masters and young ladies had seen a lot of the world, they were still stunned at this moment. "My goodness, this is too exaggerated. In addition to this spacious and luxurious main villa, several other secondary villas are also worth mentioning, and the other places are no less impressive. Behind the villa, there are gardens, sports fields, bridges, and flowing water, and everything else. In the end, when everyone saw the vast golf course under their feet, many people almost cried. My goodness, this is too rich. Chapter 52. Such an expensive car. After watching for a while, Shen Duo looked at the people around him and suddenly found that some people were missing. He asked everyone in confusion. By the way, why haven't Xiao Yang and the others arrived yet? The others were also stunned. They had just been immersed in the luxury of Villa Number 1 and could not extricate themselves. Now it was difficult for them to react. Xiao Yang, yes, Xiao Yang and his men don't live in Yulong Pavilion, so they will naturally arrive slower. People then remembered that they did not live in Yulong Pavilion. Even if they ran as fast as they could, it would not be easy for them to get here at this time. Then let's go back and sit for a while and wait slowly. There's no rush. Suhi looked at everyone with a smile and suggested that they go in and sit for a while. Okay, we'll listen to Brother Su. Everyone agreed immediately and was led to the living room by Suhi. After sitting down, everyone chatted about the previous topic, and Suhi also made a pot of tea for everyone. At this time, outside the villa area, several security guards looked at a truck coming towards them and blinked in disbelief. What was going on? Soon, the truck stopped in front of the villa. Zhou Qingcheng got out of the car and walked to the security booth. Hello, we are from Volkswagen Group and need to deliver a car to a very important partner of ours. Can you let us in? The security captain did not speak, but looked at Zhou Qingcheng. Zhou Qingcheng was dressed formally at this time, and the temperament she exuded was also amazing. It was obvious at first glance that she was not an ordinary person. But even so, Yulong Pavilion has its own rules, and they dare not let it go so easily. Excuse me, ma'am. This is the Yulong Pavilion Villa District. No one except the owner can enter casually. And even if you want to enter, you need to register. How about this, you can go in, but you have to open the box for us to see. Only after we make sure there is no danger, we can let you in. Please understand that this is our job after all. If you cannot open the box and check, there is nothing we can do. The security captain smiled awkwardly. After all, if he let it in casually, he might lose his job. Well, that's understandable. Zhou Qingcheng also knew this. After all, Yulong Pavilion was the most luxurious villa area in Jinling, so safety was naturally the top priority. There was nothing she could do at this point, so she had to agree and prepare to arrange for someone to open the box. Okay then, we'll unpack and check right away, so hurry up. Okay ma'am, thank you for your understanding. The security captain also smiled and nodded, responded politely, and walked out with a few security guards to see what was in the truck. Not far behind, two young men were walking towards this side, their steps a little hurried. Xiao Yang, the traffic in Jinling is getting more and more congested. I think we are the last ones to arrive. One of them was sweating profusely and was complaining non-stop. Xiao Yang was also out of breath at this time, and he glanced at the man next to him unhappily. Okay, what else are you going to say? Brother Su and Brother Qian are still waiting for us. Alas, there is nothing we can do. It is indeed too far. Besides, we are already very fast. Xiao Yan nodded. Seeing that the destination was getting closer, he couldn't help but think of Villa Number 1. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. This is Villa Number 1. I have never seen such a nice villa before. The other person also nodded and continued. To be honest, Brother Su is too strong to be able to live in Villa Number 1. At this moment, both of them were amazed at Suhi's strength. Although he was of the same age as them, the gap between them was huge. It was a dimensionality reduction attack. Okay, we have to hurry up and don't keep them waiting too long. They both nodded, knowing that they had no time to waste, and quickened their pace. Soon, the two of them walked to the door and saw the truck at the door. Xiao Yan was also curious and followed. The person next to him was immediately puzzled. What the hell, they are already at the door, what are they doing? Hey, Xiao Yang, what the hell are you doing? This man was also anxious and quickly grabbed Xiao Yang. No, let me take a look. We are already at the door, why rush? Xiao Yang waved his hand and walked over with great pride. Oh, I really can't do anything with you. The other person also sighed and could only follow. Looking at the vehicle in front of him, which turned out to be a Volkswagen truck, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Anything that could be sent in here must be a luxury car. It's impossible to send junk into a villa area, right? Look. This is a Volkswagen truck. What kind of luxury car do you think is transported inside? Xiao Yang immediately became excited and pulled the person next to him to watch it together. The young man was silent at this time and looked at Xiao Yang with contempt. Damn, who said just now that Brother Su and Brother Qian were still waiting for us? At this time, in addition to the two people, many people also stopped at the door, waiting for the truck to be unveiled, wanting to see what kind of car it was. Soon, the truck opened its outer cover, and everyone saw the car inside in a flash. Under the sunlight, the car inside is clearly visible to everyone. The black body of the car is reflecting the sunlight, and the texture of the Guangdua's paint is amazing, as if it is not a car at all, but a work of art. The shape of the car body is streamlined, and every part is brand new without a speck of dust. Even if you don't know much about cars, your eyes will light up when you see this car. Because whether it is the overall sense of design or the interior that can be vaguely seen through the car window, it gives people a feeling of being out of reach. The moment everyone saw the car, the noise suddenly turned into silence. Everyone's expression was exaggerated, their mouths were open and their eyes were wide open, and they all stood there in a daze. Oh my god! This car is so magnificent! What kind of car is this? It's so cool! Is there really a car like this? I've never seen one before. TSK, I can tell at a glance that I can't afford it. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but marvel at this moment. The car looked so stunning that everyone's hearts almost forgot to beat, and all their attention was focused on the car. Ah! In an instant, Xiao Yang, who was already stunned to the point of his jaw dropping, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Fuck! This is a custom Bugatti. The price of this car must be close to 200 million. Chapter 53. This is too scary. What's even more terrifying is that this thing is probably the only one in the world, and I actually came across it. Xiao Yang could no longer hold back his surprise and immediately exclaimed, his scream drowning out the noisy crowd around him. When the people around heard what Xiao Yang said, they were stunned. They just stared blankly, not knowing what to say. How much is this? 200 million. Bugatti. That's right. This is Bugatti. How come I've never seen Bugatti have this car before? Haven't you heard from others? This car is a custom-made one, the only one in the world. Do you think you can see it everywhere? For a moment, people were completely shocked. Wow, who on earth is this wealthy tycoon who could actually get such a car? The security guards who were checking the truck were also startled when they heard this. How much? 200 million. How can such a car cost so much? Otherwise, everyone living here is rich, but they are really spending too much. Fuck. This trip today was worth it, it really opened my eyes. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, and after being stunned for a long time, he spoke at length. Oh my god, what kind of gods are living in Su Ji's villa area? The other young man nearby was also stunned. He even forgot that he had to go in quickly. He just stood there stupidly, as if he had lost his soul. Xiao Yang and the other person stood there stunned at the door for a long time. If it wasn't for a sudden gust of wind that woke them up, they would probably have forgotten about going in to look for Su He and the others. Xiao Yang, let's go quickly. Brother Su and Brother Qian will be waiting anxiously. The young man next to him reacted and quickly pulled Xiao Yang inside. No. Wait a minute, I'll just take a picture and leave. Xiao Yang slapped his head and was about to follow in, but before leaving, he couldn't help but took out his cell phone and took a few pictures. After all, the probability of encountering a car like this is about the same as winning the lottery, so of course you have to take a good photo to commemorate it. After taking the photos, the two registered at the door and entered the Yulong Pavilion. After arriving here, they no longer have to jog all the way in, as a special car will take them to the villa. Soon, the two were sent to the door of Villa Number 1. They were stunned by the scale of Villa Number 1. They kept looking at every corner of the villa. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the door of the villa. The door was not closed, so they walked straight in and saw the other young masters and young ladies sitting in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Seeing Xiao Yang and the other man, several young masters and young ladies quickly stood up and walked over with smiles on their faces. Xiao Yang, you just got here, what happened? Were you kidnapped on the way? Ha, I think he must have gone to the wrong place. After all, this Yulong Pavilion is not just one district. I said that even though you are far away, you shouldn't be that slow to come. Xiao Yang and the other man smiled helplessly and rolled their eyes at the young masters and young ladies who were talking. Humph. You guys really don't have to worry about your backs being hurt. Why don't you try it yourself? It's not easy for us to come here. Okay, you two can stop talking nonsense. Tell me why it takes so long to come. After joking around for a while, a few people asked Xiao Yang and the other man why they came so late. Speaking of this, before the other young man could react, Xiao Yang became excited and started chattering to everyone. Oh, it's because there are so many people and cars in Jinling right now. The traffic is really giving me a headache. And you don't know, we just saw something big, that was a Bugatti. Do you know what Bugatti is? Seeing Xiao Yang pointing fingers, several people curled their eyes and looked at him as if he was a fool. Xiao Yang, this Bugatti is awesome, but you shouldn't be that bad, right? We've seen it before, so why should you? Bullshit, how can this be the same? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at a few of them and continued speaking. Come on, this is definitely not an ordinary Bugatti, this is a customized Bugatti. I have seen the introduction of this car by Bugatti in a magazine before. This is their company's ultimate customized version. There is only one in the world. There is no other one. The price is a terrifying 200 million. When Xiao Yang thought back on it now, he was still surprised. After all, it was a very rare thing for such a car to appear around them. Ah? So expensive? After listening to Xiao Yang's introduction, everyone was also shocked. This car costs 200 million, who on earth can afford it? Originally, this Bugatti belongs to the ranks of top luxury cars, and this one is a customized version of Bugatti that is limited to one in the world, so the price is incomparable. And this is still the official conservative price. If a top luxury car like this were put up for auction, no one could imagine how high the price would be. By the way, I also took some photos here, let me show you. Xiao Yang slapped his head and remembered that he had taken photos before. He quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the album, and handed it to everyone. Who on earth can drive a car like this? It's so cool. It would be great if I could drive it. You two are so lucky to be able to see such a top-notch luxury car. Looking through these photos, everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. Many of them were avid car fans, and they were unable to move when they saw luxury cars of this level. Hey, what are you talking about? A few people were still looking at the photos and talking. Sui happened to go and get them some food. Seeing them gathered together having a heated discussion, he also came over. Okay, stop chatting for now. Tell me what you want to eat for lunch so I can make it for you. Ah. Brother Su, you can also cook? Everyone turned around and looked at Sui's smiling face, and their expressions changed. During the silence, everyone looked embarrassed. They originally thought that Brother Su asked them to come over so they could have a good meal, but now it turns out that they were here to try the food. My goodness, if this was a dish made by Brother Su himself, it wouldn't be that delicious, right? Several people thought about it and felt that Sui wanted to cook for his girlfriend, but they didn't know if he could do it well. Their role was just to be disposable guinea pigs. Brother Su, we can just do whatever we want. Chapter 54. Is there anything else Sugu can't do? Yes, Brother Su, we can eat anything, just take your pick. Ha ha, we'll eat whatever Brother Su cooks. After swallowing their saliva, the few of them had no choice but to let Sui do what he wanted, with a bit of determination in their hearts to go through fire and water. Well, all right then. Sui nodded and asked about the topic that Xiao Yang and others had just discussed. By the way, what were you talking about just now? I see you guys are talking in a very contradictory way. Xiao Yang and others had just opened their mouths and were about to talk about what had just happened, but before they could finish their words, they heard the sound of a large truck stopping outside. In an instant, several people swallowed the words they wanted to say at the same time, and looked at each other in bewilderment. All the young masters and young ladies were stunned, and there was shock in their eyes at the same time. Could this be that? Well, my stuff should have arrived. Wait a minute, I'll go get it. Suhi was also startled. When he heard the voice, he reacted quickly. After greeting everyone, he walked outside. After coming out, at the door of Villa number 1, the truck had already started unloading. Sui looked at the customized Bugatti placed aside and was stunned. What's up with being a bit handsome? You are Mr. Su, right? Zhou Qingcheng noticed Suhi walking out of the villa and immediately greeted him respectfully with a smile. Yes, I am Suhi. That's great, Mr. Su. Please sign first. Zhou Qingcheng nodded and then asked Suhi to sign. Her task of delivering the car was successfully completed. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Su. This car is yours now. We will notify you again when another car is delivered. Okay, thank you for your help. Suhi smiled faintly and handed the signed folder and pen back to Zhou Qingcheng. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really promising. Zhou Qingcheng exclaimed in amazement. She originally thought that Suhi should be a middle-aged man at least, but she never expected that he was so young. Ha, it's nothing. Miss Shou, you are also very young and beautiful. It's not easy to be at this age. Suhi pursed his lips and smiled, and immediately praised Zhou Qingcheng a few words. Mr. Su, thank you for your kind words, but compared to you, I am far behind you. After the two completed the handover, they started chatting casually. However, at this moment, the young masters and young ladies in the villa also reacted and hurriedly followed out. This is true. As soon as they walked out, everyone saw the customized Bugatti parked not far away and were stunned immediately. They never imagined that this car actually belonged to Brother Su. Wow, you can own both the top villa in Jinling Yulong Pavilion and the only customized Bugatti sports car in the world. However, it was this kind of person who actually told them with all his confidence that he was just an ordinary person. What kind of logic is this? If Suhi is still an ordinary person, then what are they? Oh my god. Who is Brother Su? Anyway, it's definitely not simple. It's too deep, hidden too deeply. I'm so dumbfounded. After all this time, I realized that the McLaren that Su Gu drove before was just for buying groceries. These young masters and young ladies just stood at the door in a daze, the breeze blew, and everyone was in a mess. Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. After chatting for a while, Zhou Qingcheng smiled, didn't bother Suhi anymore, and said goodbye politely and left. Suhi took the key and drove the car to the garage and parked it. While playing with the key, he returned to the villa. As soon as he arrived at the door, Suhi saw the young masters and young ladies standing at the door, motionless like wooden figures, and scratched his head in confusion. You guys, what's wrong with you? Are you standing here in the wind? The next second, everyone's eyes were fixed on Suhi like hungry wolves, their eyes glowing green, and they immediately surrounded Suhi. Brother Su, tell me the truth, are you a descendant of the Qing dynasty? Fuck. Brother Su, this car is actually yours. I am really stunned. Brother Su, it's useless for you to say anything now. With your identity, you are either a royal blood relative or a descendant of the Qing dynasty. Looking at the looks of the crowd, Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly and spread his hands helplessly. Come on, just take your time guessing. I have to go cook first. After saying that, Suhi walked into the house, went to the kitchen and started to get busy. Everyone just sat on the sofa at this time, no one spoke, and they were still trying to digest everything they had just seen. After a while of silence, the sound of frying food was heard from the kitchen. Everyone didn't know why, but they felt a little uneasy. Should we go help Brother Su? I don't know how long it was, but one of them couldn't sit still anymore, so he looked at everyone and said something. It seems like I have to go. I always feel uneasy letting Brother Su cook alone. Yeah, we can't just sit here and wait. This little white mouse isn't that hard to move. Well, then you guys decide who will go. I can't cook anyway. Everyone looked at each other, and only then realized with embarrassment that among the people sitting here, it seemed that few of them could cook. Then I'll go help Brother Su right away. Seeing that no one stood up, Chen Mengmeng simply stood up and walked towards the kitchen. I'm going too. And me, I can cook too. Afterwards, several other young ladies also stood up and walked towards the kitchen with Chen Mengmeng. But after walking a few steps, Chen Mengmeng saw Suhi coming out of the kitchen with a plate of pagoda meat in his hand. Hey, how did you know I had prepared several dishes? Come and help me get them. When Suhi saw several people coming in, he was overjoyed and let everyone in. Okay. When Xian Mengmeng and others saw the pagoda meat in Sui's hand, they were stunned at first, and then followed him in. When they entered the kitchen, they found that several dishes had already been prepared. Each one was exquisite, and an enticing aroma filled the air. Regardless of the appetite-stimulating smell of the large pieces of meat, just looking at the presentation was no worse than what they had eaten in high-end restaurants before. Chapter 55. In this life, having one person is enough. For a moment, they were all shocked. Is there really anything in this world that Sugu can't do? After being stunned for a few seconds, Xian Mengmeng and the others finally reacted. Each of them carried a dish and walked out carefully. Ah! This was done by Sugo. The people sitting outside were staring at the dishes they brought out. Xian Mengmeng, is this really what Brother Su did? Shen Duo rushed forward and looked at the iron tree and silver flower in Xian Mengmeng's hand. His expression became a little distorted. Brother, there is no one else in the kitchen except Brother Su. Xian Mengmeng stuck out her tongue, also shocked in her heart. She had originally thought that her cooking skills should be better than Suhi's, but now it seems that there is really no comparison. Who on earth are you, Brother Su? Xian Duo was completely speechless. He felt that he was getting more and more confused about Suhi. How could a person of the same age surpass them by so much? After that, Suhi cooked a few more dishes, and everyone sat down together and started eating. Okay, let's eat, everyone. We are all brothers and sisters, so please don't be polite in front of me. Suhi finally brought out a bowl of bamboo shoot stewed with chicken soup and placed it in the middle of the table. He then called out to everyone to eat and drink and to be more casual at home. Looking at the various dishes on the table, everyone didn't know how much saliva they swallowed. They nodded woodenly and picked up their chopsticks to take a bite. It's absolutely amazing. As soon as they took a bite, everyone exclaimed and gave Suhi a thumbs up. Brother Su, you are so awesome. This is so delicious. What a delicious delicacy. This is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten. Brother Su, if I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. The taste is really amazing. Every bite makes you close your eyes, chew slowly, and savor it slowly. By the way, it seems that Miss Morong Ling Morong is coming back soon, right? Everyone was eating and chatting, and the topic was always about Suhi at the beginning, until Chen Duo talked about a woman. Who is this? Suhi was stunned and looked at Chen Duo in confusion. Oh, Brother Su, don't you know? Chen Duo smiled and then began to explain in detail. This Morong Ling is the granddaughter of Mr. Morong. She lives up to her name, she is a real beauty, and now she is in charge of the Morong family's business. Although she is about the same age as us, it's still embarrassing to say that she is now someone we need to look up to. When Chen Duo talked about Morong Ling, he seemed to open up and kept talking incessantly, with an expression full of admiration, which surprised Suhi a little. Of course, Chen Duo didn't just have such an expression, the others did too. It could be seen that in their eyes, Morong Ling was a goddess like a gift from heaven. But after hearing all this, Suhi just smiled and passed it off. In this life, having one person is enough. At the same time, in the Morong family, old man Morong Yi was sitting in the hall drinking tea. He had been taking medicine and conditioning himself during this period of time, and his body was stronger than before, and his complexion became more rosy. Then, a man who was about 30 years old walked in and walked delicately in front of the old man. The man was wearing a suit and had a sturdy build. He walked with a breeze, and his strong physique made the suit look very handsome. Even though he was not too old, if you looked carefully, you could still find that the calluses on his hands were incredibly thick. His thin and angular face revealed a surging masculine energy, his eyes were capable and sharp, and the aura emanating from the man made it clear at first glance that he was from the military. How's it going? Has the Guanzhong villa been vacated? Old man Morongyi took a sip of tea and looked indifferently at the man walking towards him. Master, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. That's good. Nodding, Morongyi showed a smile on his face, as if he remembered someone. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Mingpu, please take some time to give the key to this Guanzhong villa to that little guy. It can be considered as a gift from me to him. Yu Mingpu looked at the old man with an uncertain look in his eyes. After a brief silence, he continued. Grandpa, the villa has been cleaned up, but now, maybe people can't use it at all. What's going on? Morong-yi was also stunned. It was rare for him to see Yu Mingpu with such a serious expression, so he hurriedly asked. Alas, I just got the news that Suhi is now living in the famous Jinling Building King, Yulong Pavilion Villa No. 1. What? Morong-yi's originally calm expression changed in an instant, and he looked at Yu Mingpu in disbelief. For a moment, there was complete silence in the hall of the Morong family. Old Master Moroni's heart skipped a beat and he was also stunned by these words. Alas, that's indeed a bit embarrassing. After a long time, Old Man Moroni sighed, waved his hands helplessly, and muttered to himself. Who is this little guy? How could he be able to take over the Jade Dragon Pavilion Villa number 1? It seems that I have underestimated this little guy. At this age, TSK. Moroni had mixed feelings at this moment, and his previous definition of Sui suddenly broke out. He had never seen another young man like him in his life who could own Villa number 1 in Yulong Pavilion at such a young age of just over 20. Moreover, speaking of Sui himself, the knowledge and experience he possessed were terrifyingly profound. At that time, he felt a little unclear. As for now, it goes without saying. Master, do you know the origin of this Sui? Yu Mingpu was also shocked at this moment and couldn't help but ask another question. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know there was such a person in Jinling before. Now it seems like he has mysteriously appeared out of nowhere. It's really thought-provoking. Moroni smiled bitterly, shook his head and sighed deeply. This little guy must be someone very important. We should pay more attention to him and make friends with him. This is also a good thing. Yes, I understand, old man. Not long after, while the two were talking, a female voice suddenly came from outside. Chapter 56 Back. Grandpa, I'm back. Xiao Ling is back. When Moroni heard the voice, he was stunned for a moment, and then a kind look appeared on his face. Then, a girl in a simple black dress walked in, with an exquisite small bag hanging on her shoulders. She walked with a dignified posture and a faint but charming smile on her face. The girl has a pretty face, amazing temperament, and a perfect figure. No matter from which angle you look at her, she is a real beauty. Her exquisite and classical bone structure, matched with her delicate and fair skin, and her every frown and smile can make people feel the dignity and elegance of a classical beauty. Xiao Ling, you're back. Moroni walked over excitedly, looked his granddaughter up and down, and asked with concern. Look at you. Have you not been eating well recently? You look thinner now. Grandpa, I have eaten well, please don't worry about me. Moroni Ling pouted and smiled. Even though she was a capable and cool woman in front of outsiders, she was still a little girl in front of her grandfather. Okay, take good care of yourself outside in the future, otherwise Grandpa won't let you go out. I understand, Grandpa. Don't worry. Moroni pulled Moroni Ling to sit next to him. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the topic gradually returned to Sui. You know what, this little guy is really not simple. I don't know why, but I liked him the first time I saw him. After taking a deep breath, Moroni and Yu Mingpu couldn't help but smile again when talking about Sui. From the first time he saw Sui, he could always feel something different from his peers. What the old man said is true. This young friend Su is indeed very talented. At least his previous comments at the medicine shop have already shown that he is not simple. There was also a hint of appreciation in Yu Mingpu's eyes, and he nodded towards Moroni. But when he said this, a hint of worry appeared in the old man's eyes. Alas, this little guy might get into trouble if he keeps running around like this. After all, people's minds are unpredictable nowadays. It would be terrible if his interests are affected. Mingpu, go and take a look at this little guy. Good. Yu Mingpu nodded heavily and was about to get up and leave. Grandpa, who are you talking about? Moroni Ling, who was sitting nearby, listened for a while and looked at Moroni with some confusion. It's normal that you don't know. This is a little guy who has just risen in Jinling recently. He is very extraordinary. Although he is the same age as you, he has surpassed you in many aspects. Is it really that amazing? Moroni Ling looked at her grandfather with some doubt, and her heart was filled with waves. How come such a person appeared in Jinling when she came back? She had never heard her grandfather praise someone like this before, and it seemed that they had been talking about this topic for some time before she came. Who is this young man and what kind of ability does he have to win such praise from his grandfather? When Moroni Ling thought about this, she suddenly subconsciously remembered what happened before, and her expression suddenly became somewhat resistant. After all, my grandfather had arranged a love match for me before, so could it be the same this time? Seeing Moroni Ling like this, Moroni knew that this girl had always had a smooth life since childhood, so he suggested that Moroni Ling also follow Yu Mingpu to take a look. Xiao Ling, do you want to go over and take a look? Upon hearing this, Moroni Ling neither agreed nor objected, but she was still clearly resisting. Moroni pursed his lips and smiled, naturally knowing what his granddaughter was thinking at the moment, and said lightly while looking at her. Okay, didn't I just tell you a joke before? How come you still remember it now? If there really is such an opportunity, Grandpa would like you to fight for it, but I have a girlfriend now. Speaking of Sui's girlfriend, Morong-yi couldn't help but think of his piece of jade. Now he was afraid that it had been carved into an item between the lovers. Mingpu, get ready and go over there quickly. Yes. Yu Mingpu nodded. He knew in his heart that this matter could not be neglected. He had never seen the old man evaluate a young man to such a high level. Moreover, during this period of time, the old man has mentioned Sui more than once at home, which also shows how much the old man values Sui. Xiaoling, be obedient and go with me to have a look. I believe this will do you no harm. After giving instructions to Yu Mingpu, old man Morong-yi looked at Morong Ling again. Although he knew that Morong Ling had just returned and might not be willing to make a trip, it would not be a bad thing to have this opportunity to get to know Sui. Okay, Grandpa, I'll go with Brother Mingpu. Thinking about her grandfather's previous evaluation of Sui, Morong Ling couldn't help but become more curious about this man. Seeing that her grandfather still wanted to go and see for herself, she did not refuse and simply agreed. That's right, then get ready and go over there quickly. Morong-yi nodded with satisfaction, but before leaving, he pulled Yu Mingpu to his side again. Mingpu, you must be polite in all aspects during this trip. Remember to bring gifts to show our sincerity. Please help me keep an eye on this little friend Su. This little fellow seems to be quite cunning. Well, I understand. Don't worry, old man. Listening carefully to Morong-yi's instructions, Yu Mingpu nodded deeply. Afterwards, after some preparation, the two of them took their gifts and set off for Villa No. 1 of Yulong Pavilion. At the same time, in Villa No. 1, everyone was well fed and satisfied, and they were full of praise for Sui's cooking skills. Brother Su, your cooking skills are incredible. We should come here often to eat for free. It's really unforgettable. Brother Su, what did you do in the past? You are simply my idol. I have to come again, otherwise I will miss Brother Su's food even when I go to sleep. After eating, everyone still felt unsatisfied and said they would come to eat often in the future. No problem, as long as you are willing to come, I will definitely welcome you. Sui also waved his hand generously. Although he knew that he had surpassed these young masters and young ladies in some aspects, he had no intention of distancing himself from them. Chapter 57 Control. After that, everyone excitedly went to take photos with the limited edition Bugatti outside. After everything was done, they went home. They have to digest today's meal carefully. Of course, this does not only refer to this meal, but also the continuous bombardment their little hearts have suffered today. This is Villa No. 1 of Yulong Pavilion, and it is also a limited customized version of Bugatti. Even if one of them is picked out alone, it would be difficult for anyone to accept it. But they all happened to encounter it. After seeing everyone off, Sui returned to the villa, cleaned up the leftovers on the table, and then sat down on the sofa. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? But just as he sat down, a light screen popped up in front of Sui's eyes, and the system prompted that he had a sign-in opportunity. Sign in. Sui smiled, pondered in his heart, and began to sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for mastering Bajiquan. Wow. Is this Bajiquan? After signing in, Sui felt a force that seemed to be innate surging into his mind and limbs, and he was stunned for a moment. What is Bajiquan? This is a popular martial art among thousands of martial arts, and it is definitely a powerful fighting technique specifically used in actual combat. As the saying goes, Tai Chi and culture can bring peace to the world, and the 8 levels of martial arts can determine the outcome, which shows how highly people think of Bajiquan. Even those who practice martial arts have great respect for Bajiquan. Every move and every posture embodies the essence of Chinese martial arts. Moreover, Bajiquan is definitely not meant for health preservation and fitness. This kind of kung fu, where every move is harmful, was created for actual combat since its inception. Wow, it's actually Bajiquan, I'm in luck this time. After being stunned for a while, Sui was immediately overjoyed. Although he had never studied it specifically before, he had heard of the domineering Bajiquan. Seeing that everyone had left, Sui rested for a while. Looking at the empty villa, he still thought about moving around. He had just finished his meal and needed to digest it. Well, it's a good time to try out the Bajiquan I just signed up for. After stretching, Sui sat up from the sofa and walked into the yard, ready to practice the Bajiquan he had just acquired and appreciate this domineering and fierce kung fu. On the other side, Morong Ling and Yu Mingpu also arrived at the villa and were walking towards villa number 1. Brother Mingpu, who is the person Grandpa is talking about? Tell me. Morong Ling became more and more curious about Su He. After thinking it over, she decided to ask Yu Mingpu, hoping to know more. Miss, this gentleman is called Su He. He is no ordinary person. It was he who helped the old man change a medicine in the prescription, and the old man's health gradually improved. And the place we are here today is where he lives, and he lives in villa number 1. What? Villa number 1? Morong Ling listened to what Yu Mingpu said and couldn't hide her surprise. When did such a young man appear in Jilin, and she didn't even know about it? Afterwards, the two of them didn't walk long before they got closer and closer to villa number 1. They saw the outline of villa number 1 from afar and prepared to walk towards it. After walking for a while, the two successfully arrived at villa number 1. At first glance, they noticed Su He who was practicing Bajiquan in the yard. At that moment, whether it was Yu Mingpu or Morong Ling, they were stunned when they saw the scene before them. At this time, Su He was practicing the Vajra 8 postures in Bajiquan, using his palms, elbows, shoulders, fists and knees to exert force on each other, transferring all the strength of his body to one point. He was sweating profusely while practicing. Humph. At this moment, Sui clenched his teeth, pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and stood still as a mountain and moved as fast as thunder. While all the strength in his body burst out with those vigorous and powerful moves, a series of humming sounds broke out from his mouth from time to time. Bajiquan has always emphasized powerful force and stable lower body, and Su He, who has mastered Bajiquan, has mastered this point perfectly. The whole move was smooth and flowing, and the steps were steady, as if the power could create deep pits in the ground, and sounds like dragon roars and tiger howls erupted. The more they fought, the more frightened they became. Sui's punches were so powerful that they were like 1,000 pounds, as sharp as a dragon or a tiger. The wind from his fists was whistling, as if even the air was blown up by Su He. The sound of breaking through the air lingered in the ears of the two men. Even Yu Mingpu was frightened when he saw Sui's moves. He breathed cold air through his lips and his body couldn't help shaking. Although he also considered himself a master, but when he saw the strength of Sui's punches, he didn't dare to say that he could withstand a few of Sui's punches. This is still an optimistic situation. If I really had to take Sui's punch head-on, I dare not imagine what would happen. It has been said that Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive, and each style has its own characteristics and unique features. Therefore, there is no absolutely powerful set of moves. Only when the person using them is powerful can the essence of the moves be revealed. Of course, he also knew the domineering nature of Bajiquan. He had seen many martial artists practicing Bajiquan before. Although his boxing skills were also not to be underestimated, they were much inferior in front of Su He. The most important thing is that Bajiquan is not something that is easy to learn. However, Su He is so young, yet he has mastered Bajiquan to perfection. He is truly a martial arts genius. Morong Ling on the side was completely dumbfounded. Yu Mingpu at least knew these things, but she had never come into contact with them, so she was even more surprised. Just from seeing the moves Su He was practicing, Morong Ling could feel the terrifying killing power. This was not some health-preserving Tai Chi performed by a certain master, this was a real killing skill. At this moment, both of them were completely stunned, having forgotten the purpose of their trip here. They just stared at Sui's every move, with their mouths wide open, not knowing how to describe their feelings. The next second, Sui's body trembled, as if all the strength in his body had reached the point between opening and closing, and he could retract and release it freely, as if it was completely under his control. Chapter 58, Scared. Immediately afterwards, Sui stood in a horse stance with his lower body firmly rooted in the ground, and then he punched a thick tree trunk in the courtyard in front of him. With a boom sound, even though the tree looked extremely thick, it suddenly trembled, and even the bodies of the two people trembled along with it, as if they also felt the terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, the leaves on the tree fell down with the force and landed beside Su He. What kind of force is this? Yu Mingpu's jaw dropped in shock. He stared blankly at the leaves that were still falling, wondering if this power was still human. One punch could cause such an impact force. Although he had seen a lot and met many capable people, he had never seen the same scene as Su He. This kind of power is probably hard to find in the whole of China. It is simply beyond his understanding. Wow! What is this? Morong Ling exclaimed directly at this time, and she could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. What kind of devil is this person that Grandpa is talking about? It's not enough that he can live in such a place, but at such a young age, he can have such a good martial arts background. After Morong Ling's exclamation, Su He, who was immersed in the mystery of Bajiquan, also noticed Yu Mingpu and Morong Ling standing at the door. He stopped his moves and walked towards them. After all, he is the only villa nearby and the others are some distance away. They must be here to find him, not someone else. Hello, come in now. Walking to the door, Sui opened the door with a smile and invited the two in. Hello, my name is Morong Ling, his name is Yu Mingpu, I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Su. Morong Ling took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner surprise, but she still stuttered when she spoke. So it's Miss Morong Ling. I've heard of you before. You are a role model for many young masters and young ladies in Jinling. By the way, you guys came here specially today, is there anything going on? Sui pursed her lips and smiled, and looked at Morong Ling carefully. She didn't expect that not long after she heard Qian Duo and others talking about her, she already arrived at her doorstep. You are too kind, Mr. Su. We are just here to see you today, and my grandfather asked me to give it to you. Morong Ling smiled politely and handed the gift she had prepared in advance to Su He with both hands. Then please thank Mr. Morong Yi for me. If I have time someday, I will definitely pay you a visit. Sui took the thing and knew that it was sent by Mr. Morong Yi, so he expressed his gratitude. Morong Ling nodded and was also looking at Su He at this time. She really didn't expect that Su He was so handsome. She didn't see him clearly because she was far away. In addition, her attention was only focused on Sui's Bajiquan, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Thinking about Sui's many achievements, coupled with his boxing skills just now, as a young man himself, Morong Ling actually felt a sense of inferiority for the first time. Please come in, let's talk inside. Sui then smiled and invited Morong Ling to go into the house for a chat. Yu Mingpu looked at the fallen leaves on the ground and the deep marks on the thick tree trunk. He pushed the trunk hard, but it didn't move at all. At that moment, his eyes trembled violently and he was extremely surprised. Mr. Yu, please come in too. Seeing that Yu Mingpu didn't move, Sui invited Yu Mingpu to come in as well. My dear Su, your Bajiquan is superb. Yu Mingpu turned around and looked at Su He, and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. Su He did not expect that the other party would recognize Bajiquan at a glance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled casually. It's okay, I'm just doing some exercise when I have nothing to do, just exercise now. Yu Mingpu looked at Sui's casual expression and knew very well in his heart that this was not as simple as just practicing casually. Here, Sui invited the two to sit down, made a pot of tea, drank tea with Morong Ling and Yu Mingpu, and chatted for a while. Afterwards, not long after, Morong Ling stood up on her own initiative, said goodbye to Yi Xian and left. After all, I'm just here to visit today. It's not very polite to waste too much of other people's time. As for the things they gave him, they were kept. Sui didn't care what they were and sent the two of them away from the villa. Mr. Su, sorry to bother you. We'll take our leave now. Morong Ling said goodbye to Yi Xian with a smile, and then left the villa with Yu Mingpu. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Sui scratched his head. He was not quite sure what this meant. He just felt weird and didn't know how to describe it. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. After thinking for a while, Sui was too lazy to care about so many things. He then prepared to see what movies were available recently and planned to take Bai Jishi to the movies in the evening. Sitting on the sofa, Sui was looking through the latest theater list with his mobile phone. He saw a horror movie at first glance and couldn't help but smile. After all, in this world, what couple would refuse a horror movie? Well, that's it. Nodding, Sui immediately booked 2 tickets and sent Bai Jishi a message about watching the movie. After leaving Villa Number 1, Morong Ling thought of the scenes of Suhi boxing just now. Even now, she still couldn't help breathing heavily. After all, Sui's boxing skills just now were really too scary. The amazing strength and destructive power were something she had never heard of or seen before. Brother Mingpu, what kind of boxing style did Sui use just now? It's really too scary. That's level 8. Yu Mingpu took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with deep solemnity. Afterwards, he also fell silent. Although he had also practiced Bajiquan, both Sui's familiarity with and strength of Bajiquan had reached a level that he could never reach. Morong Ling looked at Yu Mingpu in silence for a while, sighed, and also fell silent. Thinking back to my grandfather's previous comments on Sui, I initially thought that it was a bit exaggerated and false praise, but now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all. What Grandpa said is really true. Among the current young generation, the height that Suhee has reached is no longer something they can catch up with. The two walked in silence all the way back home. Chapter 59. Suhee is so awesome. At this time, Mr. Moromi was drinking tea with a man in his 50s. Although the man is over 50 years old, his aura is still amazing. He sits with an upright posture, revealing a strong masculine aura. It is obvious at first glance that he is from the military. Sun Lin, why aren't you busy lately? You still have the heart to come to me. Moroni smiled, and the two of them started chatting while drinking tea. The military has been relatively peaceful recently, and I also have time to come over and sit down. Why, you don't welcome me? Sun Lin laughed and said jokingly, but his eyes immediately became complicated and blurred as he looked at Moroni and said, But, I also came to see my old subordinate. If he hadn't decided to quit and stayed by your side, I wouldn't be so busy. Speaking of this, Sun Lin's eyes were still a little resentful, and he was still thinking about this old subordinate. Come on, I didn't force him to do that. He said he wanted to repay a favor, and I've tried to persuade him several times. Moroni smiled and spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, I know. Sun Lin nodded. How could he not understand these? He knew Yu Mingpu's character better than anyone else. But speaking of it, I feel bad for him. According to Mingpu's potential at the time, if he had stayed in the military, the heights he could have reached would be immeasurable. That's true. I think it's a bit of a waste of his talent for him to come to me. The two sighed for a while and continued chatting when the two people outside returned to the lobby. General Sun Long. You are here. As soon as Moron Ling walked in, she saw Sun Lin drinking tea with her grandfather in front of her, and hurriedly walked forward respectfully. Speaking of Sun Lin's identity, it is quite complicated. In the Chinese military, it is divided into two sections, the military department and the Tonlong military department. The general ranks in the Tonlong military department also match the general ranks in the military department. And because the Tonlong military department is full of elites, the weight of the general ranks is relatively heavier. It can be said that, in the military, being able to join the Tonlong military is the ultimate ideal of all members, but very few can successfully enter, which also shows the importance of the Tonlong military. Xiao Ling is here. I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting more and more beautiful. When Sun Lin saw Moron Ling come in, he greeted her with a smile, and then he saw Yu Mingpu who came in with her. General Sun Long. Yu Mingpu's eyes flashed, and he also sought his old leader. He hurriedly walked forward, stood in front of Sun Lin, and with a click, he gave a standard military salute. Okay, we're not in the military anymore, just be casual. Sun Lin waved his hand gently and looked at Yu Mingpu, still feeling a little regretful. It would be great if such a good seedling could always be by my side. Old leader, this is what I should do. Yu Mingpu looked respectful and full of admiration for Sun Lin. After all, when he was in the military, he had received a lot of training from him. Okay, stop being so cheesy. How have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, old leader. Everything is going well recently. Well, that's good. If you have time, remember to come back and have a look. Okay. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, old man Moroni looked at Yu Mingpu and asked about what happened today. Mingpu, how about going on this trip? What's wrong? What did you ask them to do? Seeing Moroni's rare serious expression, Sun Lin looked at Moroni curiously and asked about what he had instructed Yu Mingpu and Moron Ling to do. It's nothing, it's just that a young man has risen in Jinling recently, and I'm afraid he'll run around and offend someone, so I asked Mingpu and the others to go check it out first and prepare to send a few people to him. So that's how it is. You really value talent. Sun Lin nodded, but didn't take it seriously. After all, he was just a junior, so he didn't take it seriously. Grandpa, please stop talking. Have you ever seen someone punch with the power of a dragon or a tiger? Moron Ling stood aside, sighed deeply, and talked in surprise about what she saw and heard today. I saw it with my own eyes today. With just one punch, Sui made a tree that required several people to hug tremble. For a moment, Moroni and Sun Lin couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they heard this. What did you say? After an exclamation, the two of them looked at Moron Ling in unison, their expressions equally filled with shock. They had not expected that this so-called bat could actually bring them such a surprise. Old Master Moroni was completely stunned. His original intention was to send someone to protect Su-hee, but after hearing what Ling said, he couldn't help but gasp. Mingpu, is this true? After a moment of hesitation, both of them looked at Mingpu. Well, Miss is right. This Su-hee always gives me a strange feeling. Mingpu spoke seriously, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Old man, old leader, you should also know that I have practiced Bajikwan before, but my skills are not very good and I have never gained much. But this Su-hee is different. Just look at the boxing technique we just saw him practicing. His mastery and strength of level 8 has already reached a level of perfection and mastery. I don't know why he can achieve such a high level of Bajikwan at his age. I have seen countless masters who are proficient in Bajikwan before, but I dare to say responsibly that they are all inferior to Su-hee. This. After hearing Mingpu's words, the two were completely stunned. If these words were said by Ling, they might be able to accept it in their hearts. But even Mingpu said this at this time, and he did not even hesitate to exaggerate Su-hee. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Mingpu, if you fight him, what do you think your chances of winning are? Sun Lin's pupils constricted. He did not expect that such a younger generation would appear in Jinling now. He quickly asked Mingpu a question. But Mingpu fell into silence. He knew very well in his heart that if he were to fight against Su-hee, he would not be able to survive more than a few moves based on Su-hee's fierce punches and strength just now. Seeing that someone as strong as Mingpu was speechless, Sun Lin's eyes were filled with deep shock. Others might not understand Mingpu's strength, but he was quite clear about it. Chapter 60 Watching a horror movie with the school beauty by. Now he can conclude that Su-hee's strength has reached a terrifying level, and then a hint of expectant joy can't help but appear on his face. Such a junior, not to mention Yi, was interested, even he himself was also interested now. On the other side, Bai Jishi's parents were staying temporarily in Jinling. Bai Jishi was sitting in front of the makeup mirror, dressing herself up. She had already changed into a plain shirt and short skirt, with a small bag on her shoulder, looking ready to go. After finishing her makeup, Bai Jishi skipped out of the living room. When Bai's father and mother saw Bai Jishi was about to go out, they asked with concern. Jishi, where are you going? Mom and Dad, I'm going to the movies. The two nodded, and Dad Bai took off his glasses that he was reading the newspaper and asked another question with a smile. Do you still eat at home? Look at you, you've asked this question many times. Mother Bai glared at Father Bai unhappily, then waved at Bai Jishi. Bye, Dad. Bye, Jishi. Then Mom and Dad, I'm leaving first. Well, go quickly. Good. Bai Jishi gave her parents a playful smile, then she slung her small bag over her shoulder, walked out with light steps, humming a song happily. The two of them just looked at Bai Jishi from behind, and it was unclear whether their expressions were crying or laughing. Perhaps all parents in the world would look like this when they see their daughters in love. Ah, look at you, girl. You haven't even arrived yet, but your heart has already flown to that person. Bai Ma sighed and helplessly watched Bai Jishi slowly leave. Her heart was like an overturned bottle of mixed feelings, and she didn't know what to feel. Come on, you're talking as if she's not your daughter. Aren't we both entitled to a share of this? Dad Bai smiled and pulled Mom Bai into the house. Okay, let's stop watching. These young people have their own space. Let's not disturb them. On this side, Sui also went to the place sponsored by Bai Jishi's parents to pick up Bai Jishi. The two of them were intimate for a while, and then they prepared to go to the cinema quickly. Now the movie is about to start. After buying some popcorn and milk tea, the two entered the screening room and waited for the movie to begin. Su-hee, I heard this movie is really scary. I'm a little scared. The movie hadn't started yet and people were entering the theater one after another. Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee with some concern. When she saw the promotional poster of this movie outside just now, she felt a little creepy. It's okay, I'm here. Besides, this movie is the top horror movie this year, we can't miss it. Su-hee smiled dotingly and comforted Bai Jishi. Besides, you've been busy with school stuff lately. Watching a horror movie will help you relax. All right. Bai Jishi pouted and nodded slightly, and the two of them chatted while waiting for the movie to start. With a bang, the entrance to the screening room closed and all the lights turned off in an instant, leaving only the big screen in front of everyone. Bai Jishi's body tensed up and she subconsciously grabbed Sui's hand, fearing that a ghost would jump out of the screen at this moment. Sui felt Bai Jishi's slightly sweaty palms and knew that she was a little scared. He also considerately and gently stroked the back of Bai Jishi's hands, trying to reduce her panic. As a piece of strange music began to play, an uninhabited castle appeared on the screen. Everything looked very dilapidated, and the dim perspective seemed as if something terrifying might appear at any time. Ah! When a woman's scream was heard on the screen, the plot of the movie officially unfolded, with a pale face frantically chasing a man in the dilapidated corridor. Listening to the opening music, the perspective slowly changed with the picture. Bai Jishi was so engrossed in watching that she was startled by the pale face and her complexion turned slightly pale. Suhi, I'm scared. Turning her head to look at Suhi, Bai Jishi no longer dared to look at the screen. She whispered in Sui's ear, her voice trembling a little. It's okay. I'm here. Seeing this, Sui took Bai Jishi's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and placed a pair of warm hands gently on her forearm. Bai Jishi's body was originally a little tense, but after feeling Sui's actions, she slowly relaxed and a blush appeared on her face. At this moment, she could clearly feel the warmth of Sui's embrace, and she suddenly felt less afraid. The plot of the movie continues, and the horror atmosphere is well displayed under this dim filter. Bai Jishi leans in Sui's arms, and her thoughts slowly shift from physical perception to the plot of the movie. As the movie slowly enters the compact and intense plot, the terrifying music and shots gradually increase. Bai Jishi's adrenaline also soars sharply, and her legs begin to tremble slightly. Even when leaning in Sui's arms, her eyes are still a little fearful. Out of fear, Bai Jishi suddenly pinched Sui's hand. It was a subconscious action. She didn't know what she was doing. Her thoughts were still stuck in this tense and cramped situation. Are you afraid? Sui smiled, felt Bai Jishi's body trembling, and asked softly in her ear. No. Bai Jishi pouted stubbornly and answered proudly. Look, you've pinched my hand until it's blue. Sui helplessly raised the arm that Bai Jishi was holding, and spoke softly with a tone of pretending to be aggrieved. Ah. When did I pinch you? Bai Jishi then realized what she had just done. Her originally stubborn face turned red with embarrassment and she rubbed Sui's arm nervously. Okay, you're holding my hand, so I'm here for you to pinch. Sui smiled slightly and spoke to Bai Jishi in a low and magnetic voice. If you're scared, just keep pinching me. Let's continue watching now, the plot is almost reaching the most exciting part. Bai Jishi felt warm in her heart, smiled charmingly, and found a more comfortable position, continuing to watch the movie in Sui's arms. Although the subsequent movie plots are getting more and more adrenaline pumping, with the help of Sui's company, Bai Jishi only occasionally tightens her hand and gently pinches Sui's arm. After watching the movie, he walked out of the screening room arm in arm with Bai Jishi. Seeing the outside scenery again made them feel as if they were in another world. How about it? This movie is pretty good. Chapter 61 by Dad by Mom and Smile. Sui smiled happily and talked about the plot of the movie just now. Yeah, it's scary, but the plot is pretty good too. Bai Jishi nodded pertinently, but at this moment she suddenly came to her senses and realized that she and Suhi were particularly close today. She almost watched the entire movie leaning on Sui's arms. Ah! I figured it out, Suhi, you just want to take advantage of me. With a coquettish sound, Bai Jishi gave Suhi a cold look, but still did not let go of Sui's hand. Okay, I admit it, but you pinched me pretty hard today. Sui laughed when he heard that and raised his arm, which was still a little red from being pinched by Bai Jishi. I don't know who it is, but he just said he wasn't afraid, but he pinched my hand like this. Shouldn't he compensate me? Bai Jishi's cheeks turned red, she looked at Suhi resentfully and said angrily. Humph. I don't care. Who asked you to take me to see a horror movie? This is at most a draw. Do you understand? The two chatted and laughed all the way, and walked out of the cinema in envy of others. Sui took Bai Jishi directly to the parking lot and came to the corner where the McLaren 720S was parked. Bai Jishi was about to get in the car, but Sui gently stopped her and put the car key of the McLaren 720S in her hand. Suhi, what are you doing? Do you want me to open it? Bai Jishi was a little dazed, obviously she hadn't reacted yet. No, I mean, don't you have a driver's license? And I just so happen to have a new car, so I'll let you drive this car from now on. Open it for me. Bai Jishi looked at the car keys in her hand somewhat unpreparedly and immediately shook her head in refusal. I don't want it, it's too expensive. If I take it, my mother will scold me. Well, it's just a means of transportation. It's nothing. Sui chuckled, opened the car door, and gently pushed Bai Jishi into the driver's seat. Before Bai Jishi could react, Sui closed the door and sat in the passenger seat. But before you drive this car, I still need to tell you something about what you should pay attention to. You must listen carefully. Without waiting for Bai Jishi to speak, Sui leaned slightly towards the driver's seat and began to teach Bai Jishi in more detail how to drive the car. Bai Jishi had no choice but to nod slightly. She knew in her heart that she couldn't refuse, so she had to listen carefully. Actually, this car is not much different from driving an ordinary car. It can be said to be similar. It's just that because the chassis of a sports car is relatively low, you may need to be more careful about some small potholes that sedans don't need to pay much attention to. You also need to be careful when driving into an underground garage. Also, because this car starts quickly, you can feel a stronger push on your back. When parking sideways or turning, you must control it carefully. Sui carefully told Bai Jishi some details and operations that should be paid more attention to, and Bai Jishi listened carefully. But during this process, Bai Jishi did not notice that Sui's body was gradually approaching her, with a sly smile on his face. How is it? Is everything clear? Sui's magnetic voice rang in Bai Jishi's ears, but Bai Jishi didn't pay attention and just nodded slightly. However, in the next second, Sui seized the opportunity and kissed Bai Jishi on the mouth again. Hey, you're listening very carefully, so I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Ah. Suhi, why are you so mean? Bai Jishi's head was buzzing. She was caught off guard by this sudden kiss. Her face turned red and even felt slightly hot. Okay, I've told you everything I need to say. Just digest it and ask me if you don't understand anything. Sui quickly changed the subject, and Bai Jishi just rolled her eyes at Suhi and nodded slightly. Oh, Jishi, I forgot to tell you, please accompany me to buy some things tomorrow. I'm going to see my cousin. Well, I'll listen to you. Bai Jishi nodded, and then, following Sui's instructions, slowly sent Sui back home. Jishi, are you sleeping here tonight? Sui chuckled, and when he was about to get off the car, he asked with a smile. That's nice of you. I'm with my parents right now. How about you come over to my place? Bai Jishi patted Sui's head gently and said something in a bad mood. Forget it, I'm fine here. When Sui heard about Bai Jishi's parents, he just laughed it off and dismissed the idea. Then you should hurry back as well, and remember to drive slowly on the road. Good. After giving Bai Jishi a few instructions, Sui watched Bai Jishi drive away before turning around and walking into the villa. The next morning, Sui drove his Bugatti limited edition to pick up Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi also received the news and considerately packed a breakfast for Suhi. Then she went downstairs with her bag and looked around for Sui's car. Sui waved and honked the horn towards Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi also noticed the sound and looked over here. Worried that Bai Jishi couldn't see it, Sui simply stretched out his hand and waved gently, signaling Bai Jishi to get in the car quickly. But when Bai Jishi saw Sui's limited edition Bugatti, she was stunned. This car? She originally thought that the difference between Sui's new car and the previous one would not be too big, but after taking a look at it now, she felt that this car was more than just a grade higher than the McLaren. The appearance and color alone are enough to show how expensive this car is, and the slightly advanced design makes Bai Jishi completely stunned. Silly girl, why are you standing there? Come up here quickly. Sui rolled his eyes helplessly, opened the window completely, and then stuck his head out. The corner of Bai Jishi's mouth twitched slightly before she reacted and got into the car. Suhi, who are you calling a little fool? Bai Jishi rolled her eyes and said unhappily, holding the still warm breakfast in her hand. I prepared breakfast for you, and you called me a silly girl. Who told you not to get on the bus? If I hadn't reminded you, you wouldn't know when you would get on. Bai Jishi felt guilty for the moment, so she had to pout while opening her breakfast. Okay, I wasn't paying attention just now, hurry up and eat, don't we have things to do after eating? Sui smiled and looked at the buns and porridge prepared by Bai Jishi, but he made an expression as if he was exhausted. Chapter 62. Let the cousin meet her sister-in-law. Jishi, I'm so tired from driving here. Even my hands are sore. Can you feed me? Bai Jishi suddenly fell into silence and just looked at Yi Xian with contempt, but she had no choice but to feed Sui mouthful by mouthful. It's delicious, Jishi, you are so nice to me. Okay, hurry up and eat. We still have things to do after that. No matter how much you eat, you can't shut your mouth. I think your mouth can block mine. While eating breakfast, the two played around for a while, then drove directly to a nearby shopping mall to buy things. An hour or so later, on the playground of Jinling Academy of the Arts, Su Mayan was participating in military training with the team. This was a test that every freshman had to go through. Everyone, be more alert. This is just a small part of the military. I don't want my students to be so cowardly that they can't even overcome such a test. At the front of the team, an instructor wearing combat uniform and with slightly dark skin was pacing back and forth. The team that Su Mayan was in was currently standing at attention for 20 minutes, and everyone's expression was not looking good. Under the scorching sun, standing in standard military posture, everyone's head is covered with sweat, but even so, they can only keep the posture motionless. Although they look very tired, their attitude is very positive and serious. Among the group of girls, because this was military training, everyone was wearing no makeup. But even so, when compared with the people next to her, Su Mayan's appearance was still very obvious. At first glance, among all the people without makeup, Su Mayan can be said to be the most beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of many passers-by. On one side of the playground, there were several senior students standing there. They were dressed like rich second generations and had cups of milk tea in their hands, but their eyes were all staring at Su Mayan. TSK, TSK, TSK. She is worthy of being the campus belle among the freshmen. She is so beautiful. She is beautiful, but a beauty like this will belong to our brotherly sooner or later. Don't you agree? That's right, our brotherly is so charming that he can easily get a little sister like this. Several people talked about Su Mayan, and looking at the boy who was in the lead, their words were full of respect and flattery. Li Yang, who was praised to the sky by them, was looking at the milk tea in his hand. He was very pleased with what the people around him said and said with a smile, "Okay, you can't say that. We have to proceed step by step." Looking at Su Mayan, who was undergoing military training, Li Yang revealed a greedy smile. "I bought milk tea today," and he planned to give the milk tea to them first, and then slowly build a good relationship, and then we can go further. He had already made plans for all these in his mind, and felt that he had Su Mayan firmly under his control, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Ah! So handsome. But just as he was laying out his own blueprint in his mind, he was interrupted by a sudden noise from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, Li Yang immediately saw a young man walking towards the playground. The young man is tall and his outfit is casual and comfortable, yet it gives people a sense of formality. His temperament is particularly outstanding among the students around him. And on his handsome face, which seemed to be slowly and meticulously carved by a sculptor, there was now a faint smile. This smile seems as warm as the sun and as gentle as the spring breeze, attracting many girls' attention. Coincidentally, the young man was holding a few cups of milk tea in his hands and walked towards him step by step. So handsome. How come I haven't seen this handsome guy in school before? This temperament is absolutely amazing, it really touches me. Oh, sister, my heart is beating like a deer, this is so handsome. Many girls on the road saw this scene, and the freshmen who were undergoing military training were also looking at Sui. It's break time now. Who is this handsome guy delivering milk tea to? It happened that the military training team was on break at this time, and the girls couldn't help but start speculating, and they were even looking forward to the young man coming up to them. Sui was holding a cup of milk tea and looked around for a while, but couldn't find Su Mayan. So he walked towards the girl next to him and asked with a smile. "Classmate, do you know where Su Mayan is?" "Ah. Su Mayan. She's gone over there. Let me go and call her for you." Seeing Sui walking up to her, the girl was stunned at first, then she smiled and pointed to the other side and said, "Okay, thank you." Listening to Sui's thanks, the girl couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, this handsome guy came to find someone else. However, even though this was the case, the girl still walked to the other side because she had agreed to Sui's proposal. Li Yang and others also heard that Sui was going to find Su Mayan. At this moment, they felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and hurriedly walked towards Sui. "Brother, are you here to bring milk tea to schoolmate Su Mayan?" Li Yang looked at Sui with a smile, and also looked at Sui carefully. He found that Sui was far superior to himself in terms of figure and appearance, and he was secretly a little unhappy. Yes. Sui didn't pay much attention to Li Yang, just nodded slightly. What a coincidence. I'm here to give Su Mayan milk tea, too. Looking at the milk tea in Li Yang's hand and the somewhat unhappy smile on his face, Sui was stunned at first, and then he understood what was going on. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Then what's the reason for you looking for me? This is meaningless. I just want to tell you that no matter what you do, There must be a first-come first-served system. After all, we are all adults. You should understand this, right? Li Yang looked around, moved closer to Suhi, and whispered to Suhi. You still want to control me? Who are you? Suhi didn't give him any face at all. He simply said that and then walked to the other side. Li Yang watched Suhi walk away coldly, his heart instantly burning with anger. He stared at Suhi hatefully, thinking to himself, is this kid so unreasonable? After coming to this school, Li Yang had never seen anyone dare to talk to him like this. His body was shaking with anger. The boys around him also looked at Suhi with disdain. Brotherly, let's ignore this kid. What kind of trouble can he cause? Yeah, brotherly, this guy has no ability to compete with you. In front of you, he is just a clown at best. Chapter 63. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. How arrogant. Doesn't he know who our brotherly is? Several people whispered that they were indignant for Li Yang. Coincidentally, at this moment, Su Mayan also ran over here after learning the news, and saw Suhi at a glance. Humph. I want to see who you really are. Li Yang looked at Suhi, said something in a cold voice, and then prepared to go up and give Su Mayan his milk tea. Cousin. But Su Mayan shouted to Suhi affectionately and waved at him playfully. Cousin? It didn't matter what was said. Li Yang and the others were stunned. For a moment, they felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if someone had slapped them hard in the face. Cousin. Why are you here? Su Mayan's face was full of smiles. She trotted over to Suhi and then hugged him directly in his arms. Ah, cousin, I don't have anything to do, so I thought of coming to see you. Suhi smiled dotingly, then his eyes darkened and he looked at Li Yang and the others who were standing aside, looking somewhat at a loss. I'm her cousin, who are you? Forehead. Li Yang was suddenly helpless. The boys standing next to him were also embarrassed. Their heads were buzzing and they were still surprised about Suhi's identity. Everything had been prepared for today, and no one of them expected that Suhi would suddenly show up halfway. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Ah. Sorry, we made a mistake. Ha, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Excuse me, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. A few people finished their conversation while suppressing their embarrassment. They also felt that they could not stay any longer, so they left in a hurry and sank into the crowd in shame. Cousin, who are they? Su Mayan looked at Li Yang and the others who were leaving with some confusion. She just noticed that these people were always looking at her, but she didn't know them. It's okay, don't worry about them, this is milk tea for you. Suhi shook his head and didn't mention the guys just now. He handed the milk tea in his hand to Su Mayan. Give these extra cups to your roommates. Thank you, cousin. I'll take it over right away, wait for me here. Okay, go now. Su Mayan smiled, happily carried the milk tea to the other side where her roommates were enjoying the cool air, and gave the milk tea to them. Okay cousin, I'm fine. After delivering the things, Su Mayan walked over with a smile and said with a relaxed look on her face. Oh, are you all done with your training? It's like this. I just happened to meet the instructor. After learning that you were coming, he gave me a short break. Just come back before the training starts. That's great. I just bought you some things. They're outside the training ground. Your sister-in-law is guarding there. Hearing that Su Mayan had time, Suhi nodded. It was just right that he could take Su Mayan to get the things. Ah, sister-in-law? However, Su Mayan's attention was completely attracted by the sister-in-law and Suhi's words. She looked at Suhi in surprise and asked excitedly. Cousin, are you in love? Well, I'll take you to see it. Suhi smiled and nodded, and the two of them walked out of the training ground together. Great. Let's go. Along the way, Su Mayan was extremely excited. She pulled Suhi and walked quickly. Her mouth was full of various topics. She was full of curiosity about her sister-in-law whom she had never met. Cousin. Is your sister-in-law pretty? Did you chase her or did she chase you? How long have you been together? Why didn't you tell me before? What on earth is? Suhi's mind could hardly process so much information. Looking at Su Mayan's bright eyes, he could only sigh. Okay, girl, it's not like your brother is hiding it, just go and take a look later. Oh well. Su Mayan pouted, quickened her pace, and the two of them walked straight out of the training ground. At the same time, Bai Jishi was still waiting quietly outside. When she saw Sui coming over, she smiled and waved. Su-hee, you are here. This is my sister-in-law? Hearing the sound and looking over, Su-mayan was stunned the moment she saw Bai Jishi. She took a deep breath and thought to herself, she's too beautiful. Yeah, let's go. Good. After agreeing, Sui brought Su-mayan to Bai Jishi and introduced them to the two with a smile. Jishi, this is the cousin Su-mayan I told you about. Mayan, this is my girlfriend Bai Jishi. You are Su-mayan's sister. Nice to meet you. Bai Jishi held Su-mayan's hand affectionately, and the two began to exchange pleasantries. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Su-mayan chuckled and spoke enthusiastically, not thinking there was anything wrong with what he said. Bai Jishi also nodded with a smile, but she also glanced at Sui out of the corner of her eye, and she knew that it must be Su-hee who asked Su-mayan to call her that. Sister, you are also very beautiful. How are you doing? Are you adapting to the military training? Yeah, thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I'm fine here, I'm used to it. While the two were chatting, Sui took out the things he had bought in advance and handed them to Su-mayan. Mu-yen, these are the things we bought for you. There are snacks, daily necessities, and all kinds of things. You can take them back first. If you need anything else, just tell us. Okay, thank you cousin and sister-in-law. Carrying several large bags in her hands, Su-mayan felt warm in her heart and thanked Su-hee and Bai Jishi. After glancing at the time, it wasn't too early. Su-mayan suddenly felt a little tired and looked at Su-hee and Bai Jishi guiltily. Cousin and sister-in-law, if I send the things back now, I might have to train when I come back, and I won't be able to accompany you. It's okay, I thought it was something serious, send Mu-yen back quickly. Sui smiled and shook his head, then gently rubbed Su-mayan's head. Mu-yen, go back. We'll come see you next time, okay? Bai Jishi helped Su-mayan organize the bags in her hands, thinking that it would be more convenient for her to carry some. When she heard that there was not much time now, she gently comforted Su-mayan. Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. Goodbye, cousin and sister-in-law. Carrying large and small bags of things, Su-mayan said goodbye to the two people with a silly smile, and then trotted away towards the back. Her movements looked a little funny. Jishi, let's go too. After watching Su-mayan leave, Su-hee and Bai Jishi walked towards the parking lot outside. On the other side, Li Yang and others finally got out of the training ground, and everyone had an awkward look on their faces. Chapter 64. Sign in again, sign in here? Brotherly, it's actually okay, thanks to the fact that he's just a cousin. I think so too, and we haven't shown any bad intentions, so this shouldn't have any impact. And brotherly, you have such good conditions here. I see that Su-mayan's family doesn't seem to be very rich. I think brotherly, you just need to use some tricks. After being comforted by several people around him, Li Yang nodded heavily and felt a little better. Yes, given his conditions, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Su-mayan. Thinking about this, Li Yang, who was walking in front, suddenly looked up and saw Su-hee and Bai Jishi walking outside together. He was stunned. Several people behind him, including him, also saw this scene and were all scared. Li Yang reacted the strongest. He never thought that this guy's girlfriend was so beautiful. Then, everyone saw Su-hee and Bai Jishi walking towards a car. When they saw the car, everyone's expression froze. This is? Bugatti. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? Oh my god. A Bugatti sports car, wouldn't it cost 40 or 50 million? Who on earth can afford to drive a car like this? The expressions of the lackeys around Li Yang were almost distorted. The shock in their hearts swept over like a tide, washing away their three views and souls. Su-hee and Bai Jishi didn't notice these people. After getting in the car, they stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Li Yang was still in a daze, and the cup of carefully prepared milk tea in his hand fell to the ground with a pop. Brotherly, this cousin of Su-mayan is so awesome. He can even afford a Bugatti worth 40 to 50 million. It seems that we have underestimated their wealth. Talking about this, shame and embarrassment filled their faces. They were just giving advice, thinking that Li Yang could easily take it down just by relying on his wealth. However, looking back now, the gap between themselves and others is not just a little bit. With this car alone, others can leave them behind by more than one level. This is really embarrassing. They originally thought that Su-mayan was just a Cinderella, but now, they are the real clowns. Wait, this isn't right. After standing there in a daze for an unknown amount of time, Li Yang suddenly reacted. His eyes almost popped out and his face turned pale. This is not just an ordinary Bugatti, this is a customized limited edition Bugatti. More than 400 or 500 million. For this car, even 200 million is still too little. In an instant, Li Yang was so frightened that his legs began to tremble and his speech became stammering, completely losing his previous spirit. Originally, when he saw Sui's Bugatti before, he felt that it looked familiar, but he was so surprised that he couldn't remember where it was. It was not until Sui drove away that he suddenly remembered that he had seen it in a magazine before. This was a custom limited edition with only one unit in the world. To some extent, being able to drive such a car is not only a proof of wealth, but also a symbol of status. This is not a car that can be bought by anyone with money. With so many wealthy people in the world, everyone knows that owning this car is a supreme honor, but in the end, only one person can become the owner of this car. And that person was Su He, who had just disappeared in front of him while driving a car, and the guy whom he had looked down upon on the training ground before. Li Yang's mentality was completely broken at this time. With such status and wealth, what else could he pursue? What was he even pursuing? My cousin's car alone is already worth 200 million yuan, so what about his other stuff? Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if they were all taken out? At this level, it's not a question of whether or not he can catch up with her. Maybe the other person won't even look at him. Brotherly, are you sure this car is worth 200 million? The lackeys nearby had never seen such a car before. When they heard that the price was 200 million, their expressions almost froze. They didn't know how to describe their feelings at the moment. What kind of status and strength does it take to be able to open this? This Su Mayan doesn't look like he is very rich, and his cousin is really too scary. Brotherly, are you still going to pursue Su Mayan? A boy next to him gasped and asked weakly. Chase? What can I use to chase? Who am I? Li Yang couldn't help but yelled angrily. Now he just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He was still chasing after Su Mayan. She had just treated her cousin like this. It was good enough that she didn't cause trouble for him. At this time, Sui was still driving, pulling by Jishi on the wide road in Jinling City. The shape and engine sound of the Bugatti were the most eye-catching wherever they went. When Sui arrived at a traffic light in front, he just braked and stopped, and a familiar light screen appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Reward Sea King cruise. As the check-in was successful, Sui's mobile phone just happened to receive a text message. He took out his phone and saw that it was news related to the cruise ship. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the cruise manager. We will arrive at Jinling port in an hour. Do you have any instructions? Looking at the message, Sui pursed his lips and smiled, thinking that the rewards from this system always come very timely. Now there is no shortage of cars, and a cruise ship can be regarded as a necessity. That's all. I'll go to Jinling port in a bit. After secretly rejoicing for a while, Sui immediately replied to the message. He knew very well that he would have to change his itinerary slightly. Su-hee, why are you grinning like an idiot? Drive carefully, the light will turn green soon. Bai Jishi had been observing Su-hee from the moment before. Seeing Sui fiddling with his phone while smiling, she gave him a brief reminder. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Hearing Bai Jishi's words, Sui looked at Bai Jishi in the passenger seat with a smile and asked. Jishi, are you busy recently? Well, I haven't been busy lately. What do you want to do? Bai Jishi shook her head, but looking at Sui's smile, she always felt that something was not right. Chapter 65 Brother Su, you can't ignore my face. Haha, that's great, how about this, I'll take you on a spontaneous trip. Ah. Bai Jishi looked at Sui suspiciously, somewhat bewildered. How come he suddenly decided to go on this trip without even telling her about this? Su-hee, what do you mean? It's okay, just sit tight, you'll know in a minute. Bai Jishi asked softly, and Sui still smiled mysteriously. As the red light in front turned green, he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Jinling port. At the same time, at the beach, Chen Duo and many young masters and young ladies were waiting, with anticipation on everyone's face. Several young masters were standing to the left and right of Chen Duo, exclaiming in surprise. Brother Chen, you are indeed very wealthy. You actually bought the most luxurious yacht in Jinling. We can go on a trip and have a good time this time.
I think Brother Qian can set up a yacht club in the future. The yacht he has now is definitely the most prestigious in Jinling.
Then let's take advantage of Brother Qian. I'll catch a big fish for him when we go out to sea later to cheer him up.
Shen Duo was in a particularly good mood as he looked at the excited expressions of the few people, and he spoke to them with a smile.
Oh, it's nothing. As long as you are willing to come, I welcome you anytime. Otherwise, I don't know how boring it would be if I were to go out alone.
By the way, don't be stingy later.
I've been coveting your fishing rod for a long time. You have to let me feel it. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I promise you will be satisfied.
The young master burst into laughter and immediately agreed to let Qian Duo try it first.
Hey, by the way, Brother Qian, why can't I see Meng Meng and the others? How come none of them are gone?
After chatting for a while, the young masters looked around but did not see Qian Meng Meng and others.
Oh. You know, this girl is always carsick. Even the motion sickness patch and motion sickness pills don't work that well, not to mention a yacht. She'll be sick to death.
So she took a few people from Yunchuan to the Meteor Club for massage therapy, saying that they had to do some preparation before they could have fun. I don't know how someone so young can take care of herself so well. I told her about it, but she insisted that I knew nothing. Shen Duo spread his hands helplessly, and several young masters nodded, somewhat amazed.
Oh, Brother Qian, this is a good thing. Isn't it good to know how to take care of yourself? Meng Meng is right.
That's right. If we start doing these things now, they will definitely be effective in the future.
I think if Brother Qian has the chance, it would be a good idea to let Meng Meng take you to try it together.
The young masters nearby all supported Qian Meng Meng and joked that Qian Duo could also go and give it a try.
What? You guys know me, so why would I follow you?
Hearing that everyone was chatting happily, Chao Yang walked over and greeted everyone.
Chao Yang, you came early today. Why don't you look like last time?
Stop making fun of me, we're not going to Brother Su's place.
Chao Yang yawned and tried to look for Sui, but he didn't see him. Hey, Brother Qian, when we go out to play, why don't we call Brother Su?
When everyone heard what Chao Yang said, they suddenly fell silent.
This seemed to be indeed inappropriate, and they all looked at Shen Duo.
Alas, my dad said that Brother Su must be very busy every day, and he said that we'd better not disturb Brother Su. Although I felt it was a pity not to ask Brother Su to come, I also felt that what my father said was right, so I didn't notify him.
After hearing Qian Duo's explanation, everyone nodded, thinking that Brother Su was the boss of Linglong Group after all.
It would be a lie to say that he was not busy in such a large company, so there was nothing wrong in not disturbing him. Thinking about this, everyone stopped talking and the topic returned to the yacht. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of Jinling's most luxurious yacht.
Boom!
At this moment, everyone heard a clear and powerful engine roar coming from behind them. They turned around and saw a Bugatti coming towards them.
Everyone was stunned. Brother Su? Wasn't this unannounced?
Although everyone had some doubts in their hearts, when they saw Sui coming, they hurried forward to greet him and enthusiastically welcomed Sui out of the car.
Why are you here? After Sui got off the car, he was a little surprised to see Qian Duo and others in front of him.
This was too much of a coincidence.
Brother Su, we were just planning to go out on the sea on a yacht. We were waiting for you, but I didn't expect you to come. Chao Yang rubbed his head and talked briefly about the matter.
Okay. You guys are so disloyal.
Why don't you invite me if you want to go out and have fun?
Sui laughed when he heard that and started joking with everyone.
Oh, we thought you were busy. Shen Duo smiled awkwardly.
He really didn't expect that Sui would come here. While he was excited, he also slapped himself on the face.
Let's not talk about this anymore, Brother Su. Since you're here, why don't you just go out and play with us?
A young master smiled and changed the subject, then invited Sui to join in the fun.
Forget it this time.
I really want to go, but I also bought myself a yacht this time. Sui pursed his lips and smiled, then said to everyone with some regret. When Shen Duo heard that Sui also had a yacht, he immediately became interested and came up to Sui and said,
Brother Su, I got there first this time.
I bought the most luxurious yacht in Jinling.
It's not easy for us to get together.
How about you just enjoy mine this time, and then next time, we can go to your yacht to play, how about that?
Sui smiled awkwardly.
It was not that he didn't want to go, but but now that his cruise ship was on the way, it seemed unnecessary.
Okay, Brother Sue, don't hesitate. You see, you met us today. Isn't this God's will? Just come with us and have fun. You have to give me some face.
Chen Duo saw that Suhi looked a little embarrassed, so he immediately invited him warmly.
After a while, everyone saw a luxury yacht gradually approaching the port. Chapter 66, Damn, Kill the Dog.
The yacht is pure white all over, about 10 meters high, and has a large area, divided into 3 floors. On the top floor, there is a ceiling with an external wine storage area, which can accommodate about a dozen people to drink together.
The second floor is mostly rooms, tea rooms, and entertainment rooms.
There is also an empty rest platform where you can lie on the lounge chairs, enjoy the sea breeze, taste cocktails, and feel the romance and wildness of the sea. On the first floor, in addition to the wide deck, there are more places for people to move around and rest, which looks pretty good. The pure white hall, matched with the delicate wood grain floor in various decorations, appears extremely luxurious under the light. It is obviously worth a fortune just by looking at it.
How is it? Brother Sue, not bad, right? Chen Duo chuckled and looked at Suhi.
In his heart, he still hoped that Suhi could go with them. After all, it was more fun with more people, and Suhi had already become a backbone among them.
Brother Chien. Not bad. Your yacht is really impressive. It looks very interesting, so we'll be welcome. As expected of Brother Chien, this yacht is so cool, today must be a wonderful day. The young masters and young ladies nearby looked at the yacht and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
It was really too grand and was indeed the well-deserved #1 yacht in Jinling.
The level of luxury and design was simply at its peak. But just when everyone was still admiring the yacht, one of them noticed a luxury cruise ship heading towards the port in the distance, and was stunned. In front of this cruise ship, although the yacht just now looked very grand, it was much inferior in comparison. Just in terms of size, it was not even on the same level. The cruise ship had a very deep draft, which was enough to show its huge tonnage. It was just like a steel beast, making Chen Duo's yacht feel like it would be swallowed up if one wasn't careful. If Chen Duo's yacht can accommodate about 100 people, then the cruise ship in front of him can at least accommodate more than 5,000 or 6,000 people. At the top of the cruise ship is a wide flat area with many trees, flowers, and plants planted on it. It is fully equipped and feels like a park. And among the dozen or so floors of the ship, there are 2,000 cabins, including various basic facilities, restaurants and guest rooms, swimming pools, basketball courts, football fields, etc., as well as bars and concert halls. A small aquarium and even a simulated surfing system have been set up around the spiral staircase in the center of the ship. There are a variety of entertainment facilities, and their luxury is simply mind-boggling. If Chen Duo's yacht is a mobile villa on the sea, then this cruise ship is simply a city floating on the ocean. Its facilities are so complete and luxurious that it can even be said to be at the city center level. Oh my God! What kind of monster is this? It's so scary.
It's very rare to see a cruise ship like this.
Today I can say that I've really opened my eyes.
Oh, if only I could have a cruise ship like this, I would live on it my whole life.
Ha, don't even think about it.
If you really want it, just go to sleep. Everyone's attention shifted from Chen Duo's yacht to the luxury cruise ship, and everyone's expression was filled with shock and horror. Even though they are young masters and young ladies who have seen a lot of the world, it would be difficult for anyone to calm down after seeing a luxury cruise ship of this level. Such cruise ships are not owned by individuals, let alone the one in front of us.
It can only be owned by a company. Moreover, a company that can own such a cruise ship is even more extraordinary. Chen Duo looked at the cruise ship and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. He also felt that his so-called #1 luxury yacht had suddenly become a little dull. The people around also listened to Chen Duo's words and nodded, indicating that they understood. After all, it was impossible to imagine what kind of person was qualified to own such a big thing. Anyway, they had never seen it.
Bai Jishi was also surprised as she watched the cruise ship getting closer and closer. Just by looking at the reactions of Chen Duo and his gang of young masters, she knew that this was not a simple matter.
Jishi, how about I take you up there to play later?
Just in a moment of distraction, Sui grabbed Bai Jishi's hand and looked at the huge luxury cruise ship in front of him. When Chen Duo and others nearby heard this, they smiled and explained to Suhi. Brother Su, cruises like this require reservations, and the prices are extremely high.
If you don't have a reservation, you won't be able to get on.
Yes,
and if you don't have a certain status, you may not be able to go up even if you have money. It's good to want to go up and experience it, but it's also quite difficult to achieve. Brother Sue, stop looking at this. Bring your sister-in-law to our place to play. It will be great for everyone to be together. Hearing what everyone said, Sui just smiled slightly, and by Jishi blushed. Knowing that Sui was thinking about her, she leaned over and whispered in his ear. It's okay, Sui. If we can't go up, then we won't. As long as you're by my side, we can go anywhere. Sui was caught off guard by Jishi's move. A naughty smile appeared on his face and he gently pinched Jishi's little face. Jishi, your little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Sui, there are so many people here, please restrain yourself. Jishi blushed, muttered something unhappily, and looked at the cruise ship that was getting closer and closer to the port. As the cruise ship slowly docked at the port, everyone saw a pair of men in suits and ties, looking hurried and capable, walking down. The leader still had the contract in his hand. After he arrived downstairs, he began to look around. However, Sui smiled faintly, pulled by Jishi and walked towards them, but this made Shen Duo and others stunned. No one knew what Sui was going to do. What is Sue doing? Are you really going to make a reservation? I think it's possible, but isn't it difficult? Well, maybe Brother Sue has some connections. We'll find out after we see what's going on. The young masters and young ladies started talking about it, but they all thought that Sui was going to make a reservation. Although they didn't have much hope for Sui, they still followed him slowly. When those people in suits saw Sui walking quickly with Jishi, their eyes lit up and they asked Sui politely. Chapter 67, Dog Killing Plate. Hello, are you Mr. Sue? Yes, that's right, it's me, Sui. Sui nodded, said his name, and took out his cell phone to show the text message. When the leader saw this, he confirmed Sui's identity, bowed slightly respectfully, and handed over the contract with both hands. Hello, Mr. Sue, this is the transfer contract. Congratulations on obtaining this cruise ship. Good. Sui took the contract, looked at it and signed it after finding no problems. Mr. Sue, this Sea King cruise ship now officially belongs to you. We have equipped it with all the infrastructure for you. You can put it into use at any time. In addition to the ample cabins equipped for you, there is also an exclusive room reserved for you, and other facilities are also available. After seeing that Sui had successfully signed the contract, the man enthusiastically and respectfully introduced the basic situation of the cruise ship to Sui. This seemed like a normal situation, but in the eyes of Qian Duo and his group who had just followed, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, which struck each of them to pieces. As everyone's expressions became more and more distorted, it seemed that everyone's heart was about to jump out of their chest. The cold sweat on their heads also soaked into their backs, and they felt numb from head to toe. This cruise ship. It actually belongs to Brother Sue. No way. Did I hear or see it right? This is a cruise ship, not a yacht. Wait, that means Brother Sue just said he wanted to take his sister-in-law up there to play, he was not kidding. Everyone was completely stunned and didn't know how to describe their current mood. This could no longer be described with simple words like shocked. You have to know that it took a lot of money to buy Qian Duo's yacht alone, and compared with this cruise ship, it is probably just an insignificant price. This cruise ship, which looks like a ferocious beast on the sea, is now presented in front of everyone, and it seems to be about to devour their worldview. First it was the Yulong Pavilion No. 1 villa, then the luxury car worth 200 million yuan, and now it's the cruise ship in front of him. Who is Su He? Is this the ordinary person he mentioned? Now, everyone of Qian Duo and the others had an idea. Next time if they came to Yishan, if they didn't bring a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills, they might be sent away at any time. Jishi was also stunned, her head was buzzing, as if the cruise ship had fallen on her head out of nowhere, and she still couldn't recover from it. We are going to go out to sea, this should be no problem. After finishing everything, Sui asked with a smile and prepared to take Jishi out for some fun. Mr. Su, that's no problem, but please wait a moment. We still have a lot of service staff who haven't arrived yet, so it may have some impact on your experience. It's okay, it's alright, that's all. On the other side, Shen Mengmeng brought a few familiar young ladies to the Meteor Club. Oh, it's so annoying. We wanted to have a good time at sea, but we are seasick. Xian Mengmeng pouted and said gloomily that it was a good time to go out and play, but seasickness still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Yeah, seasickness is so annoying. It's uncomfortable to play. Why don't we just have fun? I feel like I'm seasick even though I'm on the boat. It's a pity. Okay, now that we're here, let's enjoy ourselves and relax. Don't think about seasickness anymore. Well, the massage therapy here is also good. Let's not think about it and just enjoy it.
The other ladies also complained a little, but when they talked about the service here, they felt a little better. After a while, in the Meteor Club, Chen Mengmeng and others had changed into loose clothes and were sitting down, ready to enjoy themselves. Just as Chen Mengmeng and the others were ready to go and had already walked to the door of the room, ready to dispel the gloom, the lobby manager hurried over and said with an apologetic smile on his face,
"Excuse me, everyone. We may not be able to open today, so we cannot provide services to you. Please forgive us. We will also record your information. Next time you come, we will provide better and more preferential services, and give you the biggest discount on the price."
Chen Mengmeng and others were stunned when they heard what the lobby manager said, and then they burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, manager. You're really humorous. If you don't open for business, are you going to starve?
Chen Mengmeng laughed, thinking it was just a joke and didn't take it seriously at all. The other young masters and young ladies were the same.
I think so too. Stop joking. What are you doing if you don't open this place? That's right. Are all the technicians here on strike?
Seeing that no one believed it and was about to go into the room, the manager felt helpless and had to tell the truth.
To be honest, everyone, our technicians have been loaned out. There are no service staff in this club now, so.
Hearing this, Chen Mengmeng and the others were stunned, with question marks written all over their faces. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and they also found it unbelievable.
No. What did you say?
All the technicians who were supposed to serve us here are now loaned out.
Who is it? Who is so unethical? Do you really think that if one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry? Hey, this is really unfair of you. How can a club lend out all its technicians?
Chen Mengmeng and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had been prepared to enjoy and relax, and had even changed their clothes. But just when they were so happy that they thought it was about to begin, someone told them that it was over.
What on earth was going on? Manager, how can you be so unlucky? If there are no technicians, what should we do? That's right, you can see that we have already changed our clothes. How can this be justified? We came from so far away, and you treat us like this?
At this point, Chen Mengmeng and the others were both depressed and angry, as if someone had poured a basin of cold water on their heads.
What massage? What physical therapy? Now there really was nothing. Chapter 68. Is this Brother Suez? I'm sorry, guests. Please don't get excited. We actually have our own principles. We don't want to see anything like this happen.
The manager spread his hands helplessly, as if he had suffered a great loss, and said aggrievely. But what the other party gave was really too much. Looking at the lobby manager's expression, Chen Mengmeng and the others' mouths twitched suddenly, and they immediately fell into silence. At this moment, there was a series of footsteps in the club. Everyone looked over and saw a group of technicians dressed neatly.
Each of them brought tools and was ready to go.
Seeing this scene, Chen Mengmeng and others were so scared that their hearts were racing and they couldn't help but think, what the hell, you guys are serious?
Okay.
Then you have to tell us who this person is and why he is so generous. Chen Mengmeng and others were completely speechless and could only ask who the outsourced technician was.
I'm sorry, everyone. This is something we can't disclose.
The manager smiled helplessly, then walked up to the technicians and urged them. Once you have packed up, hurry over there and don't keep them waiting too long. They are our distinguished guests. Chen Mengmeng and the others were completely helpless at this point, and they all lamented in their hearts, thinking that this was really too unlucky. It seemed that this relaxing massage was not going to work, so Chen Mengmeng could only call her brother Chen Duo.
Brother. Yeah, it's Mengmeng. How's it going? Have you started the massage? Hey, what are you talking about, brother? You don't know what happened to us.
When Chen Mengmeng heard Chen Duo asking about massage, she immediately pursed her lips and started talking about what she had seen and heard today. She was already very angry, and now she could only complain to Chen Duo. We were about to start the massage, but the lobby manager told us that all the technicians were gone.
What? Gone? Chen Duo was somewhat confused after hearing this and couldn't help but ask another question.
Yes, they said that everything was outsourced, and they told us that the other party paid too much and they had no choice.
Brother, tell me, what is this? They simply don't treat us as consumers. After hearing Qian Mengmeng's brief account of what happened, Chen Duo was also amused and said to Qian Mengmeng with a smile. Ha ha, Mengmeng, you guys are so unlucky. Ah. Brother. You're still laughing at me. Help me think of a solution. Now Chen Duo was speechless and looked at Suhi with some embarrassment. It's okay, just ask Mengmeng and the others to come over, this should be more stable. Suhi also understood Chen Duo's meaning and nodded with a smile. Then Mengmeng, come over first. Your brother Su said there's nothing to worry about. You guys don't have anything to do now anyway, so why not come over quickly? Ah. But we all get seasick, you know that, brother. Qian Mengmeng immediately snorted and complained sadly, what kind of method is this? After hearing Qian Mengmeng say this, Chen Duo didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, this matter was really too embarrassing for him. Hey, listen to me, just come here quickly, if you come too late we will have to leave. Ah. That won't work, you have to wait for us. Qian Mengmeng was unwilling this time, so she quickly hung up the phone and pulled a few young ladies around her to leave the empty club. After walking out of the club, several people drove directly there. These young masters and ladies were all experts in driving. They drove at the speed limit and sped all the way towards the port. At this time, at the port, Sui looked at Bai Jishi who was watching the luxury cruise ship beside him, and asked gently. How's it going, Jishi? Do you want to go up and take a look first? But don't we still have to wait for someone? It's okay. The cruise ship won't run away anyway. I'm not in a hurry. Bai Jishi was stunned for a moment, and when she heard Sui asking her if she wanted to go up, she quickly shook her head. Okay, then if you want to go up, just tell me and we'll go up first. Bai Jishi smiled and nodded gently, looking like a little bird. The young masters and young ladies nearby were watching, and when they saw the two's actions, the sweet smiles on their faces, and the sweet words they said, they felt like they were being forced to eat a lot of dog food. Alas, this time we are out to sea, I'm afraid this will be another dog-killing plate. There's nothing I can do about it, but don't tell me, Brother Su and his sister-in-law are so sweet. Just eat it. It's worth it to be able to go on this cruise ship and broaden your horizons. As they were talking, there was a roar of an engine behind them, and Qian Mengmeng and others had arrived. Seeing that everyone had not left yet, they breathed a sigh of relief and got out of the car and walked over. Brother Su. Why are you here too? As soon as Qian Mengmeng got off the car, she trotted towards Sui, Chen Duo and others, and looked at Suhi with some surprise. I want to go out to sea for some fun too. Sui pursed his lips and smiled, answering lightly. Hello, sister-in-law. You look so beautiful today. Qian Mengmeng nodded, and when she saw Bai Jishi beside Yi Xian, she greeted him sweetly. However, while speaking, Qian Mengmeng noticed the luxury cruise ship docked nearby. The words stuck in her throat suddenly stopped and her eyes widened in disbelief. Including the young men and women around her, they were looking at the cruise ship somewhat at a loss. They let out a long sigh, but still couldn't calm down. Such a cruise ship was really beyond their imagination. Both its size and luxury were unacceptable. Oh my god. Qian Mengmeng's eyes trembled, and she was stunned for a long while before she looked at Qian Duo beside her again and asked suspiciously. Brother, what if we get seasick? You know we are afraid of it. Don't you want us to take sleeping pills? That's bad for the body. Can you bear to let your sister take this? Qian Duo looked at Qian Mengmeng with contempt, spread his hands innocently, and looked at Suhi beside him. How is this possible? Besides, this idea was not mine, but your brother Su's. Brother Su. Qian Mengmeng and others were suddenly puzzled and asked again quickly. Chapter 69. What is this place? But brother, what does this have to do with Brother Su? Are you lying to me? Alas, I am so wronged, your brother. You have seen it. Sighing helplessly, Chen Duo raised his chin towards the cruise ship. What's the meaning? At this point, Qian Mengmeng began to feel a little confused. Could it be that this cruise ship? Brother, do you mean that Brother Su chartered a cruise? It's not a package. Before Qian Duo could answer, the supervisor on the other side came over, smiled and shook his head. Oh. I told you, how is it possible to book such a big thing? Qian Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could finish her next words, she was completely choked by what her supervisor said next. This cruise ship is not rented, it belongs to Mr. Su. What? Qian Mengmeng and others who came later did not see Sui handing over to these people just now.
When they heard these words, they almost dropped their jaws in shock. They stared at Yi Xian in amazement and fell into silence. Such a luxurious cruise ship actually belongs to Su He. Xian Mengming's head was buzzing as she recalled how her brother had made a great determination to finally buy the yacht when he wanted to. However, compared with this cruise ship, that yacht is just a drop in the bucket.
There is no comparison at all. Sui said he could take down such a big guy? How terrifying is the wealth of this guy?
Just as I was shocked, another convoy came from behind, speeding towards me. When they braked, even the tires emitted black smoke, which shows how fast they were going.
This convoy is.
Xian Mengmeng and the others were still immersed in the shock of the cruise ship, but after hearing the loud noise of tires rubbing against the ground behind them, they couldn't help but look back. But it wouldn't matter if they didn't look at them. Once they saw these cars, Xian Mengmeng and the others were all dumbfounded.
Isn't this the car of the club's technician team? How did it suddenly come here? Could it be that the real culprit behind hiring these people is Brother Su? Mr. Su, are we not late?
A middle-aged man who was the leader of the technicians came over and bowed slightly to Sui politely and enthusiastically.
Yeah, pretty fast.
Sui smiled, winked at the cruise manager next to him, and then started to communicate with the technicians. When Xian Mengmeng and the others saw Sui at this time, they finally understood everything. It turned out that the big boss who had given too much before was none other than Brother Su standing in front of them. When Sui glanced sideways, he also noticed the looks of Xian Mengmeng and the other young ladies. Now he knew what he had done, but he was helpless because he was not aware of these things at the time.
Everyone, please follow me, I will take you aboard. After the docking and inventory were completed, the cruise manager took them towards the cruise ship.
All the technicians present were staring at the Sea King, and their hearts were filled with shock. Originally, they didn't quite understand who had such strength to contract all the technicians in their club at once and even make the club give up its own business. But if the other party is the owner of this cruise ship, all of this can be explained clearly. To be able to afford a luxury cruise ship of this level, I believe that even if he were to contract the technicians of their club, even if he directly spent money to buy their club, it would probably be a matter of a blink of an eye. Then everyone slowly followed up to the deck of the cruise ship. The angle of looking up from above became an immersive view, and the technicians were even more stunned. If they were asked to use words to describe this cruise ship, they would rack their brains but would not be able to find any adjectives that could describe it, because those descriptions would pale in comparison to the luxury of the cruise ship. In addition to this wide aisle on the deck, there is also a grand swimming pool in the center, which is much larger than the average swimming pool, and there are many lounge chairs and awnings around it. There is a water station next to the swimming pool, and the refrigerator inside is filled with a variety of cold drinks, juices and beers.
It is simply a paradise for summer fun.
The supervisor took these technicians and did not stay for too long, but went straight to the sanatorium center inside the cruise ship. Along the way, the technicians felt their minds go blank, as if they were not on a cruise ship at sea, but in the center of the most prosperous city in the world. Except for the fact that after entering the cabin, they can no longer see the sky above their heads, other facilities are available. Every step they take will bring them a powerful impact on their mind and vision. This was a little difficult for them to understand. What kind of terrifying level of wealth accumulation had to have to be able to own such a cruise ship? Soon, following the supervisor through the cabin, the technicians soon arrived at the ship's sanatorium.
This is a major place for leisure and relaxation on the cruise ship.
In addition to spacious and luxurious massage rooms and treatment rooms, it also has hot springs and steam rooms, including foot massage and SPA experience rooms. There is even a special beauty salon here, which is equipped with all kinds of cold therapy and laser equipment, and is even more professional than many well-known beauty salons.
Everyone, this is the sanatorium of our Sea King. Thank you for your hard work in the following matters.
The cruise manager smiled politely and began to introduce the sanatorium to the technicians behind him. The technicians' throats seemed to be blocked by something at this moment.
They wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word.
Seeing that this service place was more professional and luxurious than their club, they felt a little numb in their hearts. This was not on land, after all, it was on a ship. However, it is in such a place that they feel a luxury that has reached its extreme, which can be described as elegant and magnificent. If they were not standing here, they would not dare to believe that what they saw was real. After the supervisor finished introducing the main layout of the sanatorium, the technicians came to the massage room and SPA experience room where they were working.
However, when they pushed the door and saw the equipment inside, they all opened their mouths wide. Oh my God! Am I seeing right?
These are all top-notch skincare products in the world, and some are even specially made.
What kind of place is this? Chapter 70 Muscle.
After an exclamation, the technicians who had not noticed these things at first now widened their eyes, staring blankly, their expressions almost distorted, and their hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. They could tell at a glance that the various massage care products here were designed by the world's top brands and merchants. Some of them were even more precious than gold. Even though their own club is considered one of the best in Jinling, they have no channels and no financial resources to get these things.
As for other equipment, there is nothing to say. Even if you don't look at the brand, just looking at the texture, you can tell what level these are.
While they were shocked, the technicians also began to prepare quickly. After all, they were hired by someone who had spent a lot of money, and it was obvious that he was a wealthy man.
They dared not neglect him no matter what.
Just after the technicians started to get busy, the supervisor took Su-hee and the others onto the ship. He slowly looked around and introduced the situation of the cruise ship to everyone. Mr. Su, the facilities on our Sea King can be said to be the most complete. Basically, you can enjoy the same or even higher level of service on board as on land. The cruise manager smiled and led everyone to a space on the ship that was designed to imitate a city shopping mall. This space was located in the middle of the cruise ship, and through the skylight above, one could clearly see the sky outside.
Everyone, this is the core area of our cruise ship. It is also the only place where you can see the outside except for the top of the cabin and the deck.
When it was first designed, this was a central oasis. Later, at the suggestion of the designer, we designed it into a city shopping center with dozens of bars, restaurants, tea houses and other service facilities, each with a different style. In this square, in addition to the green plants we carefully planted, there are also many exhibitions and rest areas designed around it for everyone to rest and enjoy.
Following the cruise manager's introduction, everyone's attention was focused on the space in front of them.
Although those present were all young men and women who had seen a lot of the world, they were completely dumbfounded when faced with these things. Not only have ordinary people seen this, even those young men and women who claim to be in the upper class have never seen this.
Fuck. Are we still on the boat?
Xiao Yang took a deep breath, stared at it all blankly, rubbed his eyes hard, and felt that this was a bit too luxurious and bizarre.
Brother Su, this cruise ship is really over the limit. How did you manage to get it down? That's right. A cruise ship of this level is not something that an individual can afford. I am completely convinced by Brother Su. Is this your identity as an ordinary person?
As everyone witnessed this extremely luxurious scenery and this unimaginable scenery on the sea, they all looked at Yi Xian and exclaimed in surprise.
I actually didn't expect there were these.
Su-hee smiled helplessly. They were surprised, but that didn't mean that there were no waves in his heart.
Come on, Brother Su, stop being so Versailles. We all understand.
Yeah.
With your extraordinary status, Brother Su, maybe this cruise ship is nothing?
Alas, compared to you, Brother Su, I really feel like I am a poor boy who has never seen the world. Haha, maybe this cruise ship was just a gift from our uncle to Brother Su on his 18th birthday.
Xian Duo and other young masters and young ladies narrowed their eyes at this time.
After being shocked, they also started to joke with Yi Xian.
Hey, you guys are really exaggerating.
Sui rolled his eyes and thought to himself, these guys, why are they getting more and more outrageous lately?
Alright, now that we're all here, let's not think about anything else and just find a place to relax.
You're the guests, so I'll listen to you about what you do first. Sighing, Sui quickly changed the subject, shifting the focus from himself to this luxury cruise ship.
Well, this is a bit confusing. I really don't know what we should do first.
Chen Duo was stunned for a moment. When he heard Sui's question, he touched his chin.
For a moment, he really didn't know what to do.
The other young masters and young ladies also began to fall into deep thought. Everything they had just seen had completely disrupted their original plans.
Now, they really had no idea what to do. Jishi, what do you think?
What should we play first? Seeing that everyone was stuttering, Sui had no choice but to ask Bai Jishi, who was still in a daze beside him.
Well, why don't we go swimming in the big swimming pool on the deck? I've never tried swimming on a boat before.
Bai Jishi pondered for a while and weakly mentioned the swimming pool she saw it the first time, but then she looked at Chen Duo and others, wanting to hear their suggestions.
Sister-in-law is right. This is really possible. I just wanted to try out the swimming pool I saw. Well, I'll listen to my sister-in-law. This is a good idea. And me. I support my sister-in-law too. However, what surprised Bai Jishi was that this casual suggestion of hers was immediately agreed upon by everyone. Well, let's not waste time then, let's do what we need to do. Sui pursed his lips and smiled, and everyone reacted. They immediately separated the boys and girls into two sides and went to the locker room to change clothes. After a while, Chen Duo changed his clothes, put on a pair of loose slippers, and walked towards the swimming pool outside. It's no wonder that Chen Duo has a great figure at the moment because he works out regularly. His full muscles and inverted triangle body shape, reflected in the healthy bronze color under the sun, are really pretty good. Some young ladies who had already changed their clothes noticed Chen Duo's figure and couldn't help blushing. In their minds, Chen Duo's muscles were not too big, but moderately even. That was the right way to look thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. They couldn't help but take a few more glances. Several young masters were lying on the lounge chairs on the deck, basking in the sun. When they saw Chen Duo's muscles, they couldn't help but take off their sunglasses. They were so envious. Oh my god, Brother Qian has a pretty good figure. Yeah, after all, Brother Qian is one of the few among us who insists on going to the gym to exercise. Chapter 71. The young ladies are blushing. Oh, I kind of regret it. Why couldn't I be more diligent when Brother Qian asked me to go with him? Several people were amazed at what they saw, and they smiled at Chen Duo, who was walking towards them, and handed him a glass of juice from the small table beside them. While they were drinking juice, they chatted for a few words, but then they all stopped talking and stared at the young ladies who came out in swimsuits. They usually take good care of themselves and pay attention to their body management. Now they are wearing sexy swimsuits, which is eye-catching. But after Bai Jishi changed her clothes and came out, the scene was completely set off. Everyone's attention was focused on Bai Jishi. Even the young ladies, who were very satisfied with their figures, were staring at Bai Jishi intently, and everyone gasped. Such a tall and voluptuous figure, but without a trace of fat and flaws. The white legs are shining with a rosy luster in the sun, just like a peach, making people feel that they are as delicate as a baby's. Even her sexy and beautiful swimsuit could not cover her figure that was like a work of art. Add to that the temperament in her every move and her fairy-like face, and she completely slayed those young ladies as soon as she stepped out. Everyone who saw the scene was secretly amazed in their hearts. Could it be that Nuwa was biased when she created humans? This is simply too perfect. Those young ladies who had been walking with confidence and grace just now couldn't help but feel ashamed after seeing Bai Jishi. My goodness, Brother Su is so lucky. Chao Yang and his companions were so amazed that they stood up on the recliners. They didn't even notice when their sunglasses fell to the ground. They all couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. They didn't know how to describe the envy in their hearts. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful sister I have ever seen. Xian Mengmeng walked excitedly to Bai Jishi, looked her up and down, and praised her endlessly, which made Bai Jishi blush a little. No. Mengmeng is much prettier than me. Sister-in-law, please don't be so modest, your beauty is obvious to all of us. Wow. You guys are all pretty quick at changing. While the two were talking, Sui also came out. Seeing that almost everyone had come out, he smiled and touched his head. Hearing Sui's voice, everyone looked at Sui in unison, and then everyone's expression froze. The lines of Sui's muscles were now presented in front of everyone, just like they were carved with a knife or an axe. Every detail made people feel indescribably shocked, as if he was as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture. The plump pectoral muscles were still trembling as Sui walked, and a strong masculine charm burst out. And those abdominal muscles that were as neat and perfect as chocolate, yet full of power, made many young ladies present blush. From a distance, Sui's body proportions are as perfect as the golden ratio. Every large and small muscle group in his body is filled with a strong hormone scent, which not only makes people feel that his texture is superior, but also makes people feel the tremendous power contained in his muscles and bones. At this moment, the impact and sense of security brought by this sight far surpassed Qian Duo's previous muscles. Fuck, Brother Su, your muscles are simply amazing. Just as the girls were blushing at the sight of Sui's figure, Chen Duo also let out an excited fuck. And looked at Sui's muscles with extremely eager eyes, the intensity of which was almost surpassing those of the young ladies. Brother Qian, you have a problem. When the other girls saw Chen Duo's performance, they all looked at him strangely for a moment. Even Xiao Yang and the others around him couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at him with horror. Hey! Did you all misunderstand me? That's not what I meant. I was just praising. Praising. Please stop looking at me like that, I swear I'm not gay.
When Chen Duo saw everyone's reactions to him, he hurriedly explained that that was not what he meant, he was just simply appreciating them. But when this was said, the girls exclaimed, and the expressions on their faces changed from strangeness to disgust. Chen Duo felt so wronged, thinking to himself, I am just envious, these guys really don't understand the thoughts of fitness enthusiasts. After a small farce, some of the remaining young masters changed into their swimsuits and came out, while a few fat young masters would rather not go into the water and bask in the sun on the lounge chairs nearby, and would rather die than take off their clothes. Those young ladies would secretly look at Sui's figure from time to time, and they didn't even realize how red their cheeks turned. They were filled with indescribable envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Bai Jishi. However, this figure of Sui is not the first time that Bai Jishi has seen her. But thinking back, her reaction when she first saw her was not much different from that of these young ladies. Come on, let's go in the water and get comfortable. Sui smiled, waved his hand, and led Chen Duo and others to swim in the water. Bai Jishi also followed them into the swimming pool, but she didn't know how to swim very well. She just played in the water by the pool, occasionally trying to imitate Chen Duo and others' swimming style, but she still couldn't swim well. Sui noticed this scene and thought to himself that this girl suggested going out for a swim, but she still can't do it after all this time. After a sly smile, Sui dived down. As a result, everyone around was also confused. They looked at the remaining water splashes on the water surface, but they had no idea what was going on. Because of the surging water splashes, they couldn't see the direction Sui went down for a while. But after a long while, everyone didn't see Sui coming up, and they all started to panic. Fuck! Brother Su won't sink to the bottom. What are you talking about? This shouldn't happen. Is there a lifeguard? Where is the lifeguard? What? We don't have a lifeguard here. Amidst a burst of exclamations, people looked left and right, all caught off guard. Bai Jishi's face also darkened, and she immediately prepared to hold her breath and dive down to take a look. Ah! However, before Bai Jishi sank, she suddenly let out a soft cry and was picked up by Suhi, who poked his head out from the bottom. Chapter 72. We've all been fed dog food. The two looked at each other, and Sui hugged Bai Jishi like a princess. Bai Jishi was also frightened, but when she felt the warmth in the embrace and looked closely to find that it was Suhi, her face instantly turned red. She buried her head in Sui's still slightly wet chest, and gently tapped Sui's shoulder with her little fist. You scared me to death. There are so many people here. On the other side, Chen Duo and other young masters and young ladies who had been a little panicked just now were all stunned at this moment, watching this scene helplessly. Fuck! Not only did you scare us for no reason, but you even killed the dog in such a fancy way. You are so inhuman. That's right. Dogs may not be people, but you are real dogs. Woo woo woo. Brother Su. Are we eating your rice? Killing someone doesn't mean you have to destroy their heart. After a burst of crazy complaints, everyone saw Suhi and Bai Jishi still hugging each other affectionately, and they could only turn their heads and watch the scene in front of them helplessly. Suhi, okay, put me down. Bai Jishi's cheeks turned red to her ears, and her voice was like fine lines, making Sui let her go. Okay, then I'll teach you how to swim. Sui smiled, gently rubbed Bai Jishi's hair, and spoke lovingly in Bai Jishi's ear. Bai Jishi nodded, and Sui began to teach her carefully. Come, watch how I swim. I'll teach you step by step later. Sui then began to swim gently, trying his best to show Bai Jishi his complete movements. Come on, Jishi, try it. After the demonstration, Sui gently held Bai Jishi's shoulders and asked Bai Jishi to try it as boldly as possible. But I'm still a little scared. Bai Jishi looked at the water surface in a daze. Although she knew it was still very shallow, she still felt guilty, afraid that she would fall into the water if she was not careful and choke on a mouthful of water. It's okay, let me help you. Sui smiled and waved, then stretched out his hands and gently placed them on the water. Bai Jishi was also helpless, thinking that she was too stupid, so she bent down obediently and leaned onto Sui's arms. Because of the buoyancy of the water, Bai Jishi was able to float up easily and began to clumsily swing her arms and thighs, imitating Sui's previous movements. Sui taught carefully, and his magnetic voice rang in Bai Jishi's ears from time to time, causing Bai Jishi to slowly correct her direct actions, while her face became more and more flushed. Because Sui was holding her lower abdomen with one hand and her knee with the other, and she was only wearing a swimsuit. This was the first time for them to have such intimate contact. Although Sui tried his best to concentrate on teaching Bai Jishi, he could still feel Bai Jishi's delicate skin in the close distance between them, as if they could feel each other's heartbeats.
For a moment, he couldn't help but let wild thoughts run wild in his mind. The young ladies couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when they saw the intimate actions and sweet smiles on the two people's faces. After watching for a while, they couldn't bear it anymore and could only turn their heads away and sigh softly. Alas, there is no one to teach me, and I obviously can't swim. One of the young ladies pouted with envy, sat by the swimming pool board, and played with water with her feet. Let me do it. I can swim, and I'm a very good swimmer. At this time, a fat young man came over after hearing the sound and looked at the young lady with a smile. Well, actually, I might do that a little bit, thank you, but I don't need it now. The young lady looked up at the fat young man walking towards her. The moment he grinned, the fat on her face seemed to tremble. She immediately waved her hands and shook her head, smiling and rejecting the young man's kindness. The smile on the young master's face froze instantly, and he shouted in his heart, "Fuck, this is not just disgust. This is murderous. Okay. Come back, they want someone like Brother Su, why are you joining in the fun?" Chen Duo and Xiao Yang behind him covered their mouths and laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. They quickly waved for the young master to go back. Actually, I have a pretty good figure. Don't you think so? The young master pursed his lips and showed off his body somewhat unconvincingly to prove it to Chen Duo and the others. I used to have several abdominal muscles, but if I hadn't gone too far in my training, my abdominal muscles would have been gone. Put. Ha 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 ha. The fat young man rubbed his belly with a narcissistic expression, which immediately made Chen Duo and others laugh so hard that they fell over. Xiao Yang was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey, stop being like that, you guys. Haven't you heard that fat people are potential stocks? The young master heard the laughter of several people, walked over on his own, and spoke in a comforting tone. Brother, although what you said is indeed correct, you have to find a way to lose weight first. Chen Duo managed to hold back his laughter, nodded, and patted the young master's shoulder deeply. Well, since you live not far from me, I'll ask you to come with me when I go to the gym. We can learn from Brother Su and get his body, how about that? Good. The young master glanced at his own fat, and flames seemed to burn in his eyes. He clenched his fists and immediately agreed in a loud and clear voice. Brother Chien, take me with you, I want to go too. And me. No, if you all become handsome men, I will be under a lot of pressure. You can't leave me behind. For a time, the young men around who were not satisfied with their bodies joined the ranks of exercise and fitness, and made an impassioned vow to transform their bodies. But when they were discussing how to lose fat and gain muscle, they didn't notice that the young ladies around them looked at them like fools. Ah. I'm so tired. Swimming is so fun. Chen Duo, Xiao Yang and others got out of the swimming pool and wiped themselves with the dry towels prepared nearby. Now everyone has been swimming for quite a while and they are all tired. Their stomachs feel empty and they are a little hungry. Su He and Bai Jishi had already gone to the lounge chairs to bask in the sun. Their stomachs were empty and they thought it was time to eat. Everyone, are you enjoying your trip? After Su He saw Chen Duo and others all got ashore, he grinned and asked. Nothing to say, I'm just a little tired. And a little hungry. Chapter 73 Su He and Bai Jishi are doing business. Chen Duo chuckled and rubbed his belly helplessly. Okay, then let's go get a massage, then take a nap and rest for a while, then go eat together. Massage? Hearing that they could have a massage, Chen Mengmeng and the other young ladies came over excitedly and looked at Yi Xian eagerly. After all, they were planning to relax today, but they didn't expect that the technicians were intercepted by Sui halfway. Let's go get a massage. Thinking about what happened just now, Sui couldn't help but be amused by Chen Mengmeng and the others. He waved his hand and took everyone to go for a massage. Soon, everyone arrived at the sanatorium on the cruise ship. The technicians were already ready to go. When they saw Su He and his group coming, they worked hard to show off their skills, making everyone's tired bodies feel a lot more relaxed. After the massage, everyone went back to the room to rest for a while and have a short nap. After a short sleep, Bai Jishi slowly opened her eyes. Under the warm light in the room, she saw Sui's smiling face looking at her. Jishi, how was the massage? Was it comfortable? Well, it's okay. I just felt a little uncomfortable when others touched me, so I still feel a little stiff now. I even feel a little tired after the massage. Bai Jishi smiled helplessly. Although she felt a little more relaxed, she still felt that it did not achieve the effect she had imagined. Ha, you don't know how to enjoy yourself.
Sui smiled happily, gently helped Bai Jishi sit up, and said with a smile.
Hey, how about this? I'll help you press it again. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with my technique.
Before Bai Jishi responded, Sui immediately took action and gently rubbed Bai Jishi's shoulders. For a moment, Bai Jishi felt as if an electric current had flowed through her. Her whole body became stiff, her face inevitably turned red, and her heartbeat accelerated.
Ah!
Just when Bai Jishi was still a little unresponsive and her body had not yet completely relaxed, Sui used a little more force, causing Bai Jishi to couldn't help but let out a low cry. On this side, Shenzai and others outside also got up. They walked to the door of Yi Xian's room together, ready to wake Su He and others to get up and eat. Soon, Chen Duo and his group arrived at the door of Su He and Bai Jishi's room. Just as Chen Duo was about to knock on the door, he heard a low cry from inside.
Obviously, this was Bai Jishi's voice.
At that moment, everyone's faces changed. Chen Duo's hand, which was about to knock on the door, froze and he immediately withdrew it.
Ah! Did something happen?
When Xian Mengmeng heard the noise inside, she was stunned for a moment, then she started to get anxious, her expression changed from calm to anxious.
Wait for me to ask.
Seeing that Xian Duo and the others were not moving, Xian Mengmeng got excited and prepared to knock on the door.
However, just as her little hand was about to knock on the door, Xian Mengmeng grabbed it and stopped her action in time.
Brother, what are you doing? Xian Mengmeng looked at Xian Duo in surprise, and just when she was about to ask what was going on, Xian Duo covered her mouth.
Stop messing around, your brother Su is doing serious business.
Looking at his silly sister, Xian Duo could only explain softly in her ear.
Xian Mengmeng was confused and looked stunned. She was looking at Xian Duo with a question mark on her face, wondering what the hell was going on. Why couldn't she understand? Alas, I can't explain it to you.
Xian Duo shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't explain it clearly to this girl for the time being, so he simply picked up Qian Mengmeng and before she could do anything stupid, he quickly returned the same way. Qian Mengmeng looked in astonishment at Xian Duo who was holding her and returning with her in his arms.
She was completely dumbfounded and still couldn't understand what was going on.
After Qian Mengmeng was carried away by Qian Duo, everyone smiled knowingly and quickly followed him away. Then, after a long while, everyone walked around the cabin, thinking that it should be done, and returned to Sui's door. However, when they were about 10 steps away from the door, everyone heard low calls coming from inside again, one after another, and the people's faces turned red. Everyone was completely silent at the moment, with the corners of their mouths twitching slightly, and they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Oh my god, it took so long?" There was no other way, so everyone just smiled helplessly. In order to avoid disturbing the two people's interest, they could only turn back again. After a while, in the room, Sui stopped massaging, rubbed his wrists, and looked at Sui lying on the bed with a smile.
How's it going? Are you feeling better?
Yeah, it just hurts a little.
You're too strong.
Bai Jishi nodded gently, and after getting out of bed and moving around, she felt much more comfortable, and a smile of surprise appeared on her face.
Wow!
I feel much more comfortable now, Su-hee, you are amazing.
Let's go eat.
Aha! After packing up, the two walked out arm in arm and soon found where everyone was. But the strange thing was that after knowing this, Sui felt that the way they looked at him and Bai Jishi had changed. These young masters all winked at Sui, making expressions that all men could understand, and there was still envy in their eyes. But these young ladies all blushed, lowered their heads and said nothing. Among these people, only Qian Mengmeng was still confused.
She looked left and right, still not understanding what was going on.
Brother Su, you're here. Hey Brother Su, you guys must be hungry, why don't you go eat something to replenish your energy first?
Yes, Brother Su, we are actually hungry too.
Because the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange, in order to ease the situation, several young masters started talking about eating with a smile.
Okay. I've been hungry for a long time. Let's eat.
Before Sui could speak, Qian Mengmeng raised her hands in agreement, but was hit on the head by Qian Duo beside her.
Girl, can you be a little more serious? But I'm just hungry.
Who told you to be so weird and not call Brother Su and sister-in-law earlier? Qian Mengmeng looked at Qian Duo aggrievedly. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Qian Duo covered her mouth again.
Ahem, Meng is right. It's time to eat now. Let's go eat. Chapter 74 Tonlong Military.
Sui couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh,
then he coughed lightly a few times and led everyone to eat. Soon, under the leadership of Suhi, everyone arrived at the restaurant and found a comfortable place to sit down. At the dinner table, everyone was toasting each other and looking at the delicacies on the table, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Suhi ate, took a sip of red wine, and looked at Qian Duo and the others with a smile. Alas, what else can I do? I can only inherit the family business. That's right. If I don't achieve anything, I'll have to take over my father's position. There's nothing I can do, Brother Su. I guess that's all I can do. Speaking of this topic, everyone sighed, even Qian Duo sighed, with a helpless look in his eyes. Hey, you guys are so funny. Others haven't even inherited yet and you're still groaning. Suhi was also delighted to hear this. It seemed that these young masters and young ladies all had their own troubles. By the way, Brother Qian, isn't your dream to join the Tonlong military department? Just when everyone could only smile bitterly, a young master suddenly looked at Qian Duo and talked about the Tonlong Army. Tonlong military? What is this? Suhi read the name doubtfully, not quite understanding what it was, and asked everyone. He only knew that China had a military, which was the so-called National Defense Force, but what was this Tonlong military? Brother Su, you don't know this. This is a place where only extremely outstanding military members can be selected. The assessment system is extremely strict. Every military member who can enter here is a true soldier king. This Tonlong military department is only used when carrying out some critical tasks, and it is also highly confidential. It is also a place that many military members think about day and night. Listening to Qian Duo's explanation, Suhi nodded slightly, and the other young masters and ladies also became excited and talked about what they knew. Brother Su. I've heard from my grandfather before that the Tonlong Army is very powerful. He once saw a member of the Tonlong Army destroy a small drug dealer base by himself, and those armed drug dealers didn't even hurt him. I've also heard from my father that every member here is a top soldier. They have trained themselves into terrifying fighting machines and are the nightmare of countless enemies. Not only that. The titles there are much more valuable than those in ordinary military departments. Everyone talked about what they knew about the Tonlong Army. Suhi listened carefully, and now he understood everything. After the meal, everyone regained their energy and after playing on the sea, they returned to the shore. After returning, Bai Jishi and Suhi were both tired. After all, they had been having fun on the cruise ship all day, and it would be a lie to say they were not tired. After a while, Bai Jishi woke up first, and saw that Suhi was still sleeping peacefully. His sleeping posture was peaceful, and his baby-like breathing did not seem noisy, but rather cute. But even when he fell asleep, Suhi's sleeping face was still super beautiful. Bai Jishi held her chin and looked at Suhi with love in her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. She closed her eyes and gently kissed Suhi on the lips. Lazy pig, you haven't woken up yet. Muttering to herself, Bai Jishi glanced at the time and saw that it was almost time for dinner, so she changed her clothes and went out to buy some things. Not far from Yulong Pavilion, there is a Walmart supermarket. Bai Jishi saw the eye-catching sign and walked in without hesitation. At the same time, Suhi, who was still sleeping in the room, also woke up. He felt around with sleepy eyes, but only felt a little bit of Bai Jishi's remaining body temperature. He sat up suddenly and found that there was no one around him except himself. Where's Jishi? Suhi was slightly stunned, then he picked up the phone on the bedside table and sent a message to Bai Jishi. Jishi, where have you been? After sending the message, seeing that Bai Jishi did not reply for a while, Suhi crawled out from the warm bed, stretched, and was about to change clothes, but a light screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level watchdog reward. What the hell? A guard dog? Suhi was confused by this sudden sign-in. He had never signed in for this thing before? What is this watchdog? Hey, let's go out and take a look. Yawning, Suhi walked out of the room. After looking around, he didn't find any guard dog, so he came to the yard. Woof woof woof. A burst of dog barking immediately attracted Suhi. Looking ahead, he saw a large bulldog sitting there. This big bulldog has thick limbs and a fierce appearance. This breed of dog is originally very ferocious and is a type of mastiff. Needless to say, this god-level watchdog is not even on the same level as an ordinary bulldog just by looking at its size and hair color. But this big guy was sticking out his tongue and looking at Sui, his tail wagging happily, and his expression looked very gentle. "It looks like it's you." Sui smiled, squatted down and teased the watchdog, and it ran over quickly, wagging its tail. Woof woof. When it came to Sui's feet, the watchdog still looked very well behaved, licking Sui's shoes affectionately, and then sat upright, squinting at Sui, as if looking at its new owner. "You look really good." Sui smiled and rubbed the watchdog's head. The dog enjoyed it very much. No matter what Sui did, he just stuck out his tongue and looked gentle. Originally, Sui wanted to get a leash for the watchdog, but when he looked closely, he noticed that there was a collar around the dog's neck, with a retractable leash. "Very good, this thing is quite convenient." Sui weighed the dog leash in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he also received the message from Baijishi. "Sui, you're awake. I'm out shopping now. Just wait for me at home." Baijishi was pushing a shopping cart in the supermarket to pick out items. She checked the time on her mobile phone and then discovered that Sui had sent her a message. She quickly stopped and replied. "Chapter 75 signed here?" At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the kiss she left on Sui's lips before she left. She bit her lips lightly, and her cheeks felt a little hot. "It's okay, I'm out now, I'll come find you." Looking at the message and naughty emoticons sent by Baijishi, Sui realized that she had gone out to buy things. "Okay, I'll send you the location." "Good." When Baijishi saw Sui was coming over, she did not refuse and sent her location to Sui. After receiving the message, Sui was about to go outside, but suddenly he saw the watchdog at his feet looking at him eagerly, and he felt helpless at the moment. "Okay, I'll take you out too, and take the dog for a walk while you're at it." Sui sighed, and could only pick up the dog leash and walk out with this big guy. Just a few steps out of the villa, Sui received a call from the bank president. "Hello Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you. Today, since you are our VIP customer, I will come over to give you a gift. Where do you think I should send it?" After the bank president answered the phone, his tone was very respectful. He enthusiastically mentioned the gift-giving matter and then asked about Sui's location. "Well, then come to the area near Yulong Pavilion. When you are almost there, give me a call and I will see where I will be when the time comes. I just happen to be going out now." Sui thought for a while, then replied calmly. The watchdog beside him looked at Sui and seemed to be paying attention to the call as well. "Okay, Mr. Su." "Goodbye, Mr. Su." The bank president agreed and then politely said goodbye. Sui nodded, hung up the phone, and continued walking outside with the watchdog. At the same time, in the park, Baijishi was walking in with bags in her hands. Seeing the empty bench in front of her, she walked over with her things with difficulty, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and then sat down on it. "Oh, I was thinking about making this and that for Sui, and I accidentally bought too much." Looking at her fingers that were a little red from being squeezed by the shopping bags, Baijishi sighed and pouted in regret. She didn't know how she had bought so many things just now. "I didn't realize there were so many things when I was pushing the shopping cart, but when I walked out with the things in my hands, I realized how much I bought. It's a good thing that Sui came over, otherwise I wouldn't know how to carry these things back." After a bitter smile, Baijishi felt emotional in her heart. If Sui didn't come, it would be really difficult for her to handle it alone. While Baijishi was playing with her mobile phone and waiting for Sui, a film crew suddenly came over from a distance. Farther away from the bench, the crew was walking and discussing today's filming. This is a variety show about street pranks. Although the actors are not very famous, the fun and effect of the show still attracted a lot of viewers. If today's filming goes well, I think the popularity of our show will increase even more. That's right, but today's prank is too hardcore, and I'm afraid something bad will happen. Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. We explained it to you after we filmed it before, and people's reactions were pretty good. The crew members are discussing this filming at this time. Although some people are somewhat worried about the hardcore content this time, they are still full of expectations. The assistant director was standing next to the director and was also very excited at this time, but he didn't know what he suddenly remembered and started chatting with the director next to him about today's filming. "Oh, director, we have to be careful about finding the filming crew this time. Although the results of our previous shows were pretty good, some viewers complained that we didn't select the filming crew carefully enough." Well, this is indeed a problem. When the director heard what the assistant director said, he nodded seriously. Originally, this was a prank show for them, but one time, they accidentally encountered a subject with a bad heart, and it almost caused a disaster.
Although the crew later paid for the examination costs and there were no subsequent problems, and after paying some compensation for mental damage, the other party did not pursue the matter further, but this still caused some negative impact on the program. Thinking of this, the director knew that this matter could not be neglected, so he carefully looked around to see if there were any suitable subjects for filming. This is good. At a glance, the director saw Bai Jishi sitting on the bench in front waiting for Su-hee. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought this was a good subject for filming. Just looking at Bai Jishi's appearance made the director feel amazed. Such an extraordinary appearance is not something you can easily see on the street. Moreover, looking at the large and small bags of things beside Bai Jishi, the director felt more at ease. After all, if she could come out to buy so many things by herself, there should be nothing wrong with her heart. Besides, she is a young girl, so it is even more unlikely that there would be any problem. It is impossible that she has a heart disease, right? Ha ha ha, we are so lucky, today's photo subject is her. The director thought secretly for a while and immediately decided that the subject of today's shooting would be Baiji Creek in the distance. Well, she doesn't look too old, and it doesn't look like there will be any emergencies. Besides, her appearance is outstanding. The assistant director looked in the direction the director was pointing and noticed Bai Jishi. He smacked his lips in satisfaction as well, but there was still some worry in his eyes. After all, once bitten, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. If something happens again, I don't know how big the negative impact on their program will be. But will this leave any shadow? Although she is young, she is a girl after all. The assistant director pulled the director's sleeve and raised the issue with some concern. Well, this is something we need to pay attention to. The director nodded solemnly, thinking that it was indeed the case. Even if she didn't have any heart disease, it would probably leave some trauma for a girl to encounter such a prank outside alone. Although he was a little hesitant in his heart, in fact, today's prank content is indeed not suitable for girls, but the director still couldn't bear to miss such a shooting subject. After much thought, the director made up his mind that this was definitely a rare opportunity and could not be let go so easily. Chapter 76. Please don't scare my girlfriend. When you actors go up there later, you must be careful about the scale. Even though it's a prank, it can still have an impact on the other person. If you see that she's really scared, you must stop immediately. Afterwards, we must remind her to pay attention to the camera immediately, explain our identities clearly, and make sure not to make her feel too uncomfortable. Our program itself has these risks, so you must pay attention to these and never neglect them. Walking up to a few actors, the director gave them a few solemn instructions, fearing that these actors would use too much force when they went up to the stage, and that even if the actors didn't have a heart disease, they would be scared to death. Okay, director, we'll remember it. The actors nodded heavily, knowing in their hearts that if anything went wrong, they would not be able to escape the responsibility. It is originally difficult for special actors like them to stand out from the circle. If these bad things happen again, the impact will be even greater. Well, then you guys should hurry up and put on your makeup and prepare the props, we'll start shooting soon. Good. Several actors agreed and started to prepare together with the makeup and props teams behind them. It shouldn't be a big deal. We'll explain everything after the filming is over. We'll just give you a gift and comfort you then. The assistant director knew that the director was also a little worried, so he came over and said a few words of comfort, thinking that there shouldn't be any problem. Well, if we pay attention, there shouldn't be any problem. The director nodded. Although he said that, he was still a little worried. He walked over to a few actors who were putting on makeup and gave them a few more instructions. You all have to remember what I just said. Today's filming is a bit hardcore, so don't let anything go wrong. Several actors nodded in agreement without getting tired of it, and in their minds they were trying to figure out a suitable scale in order to complete today's prank performance. Okay, your crew should also get ready, we can start the live broadcast. After preparing for a while, the makeup and props of several actors were almost ready. Seeing that the time was almost up, the director asked the crew to start preparations and also started the variety show live broadcast. Welcome everyone to our live prank show today. We are now in the park, preparing for today's filming. Welcome everyone to watch. What you are going to see today is a very hardcore special program. Our actor today will play the role of a murderer and play a prank. Everyone, follow the direction of the camera now and you will see the target of our prank today. She is a very beautiful lady. Let's look forward to her next performance. The host was now giving an enthusiastic opening speech in front of the camera, and also briefly introduced the content of today's prank. This one be a big deal, right? This is a girl.
Will it scare her? Oh my god. You guys are taking it too far by playing a murderer and playing a prank. I am still a little worried about this young lady. If I were in such a situation, I would be scared too. Oh my god. I just came in and you guys are already playing this. I'm already excited. As the live broadcast room opened, the audience slowly entered the room. However, when they learned about today's content, they were all worried about Baijishi. Hello everyone, I'm the director of the show. You may be a little worried about this, but I can tell you responsibly that we have a level of severity. If the actors find anything unusual about the subject, they will stop filming immediately and go back to explain afterwards. Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room were somewhat worried about today's filming, the director was the first to come out and explain. Dear audience, please be patient. Our actors are now making final preparations and our show will begin soon. After he finished speaking, the screen switched back to the host, while the actors sped up their preparations to start filming. In the distance, Baijishi was just about to stand up. When the crew saw this scene, they couldn't help but get excited. Fortunately, everything was almost ready, and the actors and the crew were also ready to stand up and start. Hurry, let's get started. The director urged on and was about to follow the crew and actors, but someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. What's wrong? As the director turned around in confusion, everyone turned around as well, only to see Suhi walking behind them with the watchdog. This couldn't help but shock everyone. No one noticed how Suhi suddenly appeared without making any sound at all. The actors and crew all stopped, and the camera was pointed towards Suhi. However, when the audience in the live broadcast room noticed Suhi, they were instantly shocked. In the sunshine, Suhi's handsome face is fully revealed under the high-definition camera equipment. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is indescribably perfect. Is this true? This little brother is so handsome. My crush is a great hero. One day he will come with his dog to marry me. I didn't expect him to actually come. What should I do, brothers? I am a man. But I still can't help it. This is too cool. Fuck. Does this face really exist? In just a short moment, the entire live broadcast room was completely boiling because of Suhi. Suhi's appearance made them completely stunned at a single glance, and then this astonishment not only did not fade, but became even stronger. It's like tasting a glass of fine wine. Although the first sip brings a refreshing experience, the aftertaste is even more charming. But Suhi's sudden appearance made the crew a little confused. What did it mean for him to suddenly appear in front of them? The director was also confused and didn't know what Suhi was going to do. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" At this time, the actors had already put on fierce makeup, prepared props, wore clothes stained with blood plasma, and held prop daggers in their hands. The crew members are also ready to go, having debugged the equipment, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room is constantly scrolling. When Suhi saw their posture, he understood everything and said to the crew with a smile, "I'm sorry to disturb your fun, but my girlfriend is very timid, please don't scare her, okay?" Chapter 77 There's too much dog food. What? That girl is actually his girlfriend. Oh my god. Why did I break up just after I started dating? This is too cruel. I don't even have room for fantasy anymore. For a moment I don't know who I should envy. Before the director and others could say anything, the barrage went completely crazy when they heard Suhi say Baijishi was his girlfriend. There were so many barrages that they covered the screen. Both men and women were envious. The director and others looked at Sui's sunny smile, and glanced at Baijishi behind him. Even if they were slow to react, they now understood what was going on. "Sir, I understand how you feel, but this is a variety show. We will not only go back to explain, but also give you a small gift to comfort you." The director swallowed his saliva. The arrow was on the string at this point, so he had to explain it to Suhi. "I don't think this is a good idea. Otherwise, I'll let the dog bite you?" Suhi looked at the director, a harmless smile appeared on his face, and he gently shook the dog leash in his hand. Oh woof. This watchdog was quite human-like. Upon hearing what Suhi said, he immediately leaned forward and growled. All the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant, and he opened his bloody mouth and glared at the crew members fiercely. This time, the crew members were also scared. This bulldog was huge and scary. They had no doubt that the dog would tear them to pieces easily. This dog is quite fierce. This is a vicious dog. TSK TSK TSK. And its size is scary too. Wow. I feel so safe. If I had this dog, I wouldn't be afraid to walk alone at night. The commentators also expressed their surprise at the watchdog. With such a large size, and the fact that it is a bulldog, this is no joke. Okay, sir, don't get excited, we'll leave now. The director and others swallowed their saliva, their legs couldn't help but tremble, and they had no choice but to agree to Soo-hee and leave quickly. Soo-hee smiled and took the bulldog to find Bai Jishi. Soo-hee, where did you get this dog? Bai Jishi saw Soo-hee leading the dog towards her from afar and was also scared at first. Woof woof woof. However, the watchdog walked forward happily, crouched affectionately at Bai Jishi's feet, and stuck out its tongue. It looked very gentle, completely different from its ferociousness just now. Don't be afraid, it likes you very much. Soo-hee smiled, took Bai Jishi's hand, and rubbed the guard dog's head. This watchdog is also very smart. When it feels Bai Jishi caressing it, it becomes obedient to Bai Jishi and tries its best to get into Bai Jishi's palm. Yeah, it's really cute. Bai Jishi smiled slightly and said that the dog was indeed very cute, and she began to have a good impression of it. Okay, let's go. After picking up Bai Jishi, Soo-hee took a deep breath and prepared to take Bai Jishi back. But these things? Bai Jishi smiled awkwardly and looked at the bags beside the bench, looking a little embarrassed. Ah, that's easy. When Soo-hee first saw these things, he stuck out his tongue, but when he felt the dog leash in his hand, he suddenly came up with a solution. After tying the two packaging bags together, Soo-hee put all the things on the dog's back. Thank you for your hard work, just consider it as losing some weight. After doing all this, Soo-hee patted the dog's head, smiled with satisfaction, and then took Bai Jishi's hand and walked forward. Put. Soo-hee, you are too mean. Look how aggrieved he looks. Bai Jishi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. At this moment, the dog was holding his mouth in grievance, lowering his head and walking forward in silence. In the distance, although the director and the crew did not film the show, they happened to record this scene, and the audience was laughing so hard that they started talking about it in the barrage. Dog, my goodness, am I just a tool dog? Program crew, do you think this is feeding dog food? Today's show was so good that I even doubted whether it was part of the plot. I still feel sorry for this dog. After returning to the villa, the two unloaded the things from Guzi one by one. Guzi's aggrieved expression gradually disappeared, and he became much more relaxed. Put. This dog is so smart. And he's still quite strong along the way. Bai Jishi covered her mouth and smiled. The more she looked at this watchdog, the more she liked it. How about it, do you like it? This guy just looks a little scary. Soo-hee smiled and rubbed the dog's head. The dog's eyes suddenly became a little resentful, as if he was not very satisfied with Soo-hee's previous evaluation. So where does this dog live at night? Bai Jishi nodded, and suddenly remembered that Guzi had not yet lived in a place, and looked at Soo-hee in confusion. That's right, Jishi, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten it. Soo-hee slapped his head suddenly. He had thought about this matter at the beginning, but forgot about it later. Soo-hee touched his chin, thought for a while, and then said to Bai Jishi. How about this, we build a bed for the dog first, and then go eat? Okay, I'll listen to you. Bai Jishi nodded, thinking that it would be a safer approach to go and get one now while it was not too late. Having made up their minds, the two went to the tool room in the villa to find some materials for the dog's nest. The dog wagged its tail happily and followed Soo-hee and Bai Jishi all the way. It was very interested in the new home they were about to build. After finding some wooden boards and tools, Soo-hee and Bai Jishi took them all to the front door of the villa, preparing to build a nest for the dog. The two first designed a sketch for the nest, and then made the base of the nest according to the structure of the sketch, pieced it together with several wooden boards, and nailed it to the lawn at the door with long nails. In order to ensure the stability of the bottom, Soo-hee also used some nails to make the wooden boards as flat and stable as possible. How is it? Is it okay? Is your husband multi-talented? After finishing the bottom, Soo-hee looked at Bai Jishi with a smile and looked at his work proudly. Soo-hee, what are you talking about? I'm not your wife yet. Bai Jishi's cheeks turned red and she gave Soo-hee a coquettish look. You won't be able to escape from now on anyway. Soo-hee smiled slyly, put on an affectionate expression, and looked at Bai Jishi. Chapter 78 is over? The dog sitting on the side was sticking out its tongue out in boredom. When it saw the two of them getting cuddled up with each other, it turned its butt over. Okay. Stop being so joking. Let's build a nest for the dog. Bai Jishi patted Sui's shoulder unhappily, and then they continued to work. However, once the bottom is completed, the other steps are simple. Nail the three sides of the doghouse neatly with wooden boards, use nails between the gaps between the boards, and finally build the roof of the doghouse. After doing all this, Sui went to find some oilcloth and stabilized the top with nails. This was mainly used to prevent water leakage. After that, a simple doghouse was made. Although it looked simple, it was quite good. Sui even made the doghouse a little bigger. After all, the dog is quite big. Yeah, that's good. With the dog outside, we don't have to worry about bad guys coming here. Sui looked at the doghouse with satisfaction and dusted off the dust on his body. I can't believe that your craftsmanship is so good, Sui. Bai Jishi wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but praise Sui. Handicraft work. Sui's eyes rolled and he emphasized these three words again. Bai Jishi didn't react at first, but when she saw Sui's expression, she reacted in an instant, turned her head away shyly, and muttered to herself. Humph. You let the dog scare the bad guys. Actually, you are the worst. Okay, I was just kidding, let's go find a mat for the dog. Sui also knew that he couldn't keep joking around, so he stopped the topic, pulled Bai Jishi back into the house, and prepared to find a suitable mat for the dog. However, after searching for a long time, the two still couldn't find a particularly suitable mat. Bai Jishi simply cut and sewed two of the mats together, which was considered suitable. After getting the mat, the two walked to the doghouse at the door and put the mat inside. Okay, you can go in and try it now. After putting it there, Sui touched the dog's head. The dog was very human-like. Knowing that its nest was ready, it walked in happily, wagging its tail. Woof woof. After feeling the softness of the mat inside, the dog came out happily and circled around Sui and Bai Jishi. It seemed that it was very satisfied with its own little nest. I'm so tired, Sui, let's go cook. Bai Jishi rubbed her wrist and felt her stomach was empty, so she pulled Sui back to the villa and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. Let me come today and try my cooking. Bai Jishi walked in with the things she had just bought, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to personally cook a table of delicious food for Sui. Okay. Then I'll help you. Sui smiled and nodded, and simply agreed to Bai Jishi. Yeah. Then let's not waste time. I just made a nest for the dog and my stomach is completely empty. Bai Jishi rubbed her belly and started washing and cutting vegetables without wasting any more time, and became busy with Sui. The two of them worked together and quickly prepared the dish. Now all they had to do was put it in the pot. Bai Jishi stood beside Sui, skillfully set up the pot, lit the fire, poured some oil into it, and prepared to put ginger, onion and garlic in it to make some stir-fried meat. Oh my goodness! You haven't even heated up the oil yet. Sui looked at Bai Jishi's smooth movements, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly, and he gently grabbed Bai Jishi's wrist. Can't I put it in now? That's what my mom did. Bai Jishi looked at Sui weakly, not knowing where she went wrong. Didn't you notice that our mother first heated the oil until it was a little smoky before adding the ginger, onion and garlic to stir-fry? Bai Jishi recalled for a moment and nodded slightly, as if she had said the same thing as Sui. Well, it seems so, Mom. But as she was talking, Bai Jishi felt that something was wrong and looked at Sui with disdain. Sui. You're taking advantage of me again. Okay, let's get cooking. Sui's eyes rolled and he quickly changed the subject, letting Bai Jishi continue cooking. With Sui's guidance, Bai Jishi's subsequent movements became much smoother, and a dish of fragrant stir-fried meat was put on the plate. Yes, he is a good disciple. Sui tasted a piece and nodded with satisfaction. Bai Jishi ignored Sui and simply rinsed the pot and started cooking the second dish. However, at this moment, because the water vapor in the pot had not yet dried up, Bai Jishi poured in some more oil, and the tragedy happened. Because there was still a lot of water in the pot and the oil temperature was getting higher and higher, the oil that had been calm just now suddenly exploded and splashed out of the pot with a sizzling sound. Ah! Bai Jishi was standing in front of the pot, and oil splashed all over her hands. She was caught off guard and screamed in fright. Oh my aunt! You are so careless! Sui was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He pulled Bai Jishi over, turned down the heat, covered the pot, and let the oil inside slowly burn away the water vapor. Next time, don't add oil to the pan before it's dry. It's too dangerous.
After doing all this, Sui gently wiped off the oil spots on the back of Bai Jishi's hand and blew gently on it.
How is it? Does it still hurt?
Looking at Sui's concerned eyes, Bai Jishi's cheeks turned slightly red, her heart was warm, and she smiled and shook her head.
Just blow on it for me, and it will feel much better. That's good. You must be careful next time. You must pay attention to details when cooking.
Sui nodded, and after confirming that Bai Jishi was okay, he continued to guide Bai Jishi in cooking.
Fortunately, the subsequent process was relatively smooth.
Under Sui's guidance, Bai Jishi also learned for the first time that there are so many tricks to cooking.
It's delicious. Did I really make this?
After the prepared dish was served on the table, Bai Jishi couldn't help but take a bite. It was so delicious that tears almost came to her eyes. The dishes she had cooked before definitely didn't taste like this.
It's delicious. Everything is delicious if you make it.
Sui looked at Bai Jishi with a smile and considerately put some food into Bai Jishi's bowl.
Slippery tongue. You'll have to wash the dishes later. Forehead.
Sui felt a little embarrassed for a moment.
Oh my god, even if he was praised, he couldn't escape the fate of washing dishes? While chatting about what they had seen and heard today, the two of them ate their meal in a loving manner, and the dinner ended just like that. Chapter 79 Bet.
After Sui cleaned up the dishes and returned to the kitchen, he started to get busy, rolling up his sleeves and starting to wash the dishes. However, at this moment, a familiar light curtain jumped out in front of Sui again, and he got a chance to sign in. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in.
Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level Gambling Skills Award.
Gambling skills? This doesn't seem to be very useful.
Sui smiled and shook his head.
Although this skill was not useless, it was somewhat useless.
After washing the dishes, Sui returned to the living room. Bai Jishi was watching TV outside at this time. She was a little bored, but after seeing Sui come out, she suddenly became energetic.
Sui, how about we play poker? Play poker? Sui was immediately happy. He was just wondering how to try out this skill. He didn't expect that this skill would be delivered directly to him. Okay. But just playing poker is so boring, how about we make some bets?
Thinking of this, Sui sat next to Bai Jishi and suggested setting up some bets.
Bet? That's fine. Whoever wins can draw on the other's face. How about that?
Bai Jishi thought about it for a while, and then proposed the idea of painting. She looked at Sui's fair and clean face with a smile, and was already thinking about what to paint on his face later.
Okay, but if I draw something all over your face, you must not cry.
Sui was immediately overjoyed. This couldn't be said to be something that came to his doorstep, he was simply a boy who gave away money.
Humph. It's still unclear who is drawing who.
Bai Jishi snorted softly, took out a deck of cards from the cabinet next to her, and walked up to Sui proudly. It turns out my sister is a master at playing poker.
Looks like someone is going to be embarrassed today. Okay, deal the cards quickly, you'll know in a minute.
Sui smiled calmly. He didn't know how to describe the joy in his heart.
What shall we play?
After skillfully shuffling a deck of cards, Bai Jishi put on a polite expression and looked at Sui and asked.
Look at you, I can do it. Then let's play something simpler, how about blackjack? Can. After a brief discussion, the two decided to play the more basic blackjack game first.
21, also known as blackjack, is a relatively basic way of playing poker and is also quite interesting.
Jishi, why don't you let me take over first?
Seeing Bai Jishi drawing the big and small jokers from the deck, Sui couldn't wait to try out this newly signed god-level gambling technique, so he proposed to be the banker first.
Okay.
Bai Jishi was very generous and full of confidence. She thought that she was at least quite good at blackjack and would not lose too much to Sui.
Then let's get started.
After getting Bai Jishi's permission, Sui excitedly picked up the playing cards and played a skillful trick of cutting them. The playing cards seemed to have charm all of a sudden, cutting back and forth between Sui's fingers, which looked pleasing to the eye. It was these difficult fancy cutting moves that made Bai Jishi stunned, and she suddenly felt less confident. Seeing that Sui shuffled the cards in such a variety of ways, he must be a veteran.
How's it? Awesome, right?
Sui looked at Bai Jishi with a smile, but his hands did not stop moving.
What a fuss. Let's get started.
With a light hum, Bai Jishi urged Suhi to start quickly. Suhi nodded and began to deal the cards. The first card was an open card. Suhi got the 3 of hearts, but Bai Jishi got the ace of diamonds, and a smile immediately appeared on her face.
Looks like I'm lucky today. Someone is going to have a turtle painted on their face. However, Suhi remained calm and dealt the second hidden card. Bai Jishi couldn't wait to take a look at the second hidden card, but was a little disappointed. It had the smallest point, a 2 of spades. But Suhi did not look at his second hidden card. Instead, he looked at Bai Jishi with a smile and asked in a slightly magnetic voice. How's it going? Do you want a third one? Yes. How could I not want to?
Thinking that the amount of money she had at the moment was neither big nor small, Bai Jishi gritted her teeth and decided to continue asking for cards. Suhi smiled and nodded, then dealt the third card to Bai Jishi, which was a king of hearts. When Bai Jishi saw the king of hearts, she couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed.
This was really bad luck. If this was the second one I got, my score would have been full, but it's a bit awkward since I got it now. More? Want?
Without thinking, Bai Jishi asked for the fourth card, already in the mood to take a gamble. As long as the number on this card was not above 8, her chances of winning would be great.
Not bad, Jishi, you are so lucky, 9 of hearts, it seems that the two of us are destined to be together forever.
Because there was no need for a hidden card in the following cards, so he also saw this card and handed it to Bai Jishi with a smile.
Ah. Is there anyone so unlucky?
Bai Jishi looked at the 9 of hearts in front of her helplessly.
Now, it exploded directly.
Then I shouldn't need to ask for cards. Suhi raised a smile and turned over his hidden card, which was only a 5 of spades. The total points added up to only 8.
Well, you're lucky. I lost the first game.
Bai Jishi shook her head, not quite understanding why she lost her temper just now.
She had played blackjack with her roommates many times before.
After taking a few deep breaths, Bai Jishi comforted herself that this was just Sui's newbie welfare period, so she didn't care too much. But the next second, Bai Jishi saw Suhi excitedly picked up a fountain pen on the table and was thinking about what to spend.
Suhi, you can only draw one stroke at a time. Don't cheat.
Seeing this scene, Bai Jishi hurriedly reminded Suhi, and then reluctantly moved her face over.
Don't worry, Jishi, I won't bully you, I was just lucky just now.
Suhi held the pen in one hand, and while comforting Bai Jishi, he gently drew a stroke on Bai Jishi's forehead.
Let's get on with it.
Feeling the smell of the ink from the water-based pen on her forehead, Bai Jishi rolled up her sleeves unwillingly and pulled Suhi to start the second round.
Yeah. Let's keep playing.
Soon, the two shuffled the cards again, and Suhi was still the banker, and they played a few more rounds like this.
Chapter 80, Shameless.
But the later it got, the more depressed Bai Jishi felt. In these few games, either her luck was too bad or Sui's luck was too good. In the end, either his own cards were exploded, or he was beaten by Sui's points. As they played, the pattern on Bai Jishi's forehead became clearer and clearer, and Sui's expression gradually became a little bit unbearable. Every time he glanced at Bai Jishi's forehead, he would cover his mouth and laugh.
Suhi, what on earth did you draw for me?
Bai Jishi couldn't sit still any longer at this moment, and hurriedly took out a makeup mirror from her bag. When she looked in the mirror, she saw a smiling piggy painted on her head.
I don't want to play blackjack anymore. Let's play landlord. I don't believe I'll keep losing.
Bai Jishi pouted, picked up the playing cards on the table, and started to shuffle and deal the cards with the little pig on her head. From now on, the game that was originally just for entertainment has completely changed. Bai Jishi made up her mind that she must draw a good picture on Sui's face today.
Two people playing landlord?
The corners of Sui's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that he had been too harsh before. However, he couldn't persuade Bai Jishi, so Suhi had no choice but to bite the bullet and play with Bai Jishi. But the result of the game remained the same. Even when playing landlord, Bai Jishi still never won a single game. Her forehead was completely covered with paintings, and there were also several strokes on her cheeks. Gradually, they tried all kinds of games, including stud poker, essence, bridge, and fast running. However, Sui seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck and never lost a single game. How is this possible? At the end of the game, Bai Jishi threw the cards on the table tiredly, and looking at the patterns painted all over her face in the mirror, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. Sui looked at Bai Jishi with a smile and was about to come over to continue painting, but he could see that Bai Jishi's expression was not right, so he stopped painting.
What's wrong, Jishi? Still playing? What do you think?
Bai Jishi rolled her eyes at Su-hee and muttered in grievance.
Your luck today is like a cheat. I can't afford to play with you.
If you continue playing with me, I won't have room on my face for you to paint. Even now, Su-hee's face is still fair and clean, but Bai Jishi is different, she looks somewhat miserable.
Okay. Let me tell you why.
Seeing Bai Jishi's doubtful look on her face, Su-hee was also amused. He did not hide it from her. He picked up the cards on the table and demonstrated his gambling skills to Bai Jishi.
Look, these 3 cards are now on the top of the deck, right? Su-hee randomly pulled out 3 cards from the top of the deck and placed them in front of Bai Jishi.
Bai Jishi nodded and looked at Su-hee with some confusion, not knowing what Su-hee meant. Although Bai Jishi had some doubts about whether Su-hee was cheating during the game, after careful observation, she did not find anything unusual, so she did not care. But now watching Su-hee demonstrate like this, Bai Jishi couldn't help but have a bad feeling in her heart.
Could it be that her previous feeling was correct?
But I clearly didn't notice any small movements by Su-hee.
What's going on?
Next, Su-hee put the 3 cards back on the top of the deck, and then began to shuffle the cards. He did this for several rounds, completely disrupting the previous order. After stopping, Su-hee just pulled and drew casually, and drew out 3 cards at random, and shook them in front of Bai Jishi.
Jishi, look at these 3 cards. Do they look familiar to you? How did they do this?
The moment Bai Jishi saw the 3 cards clearly, her pupils suddenly dilated and her expression became somewhat incredible. I didn't see clearly how Su-hee drew out these 3 cards just now, but he actually drew out the same card as the top one in the deck that was completely shuffled by the potion.
Such a direct impact shocked Bai Jishi.
She looked at Su-hee weakly and asked,
Su-hee, this is amazing, is this a magic trick?
No, this is called gambling. Su-hee smiled and shook his head, then continued to demonstrate his gambling skills to Bai Jishi. In the next few minutes, Su-hee demonstrated to Bai Jishi a series of techniques such as stealing cards, changing cards, and remembering cards. This deck of cards seemed to have become a part of Su-hee's body, and he could command it at his will.
Oh my god! Those movies are real!
Bai Jishi was completely stunned by Su-hee's demonstration at this moment, staring blankly at the poker cards in Su-hee's hand.
Only then did she understand why she had suffered such a miserable defeat before.
It turned out that it was not because of her bad luck, but because Su-hee was too strong.
Su-hee, tell me honestly, did you win everything you have today by relying on gambling skills? Are many large casinos in the world hunting you? Don't hide it from me. It is said that women's thinking is strange.
After seeing all this, Bai Jishi did not ask about Su-hee's previous games first, but came up with a horrible idea. In an instant, a shocking narrative movie filled with gambling, money, decadence, and crises suddenly played in Bai Jishi's mind.
Forehead.
But this time Su-hee was at a loss as to what to do. He looked at Bai Jishi's worried eyes helplessly and said with a wry smile,
Oh my goodness, you have such a vivid imagination, do you really think this is a movie?
I just did some research on my own.
How can a college student like me have such a thrilling experience? Are you telling the truth?
Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee eagerly, and the worry in her eyes was very real, but combined with the sudden and chaotic expression on her face, it made people feel a little funny.
Jishi, just rest assured. How could I be what you said? Okay then. I believe you.
Seeing that what Su-hee said did not sound like a lie, Bai Jishi finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still a little confused about Su-hee's gambling skills just now.
Then why did you demonstrate these gambling techniques to me just now, Su-hee? I just wanted to tell you that gambling is meaningless and something that people hate.
Seeing Bai Jishi asking about this, Su-hee said with a little seriousness.
Chapter 81 Go with you. Now do you know why people say that 9 out of 10 people lose when gambling? Others are playing with you based on their skills, and you are playing with your luck. So what do you have to play with others?
Of course, you may be lucky sometimes, but as long as the other party doesn't want you to win, your luck will be useless.
Now you should understand my good intentions, right?
I just said so much and demonstrated these things to you. Naturally, I want to teach you these principles.
Su-hee talked incessantly, looking like a life mentor.
However, when he saw Bai Jishi's face was painted with patterns, such as piglets and puppies, his eyes were full of resentment. After all, the reason why he talked so much now was mostly to change the subject, otherwise he would be in trouble today.
Oh. Then I have to thank you very much.
Baijishi's eyes became somewhat playful, and she pointed at the patterns all over her face and said with a smile that contained hidden contempt.
So the things I draw on my face are the tuition fees you want me to pay you? Well. Zishi, let me explain.
For a moment, Sui also felt that the atmosphere was not right, and his body involuntarily stepped back.
Sui. You are cheating. A scream was heard from the Yulong Pavilion Villa number 1.
Baijishi grabbed the pen on the table and rushed towards Sui. Now she also knew that Sui said so much just to cover up the fact that he had cheated just now. Thinking of the colorful face on her face and then looking at Sui's pale face, she immediately rushed out.
Zishi, I was wrong. Please forgive me.
Seeing this, Sui could only spread his legs and run outside.
If he was caught by Baijishi, he didn't know how he would be painted.
Sui, you are cheating, I don't care, I will draw it back on your face. Baijishi was chasing hard from behind, and her running speed today was much faster than usual.
I won't.
I won based on my strength, why should I let you draw?
Humph. Sui, you are so mean.
Amidst the shouts, the two men, one running and the other chasing, made a lot of noise. If Villa number 1 was not far away from the other villas, they would probably be accused of disturbing the public. The dog outside was lying comfortably in his new nest and dozing off. After being awakened by the noise, he quickly came out of the nest. But when he pricked up his ears and heard the voices of Baijishi and Sui, the dog's expression became a little helpless, and after sticking out his tongue, he went back into his nest. But Sui and Baijishi chased him from inside the house to outside, and then from outside to inside. Finally, when Baijishi blocked Sui at the door of the utility room, a victorious smile finally broke out on her face, and she spoke while panting slightly.
Humph. Where are you going to run now, you bad guy? Hey. Jishi, aren't you tired?
Sui sighed. He didn't know what was wrong with Baijishi today. Her speed was simply outrageous. Thinking that he couldn't escape today, Sui was now in a dead end and could only compromise with Baijishi helplessly.
I admit defeat. Isn't it okay for me to let you draw? That's more like it.
Baijishi smiled triumphantly, picked up the pen and was about to draw on Sui's face.
Wait a minute, let's make a deal first. You can only draw one thing. Don't draw my whole face.
Why do you care how I draw?
Who told you to cheat?
Baijishi pursed her lips and didn't care about Sui's request. She pulled Sui's clothes and threw him onto the sofa in the living room, then started her own creation. Picking up the pen and biting her tongue, Baijishi thought for a moment, then suddenly a sly smile appeared on her face, and she gently drew a moon between Sui's eyebrows. That is not all, Baijishi also painted the inside of the moon completely black, but that is not all, she also started to draw a mustache for Sui. Sui was so miserable that he almost wanted to cry but had no tears at all. Just by looking at Baijishi's face trying to hold back a smile, he could tell how embarrassed she looked.
Haha, that's it. It's done.
After finally sketching a few strokes, Baijishi put the water-based pen aside, took 2 steps back, and began to look at her work. At this moment, there was a black moon between Sui's eyebrows, and a few strokes of mustache were lightly drawn on his chin and lips. He looked like a white judge, and looked extremely funny.
Ah ha ha ha. Sui, why don't you look in the mirror? You look so funny right now.
The more Baijishi looked at it, the more satisfied she became. She could no longer hold it back and laughed so hard that she was bent over and even forgot what her face looked like.
You didn't draw this, why don't you look at your face in the mirror?
Sui also looked at Baijishi with a smile, and his face turned a little red because he was trying not to laugh.
Haha, I don't care, you cheated before.
Baijishi curled her lips and glanced at the time. It was already very late. She quickly went to the bathroom to clean up, then left the villa and returned home.
Mom and Dad. I'm back.
When I opened the door and walked into the house, Bai's father and mother were watching TV on the sofa. When they saw Baijishi coming back with a smile on her face, they couldn't help but joked.
Girl, are you too happy to leave?
Hee hee, my daughter will get married sooner or later, why don't you just ignore us 2 old guys now? Bai's father and mother just followed Baijishi's lead, which made Baijishi feel a little helpless.
Mom and Dad, I'm back. Okay, I'm not going to joke with you anymore. I'm going to be serious.
Your cousin just called and asked if you're busy lately. Bai Ma smiled lightly and stopped joking with Baijishi, and got down to business. She said that you shouldn't be too busy in your senior year, so she asked you to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou with her.
It's a good opportunity to visit your uncle as well. You haven't seen him for a long time. Well, do you have time? Mom. This is okay. Bai Jishi smiled and nodded. She was a little busy for a while, but recently she has been much better and there is nothing to do. After agreeing, Bai Jishi returned to the room and sent a message to Sui. Sui, I'm going to Suzhou and Hangzhou for a trip. Do you have time? We can go together. Sui had just finished taking a shower in the villa when he saw the news. He was thinking that the headquarters of Linglong Group was in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so he could go and see it when the time comes. Okay, I'll go with you. Chapter 82 Remember. Thinking about this, Sui and Bai Jishi agreed to call Yang Jiyuan, the general manager of Linglong Group, after arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou the next morning. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, Yang Jiyuan was entertaining guests and many CEOs were also at the dinner. Everyone was busy talking about business and the food had not been eaten yet. While they were talking, Yang Jiyuan received a call. He took out his cell phone and looked at it, then quickly got up and walked out, while the person on the other end was still speaking respectfully on the phone. Chairman, please wait a moment, I'll go out first. Chairman? Yang Jiyuan's hurried look just now had already scared many people, and the bosses were even more shocked when they heard the three words chairman. Although they knew that Linglong Group had a new chairman, no one had ever seen him. After a while, Yang Jiyuan came back in after answering the phone. Boss Yang, what's going on? As soon as Yang Jiyuan came in, he became the focus of everyone present, and they all asked about the phone call just now. Well, it's like this, Director Su will come here the day after tomorrow, let me make some arrangements. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and immediately started asking again. Boss Yang, how come Director Su is here? When will he arrive? Since Director Su is coming, we must go and pick him up. Yes, this is Mr. Su, we must go to greet him no matter what we say. While everyone was surprised, they also expressed their opinions enthusiastically and said they would go to greet them. Mr. Su just said that we will get off at the high-speed railway station the day after tomorrow. Looking at the excited expressions of the bosses, Yang Jiyuan did not hide it and told them Sui's itinerary. Everyone listened to this, nodded heavily, and kept it all firmly in mind. In the evening of the next day, Sui packed his luggage and came to the high-speed rail station dragging a small suitcase. On this side, Bai Jishi also arrived at the high-speed railway station early, and was standing at the entrance, looking back and forth. Today Bai Jishi is wearing a white shirt with a light-colored jacket on the outside, paired with cropped trousers and a pair of canvas shoes, looking very refreshing. At first glance, her refreshing outfit and her perfect figure make her an eye-catching sight. Her beauty, like that of a fairy, attracted many people's attention, and a hint of admiration appeared in their eyes. Sui. After standing for a while, Bai Jishi saw Sui coming with a small box, and she quickly trotted over to Sui. A sweet smile appeared on her expressionless face, like a melting iceberg. Sui, you don't have anything to do recently, right? Will it be okay for you to follow me? It's okay. Besides, I just happened to be going to Suzhou and Hangzhou for some other things. Sui smiled, gently took the small bag from Bai Jishi and slung it over his shoulder. Even if there's nothing else to do, it's only natural for me to go out with my girlfriend, isn't it? Humph. Slippery mouth. Bai Jishi blinked shyly and tapped Sui's chest lightly in annoyance. Okay, now let's wait for my cousin to arrive and we can set off. Just when Sui and Bai Jishi met, a beautiful woman came from the other side. Although her beauty cannot compare to Bai Jishi's, it is still pleasing to the eyes and gives people a refreshing feeling, just like orange-flavored soda in summer. Compared to Bai Jishi, she has a more mature temperament, and her every frown and smile is full of capable charm. This girl was none other than Bai Jishi's cousin Zhang Qingling. She had been looking around for a long time but couldn't find Bai Jishi, so she had no choice but to call Bai Jishi. Jishi, where are you now? Why can't I see you anywhere? Ah. I'm here. Where are you now? Bai Jishi exclaimed. She originally thought that her cousin had not arrived yet, but she didn't expect that she had been looking for her for a while. Let me see. Zhang Qingling nodded and turned around to look for some landmarks to tell Bai Jishi where she was. But it would have been better if she hadn't turned around. As soon as she turned around, Zhang Qingling saw Bai Jishi and Sui. Okay. I see you guys. After shouting excitedly, Zhang Qingling hung up the phone and walked towards Bai Jishi. Ha ha. I was wondering why I didn't see you. I always thought you were alone and always looking for someone.
Zhang Qingling smiled and glanced at Suhi beside her. She was a little shocked in her heart. This appearance cannot be simply described as handsome.
Is that so?
I thought you weren't here yet, cousin. Bai Zhishi was relieved to see her cousin coming over, and she introduced Suhi and Zhang Qingling to each other.
Cousin, this is my boyfriend Suhi.
Suhi, this is the cousin I told you about, Zhang Qingling. Zhang Qingling looked at the two of them, and when she heard Bai Zhishi's words, she was immediately amused. She looked at Suhi meaningfully and asked,
Are you my Zhishi's boyfriend?
Well. Hello, cousin. Suhi nodded and greeted Zhang Qingling. Bai Zhishi's cheeks were slightly red. After all, this was the first time he brought Bai Zhishi to meet his family. Although it was not him meeting his parents, he was still a little nervous.
Ha ha ha. Can't you tell? My Zhishi has pretty high standards and is pretty handsome. By the way, Zhishi, didn't you say before that you have no interest in the boys in your school?
Zhang Qingling covered her mouth and laughed while teasing Bai Zhishi.
Cousin,
Bai Zhishi wanted to explain something, but when she saw her cousin smile, she couldn't say anything.
Suhi, tell me quickly, was it Zhishi who pursued you? Or were you the one who pursued Zhishi? How long have you two been together?
Seeing that Bai Zhishi was speechless, Zhang Qingling looked at Suhi and asked curiously about what happened between them.
Okay cousin, let's go quickly, or we'll miss the bus.
Before Suhi could say anything, Bai Zhishi's face was almost red. This face-to-face questioning was even more lethal than her parents' 3,000 questions, so she quickly stopped Zhang Qingling with a smile.
Alright. I won't tease you anymore, let's go.
Zhang Qingling knew what Bai Zhishi was thinking, so she smiled and nodded, and the three of them walked towards the high-speed rail station together. After successfully passing security check, the three of them quickly got on the bus and found their seats. After putting the things away, Bai Zhishi opened her small bag, took out the snacks she had prepared, and placed them on the small table in front of the three people.
Chapter 83, Bai Shua was cousin. Cousin, Suhi, eat something quickly, the journey will take some time.
Well, then you're welcome, sister. Zhang Qingling was not at all reserved. She grabbed the snacks on the table and started eating. The three of them then started chatting.
Suhi, how old are you now?
How did this start?
Tell me now. I won't tell anyone else.
Looking at Suhi, Zhang Qingling once again showed a gossipy smile and asked about Suhi's situation. Suhi did not hide it and told Zhang Qingling about it. Bai Zhishi also added a few words.
Well, I didn't expect that you, Zhishi, actually found a junior, but I think he's pretty good.
Zhang Qingling blinked at Bai Zhishi, who just smiled awkwardly and began to silently calculate the time of the train.
If it took too long, she would be asked about everything.
By the way, Suhi, how did you find the time to accompany Zhishi to Suzhou and Hangzhou?
At your age, shouldn't you have a lot of things to do?
After chatting for a while, Zhang Qingling suddenly remembered something and looked at Suhi curiously.
That's right, sister.
I have some things to do when I go to Suzhou and Hangzhou this time, so I'll spend some time with Zhishi.
Suhi smiled and answered politely. Okay, you can just accompany your girlfriend. Why do you have to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou for something? What can a college student like you who hasn't even graduated yet do in Suzhou and Hangzhou? No, sister. Suhi actually has something wrong. Bai Zhishi also explained. She believed Suhi. If he was just accompanying her, she would not have said that just now. Oh, I really envy you guys, it's so nice to be so sweet young.
When Zhang Qingling saw Bai Zhishi helping Suhi out of trouble, she could naturally see the affection between the two and couldn't help but sigh.
Suhi, you have to be nice to my Zhishi, you are her first love. Don't worry, sister. I will.
Suhi was also happy and thought that his cousin Bai Zhishi was quite interesting.
Yeah, I believe you.
Also, my dad will come to pick me and Zhishi up tomorrow morning.
Where are you staying, Suwa?
Speaking of arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou tomorrow, Zhang Qingling also enthusiastically asked about Suhi's residence, thinking that if he didn't have one, she could make arrangements in advance.
It's okay sis, I'll just stay in a hotel.
Suhi smiled and waved his hand.
Once they got there, everything became simple. Well, then sister won't worry about you anymore.
You two can make your own arrangements when the time comes.
Zhang Qingling winked at Bai Zhishi, and Bai Zhishi nodded. Don't worry, cousin.
I will take Suhi for a good stroll when the time comes.
After the three of them chatted, night gradually fell.
After tidying up, the three of them prepared to go to bed. The trains were shaking slightly, and from time to time one could hear people passing by and chatting. However, even in such an environment, the three of them had already fallen into a deep sleep. The next morning, when it was not yet completely light in Suzhou and Hangzhou, many dignitaries had already gotten up. At 5:30 in the morning, an urgent alarm suddenly rang in the master bedroom of a villa. What's wrong? Is it daybreak? A woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the still dark sky outside, feeling a little confused. Honey, did you set the alarm wrong? It's not even daybreak yet. Turning around to look at her husband, the woman was shocked to see that he was already hurriedly putting on his clothes and couldn't help but complain. No. What are you doing up so early in the morning? It's not even light outside. When the boss heard his wife complaining, he felt helpless and quickly explained to her. Wife, I didn't mean it. It's mainly because I have something urgent to do today. Urgent? What kind of urgent matter makes you wake up earlier than the chickens? I don't understand. You don't even take care of your body. You don't have much energy even if you get up so early, and you can't do things well. When the woman heard the boss say that it was an urgent matter, her expression improved a lot, but she couldn't help revealing a hint of worry. Wife, this is what's going on today. Didn't the chairman of Linglong Group change? He's coming to the headquarters in Suzhou and Hangzhou today, and we have to go and greet him. Linglong Group? The woman narrowed her eyes when she heard that. As the boss's wife and the most reliable and virtuous wife, she naturally knew the importance of this matter, so she didn't say anything. She stood up and helped her husband get dressed and carefully tied his tie. Do you still want breakfast? I'll make it for you right now while there's still time. The woman looked at her husband with some distress and asked about breakfast. It's okay, honey, I'll go wash up later, you just make me some oatmeal. Oh well. The woman knew that the boss might be pressed for time, so she didn't say much and got up to go out and get busy. At the same time, many bosses do the same thing, getting up before dawn and getting ready to go. About an hour later, the sky over Suzhou and Hangzhou began to lighten, and some early rising office workers slowly appeared on the streets. There are few vehicles and people on the street at this time. Compared with the hustle and bustle of traffic during congested hours, it seems much quieter. However, at the entrance of the high-speed railway station at this time, there was a bustling scene, with luxury cars parked here like rain. The bosses, all dressed in suits and ties, tidied themselves up, then got out of the car and gathered together. Everyone is here early. It seems that today is indeed a different day. Oh no, if you don't come earlier, it will be rush hour soon, how can you greet them? Don't mention it. My wife scolded me as soon as I got up. Ha, everyone is the same. My wife's mouth has never been idle since I got up until I left the house. The bosses were chatting and laughing. Although it was still early, the other party was not an ordinary person after all. He was the chairman of Linglong Group. It was the first time they met, so no one dared to neglect him. Many passers-by were attracted by the lined-up luxury cars when passing by the entrance of the high-speed railway station. This is not something you can see casually in daily life, so they suddenly became interested and looked over here. Looking at the clothes they wear and the cars they drive, they are not ordinary people. Yes, why are you gathered here so early in the morning? What's the big event? I don't know, but judging from the situation, some important person has come, and they are here to greet him. Chapter 84 Traveling with the White School Beauty. Passers-by were also watching the excitement from the sidelines, but when they saw this, someone suddenly recognized several of the bosses here and couldn't help but exclaimed. No way! Why are all these big guys here? A middle-aged man nearby looked at the several CEOs who were waiting beside the luxury car in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment and rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that what he saw was real. What's up, buddy? Do you know these people? The people around him were also a little surprised when they saw the middle-aged man's reaction, and curiously asked him about the identities of these people. I know him. Look, that's the CEO of Fanue Group. Next to him is the chairman of Qianlian Group. These are all big shots, usually you can only see them at press conferences. What? As the middle-aged man stammered out the identities of several of the CEOs, several passers-by nearby almost bit their tongues until they bled, and their eyes instantly changed from indifference to horror. This is actually true. They are all CEOs of large companies in Suzhou and Hangzhou. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many dignitaries here? It's so scary. If it was just one or two people, it would be fine.
But now all of them are almost here. What could have caused these CEOs to come here so early in the morning?
Everyone was shocked at the moment, and they were also a little confused about the purpose of these bosses at the moment, but when they thought that this was the entrance of the high-speed railway station, they reacted and got some answers. That's right, this is the high-speed railway station.
There is no other reasonable explanation for the people gathering here except that they are waiting for someone. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but be even more shocked.
What kind of person could this person be that could attract all these dignitaries who are famous throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou to gather together and even come here early in the morning to wait for him?
Too scary. This person must be some extraordinary person.
To have these people willingly waiting here, his identity must be incredible.
I am a little curious about this. Logically speaking, these people's status is already high enough. Is there anyone with a higher status than them? Brother, you don't know this. We can't understand the world of these big guys.
There are always higher mountains than higher ones.
There is no strongest, only stronger ones.
As the discussion in the crowd became increasingly heated, in addition to the CEOs who were chatting and waiting at the door, a number of passers-by who came to watch the fun also gathered around and stopped to watch. However, at this moment, a sudden loud noise almost tore everyone's eardrums and immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Fuck! This is a Rolls-Royce.
As they looked over following the sound, everyone's already shocked mood was like riding a roller coaster, and everyone's expression was exceptionally wonderful. Coming towards them was a black classic Rolls-Royce, which was parked right next to the boss's luxury cars.
Oh my god! How come this is getting bigger and bigger? Even a Rolls-Royce has come. I never thought that I would see such a scene.
I am just a worker who gets up early to go to work.
Wow!
Rolls-Royce Phantom, this is even more luxurious than those other bosses' luxury cars. For a moment, as the Rolls-Royce in front of them slowly came to a stop, people's exclamations also rose. The person who came was none other than Yang Jiyuan, general manager of Linglong Group. He got out of the car and walked towards where the CEOs were gathered. When the bosses who were chatting saw the Rolls-Royce, they recognized it immediately. Then they saw Yang Jiyuan walking over and greeted him with a smile.
Manager Yang. You're here. You all are here. Yang Jiyuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that all these bosses would come. However, he started chatting with them and waited for Su He's arrival. Slowly, as time has passed since the bosses came here, there are still many passers-by who stay where they are, not for anything else, but just want to see who are these big shots standing together waiting for. People tend to be curious about many things, but today's scenes are even more puzzling, and there are many people who want to find out the truth. On the other side, a car was driving to the entrance of the high-speed railway station. A man was driving the car and a woman was sitting in the passenger seat. It just so happens that Jishi is coming over today, so it's going to be lively now. While looking for a place to park, the man smiled and said to the woman sitting next to him, "When the time comes, we can go out and buy tea leaves. It just so happens that Jishi and Xingling can look after the tea gardens business, so we don't have to worry about anything." Put. Do you want to hear what you are saying?
The woman next to him burst out laughing and spoke to the man in an unpleasant tone.
Your daughter and niece just came over, and you asked them to do the work. What an amazing idea. This isn't a tiring job. It's a good opportunity for them to gain some experience.
Zhang Kai laughed and saw a parking space in front of him. He gently stepped on the accelerator and drove over. But the moment he looked forward, Zhang Kai saw the scene of luxury cars raining down on him, and he was stunned immediately. Zhang Kai couldn't help but feel that these license plate numbers looked familiar. He turned his head and took another look. He also saw a group of CEOs standing at the door waiting.
His pupils dilated instantly and he revealed an incredible expression.
He knew these bosses in front of him. After all, he ran a tea garden and these bosses often came here on weekdays, so he knew them. This scene immediately made him feel surprised. Even if these CEOs came together for tea on weekdays, they would always come in groups of 3 or 4.
But he didn't know what happened today and they all gathered together.
Moreover, he came to the high-speed railway station to pick someone up, so the other person must be of high status, maybe even a level that he could not even imagine.
They actually came and we ran into them.
Zhang Kai was muttering to himself as he moved the car into the parking space.
It looks like we're not the only ones here to pick someone up. The woman sighed.
She knew that these bosses were welcoming an important person, but she thought that this was also an opportunity for them, so she reminded Zhang Kai.
Hubby, let's go down and say hello. This opportunity is rare. Yes, yes, yes. Honey, you are so smart. I almost didn't react. Chapter 85. Who are we welcoming?
Zhang Kai slapped his head for a moment, remembering that he had also been expanding some business recently. If he had the help of these bosses, he would be like a fish in water. Having made up their minds, the two men stopped the car, got out and walked up to the bosses with smiles on their faces.
Hello, all the bosses. What a coincidence that I can meet you here today. Are you here to pick someone up as well?
When these CEOs heard Zhang Kai's voice, they turned around and recognized him and said indifferently,
Yes, we are here to pick someone up too. However, although the other party knew them, they were not very enthusiastic. After all, they had been to Zhang Kai's tea garden many times, but the level of each person was much different. Yeah, I'm here to pick up my daughter and niece as well. It's an honor to meet all of you bosses here. After a few warm greetings, Zhang Kai politely inquired about his business, smiling at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu in front of him. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, what do you think about my recent project? Well, let's talk about this later. Everyone is busy today.
The boss glanced at Zhang Kai with no expression on his face and waved his hand lightly.
After all, they had more important things to do today. Okay, then I won't bother you guys anymore. Zhang Kai is also a smart man.
He knows that it is enough now, and he also understands what the other party means, so he doesn't ask any more questions.
After that, Zhang Kai and the woman stood here, waiting to pick up their niece and daughter, and also prepared to take a look at who these dignitaries were going to pick up today. At this time, inside the high-speed rail station, Sui, Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling were just getting off the high-speed rail, each carrying their own suitcases in their hands.
Jishi, your uncle and aunt must be waiting outside to pick us up. Let's go over there quickly.
Bai Jishi agreed with a smile and said with emotion. My uncle and aunt are usually so busy, it's really a big hassle for them to rush over here so early in the morning. Ha, Jishi, don't you know them? If I were alone, I would probably have to take a taxi here, but as long as you are here, they will definitely come. Zhang Qingling smiled and patted Bai Jishi's shoulder. When she talked about her parents, her brain nerves, which were a little hazy after just waking up, became active. Jishi, you don't know, they always missed you when I was at home, and they were thinking about when to pick you up to have some fun with you. Having said that, Zhang Qingling looked at Suhi beside Bai Jishi, covered her mouth and smiled. Also, if my dad knew you were Jishi's boyfriend, he would definitely be even more enthusiastic. Before, my dad often asked me to keep an eye on Jishi, and he was really worried about finding a partner for Jishi. Now that Jishi has found her family, I wonder how happy she will be. When Suhi heard Zhang Qingling say this, he also smiled. Okay, cousin, let's go out quickly and don't let uncle and aunt wait anxiously. Bai Jishi saw that the crowd leaving the station ahead was gradually becoming congested, and there was another high-speed train arriving at the station nearby, so she reminded a few people to hurry up and get out. Well, let's go quickly. I can't wait to see my dad's expression when he sees Suhi. Zhang Qingling nodded, couldn't help rubbing her hands, and dragged Bai Jishi and Suhi towards the exit in front. Not long after, the three of them walked out of the high-speed rail station smoothly. However, when they were pulling their suitcases out, they saw the scene of luxury cars in front of them and a group of bosses standing beside them. They were also stunned. Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling looked at each other, neither quite understanding what was going on. Suhi next to him gave a bitter smile. He knew that someone might come to greet him, but he thought that at most Yang Jiyuan would come with the company's top executives. He didn't expect such a big scene to happen. Yang Jiyuan on this side also noticed Suhi, so he quickly adjusted his tie and buttons, then stood up and walked towards Suhi. The other bosses were also confused at this moment. They were clearly just looking at college students who were here for a trip. What did Mr. Yang mean by this? The bosses couldn't help feeling puzzled, but they followed and went up to see what was going on. But after walking a few steps, the bosses saw Yang Jiyuan walk up to Suhi and greet him warmly with a smile. Boss Su, you're here. Did you have a smooth journey? Boom. The boss's steps forward suddenly stopped, and they stared in disbelief at Yang Jiyuan, who was greeting Suhi, and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The chairman of Linglong Group, whom they had been waiting for so long, turned out to be so young. When the onlookers saw this scene, a bolt of lightning instantly struck their minds. No one could believe their eyes. So many big guys had come here just to wait for a young man. What kind of thing is this? If the other party was a little older, they wouldn't be so surprised.
But Sui looks too young, and his clothes are more casual compared to those CEOs, which is the common attire of young people nowadays. Just like this, if you throw him into a crowd, 101 out of 100 people will think that he is just an ordinary young man, at most the kind with outstanding looks and handsomeness. But no one would ever associate Sui with such an identity. If it weren't for the actions of these bosses at this time, even if Sui said it himself, no one would believe it was true. However, the scene before our eyes is actually happening right under everyone's noses. It cannot be faked. In an instant, these passers-by also felt the disparity in the world and the differences between people. At this age, he can already have all these big guys coming out to wait for him and greet him. This is not a winner in life, this is a cheat in life. No. Who is this? Why are these CEOs so polite to young people? A young man who was watching the scene finally came to his senses at this moment, and couldn't help but ask a question to the people around him. From what I just heard, this seems to be the chairman of Linglong Group. Chairman. He's from Linglong Group. After hearing this, everyone could no longer remain calm. Even if the other party was the chairman of an ordinary company, they would still be shocked. After all, he was just a young man. Chapter 86. Let's go home and have dinner together. But the other party's identity is simply terrifying. At such a young age, he actually sits on the position of chairman of the Linglong Group. However, this also explains why these CEOs came to greet them in person. They are well aware of the influence and status of the Linglong Group. But what is still hard to accept is that this young-looking Sui actually sits in such a high position. Even when he simply leaves the station, there are so many people coming to greet him. What does it mean to be born in Rome? This is a textbook example of being born in Rome. Alas, compared to others, I feel like I have accomplished nothing. I'm still confused. Who could have imagined the identity of this young man? The crowd watching spread the news one by one and everyone knew Sui's identity. They were completely shocked. No matter who they were all amazed at Sui's identity. Those bosses also reacted quickly, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and hurriedly walked forward, asking Sui about his well-being and being extremely respectful. So you are Mr. Su. You are really young and promising. We old guys can't compare to you. Hello, Mr. Su. This is our first meeting. I hope you will bear with me in the future. How is your trip, Mr. Su? Are you used to the climate in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Here, Zhang Qingling, who was walking next to Suhi and Bai Jishi, suddenly had his pupils shrink and his mouth opened wide, unable to describe the shock in his heart. After all, among these bosses, there were also a few she knew, all of whom were wealthy businessmen. But now, in front of her cousin's boyfriend, they were so servile and respectful. This was something she couldn't imagine at all. When Sui said that he came to Suzhou and Hangzhou for something, she even joked that he was just accompanying his girlfriend. But now seeing this scene, Zhang Qingling finally understood that Sui had never told a lie from the beginning. However, it was not only Zhang Qingling who was equally surprised. Even Bai Jishi was confused. She felt that everything before her eyes was like a dream. She even doubted whether she was still sitting on the high-speed train and had not woken up. Who are you? Looking at the bosses coming from behind, Sui asked with some confusion. Oh. We were so excited that we forgot to introduce ourselves. Mr. Su, I'm the chairman of Fanue Group. Nice to meet you. Mr. Su, I am. When the bosses saw Sui asking, they hurriedly smiled and introduced their identities. Even at this time, they were humble and respectful, not daring to put on airs at all. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much for coming here so early in the morning to pick me up. Sui smiled and nodded. After the other party's introduction, he also got to know each other. Seeing that all the bosses had come in an orderly manner and there were luxury cars parked outside, Sui looked at Yang Jiyuan and asked what was going on. Boss Yang, why do we need to invite so many people here? Isn't this a bit too grand and too tiring for everyone? However, before Yang Jiyuan could reply, these bosses spoke up first after hearing it. No. It's like this, Director Su, we heard that Director Yang said you were coming over, so we all came here on our own accord. Yes. We all thought you were coming, so we came here specially to greet you and to see you. Please don't blame Mr. Yang, Mr. Su. We all sincerely want to come and welcome you, Mr. Su. The bosses hurriedly said that they were here willingly, and they also hoped that this would allow Suhi to have a good impression of them. Although Sui's youth surprised them, and even made them incomprehensible, anyone who could reach such a position at such an age must be a person of extraordinary ability.
How could someone who could be in charge of such a large enterprise be an ordinary person? By the way, Mr. Su, who are these two? As they were talking, the bosses also noticed by Jishi and Zhang Qingling, who walked out with Su He, and asked a question as well. Well, this is my girlfriend, and this is her cousin. The bosses suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this and quickly followed suit to say hello. Oh. It's you too. It's an honor to meet you. Boss Su, your girlfriend is really outstanding. She must be no ordinary person. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Suzhou and Hangzhou. But then, several bosses were suddenly stunned when they looked at Zhang Qingling. They felt as if they had seen her somewhere before. She looked very familiar. But even though they had this feeling, these bosses were unable to react for a while and were thinking hard in their heads. Zishi. Qingling. But at this moment, Zhang Kai behind also saw Zhang Qingling and Bai Jishi, and waved to them with a smile. Dad. Uncle, you're here. When Zhang Qingling and Bai Jishi saw Zhang Kai, they immediately greeted him with a smile. But now it was the boss's turn to be confused. They all looked back. When they saw that the person coming was Zhang Kai, the corners of their mouths twitched suddenly and they were stunned again. Fuck. Are you the uncle of Mr. Su's girlfriend? Then from now on, doesn't it mean that he could be Director Su's uncle? Fuck, if you had told us about this relationship earlier, would we have treated you like that? The CEOs had thousands of words in their minds, but in this situation, they couldn't say anything and could only keep the shock and surprise in their hearts. Zhang Kai walked over and heard the conversation between these bosses. He glanced at Su He and then asked Bai Jishi in disbelief. Jishi, is this Mr. Su really? Yes, uncle. Bai Jishi agreed, but even she hasn't reacted yet. Hello, uncle. Su He also nodded, and followed Bai Jishi in calling him uncle. Mr. Su. You are. Zhang Kai looked at Su He in surprise. Now he was completely confused. Mr. Su, to whom all the bosses were respectful just now turns around and calls himself uncle. Who can accept this contrast all of a sudden? It's okay, uncle, just call me Sui. Sui saw what Zhang Kai was thinking at the moment and spoke to him in a relaxed manner. Haha, okay then. Zhang Kai was also happy and glanced at Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling. You haven't eaten yet, right? Shall we go home and eat? But at this point, the bosses were not happy and immediately spoke to Zhang Kai. Chapter 87. I saw the school beauty by with him with my own eyes. Boss Zhang, you can't take Director Su away with you yet. We are all here, and we are all ready to toast Mr. Su with a glass of wine. Yes, we are all still waiting. Su He looked at the enthusiastic faces of these CEOs, smiled, understood in his heart, and then looked at Yang Jiyuan. Boss Yang, then you should book a hotel right away. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I've already booked it. Yang Jiyuan nodded respectfully. He had already prepared all these things before. Well, that's great, let's go eat together. When the bosses heard this, they all smiled and nodded, and hurriedly thanked Sui. Ha ha. Then we would like to thank President Su. We will definitely toast you a glass later. Boss Su, why don't you take my car over there later? Okay. Director Su, you are so enthusiastic. We are really flattered. After a few greetings, everyone got in the car and drove to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel for dinner, the bosses were so enthusiastic that they all stood up to toast Su He with respectful gestures and filled their glasses with wine. Mr. Su, it's nice to meet you. I'll toast you and hope we can cooperate with each other in the future. Boss Su, I'll do it first, you can do whatever you want. We are all honored that you can come here in person. This glass of wine is my small token of gratitude to you. Sui sat on the chair, looking at the CEOs who stood up with their wine glasses in hand, and picked up the teacup with a smile. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm a bit drunk, so I'll have tea instead of wine today. I hope you can forgive me. Hey! Mr. Su, what are you talking about? We are honored to be able to toast you. Please don't say that. That's right, Mr. Su, you are the honored guest today, you have the final say. Then we will get started, Mr. Su. Please be at your leisure. We will welcome you on behalf of the Suzhou and Hangzhou people. Then, everyone drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp, but Su He just took a few sips. Zhang Qingling, who was sitting nearby, felt her scalp tingling when she saw this scene. She had some impression of these CEOs, but she had never seen them act like this. Jishi, your boyfriend is so awesome. These CEOs are so respectful to him. At first I thought your boyfriend was just a student. I never thought he had such an identity. Bai Jishi looked at Zhang Qingling's astonished expression, waved her hands quickly, and said with a smile. Cousin, I didn't know at first that he was the chairman of Linglong Group. But although Bai Jishi said this, the look in her eyes when she looked at Sui was full of admiration and love. Yes, this is her boyfriend. He often brings her unimaginable surprises, but sometimes it is a shock, just like today. As the glasses clinked together, everyone had almost finished the meal and chatted a lot. Sui gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue, then looked at Yang Jiyuan and said lightly. Boss Yang, why don't we go to the headquarters later? Okay, Mr. Su, I'll listen to you. Yang Jiyuan nodded quickly and agreed to Sui's request. Good. Sui groaned for a moment, then turned to look at Bai Jishi and the others and said something to them. Jishi, cousin, uncle, and aunt, I'm going to go to the group later to take a look. Okay, Sui, don't worry, my cousin and the others are all here. Bai Jishi and the others also understood that Sui was worried, so they didn't say anything and simply said goodbye to Sui. Then Yang Jiyuan took Sui out of the private room first. Here, as soon as Yang Jiyuan and Sui left, several bosses surrounded Zhang Kai with smiles on their faces, which was completely different from the disdainful expressions they had just had. Boss Zhang, why didn't you tell us earlier that you had this connection? None of us thought of it. Boss Zhang, your niece has found a really good boyfriend. By the way, Boss Zhang, you must cooperate with me on the project you just mentioned. As they were talking, one of the CEOs remembered the project that Zhang Kai had just mentioned, and just as he opened his mouth, the other CEOs immediately extended an olive branch to him. And on my side, Boss Zhang, don't forget me. It will definitely be good to work with me. Boss Zhang, the resources and help I can provide you are definitely sufficient, so you must consider it carefully. I think, Boss Zhang, I'll treat you to a meal alone when there's a chance, and we can discuss this cooperation in detail. After a while, Zhang Kai took Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling out of the private room and drove them back home. Zhang Kai just got home, his mind was still fuzzy, and there were many new contacts in his mobile phone address book and WeChat. Jishi, your boyfriend is so awesome. Zhang Kai recalled what happened just now and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, downstairs in the Linglong Group's headquarters, a group of senior executives were waiting with humble and respectful attitudes. Apparently they were welcoming the arrival of someone. When the employees upstairs saw the looks of these senior executives, they couldn't help but be shocked and started talking about it. It's so strange today. Why are all these senior executives here? TSK, look, besides General Manager Yang of our group, everyone else is here too. I don't understand. What on earth is going on? Is there an important client? Even if this is an important customer, there shouldn't be such a scene, right? Do any of you know what this is about? People started asking questions, and one of the male employees touched his chin and said to everyone with a smile. Ha, I do have some news, do you want to hear it? Just tell me now. Stop hiding it. When everyone heard that the male employee knew some information, they all looked at him and asked him questions hurriedly. Well, I heard it anyway, but it should be true. Everyone knows that our group has a new chairman, right? It seems that the new chairman is coming today. President Yan went to pick him up early in the morning. I saw it with my own eyes. When everyone heard this, combined with the actions of the higher-ups below, they immediately believed it was 9 out of 10 times certain and thought this matter must be true. By the way, what will our new chairman look like? Chapter 88. What is this? After knowing that the new chairman was coming, everyone was somewhat surprised, but they also began to guess what the new chairman looked like. I think the person who can take charge of our group must at least be a capable man. You can tell from his clothes and temperament. That's right, and it's very likely that he is an elderly person. After all, anyone who can sit in this position must be a veteran. Ha ha ha, I think differently from you. Anyway, I think this new chairman must be very greasy. Well, you know what I mean. Employees all have their own ideas about this topic, and the scope of speculation is gradually expanding, with all kinds of opinions being said. Alas, but I think that these things are useless. We will know for ourselves when the time comes. A middle-aged man took a sip of tea and spoke to everyone cheerfully. It would be dangerous if the team leader knew that we were not working and were still slacking off here to guess what the chairman looked like. Then I think we should get to work first. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, everyone smiled awkwardly and the topic came to an abrupt end.
Then, after a while, a female employee near the window finished writing the copy for this morning, stretched, and looked down habitually, but suddenly saw Yang Jiyuan's car driving towards her, and she became excited at the moment.
Everyone, look! Mr. Yang's car is back. Wow! The new chairman is here. This didn't matter. Everyone who was concentrating on their work was suddenly startled and all gathered towards the window, ready to see what the new chairman looked like and whether he was the same as they imagined. The senior executives who were waiting below also saw Yang Jiyuan's car approaching, and without any delay, they all followed in that direction. Many people noticed this scene at this time, including the security guards at the entrance of the group. The top executives even trotted over, with various expressions on everyone's face, some nervous, some expectant, but more of them were respectful. Soon, Yang Jiyuan parked the car, got out first, then opened the back door and welcomed Sui down. "Boss Su, we're here." Sui nodded, then walked out of the car and saw the senior executives gathered in front of him. "Boss Su. You're here. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm glad you came to our company. I hope you can give us more guidance. Boss Su, you are so young. You are truly a rare talent. We old guys can't compare to you at all." The senior executives looked at Sui excitedly as he came out, but when they saw Sui's appearance, they were all shocked. Apart from anything else, he is just too young. At first glance, no one can tell that he is the chairman of their Linglong group. At most, they would just think he is a college student. While being surprised, the senior executives have hurriedly greeted Sui, hoping that this first meeting can leave a good impression. As for the employees standing by the windows in the distance, including those who came to do business, they were all stunned. They completely forgot about the things at hand and just stared at the scene in a daze, somewhat at a loss. Who could have imagined that the new chairman of Linglong Group was so young and had nothing to do with what they had just discussed? It was a situation that no one had expected. Fuck! What on earth is this? This guy is too young. Are you kidding me? How could it be someone so young? Who would believe this if I told anyone? Well, if he becomes our chairman, I'd be a little worried about the future of the group. The employees who were leaning against the window and watching this scene were all shocked and their jaws dropped. They felt as if their hearts were hit hard by a sledgehammer and were horrified to the extreme. They had imagined all the possibilities of Sui's appearance before, but they had never thought of this. And those outsiders who came here to do business couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They originally just came here to sign contracts, discuss business, etc., but they didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. "Boss Su, shall we go in? I'll take you inside for a good look around." Yang Jiyuan invited Sui with a smile, and the other senior executives looked at Sui respectfully. "Okay, let's go." Sui seemed very relaxed. He just smiled and followed him into the group's office building. "Director Su, this is our group lobby. Do you see anything else that needs to be corrected?" Yang Jiyuan and the senior executives took Sui to the hall below, and then respectfully asked about the layout below. "Well, I think it's good." Sui looked at the hall below and nodded slightly. This is indeed a place that represents the face of the group, but Linglong Group has done a good job in this area. The whole hall has good lighting and looks very spacious. The decoration materials used are also comprehensive. The floor is very clean and smooth. It can also be seen that the hygiene aspect is very good. As for the degree of luxury, it is also quite impressive here. Various elaborate designs are blended together, coupled with some large potted plants and blue and white porcelain, which gives people a very comfortable visual experience. "Director Su, let's go up now." After taking a quick look downstairs, Yang Jiyuan took Sui and took the elevator up to the group. After arriving at the employee work area, Yang Jiyuan and the senior executives surrounded Sui and walked in. The employees who were still chatting about Sui's appearance in their seats also noticed this scene, quickly stopped the topic, stood up and looked at Sui. "Hello, Chairman." "Hello. Is this the employees' work area?" Sui smiled kindly at the employees and asked Yang Jiyuan beside him. "Yes, Director Su, this is one of the employee work areas on the first floor. We have divided this area into 8 floors in total, which include the office areas of various departments." "Yeah, it's good." Sui smiled slightly, but such a simple action attracted the attention of many young female employees, and her cheeks became slightly rosy. Apart from anything else, Sui's appearance and figure were not inferior to those models. Even in terms of temperament and the refinement of facial features, she is even better than celebrities. It's okay, don't worry about me, just pretend I'm not here, don't be shy about doing what you need to do. Chapter 89 Uncle, Sui doesn't eat coriander.
Noticing that the employees seemed somewhat uncomfortable, and that many female employees had dazed eyes, Sui smiled and reminded them.
Okay, then Chairman, let's get back to work. Nice to meet you, Chairman. Let's get to work first. Okay, let's get back to work.
When the employees saw Suhi's amiable appearance, regardless of whether Suhi could lead the direction of their group well at his age, just his attitude made people feel comfortable.
At least the first impression was a good one. Then Mr. Su, shall I take you to your office?
Yang Jiyuan took Suhi on a brief tour of the work area, introduced some employee benefits and infrastructure, and then suggested going to the office to take a look.
Okay, Mr. Yang, please lead the way. Suhi immediately agreed, and walked towards the elevator with Yang Jiyuan.
While Suhi was still touring the group, Zhang Kai, on the other side of the family, was also thinking about what to eat in the evening.
Jishi, Qingling, shall we invite Director Su home to have dinner together tonight?
After all, Sui had indirectly helped him today, and he was Jishi's boyfriend, and also a guest. Zhang Kai looked at Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling, wanting them to invite Sui over.
Dad, don't look at me for this, look at Sister Jishi.
Zhang Qingling covered her mouth and smiled, then gently patted Bai Jishi beside her.
Well, I'll ask now.
Looking at Zhang Qingling and Zhang Kai, Bai Jishi immediately agreed and took out her cell phone to send a message to Sui.
Suhi, are you free tonight? If possible, come home for dinner.
At Linglong Group, Suhi, who was sitting in the office drinking tea, saw Bai Jishi's message. He agreed without thinking and replied immediately.
No problem, Jishi, I'll come over when I'm done. Uncle, Suhi agreed.
He will come over after things are over. After seeing the message, Bai Jishi replied while explaining the situation to the father and daughter who were anxiously waiting on the side.
Okay, I'll go buy groceries now.
Zhang Kai was delighted, took his house keys, mobile phone and wallet, and prepared to go out to buy groceries.
Wait. Do you know what Mr. Su likes to eat? Go out and buy some.
Just as Zhang Kai was about to go out, Bai Jishi's aunt hurriedly called him from behind and asked him helplessly if he knew what Sui liked to eat.
It seems like I really don't know.
Zhang Kai rubbed his head, turned around and smiled awkwardly.
He was in a hurry just now and was somewhat negligent about this. Jishi, do you know what your boyfriend likes to eat?
Then, Zhang Kai started asking Bai Jishi, and his aunt directly took out a pen and paper, ready to write a list. Well, uncle, I know that Sui likes to eat some home-cooked dishes, such as braised lion's head, boiled pork slices, stir-fried garlic cabbage, etc.
His favorite is fish-flavored pork shreds. Bai Jishi thought for a moment and then talked about Suhi's usual eating habits.
Well, I wrote them all down, otherwise your uncle will be careless when he goes out, and he might forget to buy some vegetables. While my aunt was listening to Bai Jishi, she helped to take notes. After saying that, Zhang Kai took the menu and looked at it. He felt that there were still not enough dishes, so he added a few more. He spent a lot of time and thought before he finally handed the final menu to Bai Jishi.
Zishi, take a quick look and see if there is anything inappropriate on my uncle's menu. Okay.
Bai Jishi nodded, took the menu, looked at it for a few seconds, pointed at one of the dishes, and said to Zhang Kai with a smile. Uncle, don't add coriander to the coriander and preserved eggs dish.
Suhi doesn't eat coriander.
Okay, I got it. Zhang Kai nodded, picked up the pen beside him and made a note of it to remind himself not to forget it when the time comes. Zhang Qingling next to her smiled at Bai Jishi and spoke to her meaningfully.
TSK, Jishi, you really look like the CEO's girlfriend now. You really know everything. Ah. Cousin, please stop teasing me.
Bai Jishi's cheeks turned red instantly, and she gently pinched the back of Zhang Qingling's hand. She looked so shy that she almost looked like water was about to drip out of her face.
Well, Jishi, then your sister Qingling and your aunt should rest at home. I will go out to buy groceries now.
Zhang Kai looked at the two of them, smiled, said hello, then packed up and walked outside.
Okay, goodbye uncle.
After waving politely to Zhang Kai, Zhang Qingling smiled evilly the moment the door closed.
She dragged Bai Jishi into the room.
She still had many questions in her mind that she hadn't asked properly. After a while, Zhang Kai came back from buying groceries. Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling were still laughing and chatting in the room. When they heard the door open, they hurried out.
Uncle, why did you buy so many things?
Bai Jishi had just walked out with Zhang Qingling when she saw the large and small bags in Zhang Kai's hands, and hurried forward to help Zhang Kai take them. Boss Su is coming to our house for dinner, so of course we have to entertain him well.
We should not only buy vegetables, but also some fruits, dried goods, and snacks.
Zhang Kai gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled and waved his hand.
None of this mattered.
He thought that as long as he could treat Sui well when the time came, it would be fine.
Well, uncle, you are really troublesome.
Bai Jishi felt somewhat sorry and quickly thanked Zhang Kai.
What is there to be thankful for? Apart from anything else, this is also Jishi's boyfriend. No matter what, your uncle must entertain you.
Zhang Kai smiled cheerfully, and several people carried their things and walked into the kitchen together.
Well, okay, your aunt and I will cook. Jishi, you and your cousin can go out and have a rest.
After putting things in the kitchen, Zhang Kai smiled and told the two to go out and rest, while he and Aunt Bai Jishi cooked together.
It's okay, uncle. Let me help you. There are too many dishes today.
Hey, Dad, I'll help you too. It won't be tiring if we divide the work among ourselves. Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling looked at each other and then said that they would stay here to help.
Okay then. Then let's divide the work and make the meal earlier.
Seeing Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling like this, Zhang Kai did not refuse and started to work together.
Chapter 90 Delicious.
Jishi, pass the sesame oil to your uncle.
Good. Not long after, the kitchen was already bustling with activity.
Zhang Kai, wearing an apron, was extremely skilled in flipping the wok.
He was a man who could both work in the living room and in the kitchen. Okay, uncle.
Bai Jishi was busy cutting vegetables. After agreeing, she was about to look for sesame oil in the seasoning cabinet when her cell phone suddenly vibrated and rang.
It's from Su He. Go pick it up quickly.
Zhang Qingling took out the fragrant oil from the cabinet and smiled at Bai Jishi.
Go answer the phone quickly, leave this to my cousin. Good. Bai Jishi agreed.
Because they were cooking in the kitchen and the noise from the range hood was a little loud, she took her phone and went outside to the living room.
Jishi, I'm done here.
What's your address?
I'll come over right away. After the call was connected, Sui's voice was heard from the microphone.
Combined with the background sound, it could be heard that they were probably on the street.
Okay, I'll send you the address now, and I'll pick you up at the gate of the community.
After saying a few words, Bai Jishi hung up the phone and sent the location address here to Sui. Not long after, Bai Jishi calculated the time and came to the outside of the community with Zhang Qingling to pick up Sui. Not long after they stood outside, they saw a taxi parked at the door.
After Suhi paid the fare, he got out of the car. Suhi, we are here.
Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling on this side waved to Suhi.
Suhi looked back, smiled, and walked over. Cousin, you're here too. Well, let's go inside and talk.
Walking over to Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling, Sui greeted Zhang Qingling, and the three of them walked into the community together.
Not long after, everyone arrived home.
The moment they opened the door, the aroma of food hit them. The dishes and bowls were already on the table, waiting for Suhi to come back.
Suhi is here, come in and have dinner.
Zhang Kai and his wife rushed over upon hearing the noise and greeted Suhi with smiles.
Uncle and aunt, we are all family, why do you have to be so polite? This is too grand.
Suhi was also shocked when he saw the table full of dishes.
There were probably no less than a dozen dishes. It's okay. It's a rare occasion for you to come to Suzhou and Hangzhou today. We are happy too.
Zhang Kai laughed and then helped Sui serve the rice.
Bai Jishi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help biting her lips after hearing this. She hadn't even said anything yet, and they had already become a family. Ha ha ha.
Jishi, why are you still shy? I think what Sui said is very good. Bai Jishi's aunt covered her mouth and laughed, while Zhang Qingling laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and said while putting her arm around Bai Jishi's shoulder.
Jishi, if I were you, you were willing to bring Sui here, why would you be shy about this? No, I just...
Bai Jishi's face became even rosier after this, and she also went over to serve the rice and hold the bowl.
Alright Suhi, come and sit down. Don't be polite. This is just home cooking. Please make do with it.
Zhang Kai chuckled, helped Sui pull out a chair, invited Suhi to sit down, and kept saying polite words.
It was obvious that they were sincere and he looked very excited. Uncle, what's the big deal? I think this is too grand.
Sui smiled, pulled Zhang Kai to sit down first, then pulled out her own chair and sat down. This action immediately made Zhang Kai's favor for Suhi doubled.
Zhang Qingling also noticed this action and whispered in Bai Jishi's ear. Jishi, if you meet a man like this, just marry him. Cousin, let's eat first. Bai Jishi pursed her lips in annoyance, but she could see Sui's gentlemanly and polite behavior very clearly, and even showed a little admiration for him at this moment. So, everyone started chatting and eating at the same time, and the whole family was having a great time. After dinner, Zhang Kai's wife and Zhang Qingling went to clean up and wash the dishes. Zhang Kai pulled Suhi and Bai Jishi to sit on the sofa, took out a lot of tea with a smile, and asked Suhi. Suhi, what kind of tea do you like? Suhi immediately stuck out his tongue, looking at the row of small tea cans in front of him, which had all kinds of tea, including Maojian, Pu'er, and Dahampo. He was a little surprised and looked at Zhang Kai curiously. Uncle, why do you have so much tea? Suhi, because our uncle runs a tea garden. Bai Jishi, who was sitting next to Suhi, explained it to him, and then Suhi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It's okay, uncle will take care of you, I can drink any kind of tea. Suhi smiled and waved his hand, leaving the decision to Zhang Kai. It didn't matter what they drank. Well, all right then. Zhang Kai agreed with a smile, then looked at Bai Jishi beside Suhi and said awkwardly. By the way, Jishi, I'm still a little embarrassed about this matter. Your aunt and I will be going out to buy supplies in the next few days, so we won't be at home. So I may need you and your sister Qingling to take care of my tea garden. I originally wanted to take you around for a visit, but now it's too late. It's good for you young people to be together. If we were at home, it would be a bit of a hindrance. Bai Jishi listened obediently, nodded, and agreed to Zhang Kai immediately. Uncle, this is impossible. I really don't want you and aunt to go out. But don't worry about the tea garden with you and your aunt. Sister Qingling and I can handle it. Well, then let's not talk about it anymore. Uncle will make you a pot of tea. Zhang Kai smiled with satisfaction and picked up a can of Longjing tea, which was one of the few fine teas he had. He began to make it for Suhi and Bai Jishi. Suhi and Bai Jishi were watching from the side. It must be said that Zhang Kai was the owner of the tea garden after all, and his tea-making technique was very professional. It was a pleasure for both of them to watch. This was not something that could be learned by simply reading a book. Uncle, you have made tea brewing an artistic way. You really have your specializations. Bai Jishi exclaimed. Although she had seen her uncle making tea before, she still felt shocked when she saw it now. No, I was just making a fool of myself. With a wry smile, Zhang Kai quickly waved his hand modestly and poured a cup of tea for Suhi and Bai Jishi. It tastes so good. Uncle is so awesome. Chapter 91 A lot of good tea. Bai Jishi took a sip and found the taste and aroma impeccable. She praised it again. While tasting the tea, Suhi nodded and gave Zhang Kai a thumbs up. Uncle, your cooking skills are amazing. As long as you like it, I'll come back with some good tea and make you a nice pot. Zhang Kai waved his hand. He knew that he was not a master, but he was very happy to receive the praise from the two. The three of them drank and chatted. On the other side, after washing the dishes, Bai Jishi's aunt began to clean up the guest room at home. This room was specially used by Suhi during this period. Aunt Bai Jishi first cleaned it thoroughly, then changed the bed and put away everything that needed to be tidied before walking into the living room. Suhi, I've already cleaned up your room for you. Go take a look later. If you need anything, just let me know. Don't hesitate. Zhang Kai's wife looked at Suhi enthusiastically, holding a plate of fruit in her hand and placing it in front of everyone. Well, here are some fruits. You can eat some after dinner. Aunt, this is too much trouble for you, I'll just stay in a hotel. Seeing this, Suhi stood up, thanked his aunt, and said that he was going to stay in a hotel and would not bother her anymore. Oh. You kid, you're already at your aunt's house, why are you still thinking about staying in a hotel? It's not like there's no room at home. It's okay, your aunt has made it very clean for you, why don't you come in and take a look? Zhang Kai's wife quickly stopped Suhi, looked at him enthusiastically, and was about to take him to the room to take a look. Yes, Suhi, we are all family, so don't be so polite, just stay here with your uncle and feel at ease. Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the sofa, also said you're welcome. The enthusiasm of the two made it difficult for Suhi to refuse, so he had to agree with a smile. Okay, thank you so much, uncle and aunt. It's okay, no trouble, just treat this place as your own home. When Zhang Kai's wife saw Suhi agreed, she grinned and pulled Suhi's luggage from the living room into the room. Afraid that Suhi would catch a cold at night, she went to prepare a slightly thicker quilt for Suhi. Tonight, Suhi stayed here. The next morning, Zhang Kai and his wife got up early, packed up, and left home to buy tea. When Bai Jishi, Suhi and others got up one after another, there was a hot breakfast on the table, as well as a note with the key to the tea garden on it. Ah, my parents left so early. Suhi Jishi, come and have breakfast. Zhang Qingling stretched and called Suhi and Bai Jishi to have breakfast together. My uncle and aunt are so thoughtful. They even prepared breakfast for us. Bai Jishi couldn't help but feel a little emotional and pulled Suhi to sit down together. By the way, Suhi, do you still want to go to the company to work today? After bringing a bowl of porridge to Suhi, Bai Jishi slapped her head and suddenly remembered that Suhi might have to go out today. No, I have nothing to do today. Suhi smiled and shook his head. There was nothing for him to do at the group right now. Hey, then let's go to the tea garden to look after the shop? Sister Qingling wants to go too. Ah. Jishi, you are really good. Before Suhi could answer, Zhang Qingling, who was sitting opposite the two of them drinking porridge, almost spit out the porridge in her mouth and looked at Bai Jishi in surprise. Jishi, you actually let Suhi, who is so high-ranking, go with us to visit the store. I have to say, you are very thoughtful. I'm just asking. Bai Jishi pursed her lips and looked eagerly at Suhi beside her. It's okay. I came here with Jishi. It's just a side trip to the group. Hey, cousin, did you hear that? Bai Jishi raised her head when she heard that, looking very proud. Oh, you guys are really. Zhang Qingling was helpless looking at the two of them. It seemed that they were not only eating breakfast this morning, but also a bowl of hot dog food. Not long after, the three of them finished their breakfast while chatting, and after packing up, they went out to the tea garden. The door of the tea garden was still locked. Zhang Qingling took out the key from her bag and opened the door. Immediately, a refreshing scent of tea filled her nose. Well, this place is nice. After walking in, Suhi looked around and smiled with satisfaction. The tea garden of Zhang Qingling's parents is not small, and the space inside is very spacious. The area of the hall alone is very large, and it should be considered a better tea garden nearby, otherwise those bosses would not come here so often. The decoration of the tea garden is also very stylish, embodying a classical charm, just like entering a peach garden far away from the hustle and bustle, with only the fragrance of tea and potted plants lingering around. In this crowded city, it is a rare quiet place. The sets of tea sets were neatly placed on the table, with complete quantity and variety, and there were also many fine teas on the counter. After entering, Zhang Qingling took a look at the current time. It was a bit early to open the door now. After all, people usually came to drink tea in the afternoon. Come on, we're here early, and there's basically nothing to do now. Ah. What are we doing here now? Bai Jishi looked at the empty tea garden and the sparse passers-by on the road, and quickly asked Zhang Qingling. After all, it would be better for 3 people to sleep at home than to guard an empty store. Well, let me think about it. Zhang Qingling stuck out her tongue. She had neglected this point herself and now she really didn't know what to do. How about this, I take you two to the tea cellar for a look, how about that? After slapping his head, Zhang Qingling suggested going to the tea cellar first and finding some good tea to drink, which would be a good way to kill time. Yeah, I think so. Suhi nodded, and Bai Jishi also felt that there was no problem, so Zhang Qingling led everyone to the tea cellar at the back. Wow! It smells so good in here. As soon as they opened the door of the tea cellar, the 3 of them smelled a strong tea aroma coming from their noses, which was much stronger than the light and elegant fragrance outside. Cousin, you have quite a lot of tea stored here. Bai Jishi looked at the enclosed space in front of her, which was about 50 square meters and was filled with wooden cabinets for storing tea on both sides. She was somewhat surprised. Chapter 92 Conquered by Suhi. Well, it's okay, but there's not much tea left now, so my parents have to go buy tea leaves. Zhang Qingling waved her hand and led the 3 of them in to stroll around. They first came to the first cabinet, and the 3 of them chatted as they walked, and the topic turned to the tea placed on it. Suhi opened the first large teapot, leaned forward to sniff it, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and began to explain to Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling. This is West Lake Longjing, right? When the emperor visited West Lake, he regarded the 18 tea trees under the Lion Peak Mountain as imperial trees. Later generations called it West Lake Longjing. As for now, West Lake Longjing has been planted on a larger scale, but it is divided into different grades according to its texture. As he spoke, Sui scooped up some of it with a large teaspoon, observed it, sniffed the aroma carefully, and then continued to explain. Sister Qingling, the Westlake Longjing in this tea cellar should be of grade 1. Most of them have one bud and one leaf unfolding, but some still have one bud and two leaves that are just beginning to unfold. These are probably pre-rain teas. Although they are not as good as the special or premium grade teas, they are still full and smooth, with a sweet aftertaste. After hearing Sui's introduction, Bai Zhishi and Zhang Qingling who were standing aside were stunned. Who could have imagined that Sui had such a deep understanding of tea? Let me take a look. Zhang Qingling took a look at the small words next to the tea can. This was indeed Westlake Longjing, but there was no grade mark. She took out her mobile phone and opened the purchase order that her father had sent to the group last time. No, this is too amazing. After opening the purchase order, Zhang Qingling immediately saw the clear mark of grade 1 Longjing on it, and was completely impressed by Sui. Sui, it turns out you know so much about tea. Bai Jishi's eyes revealed admiration, and she couldn't help but give Sui a thumbs up. I didn't expect that you, Sui, are also a tea lover. Now my dad will definitely like you more. Zhang Qingling also covered her mouth and smiled, then led Sui to another teapot nearby. Sui, come and take a look at this. What kind of tea is this? Pointing at the teapot in front of her, Zhang Qingling simply gave Sui a question. After all, that was only the first teapot, and maybe he just guessed it right. Well, let me see. Sui smiled but didn't say anything. He opened the lid and smelled it, then scooped out some tea leaves and took a quick look at them. Not bad. It's actually Mingqian tea. Sui's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this was actually Mingqian tea. He explained to the two of them with a smile. This should be the Meitan Suya from the Guizhou area of Guizhou and Guizhou. This kind of tea has both a strong chestnut aroma and a floral scent. It is also a fine product created by imitating the Longjing craft in the early days. It also has a considerable status among green teas. The Meitan Shuya tea here is flat and smooth, with full grains, just like sunflower seeds. But judging from the shape and aroma, it is definitely Mingqian tea. The overall size is consistent, and you can also see that it is stir-fried with young tea leaves. It is really good. This kind of Mingqian tea should be ranked as a special grade in the market. I'm afraid the purchase price is more than 4,000 yuan per kilogram. Zhang Qingling just listened blankly, but she didn't expect that she originally wanted to test others, but ended up being taught a lesson by others. She could distinguish Mingqian tea and Mingho tea just by looking at the shape. She was simply a walking textbook. Sui, you didn't run a tea garden before, did you? Swallowing his saliva, Zhang Qingling couldn't help but ask Sui. Sister Qingling, please stop joking. I'm just a college student. How can I have the opportunity to open a tea garden? This? Zhang Qingling was almost driven crazy by Sui. Yes, you don't have time to run a tea garden, but how can you create a chairman of Linglong Group? My goodness, do you think it is reasonable for a college student to become the chairman of a group? It seems that I am too narrow-minded. Zhang Qingling smacked her lips weakly, and stopped asking questions. She quickly changed the subject, looked at a wooden cabinet at the innermost part, and spoke to the two of them. Okay, let's not look at these tea leaves anymore. I'll take you inside to see my dad's best tea. Bai Zhishi and Sui nodded, then followed him inside. The tea cans in the wooden cabinet inside were much smaller than those outside. Zhang Qingling carefully opened the tea cans, scooped out some tea and placed them in a small portable tea box. Cousin, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Bai Zhishi just took a light sniff and immediately felt a mellow aroma deep into her nasal cavity. In an instant, she felt that all her internal organs were cleared up and her whole body was filled with the fragrance of tea. Smell this should be the top-grade tea guanyin in the tea capital. Sui smelled the fragrance of the tea and immediately recognized that it was the most expensive tea guanyin, the tea capital tea guanyin. He was immediately cheered up and continued with a smile. This kind of fragrance and richness can only be produced by trees hundreds of years old in the core production areas. The price is probably tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram. So expensive. Is this true, cousin? Bai Zhishi opened her mouth, somewhat surprised at the price of the tea, and looked at Zhang Qingling who was silent beside her. Well, what Sui said is right, absolutely correct. Zhang Qingling was completely stunned. She had just wanted to introduce the tea to the two of them,
But Sui just smelled the fragrance and figured out what kind of tea it was and what grade it was without even looking at the shape of the tea leaves. This must be his father. The boss who has been running a tea garden for a long time and deals with tea every day, he must be far behind Suhi's abilities. Suhi, your nose is so sharp. Why didn't I realize you have such a special skill before? Bai Jishi was also surprised, and looked at Suhi and asked with a smile. She really didn't know that Suhi had such a skill before. This is nothing, stop talking about it. Suhi chuckled, waved at the two of them, and changed the subject to the tea box in Zhang Qingling's hand. Cousin, did you pack this tea out for a pre-order or something? What? You help me look after the tea garden, can't I treat you to some good tea? Zhang Qingling smiled, waved her sleeves, pointed outside and spoke to the two of them. Chapter 93 Doubts. When we have some free time, we can chat and taste this premium tea, Tea Guanyin. It will be a real treat. Cousin, no, this tea is too expensive. We can't just drink it casually. We can just drink something ordinary. When Bai Jishi heard Sui talking about the price of tea Guanyin just now, she instantly felt that it was too expensive, which was a bit unfair. Jishi, we are all family, why are we being so polite? Zhang Qingling smiled and waved her hand, then whispered in Bai Jishi's ear. Hee, I'm taking advantage of my dad not being at home. Usually this tea is used to entertain the bosses, and today I want to try what it tastes like. Forehead. Hearing this, Bai Jishi stopped talking. Sui also heard this and suppressed a smile as he followed the two of them outside. After the three of them went out, they cleaned the house and did some other preparatory work. In this way, they took some time out from their busy schedule and it was soon afternoon. At this time, customers gradually arrived, and Zhang Qingling hurried to greet them warmly. This was not the first time Zhang Qingling was in charge of the store, because she often came to Zhang Kai to help before, and was quite familiar with the business here. With the help of Suhi and Bai Jishi, the tea garden is in perfect order and the guests are very satisfied with the service and tea. Then, after the three of them had been busy for a while, they finally had some free time. Zhang Qingling invited Suhi and Bai Jishi to sit together and drink tea, and took out the tea capital special tea Guanyin that she had brought out from the tea cellar during the day. Hey, I'm finally free. You guys take a break first. I'll make some tea. Zhang Qingling stretched, looked at Suhi and Bai Jishi sitting opposite her, and prepared to start making tea. Sister Qingling, you are tired now, why don't you let me do it? Ha? You can do that too? Zhang Qingling looked at Suhi who volunteered to help make tea. She first asked a question and then almost slapped herself. Sui's knowledge of tea leaves was so profound, how could he not know how to make tea? Well, let me do it. Sui nodded, then stood up, took the boiled hot water, and slowly rinsed the tea set on the table. In addition to washing away magazines and dirt on the tea set, this can also keep the tea set at a certain temperature. Properly warming the cup can slow down the cooling of the tea and make it more fragrant. After doing all this, Sui opened the tea box containing the premium tea Guanyin tea, scooped out some with a teaspoon, and put it into the purple clay teapot on the table. Then, Sui picked up the boiling water beside him and slowly poured it into the purple clay teapot. When the water was about 6/10 of the pot, he stopped immediately, picked up the tea scraper on the table and skimmed off the foam. Finally, he covered the pot with the lid, which probably lasted less than a minute. Then Sui slowly poured the tea into the small teacup that had been previously rinsed with hot water. He smiled and signaled to Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling that they could start enjoying it now. This whole set of operations lasted less than 3 minutes, but Sui made tea so smoothly and calmly that Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling have not reacted yet. Just now, Sui's demeanor, movements, beauty and rhythm were all extremely unrestrained, as if this medicine had transcended the shackles of brewing tea. It was not brewing tea, but the calligraphy master dancing with his wolf hairbrush, the drunken literary immortal chanting poetry. When Sui was making tea just now, he attracted a lot of customers around to watch. Those customers either forgot about the tea leaves that were still brewing, or ignored the hot tea in their hands. They just stared at Sui's actions, with a storm in their hearts. At a certain moment, a picture between reality and illusion seemed to appear in everyone's eyes: ancient scrolls, dim lights, an elegant young man, a pot of hot tea, and a song of Lisa. The voiceover lingering in the ears is not the hustle and bustle of the tea garden, but the song of flowing water in the mountains. The scene in front of the eyes is also the gurgling water and the fragrance of tea, which makes people feel as if they are in a fairyland. Suhi, this move of yours is absolutely amazing. Zhang Qingling was completely dumbfounded. If she hadn't pinched herself just now, she would have thought she was dreaming. Her father runs a tea garden, and she has met many real masters here, including some experts in tea ceremony and tea art. However, compared with Su-hee, none of them are inferior. Bai Jishi looked stunned and opened her eyes wide. Even though she didn't know much about tea, she could clearly feel that Su-hee was elegant to the core just now when he made tea. Although the steps of making tea are just a few categories, the brewing steps and methods of each type of tea are different. The difference between someone who can make tea and a tea master lies in the control of fire and temperature. They are often able to bring out the aroma of a tea to the extreme, allowing people to experience different things with the same tea, but what people notice most is undoubtedly the movements and expressions of those who make tea. Su-hee's moves just now can be said to have completely astonished everyone around him. Everyone who came here is a tea lover, so they can naturally see what was different about Su-hee's moves just now. Oh my god, what kind of god is this? When he was making tea, I seemed to be drawn into it. Is this really just a young man? The ease and demeanor he showed when making tea just now were simply extraordinary. Amazing. Really amazing. I didn't expect to encounter such a person in this small tea garden. After a pause, the customers finally burst out and started discussing. Try it now. Su-hee waved in front of Zhang Qingling and Bai Jishi, and they only then reacted. They smiled awkwardly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Wow! It's so delicious. Zhang Qingling was impressed by Su-hee's skills after just taking the first sip. The tea aroma first gathered at the tip of her tongue, and then suddenly exploded, spreading throughout her entire mouth, and finally seeping into her internal organs. Su-hee, you've only been soaking for a minute, how come it smells so good? Bai Jishi took a few sips and felt that this tea was many times better than the one she had drunk before. However, Su-hee only brewed it for 1 minute, which made her a little confused for a moment. Chapter 94, Teach the School Beauty. Jishi, it's like this. When brewing tea, one must pay attention to the teaware, water and fire. First of all, the quality of the tea leaves, and then the tea brewing utensils. As for water and fire, it refers to the water used to brew tea and the temperature of the water. For tea guanyin, we need to use strong fire to bring out the aroma. And because it is stir-fried over high heat, it has this characteristic, so the soaking time should not be too long. Su-hee held the teacup and sniffed the aroma along the rim of the cup. After explaining it to the two of them, he began to taste it in small sips. This is really something. What is a master? This is the master. It's horrible. At such a young age, he has such an opinion on the tea ceremony. Seeing this, the customers nearby were even more amazed and cast admiring glances towards Su-hee. One of the bosses watched Su-hee's techniques and listened to his insights. He admired him from the bottom of his heart. He walked to Su-hee with a smile and invited him in a very polite tone. My dear little brother, I just saw your craftsmanship and I admire you so much. You are only this young, but I don't know how many old guys you have made ashamed. Little brother, I'm going to invite a distinguished guest over later. Can you please help me make a pot of tea? I will definitely give you some benefits when the time comes. The boss looked at Su-hee with burning eyes, thinking that if he could get Su-hee to make tea for him, he would have some face in front of the distinguished guest. Thank you for your compliment, but it's not convenient for me right now, please go back. Su-hee did not hesitate when he heard this. He smiled and shook his head, rejecting the boss's invitation. Come on, little brother, I'll pay, just decide how much you want. When the boss saw Su-hee refused, he patted his chest generously and said that he would pay any amount of money, as long as Su-hee was willing to go, none of these would be a problem. Sorry, I don't make tea for people I don't know. But Su-hee rejected the boss again. This was impossible no matter what. Hey, little brother, your craft is really good. Just think about it, let's just be friends. The boss was very patient at this time. Seeing Su-hee refused again, he was still prepared to continue talking. But at this moment, the distinguished guest that the boss was waiting for had arrived at the door of the tea garden as promised. The distinguished guest was a middle-aged man wearing a blue plaid suit. He looked a little bloated, but the suit just held him up, making him look not too empty, but rather very suitable. The man was wearing an extremely luxurious mechanical watch on his wrist. He had a calm expression and a straight posture. His every move exuded the aura of a man in a superior position. Just as the man walked into the tea garden, the boss also glanced at him and was shocked. He didn't bother to continue talking to Su-hee and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, you're here. Please come in and sit down. The man nodded, and the two of them stood up and walked inside. The boss was very respectful in front of the middle-aged man, so he walked obediently behind the middle-aged man, his expression a little nervous. The middle-aged man walked a few steps forward, and the moment he looked up, he suddenly saw Sui sitting inside.
Isn't this Mr. Su whom I met at the high-speed railway station yesterday?
After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and confirmed that this was Mr. Su, the chairman of Linglong Group whom he had met yesterday.
He was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing?
The boss behind him saw Mr. Zhang stop, walked up to him, looked at his astonished expression, and asked with some confusion. But before the boss could finish his words, President Zhang simply passed him by and strode towards Sui.
Boss Su. You are here too. What a coincidence. President Zhang smiled politely at Sui, then quickly extended his hand and shook hands with Sui.
But this handshake was not a big deal. The people who were drinking tea around them almost spit out all the tea in their mouths. They watched the scene in horror. Their hearts were filled with turmoil for a moment, and they could not believe that what they saw was real. Just now they all thought that Sui was just working here. Even if he had some status, he was just a young man and couldn't cause any trouble. However, when they saw that someone of Mr. Zhang's status was so polite to Sui, those bystanders felt their faces burning.
They also often come here to drink tea.
Many people know this General Zhang and are clear about his identity.
He is someone they cannot reach and can only look up to.
But even so, they had clearly seen President Zhang's attitude towards Sui, so how could they not be surprised at this moment?
What does this mean? Who is this young man? The other party is Mr. Zhang.
Even Mr. Zhang is so polite to him, how could he be a simple young man?
It seems that this is really not simple. I just saw this young man helping out in the tea garden. What is going on?
After being shocked, the customers nearby began to discuss in a low voice, looking at Sui from time to time. The surprise in their hearts was simply indescribable. But the boss, who was still confused at the back, almost lost his balance and fell to the ground when he saw the scene.
He couldn't believe it was real. This is someone like Mr. Zhang, whom you would greet enthusiastically.
But I just asked him to make tea for me and asked him how much he would pay.
Isn't this courting death?
Thinking of this, the boss' eyes went dark and he wanted to slap himself.
His expression was filled with fear and shame. After thinking it over, he still walked up tremblingly. Mr. Zhang, who is this? Of course you don't know this one.
Although he looks young, he is the new chairman of Linglong Group.
What?
The moment he heard this, the boss felt like he had completely collapsed. Although he had been guessing Sui's identity in his mind just now, he never thought it would be so serious.
I'm sorry, Mr. Su, please forgive me for my rudeness just now. I didn't know that I did that.
After hesitating for a while, the boss walked up quickly, bowed deeply in front of Sui, closed his eyes tightly, and while speaking, his legs were still shaking and beads of sweat the size of beans kept sliding down his forehead.
It's okay, it's nothing. Chapter 95. As long as you like it. Sui waved his hand indifferently.
There was really nothing to worry about. Even when he invited him just now, the boss's attitude was quite good.
What's going on? What on earth happened before I got here?
But Mr. Zhang was a little confused at the moment. He looked at the boss and asked about what had just happened.
Boss Zhang, this is what happened. I didn't recognize that this was Boss Su, so I.
The boss scratched his head in embarrassment and spoke in a shameful tone about the series of blunders that had just happened.
So that's how it is.
After listening to the boss's account of what happened before, President Zhang couldn't help but stand there in a daze. After a long while, he gave Sui a thumbs up and praised him with a smile. It turns out that you are so good at tea art, Mr. Su.
You are really knowledgeable and talented. I didn't expect that in addition to business and finance, you are also so proficient in tea art. This is really rare. Although I usually drink tea, I just brew it casually. I don't have the same interest as Mr. Su. This is really far from the truth. President Zhang's expression and demeanor were quite genuine.
He really didn't expect that a young man of Sui's age could actually understand so many things.
It was indeed not easy.
From the exaggerated expression and description of the boss just now, he unconsciously had some sense of the picture, and felt even more surprised in his heart. However, if someone can sit on the position of the chairman of the Linglong Group, no matter how young he is not an ordinary person.
Even those old hands who have been struggling in the business world for decades should not be underestimated. Nothing much, I just like to study sometimes.
Sui pursed his lips and smiled, not being complacent because of other people's praise. He just sipped his tea leisurely and chatted with the boss for a while.
Okay, Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. Just drink first, I'll be over first. Good.
After chatting for a while, Mr. Zhang knew that he shouldn't keep interrupting. After saying goodbye to Suhi, he followed the boss to the reserved seat and talked about business and cooperation.
Okay, let's continue drinking tea.
After watching the two people leave, Sui looked at Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling, motioning them to continue sipping tea.
Suhi, what did you do in the past? Why do I feel like I can't see through you anymore?
You are the chairman of Linglong Group and you are so proficient in tea art.
You are so amazing.
However, by this time, Zhang Qingling could no longer hold back the questions in her heart. Her beautiful, watery eyes just stared at Suhi, sparkling with childlike curiosity. At this time, not only Zhang Qingling, but even Bai Jishi was looking at Suhi with their chins in their hands. In addition to curiosity, their eyes were filled with admiration and worship.
Well, this is just a personal hobby.
Sui hesitated for a while, then spoke calmly without blushing or beating his heart.
Okay, but I like to put on makeup normally, so why am I not the makeup artist for top stars?
Zhang Qingling rolled her eyes, feeling that this answer was somewhat perfunctory.
Okay, cousin, let's just drink our tea. This tea tastes pretty good, doesn't it?
Bai Jishi, who was standing by, quickly picked up the teapot and poured more tea into the three people's cups.
Hee hee, well, you two have a really good relationship. Jishi, you always protect him.
Zhang Qingling chuckled, picked up the teacup and continued to taste it, without asking any more questions.
This premium tea, Tea Guanyin, is really good. These CEOs really know how to enjoy it.
After taking a few more sips, Zhang Qingling's expression became more and more varied. She felt that the fragrance of the tea in her mouth became stronger and stronger. What she had just tasted was already the second cup of tea. Well, after all, this is the quality that only a century-old tree can produce, and it is Mingqian tea, so the timing of picking is very good, and the overall quality is objective.
And I think the best thing about this tea is its natural and rich floral aroma, sweet aftertaste, and layered and rich aroma. How about it? Do you think this Tea Guanyin is good? While tasting the food, Sui commented on his feelings, which left Bai Jishi and the others stunned. Well, it's pretty good, but I feel a little bit tired.
Bai Jishi looked at the more than half of tea left in her cup. Although she knew it was good tea, she always felt that it was okay at the beginning, but now she could hardly drink it. Now that Jishi said that, I feel a little sick of it, too. Look at the color of this tea soup, it's very strong.
Zhang Qingling standing by felt the same way.
It tasted good, but it was still a little too strong. Ha, this is not surprising. After all, judging from the color of the tea leaves and the tea soup, this should be the aged Tea Guanyin.
Those bosses are all old tea drinkers, so they are naturally used to it. It's normal for you to feel sick of it.
Sui smiled and added some jasmine tea to the third cup of tea. This time he added a little more water, about 80% to 90%.
Because it was aged Tea Guanyin, it was only steeped for less than 20 seconds this time.
Sui then changed the teacups for the two of them and poured the brewed tea into them.
Jishi, try this again, I think you will like it. Cousin, come and try it too.
Zhang Qingling and Bai Jishi were a little surprised by Sui's action, but looking at the tea soup, which was obviously much lighter in color, they also tried a few sips.
It tastes delicious.
Drinking the tea that had been improved by Suhi, Bai Jishi no longer felt the greasy taste from before. Now the taste has become more refreshing, with the mixture of Tea Guanyin and jasmine, and the aftertaste is just the right sweetness. The more I drank Bai Jishi, the better it tasted. My face was filled with joy and I really liked the taste.
Suhi, you are so amazing. This is simply fantastic.
Zhang Qingling also likes this tea very much. Both the taste and aftertaste are more in line with their habits, and there is simply no place to complain.
As long as you like it.
Sui picked up the teacup with a smile and started to taste it himself. In the busy tea garden, the three of them watched the sunset outside, enjoying the tea on the table, embracing peace and tranquility. After drinking tea and chatting for a while, Sui suddenly looked at Bai Jishi with a smile and asked her softly in a doting manner.
Jishi, your birthday is coming up in a few days, what gift do you want? Chapter 96, Leaking the News. Ah! My birthday!
Bai Jishi was suddenly stunned when she heard that. She stared at Suhi blankly, her pretty face blushing, and she muttered softly.
Suhi, how do you know that my birthday is in a few days?
Bai Jishi thought about this question over and over in her mind, but she couldn't figure out how Sui knew it.
She clearly hadn't told Yixian. Hey, I want to know your birthday. Isn't that simple?
Sui chuckled, and his smug look made Bai Jishi grit her teeth.
Suhi, tell me the truth, how did you know that? Humph. You make it sound like anyone can know my birthday. I said I calculated it with my fingers, do you believe it?
Suhi paused for a moment, then showed an honest expression.
Suhi, do you think I'm a child? Tell the truth.
Bai Jishi rolled her eyes at Suhi and responded perfectly to him with her expression.
Okay, then I'll tell the truth.
Sui had no choice but to tell Bai Jishi the truth.
Actually, this is very simple. I just looked at your ID card. Oh. So you're still acting so unfathomable and trying to scare your smart girlfriend? Bai Jishi nodded and stuck out her tongue cutely at Suhi.
She felt sweet in her heart when she thought that Sui still remembered her birthday and gift.
This.
But the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Zhang Qingling, who was standing by, was suddenly stunned, thinking, when will I need to use my ID card?
Is this going to the hotel?
Thinking about this secretly in her heart, Zhang Qingling became more and more convinced.
Could it be that these two people were not going to the hotel with their ID cards, but to the internet cafe to play games? She would never believe it even if she was beaten to death.
Thinking of this, Zhang Qingling's eyes changed when she looked at the two of them.
But then she thought again, wouldn't that mean she is old?
I have been single since birth, but now my cousin not only has a boyfriend like this, but she has even had her first experience. At this time, Zhang Qingling was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice that her cheeks had turned bright purple and even felt slightly hot.
Cousin, what's wrong with you?
Bai Jishi noticed that her cousin was in a daze and waved her hand gently in front of her eyes.
It's okay, just keep chatting and don't bother me.
Zhang Qingling finally reacted and noticed her own abnormality. She quickly straightened her posture and continued drinking tea.
All right.
Bai Jishi curled her lips, still feeling a little strange, but didn't ask any more questions.
Jishi, you haven't told me yet, what gift do you want?
Sui took a sip of tea and continued to ask Bai Jishi what gift she wanted.
No need, didn't you give me the jade token? This is a gift. And this gift is already very expensive.
I'm already very satisfied, Sui, please don't waste any more money. Looking at Bai Jishi, who was so well behaved and cute, and who was always thinking about him in her heart, Sui suddenly felt that Bai Jishi became more beautiful, but he still shook his head.
That doesn't count.
Besides, buying a gift for Bai Jishi is a waste of money.
Since you won't say anything, let me think about it myself.
All right. Bai Jishi looked at Sui's stubborn look and felt helpless, so she had to agree. However, she was also worried that Sui would spend a lot of money again, so she had to give him one more reminder.
You can give me a gift, but I don't want anything expensive. Otherwise, I won't accept it even if you give it to me.
Okay, don't worry. At this moment, in the prosperous magic city in the distance, Zhao Yang, who had previously had a conflict with Sui, was sitting on the sofa in the villa. Thinking about what had happened in Jinling before, a chill appeared on his face again.
Humph.
Just wait. Zhao Yang murmured to himself, and became angrier the more he thought about it. He secretly made up his mind that Sui would pay the price for this no matter what. After all, I have never suffered such a loss in my life.
How can I endure it?
At this moment, another young master walked up to Zhao Yang and respectfully told him the news of his recent investigation.
Mr. Zhao, we got news about that person.
Got it.
How is it?
Zhao Yang became alert upon hearing this, and hurriedly looked at the young master in front of him, eager to know who this Sui was. As long as he knew the other party's background, it would be easier for him to take action.
Mr. Zhao, this guy is really not a good person.
When the young master talked about this, his expression became a little solemn. Now that he thought about investigating Sui's background, he was still a little surprised. Master Zhao, Sui is now considered a core figure among the young masters and young ladies in Jinling, and she also has some relationship with the one from the Morong family. More importantly, he is also the chairman of Linglong Group. Having said this, the young master was still somewhat shocked. After all, it was quite rare for someone to possess such strength at such an age.
Moreover, the Linglong Group is not a small group at all, it is also an important presence in Suzhou and Hangzhou.
On this side, Zhao Yang was also stunned when he heard these words, and immediately exclaimed.
He is actually the chairman of Linglong Group. Yes, Mr. Zhao, look, this is Sui's information. The young man nodded and handed the information in his hand to Zhao Yang. Well, let me see. After Zhao Yang took the information, he looked through it carefully, but did not see any other information. What other news? Mr. Zhao, we haven't found anything else. I see. Zhao Yang nodded slightly and stopped looking at the information. He put it aside and snorted coldly. Humph. That's all. In Zhao Yang's mind, after all, Linglong Group is only somewhat famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but in the Magic City, it is just like that, and he has not really taken it seriously. Little guy, if this is what you rely on, then we are going to have fun. After saying this, Zhao Yang thought for a while, then looked up at the young master in front of him. By the way, you didn't tell anyone about what happened last time, did you? No. Only a few of us know about this matter. No one else knows about it yet. The young master hurriedly said no, but even though he said that, he felt helpless in his heart. After all, with so many people involved, how could this not leak out? Now it's not just in Jinling, many people in Magic City also know about it. Chapter 97. I can't imitate it. At the same time, in another villa in the Magic City, a young man was sitting with his eyes closed, resting, and listening to the report of his subordinates. The young man was handsome, with an imposing temperament, and was wearing custom-made branded clothes. At this moment, he was gently playing with a ring in his hand. Although he was listening to news that many ordinary people could not hear, his expression remained calm. But when he heard about Su He and Zhao Yang, although the young man still had his eyes closed, his eyelids trembled slightly and he looked a little moved. When his subordinates mentioned Su He's identity, the young man's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened and his pupils narrowed slightly. We also heard that for some unknown reason, the young masters and young ladies in Jinling all respect Su He very much. Even the old man from the Morong family likes him very much. Oh. When the young man heard about Su He being the focus of attention in Jinling, he smiled, but he couldn't help but start thinking in his heart. After all, he had never heard of it before. When did such a person emerge in Suan? Could it be that this guy is a descendant of one of the major Chinese families? Thinking of this, the young man frowned slightly, and he also paid attention to this matter in his heart. At this moment, in Linglong Group, a group of senior executives were holding an intense meeting. Yang Jiyuan was standing in front of everyone at this time, talking about tomorrow's bidding meeting, and his expression was a little serious. Everyone, tomorrow's bidding meeting is a very important one. It has great significance for the development of our company. Besides local enterprises in Suzhou and Hangzhou, there will be many enterprises from other places coming to the bidding meeting tomorrow, so it won't be that easy for us. I hope everyone here will make preparations in advance, take this matter to heart, and strive to have a good start tomorrow. The senior executives were listening to this and taking notes with serious expressions on their faces. As senior executives, they naturally knew the importance of this bidding meeting to their Linglong Group. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, we will be fully prepared. Okay. Then I feel relieved. Yang Jiyuan looked at the senior executive's serious answers, nodded, changed the subject and continued. Well, now let's give the time to everyone. If you have any ideas, you can also actively speak out. After all, it is also a way to pool the wisdom of all parties. Boss Yang, I actually have a good suggestion. At this time, one of the senior executives looked at Yang Jiyuan with a smile, and an idea already came to his mind. Well, you say. Yang Jiyuan waved his hand, motioning the other party to stand up and speak. Boss Yang, this is what I think. Why don't we ask Chairman Su to go as well? I believe that with Chairman Su's ability, even if he can't guarantee that we can win, he can at least help us keep the pressure on. Yes, I think this is a good suggestion. After all, Mr. Su is so young and has reached this position. His ability must be very strong. I agree, too. With the help of President Su, we will surely succeed. Boss Yang, I think you can consider this suggestion carefully. After hearing what the senior executive said, other senior executives also expressed their agreement, and even Yang Jiyuan nodded. Okay, but I need to ask first. I'll make the call right away. You guys continue to prepare. Yang Jiyuan then took out his cell phone and walked out of the meeting room, while everyone in the meeting room continued to prepare. Boss Yang, what's the matter? After dialing, Sui quickly answered the phone and asked what happened. Director Su, we have a very important bidding meeting in Suzhou and Hangzhou tomorrow. I wonder if you have time to come over.
Yang Jiyuan quickly replied Suhi respectfully, and also talked about some specific circumstances.
Okay, I understand. I'll come over tomorrow. After hearing Yang Jiyuan's explanation, Sui nodded and quickly agreed.
After hanging up the phone, Sui looked at Bai Zishi in front of him, stood up and stretched.
Zishi, let's go. Suhi, where are we going?
Bai Zishi looked at Suhi in confusion, not quite understanding what this meant.
Let's go out and buy a dress, and you can accompany me to a bidding meeting tomorrow. Good.
Bai Zishi nodded, knowing that this might be related to the Suha Linglong group and should be quite important.
Where are you going? Zhang Qingling also came over after hearing the voice, and looked at the two curiously, thinking, are they really going to go to the hotel?
Cousin, I'm going to accompany Suhi to buy a dress. Suhi has a bidding meeting to attend tomorrow.
Oh. Is that so? Then you guys go ahead, I'm here.
Hearing that the two were going to buy dresses, Zhang Qingling didn't think any more about it and agreed with a smile.
Then cousin, let's go first, time is urgent now.
Sui also waved to Zhang Qingling and then pulled Bai Zishi out. At this time, in the study of the Morong family far away in Jinling, old man Morong was standing in front of his large desk, holding the brush in his calm and focused hands, writing something on the rice paper on the table. The wastebasket at his feet was already filled with countless pieces of rice paper, which were all his previous failed works.
Alas, it still doesn't work.
Putting down the brush, Moroni gently rubbed the words he had just written and threw them into the wastebasket. After all, I wasn't writing my own words today, but imitating Sui's words. However, while looking at Sui's words next to me while writing, my expression was helpless.
This was something I simply couldn't imitate at my current level. This little guy is really hard to figure out. His handwriting is really amazing. After sighing, Moroni had to give up.
Looking at the characters he had copied before, he felt that he had failed miserably.
Okay, Grandpa, don't worry about it anymore. Morong Ling, who was watching on the side, was also watching. Now she couldn't even count how much her grandfather had written. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, why is this grandfather getting more and more stubborn as he gets older? But seeing that Grandpa is doing well now and looks better, Morong Ling is still very happy. Alas, I really can't imitate it. Moroni looked at Morong Ling beside him, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Chapter 98 Jealous. Xiao Ling, go make a cup of tea for Grandpa. Okay. That's right, Grandpa. I'll go make you some tea right now.
Seeing that her grandfather had stopped writing, Morong Ling smiled and nodded, then skipped over to make a cup of tea for Moroni.
Ha ha ha. Thank you, my dear granddaughter.
Moroni sat on the chair, drinking tea with a smile on his face.
He glanced at Sui's handwriting again and suddenly remembered that he didn't know what Sui was doing recently and hadn't heard any news, so he continued to ask Morong Ling. By the way, Xiao Ling, do you know what Sui is doing recently? I haven't heard any news about him recently. Grandpa, I don't know about that, but I do know there is a bidding meeting soon.
When he heard about the bidding, Moroni narrowed his eyes, already had a general idea in his mind, and continued to ask.
What kind of bidding is this? Is it related to Suhi?
This is a very important and highly watched bidding meeting recently.
Especially for Linglong Group, they are determined to win.
Suhi should go to this bidding meeting tomorrow. After all, Suhi is the chairman of Linglong Group. He will most likely be present at such an important and competitive bidding meeting. Morong Ling held up her chin and began to analyze her own point of view to Morong Yi. After listening to her, Morong Yi nodded in agreement.
Well, that's a good analysis.
After hearing this, Morong Yi couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation in his eyes.
After thinking about it in his mind, he made a decision. Oh. Never mind. Just give this kid some face this time. Grandpa, are you going to help Suhi calm down? Morong Ling looked at her grandfather strangely, thinking that the old man was really restless and wanted to travel all the way to Suzhou and hang to lie down just to save Sui's face. Xiao Ling, this is an occasion for you young people. What's the use of an old guy like me going there? After taking a sip of tea, Morong Yi looked at Morong Ling and continued with a smile. How about this, I'll ask Mingpu to go there, and you can go with him, how about that? But Grandpa, I can't handle a situation like this. Although Morong Ling did not refuse, she still puffed up her lips and acted coquettishly in front of Morong Yi. Okay, I have my own plans for all these, just come with me without worry. Well, all right then.
When Ling saw the old man smile, although she was somewhat confused, she still nodded obediently.
Then Grandpa, I'm going to go get ready first. I won't accompany you.
Ah, go ahead, I'll ask Mingpu to arrange the itinerary, and you can contact him when the time comes.
Putting down the teacup, Yi waved kindly at Ling, then turned around and continued to study Sui's calligraphy.
Seeing that her grandfather was absorbed in studying this calligraphy again, Ling had no choice but to quickly prepare the dress for tomorrow, and she felt a little sad in her heart. After all, Grandpa had never been so nice to any other young generation except her, and what was even more exaggerated was that this young man was not a member of the family, but an outsider. But after all, this is not surprising. Sui's achievements are a dazzling existence no matter where he is. Naturally, he can attract his grandfather's attention. He just feels that the level of attention is too high.
Thinking of this, Ling pouted and walked into her room.
At the same time, Suhi and Bai Jishi, who were far away in Suzhou and Hangzhou, bought their dresses in a nearby shopping mall, and then returned to the tea garden.
How's it going? Is it going well?
There were only a few guests left in the tea garden now. When Zhang Qingling saw the two people come in, she smiled and greeted them.
Well, it went pretty smoothly.
We both got our dresses ready. Bai Jishi playfully shook the packaging bag in her hand, thinking of how handsome Suhi had been when he was trying on the dress just now. She began to secretly look forward to the scene of Suhi appearing at the bidding meeting tomorrow dressed neatly.
Okay, if we wait a little longer, the tea house will close soon. Then we can go back together. Well, cousin, let's go help you clean up.
After nodding, Bai Jishi placed the dress on the counter beside her, then pulled Suhi to help clean up. She thought that if both Suhi and she left the next day, it would be troublesome for her cousin to clean up by herself.
Haha, my dear cousin, you actually let the chairman of Linglong Group work in my tea garden. It's really interesting.
Zhang Qingling couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh as she watched the two of them busying themselves. She wondered what the bosses would think if they saw this. After staying for a while, the last guest paid the bill and left. The three of them walked back home with the sky still vaguely visible. By the time the three of them got home, night had already fallen completely. The bright moon and stars outside the window announced the end of the day. In the evening, after Sui tidied up and washed up, he began to look at the documents sent by Yang Jiyuan. After all, these were relatively important things, and as the chairman of Linglong Group, he should pay attention to these things. Sui kept reading the documents until very late, and the night outside began to get darker and darker.
Suhi, aren't you going to rest yet?
Bai Jishi walked in with a cup of hot milk. Seeing that Suhi had not gone to bed yet, she was about to come in to check on him.
It's okay, I'll continue looking at the documents, you go to sleep first.
Well, remember to drink the hot milk later so you can sleep better. Seeing that Suhi was still looking at the documents carefully, Bai Jishi felt a little distressed and gently placed the prepared hot milk on Sui's desk.
Got it, you go and rest first, I'll go to bed after I finish watching it.
Sui smiled and nodded, then continued to look at the files on his phone.
Suhi, let me give you a massage. Sitting for a long time is very bad for your health.
Bai Jishi pursed her lips, stretched out her hands and began to rub Sui's shoulders.
Okay, thank you Jishi.
Sui immediately showed an expression of enjoyment, then looked at the bed behind him with a sly smile, pointed at it and said to Bai Jishi.
Jishi, do you want to come with us? What? You are so unruly.
Looking at Sui's expression and the soft bed behind him, Bai Jishi's pretty face immediately turned red, and she pinched it hard in annoyance.
Keep your voice down, my sister is still at home. So if my cousin isn't here, can we be together?
Hearing this, Sui smiled again and prepared to tease Bai Jishi again.
Chapter 99 Focus. What? Just look at your documents. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't give you a massage.
I know, I was just kidding.
Sui stopped talking and calmly looked at the documents, enjoying Bai Jishi's massage.
His original fatigue was relieved a lot. After pressing for a while, Bai Jishi yawned and felt her eyelids felt heavy.
Jishi, go to sleep first. I need to continue watching here for a while. I guess you can't wait for me.
Sui gently grasped Bai Jishi's hand, stood up and sent Bai Jishi out the door, and also told her to go to bed early.
Okay, then Suhi, don't stay up late. Go to bed early after you finish watching.
Bai Jishi agreed, glanced at Suhi with some worry, and went back to her room to sleep. The next morning, Sui got up and washed up simply, then changed into the dress she had just bought yesterday and stood in front of the mirror to tidy herself up. Bai Jishi also changed into a formal dress and put on some light makeup before walking out of the room.
Suhee, how do I look?
Walking to Suhee, Bai Jishi turned around with a smile. With her already exquisite and perfect appearance and the addition of light makeup, it was not the dress that set off Bai Jishi, but Bai Jishi who gave the dress a different kind of beauty. The part of the dress that is exposed happens to be Bai Jishi's most proud white swan neck, which not only highlights her soft side, but also highlights her overall temperament.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Bai Jishi is the most beautiful.
Sui touched his chin and looked at Bai Jishi's current outfit. He also reached out to help Bai Jishi tidy up her hair.
It's even better now.
When you get to the scene later, people will probably think you're a fashion queen walking the red carpet.
Humph. Slippery mouth.
Bai Jishi stuck out her tongue and adjusted Sui's tie at the same time.
Her eyes were focused on Suhee, not willing to neglect any details.
After all, she was not the protagonist of today's bidding. When Suhee wears this Western-style dress, the effect is even more eye-catching than that of a professional model. The red vest inside and the black dress outside make people feel the maturity and depth.
And Suhee's impeccable figure is as intoxicating as the golden ratio.
His handsome face with starry eyebrows, sword-like eyes, and graceful and elegant appearance is extremely handsome from any angle.
Wow. You two are like a perfect couple.
Zhang Qingling had just come out of her room when she saw Suhee and Bai Jishi tidying up each other's clothes. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong, and walked up to them in surprise.
You two are simply clothes racks. How can any clothes look so handsome and beautiful? You even made this dress look so high-end. Cousin, you're too kind. You'd look great in this dress.
Bai Jishi smiled and praised Zhang Qingling a few words.
Okay, don't I know what I look like in my clothes? But the outfits you two are wearing are really nice. I think you will definitely amaze everyone and win the bidding.
Zhang Qingling looked left and right, and the more she looked, the more frightened she became.
She thought that if they arrived at the bidding meeting later, these two would definitely be the absolute focus. Okay cousin, it's getting late, we should go over now.
Well, then you guys go quickly.
Suhee glanced at the time.
It wasn't long before the bidding meeting started, so he said goodbye to Zhang Qingling and set off with Bai Jishi to the bidding meeting site. Here, at the bidding site, the outside is already full of luxury cars. After all, those coming here are all large companies, and those who have the ability to participate in this competition are not small companies. After all, this bidding is not a small project.
Everyone wants to get the huge profits. Small businesses will not pay attention to this at all because they know they don't have this opportunity.
Among these vehicles, all were black business-type luxury cars, including top brands such as Maybach and Rolls-Royce. They were all parked in front of the bidding venue and were being guided by on-site staff to drive towards the parking lot set up on site. After the cars were parked, the men and women in suits and formal attire got out of the cars. Their faces showed their serious anticipation for the bidding, and they were holding a lot of documents in their hands. This bidding meeting is held in the Suzhou Hangzhou City Conference Exhibition Hall, which was specially rented by the organizer today as the venue for this bidding meeting. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge electronic screen, which displays a lot of information about this bidding meeting, including its time and content.
The interior of the exhibition hall is spacious and clean, with a smooth and textured floor. There are also many rest areas and small office areas. However, it is still early before the start time, and many CEOs are still staying outside the exhibition hall, with smiles on their faces, greeting each other. It seems that there is no sense of tense competition in this scene, but on the contrary it seems very harmonious.
It seems that everyone is here.
Yes, this project is going to make a lot of money. Not to mention those from Suzhou and Hangzhou, many people from outside have come as well. So we have to give it a try anyway. Now it's up to everyone to show their abilities. I'm looking forward to seeing who will win.
Several CEOs gathered together, smiling amiably, and were discussing the project being bid. They all felt that this was a good project, and they all showed an attitude of determination to win.
I don't care about that anyway. This is a rare project, so I'm going to give it my all. Who isn't? Anyway, our entire group has temporarily put everything aside and is busy preparing for this bidding meeting. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I can't remember how long it has been since I last saw such a good project.
Opportunities are fleeting, so everyone must seize it.
It's just that although these people have smiles on their faces at this moment, they actually have daggers hidden in their eyes. But this is not surprising. After all, they are still in a competitive relationship, and this bidding will be of great importance.
It is a hot commodity that many people are unwilling to miss. Chapter 100 Big Shot.
Now these CEOs were chatting intermittently, seemingly trying to find out about each other, but both sides were tight-lipped, making the already strange atmosphere even more intense. If you know the other party's bottom line, you may have the upper hand at that time. After all, there may only be one winner in this competition, and no one wants to fall too far behind. If I can win this bidding, the development of my company will definitely get a qualitative improvement. But if my competitors get it, I might feel uncomfortable.
This is the bad nature of human beings.
They may be able to tolerate not living a good life, but they can never tolerate others living a better life than themselves, especially when these others are their business competitors.
By the way, do you all know that Linglong Group is also very interested in this piece of land?
I heard that they are very aggressive in their pursuit of it.
It looks like we are in trouble now.
As they were talking, one of the CEOs talked about the rumors he heard outside, and his expression looked a little unhappy. After all, this was not good news for him.
Does Linglong Group also have an interest in this piece of land?
When they heard this, the smiles on everyone's faces froze.
If the Linglong Group really wanted to come and compete, it would be a big threat to them.
Although this is not as exaggerated as a gnat trying to shake a tree, the strength of Linglong Group is well known to these bosses.
It is at least one level higher than them.
This is difficult. Since Linglong Group also wants to get a piece of this pie, our chances of competing are slim.
Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. It is their freedom to come or not. We have to fight for it too.
That's right.
We have to give it a try no matter what. The outcome is uncertain, so there is still a chance. However, even though they knew that Linglong Group was going to participate in the bidding, these CEOs still expressed that they would still give it a try. After all, the benefits of bidding for this piece of land would be too great for them. So even if it is a dangerous place, they will probably go for it. When it comes to the development and survival of their own business, they have to go ahead even if they face risks. But even though they thought so, when they suddenly heard the news, the bosses' faces still looked a little grim. They didn't expect that they actually had such a huge competitor. At this moment, after this news came out, although the bosses were still laughing and chatting, the atmosphere on the scene had become a little more solemn. It can be said that everyone is under a lot of pressure now.
Originally, the outcome would be either winning the bid or witnessing others celebrating their victory.
Now, with such a huge opponent coming, tension and anxiety are coming one after another. But these CEOs are also experienced business elites.
After they knew that their emotions were not right, they quickly began to adjust themselves, trying to present themselves in the best condition in order to win this bid.
The top executives of Linglong Group are here.
At this moment, the bosses suddenly heard a noise outside. They turned around and saw several luxury cars coming towards them. They saw the license plates and they were the top executives of Linglong Group. After the luxury car stopped steadily in front of the crowd, the senior executives of Linglong Group got out of the car with calm expressions, as if they had made sufficient plans for this bidding meeting and were determined to win this piece of land that was coveted by countless people.
Oh, everyone from Linglong Group is here too. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you in person. Good morning everyone, today is such a lively day.
You guys are still the same as before. Your temperament and bearing are indeed far behind us.
Seeing the top executives of Linglong Group getting out of the car, many people hurried over to say hello.
Although everyone is aware of the competition, the relationship on the surface still has to be acceptable. But before the top executives of Linglong Group had time, another car came behind them. When everyone heard the roar of the engine, they all subconsciously turned their heads to look, but they were all stunned.
Isn't this Morong Ling's car?
Why is she here?
Could it be that even the Morong family is interested in this project and is here to compete with them? If this is really the case, what are they still playing for? They can go home now. With Linglong Group on one foot and Morong family on the other, aren't they here just to serve as a foil? Moreover, the power of the Morong family is so great that they can only look up to it. Even if this is Suzhou and Hangzhou, it is the same principle. This is something they can never reach.
Thinking of this, all the CEOs present broke out in cold sweats instantly, and their expressions could no longer remain calm. If the Morong family really came for this piece of land, they could really disband. After all, they were all well aware of the power of the Morong family. They were not on the same level as them.
It was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them.
They could neither climb it nor see the top.
If it was still Mr. Moroni who came in person, would they still need to compete? Who else would have the courage to compete? For a moment, the bosses present were all sweating. They looked at the luxury car parked aside in disbelief and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. After the car door opened, Moron Ling immediately walked down and glanced at everyone with a calm look, which immediately made these bosses tremble. Then Yu Mingpu also walked down. His strong and muscular body gave off a strong sense of oppression, and then followed behind Moron Ling. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned again. It turned out that old man Moromi did not come. But this is Moron Ling and Yu Mingpu. The status of these two people is not low either. They all knew who Moron Ling was. She was the granddaughter of Moron Yi. She inherited the old man's business acumen and was a legend among the younger generation in Jinling. She was like a darling of heaven. Even if we don't talk about Moron Ling, who is Yu Mingpu? Is he someone they can reach? At this moment, all the bosses looked at Yu Mingpu's majestic figure and calm eyes. The shock in their hearts was difficult to describe in words, and their bodies unconsciously stepped back. This person is the spokesperson for Mr. Moromi. In the past, whenever the old man was present, Yu Mingpu would be by his side. This is enough to deeply illustrate Yu Mingpu's status. Chapter 101: The temperament that is about to emerge. No matter what, even if old man Moromi didn't come, the pressure that Moron Ling and Yu Mingpu brought to them was extraordinary. Everyone's heartbeat was accelerating, and they felt that this bidding meeting was a bit confusing. However, after hesitating for a while, these bosses quickly gathered towards Moron Ling and Yu Mingpu and offered their warm greetings. After all, no matter what the other party's purpose is this time, since they are here, they must say hello, because after all, the gap in status between them and the other party is too big, so politeness and respect are still necessary. Ms. Moron Ling, Mr. Yu, you two are here too. You should have told us earlier so that we could go and greet you. Yes, it's great that you two can come to Suzhou and Hangzhou. I didn't expect that we could meet you here. I've heard of Miss Moron Ling and Mr. Yu Mingpu for a long time. After meeting them today, I can see that they are indeed worthy of their reputations. While greeting them, one of the CEOs, with a fawning smile on his face, began to ask the two people indirectly, wanting to know the real purpose of their visit this time, and Mr. Morongi's attitude towards this bidding meeting. By the way, are you two interested in this project as well? At this point the question hit the point, and the other CEOs also cast puzzled glances, as if there was a huge stone hanging in their hearts. If Mr. Morongi was really interested in this project, then they could go home now. Why are the Morong family here too? Alas, it seems that this bidding meeting is not as easy as we thought. Let's forget about it for now. We'll just do everything according to the plan. Director Su will be here by then, so there should still be a chance. Upon seeing this, the top executives of Linglong Group also started discussing in a low voice, but they were all over the place. They might have imagined countless other possibilities, but they didn't expect that the Morong family would come in person. If old man Morongi also wants this land, it will be difficult for them. Don't worry about this, my lady and I are not here to participate in the bidding, we just came to take a look. Seeing that all the bosses were looking at him, Yu Mingpu did not hide anything and spoke directly out. Come here to take a look? When everyone heard this answer, they were all confused and looked at each other, some of them really couldn't react. Ah. So that's how it is. After hesitating for a while, one of the CEOs touched his chin, slapped his head suddenly, and realized what was going on. Seeing this, the others gradually calmed down. After carefully thinking about what Yu Mingpu had just said, they quickly understood what it meant. It's obvious that this person is here to keep the situation under control, right? But thinking of this, although everyone knew that the Morong family's intention was not for the project, they also breathed a sigh of relief, but they became more confused in their hearts. If this is to stabilize the situation, then who is this for? This is weird, what's going on? The Morong family even asked these two to come here in person. This is second only to the old man coming here in person. Alas, I don't know who is going to help calm the situation. It seems that no matter what, it is becoming increasingly difficult for us to participate in the bidding. Well, let's take it one step at a time. At least there is still a chance now. The Morong family naturally knows the rules. They will keep the place under control, but they will not directly interfere in the competition. Seeing Moron Ling and Yu Mingpu's backs walking to the other side, the bosses began to discuss in a low voice again. They couldn't help but wonder who they were trying to calm down. They didn't understand who would make the Morong family make such a big fuss. But no matter what, it is not good news for them. After all, they are from the Morong family. Even if they are just here to maintain order, it is enough to make many people retreat. Just when everyone was still guessing and having different opinions, Yang Jiyuan's car also arrived at the scene. The bosses were stunned at first, and then they saw the top executives of Linglong Group move, all walking quickly towards Yang Jiyuan's vehicle. At this time, Yang Jiyuan happened to walk out of the driver's seat and he was actually driving the car himself. What does this mean? All the CEOs found it difficult to calm down. None of them had expected that Yang Jiyuan, the general manager of Linglong Group, would drive here in person. No, this shouldn't be the case. Why would Mr. Yang choose to drive himself? This is unscientific. Yeah, that's totally unreasonable. Could it be that there's someone sitting in the back seat of this car? It's impossible. Who could allow someone in such a high position like Yang Jiyuan to act as a driver? These CEOs were all stunned, staring at Yang Jiyuan's actions, trying to see what he was trying to do. But this scene made these already surprised bosses drop their jaws to the ground. After Yang Jiyuan got out of the car, he did not rush to the senior management, but quickly came to the back seat and gently opened the door. Who is this? Mr. Yang actually became a driver. I can't quite figure it out. Could it be that a big shot was specially brought in for this bidding? Could it be that the person sitting inside is Old Man Moromi? Wait, this doesn't seem impossible. When talking about the possibility that it was Old Man Moromi who came, these CEOs recalled the previous arrival of Morom Ling and Yu Mingpu, and felt that it was not impossible. Everyone was looking at the open car door. But what no one expected was that the people who walked out of the car were neither Old Man Moromi as they had imagined, nor any other important figures, but Su He and Bai Jishi. The two were wearing decent dresses at this time. Sui got out of the car first, and then reached out to take Bai Jishi's hand and walked down. When everyone saw that it was actually two young men and women, they couldn't accept it. They thought to themselves, what the hell is this? Yang Jiyuan, who is so famous, actually became a driver for two young people. My worldview is messed up, what is going on? I don't understand why Mr. Yang would. Too young, this is really too young, this shouldn't happen. Everyone was shocked to the extreme at this point. No one expected that these two people were so young. Besides, they were also surprised by the handsomeness and beauty of Su He and Bai Jishi. Their exuding temperament also showed that they were not simple young people. Chapter 102 was actually given to a young man? But what kind of young man is this who is qualified to have Mr. Yang as his driver? No matter what, everyone was still a little confused. After all, this was somewhat beyond imagination. At this moment, the senior executives of Linglong Group also came forward to greet him, looked at Su He with a smile, and greeted him respectfully. Boss Su, you're here. Well. Let's go. Everyone looks very energetic today. Su He nodded, then stood up and walked inside with everyone. Seeing Yang Jiyuan following behind Su He and Bai Jishi, and the senior executives following closely behind, these bosses were completely dumbfounded and could no longer control their surprise and suspicion. Many of them walked towards Yang Jiyuan and asked about Su He's identity. Hello, Mr. Yang. Who is that young man in front? He looks very impressive. We haven't seen such a young man in Suzhou and Hangzhou. What is his identity? Boss Yang, please tell us, otherwise we really can't figure it out. Seeing that these bosses were racking their brains but couldn't figure it out, Yang Jiyuan did not hide it from them and explained with a smile. This person is called Su He, and he is the new chairman of our Linglong Group. Boom! Ah! Chairman? In an instant, after everyone finally got the answer from Yang Jiyuan, they felt as if a thunderbolt hit their heads and they fell into deep surprise and doubt again. This person is actually the new chairman of Linglong Group. Isn't he too young? The heads of the CEOs are buzzing now. No one would have thought that this young man, who looks to be in his early 20s, is actually the new chairman of the Linglong Group. After Yang Jiyuan finished his explanation, he looked at the bosses who had not yet reacted, shook his head, and continued walking forward. Oh my god. I must not be awake yet, you call this the chairman? I feel like I can't get through today without taking some blood pressure medicine. In just a short while, I don't know how high my blood pressure has soared. My heart is about to break. Now here comes someone from the Morong family, and then here comes a young chairman. How can I bear this? After Yang Jiyuan left, these CEOs were still in confusion, unable to accept the news they had just heard. This was beyond the basic cognition of each of them. Just when everyone here was still in deep shock, Moron Ling and Yu Mingpu also walked over and went straight to Sui. Boss Su, you're here. Ms. Morong Ling.
When Sui saw the familiar Morong Ling in front of him, he was a little shocked, but he was still a little uncomfortable with the other party's address, so he smiled and waved his hand.
Miss Morong Ling, you don't have to be so polite, just call me Sui. Okay Sui, then you can just call me by my name. Morong Ling smiled and said that Sui didn't need to be so polite. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and even such a simple conversation was undoubtedly a big explosion in the eyes of other CEOs. Seeing that Morong Ling and Sui had such a good relationship, the bosses were also stunned, and suddenly a horrible idea came to their mind. Hello Mr. Su, it's been a while since we last met. Yu Mingpu also walked up with a smile and extended his hand to Sui to show his friendliness. Hello, brother Yu, it's been a while since we last met. Sui smiled slightly. He had met Yu Mingpu before. Then he stretched out his hand, and the two powerful hands were held together. Mr. Su, I still can't forget your Bajiquan performance last time. It was simply extraordinary. I can't compare to you anyway. After a simple greeting, the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries. What Yu Mingpu remembered most about Sui was the Bajiquan that sounded like the roar of a tiger and a dragon last time. But now when he held Sui's hand, he couldn't help but be shocked again. He was extremely puzzled as to how this pair of hands that felt warm and smooth to the touch could have such a high level of attainment in Bajiquan. Well, I was just practicing for fun. Compared to you, brother Yu, it's nothing special. Sui smiled when he heard this and shook his head modestly. He could also feel the power hidden in Yu Mingpu. Morong Ling watched the two of them chatting, then looked at Morong Ling beside Sui, smiled and stretched out her hand. You must be Bai Jishi, my name is Morong Ling, nice to meet you. Hello, Miss Morong Ling. I'm glad to meet you. Seeing that the other party was so friendly, Bai Jishi also stretched out her hand and shook hands with the other party. And just as they were shaking hands, Morong Ling suddenly saw the jade plates hanging around Sui and Bai Jishi's necks. Oh, as expected. Seeing this, Morong Ling sighed with a wry smile. After all, her grandfather had said before that the jade would be passed on to her. Wow, now not only was he replaced by Sui, but he was also directly created. But on second thought, Sui's calligraphy could also be passed on to him. That would mean that even his grandfather, who had been pondering over the whole day and still couldn't figure out the solution to his masterpiece, wouldn't seem to be such a loss. However, thinking about this in her heart, Morong Ling still felt a little sour. Then she looked at Bai Jishi in front of her and smiled. Sister, you are so lucky. This jade pendant is a family heirloom. I thought Mr. Su would keep it after I gave it to him. After all, it is a top-grade jade and a treasure that can be passed down from generation to generation. But I didn't expect that Mr. Su would make it for me without saying anything. Mr. Su really treats me very well. Bai Jishi could only smile when she heard this and glanced at Sui beside her. Ha, if you, Morong Ling, hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known that this jade token had such importance. I'm really ignorant. Sui smiled awkwardly. This was indeed something he didn't know before, but he thought it was worth it to make it. After all, it would be better to wear it around the neck than to keep it in a box. I'm afraid not. I don't think you care about the value of this thing at all. Morong Ling covered her mouth and smiled, and also said something jokingly. Ha, that's not the case. Sui also smiled and gently touched the jade pendant on his neck. While a few people were chatting and laughing, the bosses nearby had just recovered a little, but their hearts were shaken again. They all knew that Mr. Morong had a jade heirloom, but he actually gave it to this young man. Chapter 103. Who is this important person? How much does one value this jade to give it to Sui? And the most important thing is that it is outrageous that he has reached such a position at such an age. After all, this is the position of the chairman of Linglong Group, not just any company. Linglong Group is a leading enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it also has considerable influence in other places. The bosses were shocked by Sui's identity at this time, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What's the point of them going there to have fun? They could all form a team and go home. But even though the situation has developed to this point, there are still some groups that want to fight for it. After all, since they are here, there is nothing wrong in giving it a try. On the contrary, many people who still feel a little stressed and confused about the result of this bidding now feel much more relaxed, because this bidding can be said to have nothing to do with them anymore. Just when many people were looking at the time and preparing to enter the exhibition hall, on the other side, a Hongqi L5 with a military license plate also drove in and arrived in front of everyone. The sound of brakes accompanied by a slight friction sound made everyone look back,
but they were all completely frightened by the incredible scene before them. The two red flags fluttering in the wind beside the red flag L5 seemed to be carrying a red hurricane, blowing at everyone's hearts all the time. Everyone was completely stunned in this short moment. What is going on? Is this just a bidding meeting today? Why are all the people here big shots? Oh my god. How terrifying must the person be to be able to ride in this car? Everyone's legs almost went weak. This was too stimulating for anyone. While everyone was still surprised and discussing, Sun Lin also got off the red flag car, straightened his military uniform, and then walked towards everyone with powerful and brisk steps. On Sun Lin's shoulders, two shining golden stars sparkled with golden light under the sunlight, focusing the attention of everyone present. No way. This is actually a 2-star dragon general. Suddenly, someone recognized the golden star on Sun Lin's shoulder, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his mouth opened in disbelief. Dragon general? What does this mean? However, the several bosses around this man were confused when they heard it. They thought to themselves, when did the title of Dragon General come into being? Why had they never heard of it before? Alas, you have no idea how terrifying this existence is. The man took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down before continuing to explain to the people around him. Let me tell you this. This man is not just an ordinary military general, but a dragon general from the Tonlong military. Only the real elites are qualified to enter the Tonlong military. Both their status and strength far exceed those of ordinary military forces. For example, the one in front of us has the rank of a 2-star dragon general on his shoulders. Compared to ordinary military ranks, this rank is more intimidating. Think about it, those who become generals in ordinary military departments are already not comparable to us, and this person is even a general of the Tonlong military department. The value of this person is beyond imagination. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned, their lips trembling slightly. When they looked at Sun Lin in front of them, even though the other party had no expression, they could still feel the oppressive feeling that was almost like a mountain pressing down on their heads. Sun Lin's expression was majestic without being angry, calm and profound, with a righteous spirit between his brows. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through everything about them and penetrate into their souls. The way he walked was majestic and domineering, more heroic than anyone imagined. The calluses and scars on his hands also showed his past glory. This was a professional soldier who had actually been on the battlefield and bathed in the blood of the enemy. I was able to see such a person in person. This trip was really worth it. But I still can't understand why such a person would come here. I have to say, I couldn't look him in the eye. The moment I stared into his pupils, I actually felt a chill down my spine. Everyone swallowed their saliva. While they were shocked by Sun Lin's identity, they also didn't quite understand why he came here. No matter what, such an old general should not appear in such an occasion with a strong business atmosphere. This is not a military exercise conference hall, but just a bidding meeting. Ah! Grandpa's son. Is this the old chief? At this moment, Morong Ling and Yu Mingpu on the side also saw Sun Lin walking towards them amid the exclamations of the crowd. They immediately frowned, and were extremely suspicious in their hearts, but they still hurried forward to say hello. Hello, Grandpa's son, how come you have time to come here? Old chief. Why are you here? Sun Lin walked towards the two of them with a smile, waved at them, and then told them the purpose of his visit. Ha, Xiaoling, this time it was your grandfather who called me and asked me to come here today. Please introduce me to the young man you mentioned last time. Sun Lin's voice was full of energy, especially when he mentioned Su He. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. While thinking, he accurately said Su He's name. I remember his name is Su He, right? How is he? Is he here now? Ah, this. When the people watching nearby heard that old man Sun Lin said that he came to see Su He, their hearts exploded. The power of this sentence is really too great. No matter what, it came from the mouth of a 2-star dragon general. If I heard correctly just now, this dragon general seemed to be asking Miss Morong Ling to introduce Su He to him. Fuck. Doesn't that mean that these 2-star dragon generals will stand on Su He's side? Oh my god, my worldview has completely collapsed today. Is this still a bidding meeting? I think it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a gathering of friends. That's right. Not only are they all Su He's friends, but they are all big shots, each one more intimidating than the other. Everyone discussed the matter in low voices, and everyone's expression was complicated. They had lived for all these years, and no one had ever seen anything like this.
This is simply outrageous. His father opened the door for something outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Chapter 104. You are Soo-hee. Those CEOs who were thinking of fighting for it just now have now become completely deflated balls and simply don't dare to do it anymore. Not to mention anything else, this is the support of the Morong family. Before everyone could calm down, another dragon general came in person. Who the hell dares to compete again? As for Yang Jiyuan and those senior executives, they were completely confused. Even though they thought that Sui could come to maintain order, they didn't expect that Sui could really turn this place into his own. Wow, this new chairman is really too powerful. Not only did he move an old man Morong Yi's most beloved granddaughter Morong Ling and his capable aide Yu Mingpu, but now he even came to the door with a 2-star dragon general. Including Bai Jishi, she also stood there in a daze. She never expected that such a high-ranking dragon general would be involved in this bidding meeting. Moreover, she knew very well in her heart that these people did not come here for the sake of Linglong Group, but because of Soo-hee. Grandpa's son, the person next to you is Soo-hee, and he is also the new chairman of Linglong Group. Upon hearing that Sun Lin came here for Soo-hee, Morong Ling quickly introduced Soo-hee and Sun Lin to each other. Soo-hee, this is Sun Lin, Sun Longjiang, a good friend of my grandfather. Since I heard about you last time, I have a deep impression of you. You are Soo-hee. Yes, hello, General Sun Long. It's an honor to meet you. Sun Lin turned his head to look at Soo-hee, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He patted Soo-hee's shoulder generously and laughed. Ah, good boy, you are really promising at a young age, you are a great young man. Originally, after Sun Lin heard a lot about Soo-hee from Morong Yi, he admired Soo-hee very much. Especially after learning that Soo-hee had such an identity, he admired him even more. After chatting for a few sentences, Sun Lin also looked around. Many pairs of eyes were looking at them, with expressions full of shock and fear. He couldn't help but ask Morong Ling a question. By the way, Xiao Ling, there are so many people here today, what are they doing here? Grandpa's son, don't you know that this is a bidding meeting today? What? A bidding meeting? Sun Lin's eyes instantly became filled with surprise. After muttering something, he reacted in an instant and thought to himself that he was being used as a gun after all. Thinking of this, Sun Lin was somewhat speechless, cursing Morong Yi in his heart for being such an old fox and being so cunning. Wow, this is a really good trick. You lured me here without showing up, and not only did you calm the situation down, but you also did me a favor. This deal is simply unparalleled. Morong Ling, Yu Mingpu and others saw that Sun Lin fell into silence and gritted his teeth from time to time. They also figured out what was going on and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh secretly. Sui smiled bitterly, and naturally understood it all in his heart. At the same time, he was helpless. He had to say that this old man Morong Yi really had a way. It really is true what the saying goes, when animals get old they become monsters, and when people get old they become spirits. Director Su, the time is almost up, we should go in. Yang Jiyuan on the side glanced at the time. It was almost time for the bidding to officially begin, so it was time to go in. Okay, let's go in first. Sui nodded, then called everyone to go inside and arrive at the bidding site. This bidding meeting was set up in an exhibition hall inside. There were already quite a few people sitting here, but most of the topics were unrelated to the land being bid. They were basically all discussing what had just happened to Soo-hee and others outside. At the front of the exhibition hall, the scene has been set up. In addition to people debugging the equipment, there are several formally dressed staff members checking the process. Let's just sit here. Everyone chose a seat slightly closer to the front and sat down together, waiting for the bidding to begin. Soo-hee sat upright in the chair. From the beginning till now, his expression was always calm, without a trace of disturbance. He looked very relaxed, as if this bidding meeting was not important enough in Soo-hee's eyes. However, Yu Mingpu and Sun Lin saw all of this. Soo-hee's current performance made them look at him with higher regard and they nodded slightly. Yes, it's a good ceiling. Sun Lin smiled with satisfaction, then adjusted his posture and sat down. At this moment, Sun Lin and Bai Jishi were sitting next to Soo-hee, while the others were sitting next to them. The bidding meeting was about to officially open. Backstage, preparations for the bidding were still being made in an orderly manner. When almost everyone was present, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked onto the stage and began to give an opening speech to everyone. Hello, guests from all enterprises. First of all, I am very happy that you have arrived at our bidding meeting and come to participate in our much-anticipated bidding project. As the host today,
I am honored to be in this position to witness the bidding process. I would like to congratulate everyone in advance and hope that everyone can have a good harvest today.
I now declare that this Suzhou Hangzhou trade bidding meeting has officially begun.
Next, we will have project leaders introduce the bidding projects to everyone.
Please get ready.
Finally, after the host's passionate speech, the person in charge of the bidding project came on stage to introduce the project. These were things that the group bosses present knew in and out, and now this so-called introduction was just a formality.
Okay everyone, this is roughly what the project is about. Now you can start bidding.
The project manager smiled and looked at the people sitting in front of him, but after a long time, there was still silence at the scene. At this moment, those CEOs who had been determined to win these projects before were silent, like wilted eggplants, and then all looked at Soo-hee.
Looking at the current situation, there is no need to say more.
After all, after witnessing Soo-hee's strength just now, how many people dare to compete for this project? Soo-hee himself is the chairman of Linglong Group. Needless to say, even the Morone family stands on Soo-hee's side. In the end, a person came that they dared not imagine, the two-star dragon general of the Tonlong Army.
In the face of such absolute strength and connections, to fight? What kind of fight? Who has the guts to do that? Chapter 105 got it. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Soo-hee.
Before Soo-hee spoke, the scene was probably still the same as it is now, in a wonderful atmosphere. Those foreign companies that had made preparations in advance were now silent, and they had not yet recovered from the surprise. At the same time, the person in charge of the project part.A was stunned. When had he ever seen such a scene before?
How could this be called a bidding meeting?
In his impression, this so-called bidding meeting is usually where these big guys fight tooth and nail for this project. Now that he has introduced the project for such a long time, no matter what, it's time for someone to start bidding, right? For a moment, the person in charge of part.A of the project felt like he was performing a silent movie on the stage, and the audience below was even more silent. It can be said that the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Through the introduction just now, I believe everyone has seen this project clearly.
This is definitely a rare opportunity.
After being stunned for a while, the project leader couldn't stand the indescribable awkward atmosphere at the scene anymore, so he had to bite the bullet and say a few more words.
Everyone, you can now bid publicly. Good opportunities are often fleeting, so you should seize the opportunity.
After finishing speaking, the person in charge took a deep breath, thinking that there should be no one left now. He was still very confident about the project he was in charge of. But after he spoke again, the scene was still dead silent. The bosses were still sitting in their seats in silence, as if no one had heard them speak.
Looking at the current situation, the person in charge was a little panicked, thinking, could this project still not be done? But after waiting for a long time, no one stood up to bid. Even if I'm just a clown performing on stage, there should be some applause and laughter. But these people are all silent. Are they crazy?
As time passed by, although only a few minutes had passed, the person in charge suddenly felt as if the day was a year. He had participated in many bidding events and had seen some big scenes, but he had never seen such a weird scene as the one before him in his life.
The host and some people from the bidding conference organizers were also getting impatient at this moment, thinking what kind of bidding conference was this? Were they still asleep? These are not passers-by who paid to watch the show. They are CEOs and senior executives from various companies. In addition to those from Suzhou and Hangzhou, there are also those who have come from thousands of miles away. How can everyone remain silent? Below, Yumingpu couldn't help but smile bitterly at the scene before him and look towards Soo-hee. This was a shocking sight. Even people like Yumingpu were shocked by Soo-hee's calmness at this moment. From the beginning until now, Soo-hee seemed to have no expression. Now, he just closed his eyes and began to rest. How can you keep your composure like this? Yumingpu cried out in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. He thought to himself, no wonder the old man attaches so much importance to Soo-hee, there is a reason for this. Morone Ling and others are now looking at Soo-hee. Obviously, Soo-hee's performance has surprised them to some extent. After meeting Soo-hee last time and this time, Morone Ling felt that Soo-hee was an unfathomable person. His character and ability surpassed his peers by many levels. Even most of the older generation would probably not be able to match him. Thinking of this, Morone Ling began to understand her grandfather's approach to some extent, and she admired Soo-hee even more. Ha, this kid is really interesting. Sun Lin smiled and looked at Soo-hee, who actually closed his eyes. He was immediately amused and became more interested in Soo-hee.
Time passed quickly, but there was still no one bidding at the scene, and even no sound of talking could be heard, as if the whole world was muted. The person in charge of the project's client was now covered in cold sweat, his head was a mess, and he couldn't figure out what was going on today. Why didn't these CEOs look like the people he knew every day? Yang Jiyuan was sitting below, surrounded by some senior executives from Linglong Group. Seeing that no one had started bidding yet, he understood what everyone meant and immediately looked towards Sui. Sui had now opened his eyes, and instantly understood Yang Jiyuan's look, and nodded gently. "We, the Linglong Group, offer." After getting Sui's consent, Yang Jiyuan stood up and showed the price his group had marked in advance. Someone made an offer? As soon as Yang Jiyuan finished speaking, the person in charge finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his sweat, and looked at Yang Jiyuan as if he was a savior. "Everyone, our Linglong Group's manager Yang Jiyuan has already started bidding. Does anyone else want to bid?" After recording the price from Yang Jiyuan, the person in charge began to ask other people at the scene. However, what puzzled him was that even with Yang Jiyuan's first bid, the situation remained the same as before. This. After being silent for nearly a minute and a half, the person in charge was completely stunned. My goodness, so this bidding meeting was just for one person? What are these other people doing here? Did you come all the way here just to be a spectator? You should at least have some sense of participation. But at this point, there was nothing that could be done. The person in charge sighed helplessly and had to follow the bidding process to announce the winner of this project. Well, let us congratulate Linglong Group for successfully winning the bid and winning the ownership of our project this time. Finally, after the person in charge announced that the dust had settled, thunderous applause suddenly broke out at the scene. Everyone seemed to be celebrating for Linglong Group, and no one felt disheartened at all for missing out on this project. There was no way. After taking their seats, people already knew that they had become spectators in this bidding meeting. This project had nothing to do with them anymore. It was said that they were giving it up, but even if they really competed, they would not have much chance of winning. Chapter 106 Lost? Besides, those who came to support Suhi are all big shots. They can't win anyway, so they might as well be straightforward and give them this face. At this time, Sui also stood up with a smile and nodded to the people around him, as a way of thanking everyone for the face they gave him. After all, this bidding was so easy that it was somewhat illogical. Thank you all for coming here specially for me. Morong Ling, please also thank old man Morong Yi for me. I will visit him another day. Afterwards, Sui sincerely thanked Morong Ling, Sun Lin, and others. It can be said that they played a very important role in this bidding meeting, and their effect of calming the situation was also amazing, allowing his Linglong Group to win the project so easily. Good. Morong Ling also smiled and nodded, indicating that she would convey the message to her grandfather. Su-hee, congratulations. You are a really good guy. Sun Lin stood up proudly. Even though he was congratulating Su-hee, he was still generous with his praise. His scorching eyes were always looking at Sui, making Sui feel somewhat chilled. We have to thank General Sunlong for this. After all, it was the first time they met, and Sun Lin was really too enthusiastic. Sui thought about it and finally let it go. Maybe this is the style of a general, a unique character belonging to the military. Then everyone, I'm going to hand over the project first. You can go out first, I'll be back soon. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sui said goodbye to everyone and took Yang Jiyuan and others to the back to hand over the project. In this situation, it would be better for him to be present. After all, this project was of vital importance to Linglong Group. Good. After a few people agreed, they stood where they were, watching Sui, Yang Jiyuan and the others leave. This man is incredible. At this age, he is so calm and composed. Looking at Sui's back, Yu Mingpu had a solemn expression and murmured something in a low voice. From the beginning to the end today, I have been observing Sui's performance, and it can be said that it is flawless. Many details that young people tend to miss, he handled them just right, and he was terrifyingly calm. After arriving outside, Sun Lin and others waited on the spot, while other bosses left one after another, still deeply shocked. The series of events that happened today were like a shot of adrenaline, making everyone feel their heads swollen and their hearts beating like electric motors. Alas, I really didn't expect that we would miss out on this project today, and we didn't even dare to participate in the bidding. One of the CEOs walked with a wry smile on his face. Although he was aware of the twists and turns involved, he still felt somewhat regretful. Oh, don't think too much about it. No matter what happens today, we are not going to get this project.
Don't think too much about it. It's useless. Yeah, Mr. Su is surrounded by big shots, what can we compare with him? But there's nothing to lose, so don't think too much about it. Well, no matter what they think, we should just treat it as a favor. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Several CEOs talked as they walked, their expressions were somewhat complicated and helpless. They were all people who had seen a lot of the world, but a scene like today was something they had never heard of or seen before. Soon, after the CEOs and senior executives of these companies left, this explosive news spread quickly. After learning the news, many people felt their legs and feet go weak and their expressions froze. There are actually General Long and the eldest daughter of the Morong family to keep the place in check. Who is this Su He? Alas, so I can forget about bidding this time. So many people are just serving as foils. It's really amazing. The main thing is that Su He is only at this age now, it's hard to imagine what he will become in the future. Many CEOs who were chatting about business and drinking tea in restaurants and tea houses in Suzhou and Hangzhou, as well as many dignitaries from other places, were completely stunned after hearing the news. Almost everyone's topic shifted to this, and the news spread more and more widely. At this time, at a banquet in Jiangqing International Hotel, everyone had their seats ready, and everyone had a bright smile on their face, ready to welcome their president Zhang, who had returned successfully with the project. For this bidding, their entire group has been busy for an unknown period of time and has made sufficient preparations. They all feel that success this time is already secured. As long as they win this project, the development of their group will be able to reach a higher level. It is even possible that after this time, their group will be able to move out of Jiangcheng, take a historic step, and move towards unprecedented heights. Now we're just waiting for President Zhang to come back. His plane should be taking off soon, so it won't be long before we can celebrate properly. Well, after all, we have done this much preparation, there will definitely be no problem. Everyone, we are about to witness the group's leap into a new era. Thank you all for your hard work in the bidding meeting during this period. It's not hard, it's all worth it. While waiting, many senior executives of the group began to celebrate in advance. After all, for their group, this bidding meeting can be regarded as a stepping stone to cross the ladder. Shoo! It's Mr. Zhang's call. As they were talking, one of the middle-aged men looked at the incoming call displayed on his mobile phone and immediately broke into a bright smile. The other people around him also smiled, thinking that the good news had finally come. Boss Zhang. You finally called me. How is it going? Did you succeed immediately? The middle-aged man answered the phone with a smile, but with a helpless sigh from the other end, his smile gradually began to solidify, and later it even evolved into something unbelievable, and he froze in place. Okay, I got it. What's wrong? Did we win? After watching the middle-aged man hang up the phone, the other people around him immediately came over with a smile, ready to listen to the good news together. Alas, we lost, we completely lost. After a long time, the middle-aged man also sighed and looked at everyone with a dull look. What? How is this possible? Didn't Mr. Zhang win the bid? At this moment, everyone around felt as if they had been hit by a bolt of lightning. Their heads were buzzing and it was difficult for them to accept the news they had just received. Chapter 107 Invitation to Join. Mr. Zhang said that the winner of this bidding is Linglong Group. The young new chairman is extremely terrifying. In addition to the help from the Morong family, there is also a dragon general from the Tonlong Army. Boom! As the middle-aged man relayed the news from the phone call to everyone was even more shocked, and cold sweat broke out on their heads and backs. Boss Zhang just said that no one dared to bid in this bidding meeting, and almost handed the project over to others. So, our preparations this time were in vain, and all our efforts were wasted. Waves of news flooded into everyone's minds, causing the originally jubilant scene to fall into a lonely silence. People's expressions were full of disappointment and helplessness. Originally, they thought that General Zhang was determined to win this time. However, the sudden appearance of Linglong Group caught not only them, but all the people who came to the bidding meeting off guard. In the face of such absolute strength, they all missed out on the project. Then for this celebration banquet, we also. After a moment of silence, one of them looked at the celebration banquet that had been scheduled, swallowed his saliva, and looked at everyone. All right. Let's go quickly. This is a celebration party. What the hell is this? Oh, let's go. There's no point in doing this. Who would be in the mood now? God knows what kind of idea this was.
They even prepared a celebration banquet in advance.
Now look, it's all in vain.
Amidst the sighs and silence, everyone looked at the festive decorations around them, feeling that it was full of irony.
Their faces turned pale and blue, and they soon left the place.
Back at the bidding meeting in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Sui had already completed the handover and brought by Jishi to Sun Lin and others.
How's it going? Is everything okay?
All is well. Sui replied with a smile, and then he looked at Sun Lin. He had also heard a little bit about it from Yang Jiyuan before, and knew about Sun Lin's status and the power of the Tonlong Army. He knew in his heart that this time Sun Lin came here not only to get to know him, but also to keep the situation under control.
General Sun Long is here today, there must be something going on, right?
Thinking about this, Sui knew that the military's temper was straightforward, unlike doing business which was full of roundabout ways, so he simply asked the other party about their purpose of coming this time.
You are such a smart young man. I like smart young people like you.
Sun Lin nodded and continued with a smile. As for me, I have heard Mr. Moroni and Yu Mingpu talk about you many times before, and I happen to be free today, so I thought of coming to see you.
But you are really good.
I didn't make a mistake coming here this time.
You are indeed a rare talent.
I have met many people, but I have never seen a young man like you. Sun Lin narrowed his eyes, praised him a bit, then changed the subject and asked Su He.
Mr. Su, you should be a martial artist, right? General Sun Long, how do you see this?
Su He neither admitted nor denied it, but just asked back calmly. I see that the power you exert in your daily movements is extraordinary, and the difference between you and ordinary people is huge. If you didn't have a foundation of martial arts training for many years, it would be difficult for you to do it. Besides, the last time Xiaoling and Mingpu came to look for you, they saw the power of your punch. Do you still dare to say that you don't know martial arts?
I see. Su He listened patiently, quickly understood, and nodded calmly.
Looking at Sui's appearance, he was neither surprised at being seen through, nor complacent at being praised, but remained calm and composed.
Sun Lin couldn't help but marvel in his heart.
This was him, and he even felt that he couldn't see through Su He. But after all, he is just a young man in his early 20s.
This should not happen in any way. Okay, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Now I'll tell you why I'm here.
After sighing for a while, Sun Lin smiled slightly, looked into Sui's eyes, and revealed an intriguing expression. General Sun Long, you can speak freely.
Okay. Then I now officially invite you to join our Tonlong Army as a 2-star dragon general.
In an instant, Sun Lin's eyes flashed, and his body suddenly stood up straight, with a serious expression as he extended an invitation to Sui. At this moment, Sun Lin exuded a majestic aura. It can be seen that Sun Lin is serious about this matter.
But this sentence also made Morong Ling and others dumbfounded.
They stared at Sun Lin's serious look in amazement, and couldn't help but exclaimed in their hearts, this is the first time he has seen Su He, and he has already invited him. This made them shudder. They never thought that inviting Su He to join the Tonlong Army was actually Sun Lin's real intention.
Isn't this a bit abrupt? After all, what is the Tonlong military headquarters?
It is a holy place that every member of the ordinary military headquarters dreams of. It is a place where only the real elites, who have gone through layers of selection, have the opportunity to enter.
But Su He is just a college student, not even a member of the military, and yet Sun Ling invited him directly? How much does Sun Ling think of Su He?
Old man, but I'm not a member of the military yet.
I'm just a student.
Su He was also a little confused. He looked at Sun Lin in surprise and doubt.
He couldn't believe that he was invited to join them. Su He, listen, joining the Tonlong Army, do you know what it means?
It means that you are the most elite force in China. You can have a series of privileges, and your status can also start directly from the school rank. Sun Lin's expression relaxed a little, and he continued to talk about the benefits of Su He joining the Tonlong military. Also, once you join, it doesn't mean you have to stay there forever. You can still continue to serve as a student and as the chairman. There is no conflict.
After Sun Lin put forward these tempting conditions, Morong Ling and others' minds went blank. They thought, just join if you want, isn't this treatment a bit beyond the standard?
It can be seen that Sun Lin is determined to recruit Su He. This is not just a momentary idea, but a decision made before he came. Facing Sun Lin's words, Su He looked at Morong Ling and others. He originally wanted to see what suggestions they had from their expressions, but whether it was Morong Ling, Yu Mingpu, or Yang Jiyuan and others, they all looked surprised.
Su He frowned. Seeing their expressions, he understood how serious this invitation was. Chapter 108, Going to a Secret Place with School Beauty by.
However, Sui also knew that this matter could neither be agreed casually nor easily rejected. He glanced at Bai Jishi, and then began to think about it in his heart. It is said that good men all yearn for military life. I used to have the same idea, but now I have Bai Jishi by my side in a group that I need to be responsible for. If I have to take all these things into consideration, even if I go to the Tonlong military department, I won't be able to devote my full attention to it, and I might not be able to do anything well. After thinking about this, Sui decided not to go. He was about to politely decline Sun Lin's offer, but Sun Lin spoke first. How about this, you come with me to our Tonlong military headquarters first, and then make a decision.
How about that?
Sun Lin naturally understood what Sui meant by his silence just now, so he offered to go and take a look together.
Yes, Mr. Su, why don't you go and take a look before making a decision?
Yu Mingpu also noticed that Sui wanted to refuse, so he smiled and helped Sun Lin persuade her a few more times.
Director Su, the Tonlong military has its own confidentiality. This is a great opportunity. How about going to take a look?
After all, Yu Mingpu was also a member of the Tonlong Army back then. He retired to repay the kindness of Mr. Moroni and stayed by the old man's side, serving as his right-hand man. So in addition to helping his old leader persuade Su-hee, Yu Mingpu also missed the time he spent in the Tonlong military. Now that he has the opportunity, he also wants to go back and take a look.
Okay.
Let's go check it out first. Seeing that Sun Lin and Yu Mingpu invited him so sincerely, Su-hee knew that he could not refuse, but he was also curious about the Tonlong military headquarters, so he simply thought about going to take a look and then agreed.
That's great, let's go out then.
Sun Lin smiled, then let everyone out and came to the Hongqi car. He took out his cell phone and made another call. Not long after, several other red flag vehicles also arrived here. They were equally magnificent, with military license plates and red flags fluttering in the wind.
Everyone, let's go.
Good. Su-hee nodded, and then took Bai Jishi to sit on one of the red flag cars. On the road, several red flag cars were driving together. Many passers-by also saw these cars. They were stunned immediately, opened their mouths in horror, and looked at the red flag convoy with dilated pupils.
Oh my God!
There are so many red flags, and they are military license plates.
What a scene! There must be some important person in there.
Of course. Even if the person sitting here is not a general in the military, he must be an important guest. Amid people's exclamations and heated discussions, several red flag cars sped away. When the vehicles on the road saw this in their rearview mirrors, they all consciously made way. After all, his status is not comparable to that of people like them, and he deserves their respect.
And if someone has some important business to attend to, they can't afford to delay any longer. Ha ha!
I have to take a picture of this scene. When one of the passers-by saw the scene, he immediately took out his mobile phone excitedly and prepared to take a photo.
You're crazy. Turn it off.
But at this moment, other people around quickly stopped the passerby and shouted at him sternly.
Do you know that these are military vehicles? If you take random photos and something is leaked, do you think you can handle it? I don't dare anymore.
The passerby finally realized what was happening and was immediately sweating profusely.
He hurriedly put away his phone.
In the car, Sun Lin sat next to Su-hee. The more he looked, the more he admired her. He remembered the circle that Yu Mingpu had described to him last time, and started asking about it.
Su-hee, you are the successor of Bajiquan, right?
No, I just know the 8th level. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Lin laughed along, and then continued speaking earnestly.
Young man, you can be modest, but being too modest is a bit, what do you young people call that? Hey, Grandpa Sun, it's Versailles. Morong Ling covered her mouth and smiled, then said it out. Ha, that's right.
Sun Lin slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, making everyone laugh too. After the joke, Sun Lin continued to look at Su-hee. He had heard Yu Mingpu say that Su-hee's level 8 was already superb. It was hard to imagine that Su-hee had such a skill at his age. But since Su-hee didn't want to talk about it, he didn't force him to ask. He just looked at the scenery outside the window with a smile. Bai Jishi, who was sitting next to Su-hee, was a little nervous. She thought today was just a bidding meeting, but she didn't expect to see such a grand scene. Next, she would go to a place like the Tonlong military headquarters, so she couldn't help but be shocked. Sui felt Bai Jishi's body trembling slightly, and then he took Bai Jishi's hand, which made him feel a little relieved. As everyone sat in the car, the topic gradually became lighter, and they chatted while heading towards the Tonlong military headquarters together. Here, after a while, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Tonlong military department and soon saw a wide gate that could accommodate large transport vehicles to enter and exit freely. The gate is camouflaged, wide and solid, as if it represents China's strongest shield. Of course, when needed, they are also a sword that makes all enemies tremble with fear and stay away. The surrounding walls are high, but the overall design has been integrated into the entire environment. In addition to the members of the Tonlong Army guarding the door, there are also many snipers on the walls observing all directions to ensure the absolute secrecy and security of the Tonlong Army. Suhi was somewhat surprised when he saw these. He had consciously recorded the route from the bidding meeting to here, but even so, he was still a little drowsy. If he were to drive here by himself, he might not find the right way and would most likely get lost on the way. As the red flag car stopped in front of the gate, two of the guards wearing combat uniforms and holding weapons came over and saluted the red flag car in a dignified manner. The member of the Tonlong Army driving in front opened the car window and handed over a small red book. The guard simply flipped through it, then handed the red book back with both hands and saluted again towards the back seat of the red flag car. Let him go. Chapter 109 erupts. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the gate opened immediately, and the red flag car started again and drove straight in. After entering the Tonlong military headquarters, the red flag car did not stop and continued to move inside, and everyone began to look around this place. When they were outside, it was absolutely hard for everyone to imagine that after entering the gate, there was such a wide space inside. In addition to the asphalt road under their feet extending straight inward, everyone also saw many buildings, including training and office buildings, and there was no end in sight at a glance. Sui squinted his eyes and looked at this place. First of all, it was absolutely hidden among the mountains, but its scale was not small at all. It was hard to believe that there was such a place next to them. General Sun Long, can this place be seen on the map? After looking for a while, Sui looked at Sun Lin beside him and asked jokingly. Judging from what you said, this is definitely not possible. Sun Lin smiled and waved his hand. He was absolutely confident in the safety and confidentiality of this place. Let's go in first. After we get off the bus, I'll take you for a good look around. Then, Sun Lin led everyone to continue walking inside. As the red flag car drove deeper and deeper, they could feel the vastness of this space more and more. In addition, you can see many patrolling members of the Tonlong Army on the road, all holding real guns and ammunition in their hands. They are in a state of combat readiness at all times, as if they were born to fight. Suhi was shocked when he saw these. Although he knew that the Tonlong Army might not be simple, he would not have thought that it would reach such a level if he had not seen it with his own eyes today. Not to mention by Jishi and others, they had never thought that there was such a place, and they felt a shock from the bottom of their hearts. Morong Ling had never been to such a place before. Now she was looking around like a curious baby, wishing she could see everything here at once. As for Yuming Pu, he was not as curious as Suhi and others. Instead, he felt like he was revisiting an old place. His expression was full of emotion and nostalgia, and the memories of the past flooded in like a tide. Let's just stop here. When they arrived under one of the buildings, Sun Lin nodded and signaled the military member driving in front to stop. Yes. After parking the car, everyone walked down the red flag. Sun Lin looked at everyone, smiled, and pointed at the building in front and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I have to go change my clothes first. The dress is too restrictive and not very comfortable to wear." Good. After a few people agreed, Sun Lin turned around and walked in quickly. When he entered the building, the military members at the door immediately stood at attention and saluted Sun Lin. Wow! Is this the Tonlong Army? It's even more mysterious than I thought. Morong Ling looked at Su He and the others, and expressed her feelings with excitement. This time she finally had a chance to see the sights. She had wanted to come to the Tonlong military headquarters to take a look for a long time before, but she never had the chance. I've never heard of this place before. It looks really impressive. The aura of those military members is very different from the military members I usually see. Bai Jishi was also surprised. What she had seen and heard along the way had been deeply imprinted in her mind. That's right. If ordinary military members want to come here,
they need to go through very strict tests. So every member of the Tonlong military you see here was one of the top elites in the original military. And those who can get here, in addition to being outstanding in all aspects, are also true experts in one of the fields. Some are good at individual combat, and some are good at close combat. If you are just balanced in all aspects and have no special features, you won't be able to get here. Yu Mingpu knew everything about this place, and he started to explain it to everyone, which left Morong Ling and Bai Jishi stunned. Brother Yu, you know this place very well. Can you tell us more about it? There are so many buildings here. What are they used for? Seeing that Yu Mingpu understood so well, the two of them opened their eyes wide and continued to ask questions. Yu Mingpu just smiled slightly and continued talking. Well, the building in front of us is the office building. It is where the senior military officials work. The conference room is also here. As for the other buildings, the most densely populated ones are the residences of military members. There are also indoor shooting ranges, indoor fighting halls, and comprehensive tactical training simulation buildings. All of these are there. And the military members here are all the best from the Eastern Military War Zone. Just like what I told you just now, every one of them is a top soldier. So that is how it is. Suhi listened to this and nodded heavily. Now he heard Yu Mingpu talking about the strict requirements for the members here, but he was somewhat surprised that Sun Lin directly invited him to join. Bai Jishi and Morong Ling were also shocked. How much did Sun Lin like Suhi to skip all this and go straight to invite Suhi? After a while, Sun Lin changed his clothes and came down. He was wearing his usual clothes and had a few bottles of mineral water in his hands. Okay, thank you for your hard work, come and have some water. Thank you, General Sun Long. Everyone took the water with a smile and thanked Sun Lin. You're welcome. Come on, I'll show you around. Sun Lin waved his hand, then led everyone to look elsewhere. After walking for a while, everyone came to the outdoor training ground. At this time, the military members here were conducting strength training, and some were conducting combat training. As expected, the military members serving here are all real elites. Some of them wear training uniforms, while others are simply shirtless. Their muscles, as if carved by knives and axes, are full of fierce power. The bronze skin was full of luster under the sunlight, and the scars on the body, which were more or less, were clearly visible. Their eyes are firm and their brows are full of masculinity. Their pupils, like those of a ferocious beast, seem to be able to tear apart any enemy who dares to invade. They exude a chilling sense of righteousness. Everyone, move. If you don't want to get hurt on the battlefield, if you don't want your throat to be cut and your head to be blown up by the enemy, then burst out all your speed and strength. Chapter 110. Who are these people? Everyone was watching as an instructor in a black training suit, with his muscles rupturing, shouted at the military members in training. The bulging veins and muscles on his head were frightening just by looking at them. The thick calluses on his knuckles showed that he was an elite among elites, a king among kings. I need to see your desire to fight and your cruelty towards the enemy. I want you to hone your body into a sharp blade, a blade dedicated to the country and the people, a blade wielded towards the enemy. Amid the instructor's shouts, the military members who were doing strength training also spared no effort. Some were doing squats while holding up water-soaked logs, while others were running on the obstacle course while carrying a huge rock. There were also military members who were undergoing combat training. They were working in groups of two, and their heavy punches and whip kicks were pouring down on each other like a tide, while the opponent's defense was equally strong. The sound of their fists hitting flesh was even more frightening than the dubbing in the movie. After training for a while, the instructor looked at the time and blew the whistle hanging around his neck. It was time for a break. Wow! So enjoyable! So enjoyable! The military members wiped their sweat, their eyes still fanatical, but they still sat down and took a short rest. It was at this time that many members of the military saw Suhi standing next to Sun Lin. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and they started discussing with some surprise. Strange, where did this fresh meat come from? He's too white. One of the big guys, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, glanced at Suhi, smiled and looked at his companions around him. He was somewhat confused in his heart. Why would Sun Long bring such a person to the military headquarters? What's going on? Why did General Sun Long bring such a person to the military headquarters? This doesn't make sense. That's right. When did such an outsider come into the Tonlong Army? Ha, this little brother looks quite young. Did we scare him just now?
The military members who were resting were talking about these things, and they were surprised and confused, but after just a few words of discussion, they turned their attention elsewhere.
Come on, let's not talk about this. Maybe they are just here for a visit. But I heard that everyone will have to take a combat test later. If you lose, you won't be able to have lunch.
Another member of the military smiled wryly and talked about a piece of news he had just heard.
Shit. This is the rule today. I need to warm up. Damn it.
You played dirty tricks last time, don't do it again later.
What? Man, that's strength.
No matter what the move is, as long as it works, it's king.
No, I have to warm up first.
I saw the cafeteria just slaughtered a few cows this morning, and I don't want to miss it. After a few words, these military members started warming up as if they had been injected with a shot of chicken blood.
Although the rest time was not over yet, they were all preparing for the subsequent assessment.
Sui witnessed these iron-blooded men, his eyes filled with respect. Looking at the scars on their bodies, most of them are not from battles, but from training. It can be seen how intense their training is every day. For a moment, Sui was extremely shocked by these military members who were not afraid of hardships and dangers, and were not afraid of blood and sweat. He stood still with his back straight, and was full of awe in his heart. Bai Jishi and the others around them had never seen such a scene before, and thought to themselves, so this is the most powerful force protecting China. The more they looked, the more frightened they became, so everyone couldn't help but take a few more glances. Even Yu Mingpu, an old man in the Tonlong military, nodded with satisfaction when he saw the current members of the military, and said to Sun Lin beside him with satisfaction.
These kids are all great, each one of them is a real man.
Sun Lin smiled and nodded, looked at Yu Mingpu meaningfully, and talked about the combat test that would take place soon.
Mingpu, we're going to have a real fight soon. How about you, old senior, are you interested in giving us some pointers? Hey, old commander, don't count on me.
Yu Mingpu smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at those military members with eyes full of admiration.
I am not sure if I can beat them now. After a while, the actual combat confrontation officially began.
The military members were divided into groups of 2 and took the assessment in groups, with the instructors taking notes on the side.
Zhang Shenhe. Tai Minghui. Step out. Yes.
Following the instructor's order, 2 burly men stepped forward and came to an open space in the middle. Although their training clothes were a bit worn out and their bodies were covered with a mixture of sweat and mud, it still did not affect the stunning spirit they exuded.
Drink.
After an angry shout, one of the military members took the lead in launching an attack.
Everyone only felt a hurricane passing by. It was so fierce and fast that the 2 men started fighting with fists and feet in the blink of an eye. Although it was just a confrontation between members, the principle of the Tonlong Army was that they would rather bleed in training than die on the battlefield. Although the 2 were still laughing during the break, no one held back at this moment. One of the members resisted the kick from the other member that was like a flood or a beast, then used the force to fly into the air and kick the other member in the head. Bang! But almost at the same time, one used his elbow and the other used his wrist to block each other's attacks. A loud noise was heard, proving that the force used by both of them was very fierce. The member who attacked first saw that his kick was blocked, and he reacted immediately, continuing to exert force with his elbow and attacking the opponent's jaw. However, the reaction speed of both of them was extremely strong. Even in such a situation, they both took strong defensive measures. At the same time, they were also looking for the opponent's flaws, ready to defeat the enemy with one blow. There is nothing superfluous in every move and posture of the 2 men. They are all aimed at subduing the opponent's vital points. Although it makes it less entertaining, it is even more terrifying. This battle was still going on.
In the first wave of attempts, both of them defended against each other's attacks. Because of the huge strength of both sides, their hands and feet were slightly numb. In the end, because one of the members' legs were a little unstable, the opponent seized the flaw and quickly attacked the lower body. Then he locked the opponent's throat, hit the opponent's lower abdomen violently with his knee, and then used Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to completely fix the opponent's joints, declaring the victory of this competition.
Chapter 111, by Shuehua, Suhi is so amazing. Great, next group. The instructor nodded without saying anything extra. After making a note, he let the next group of members continue. On this side, Sui looked at these fierce fights where fists hit flesh and skin was torn apart, and his brows gradually furrowed. Risking one's life. This is simply risking one's life. This kind of training is not an exaggeration to call it devil training.
Their fighting skills are quite high, and their physical strength and power are equally terrifying. If neither side is caught without any flaws, a battle will often last for a long time. Perhaps it is because of this kind of training that these members' ability to withstand blows is quite terrifying. Sometimes, even if they are hit on the head, they can still continue fighting without being affected. However, Sui also discovered problems in these battles, some problems that no one might have ever discovered.
Yeah, not bad.
Sun Lin looked at the confrontation between these members and nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to ask Suhi what he thought of it, he unexpectedly found that Suhi was frowning, and he also became a little confused.
What's wrong, Suhi? Is there any problem?
General Sun Long, I must admit that the members of the Tonlong Army are truly elites, but I still have to say that there are certain loopholes in their skills.
A loophole. Keep talking.
Sun Lin's eyes also became serious, and he motioned Suhi to continue. In such a long time, he had never heard anyone say that there were problems with the fighting skills of these members. Because in the Tonlong Army, they teach some fighting skills that cannot be learned outside.
These are summarized by the elites in the past.
They are like the Bible for actual combat and have been used until now.
As for the question, no one among them had ever raised it. Seeing Sui's expression, Sun Lin couldn't help but become curious.
He thought that with Sui's attainments, he shouldn't be talking nonsense, and then pretended to listen carefully. General Sun Long, these members have surpassed ordinary military soldiers in terms of willpower, endurance, and reaction speed.
They are all worthy of praise. Now I want to talk about the technical issues.
I don't deny the practicality of their fighting skills, but I think there are still some loopholes in their footwork and body positions.
Pace and position? Keep talking.
Sun Lin narrowed his eyes and his expression became more serious. Well, when we are fighting the enemy, if we encounter one whose strength level is too far from ours, as long as we keep our reactions and everything we have, we can easily defeat them. Thinking about the confrontation between the military members just now, Sui nodded seriously and continued to explain. But if we encounter an enemy with the same or even greater strength than us, our pace and position become very important. The key is to avoid being caught by the opponent and to strike with speed at the same time. I think the biggest problem with the military members right now is that they are too focused on using speed and strength, but forget this point. When they can't kill with one strike, they are more likely to expose their flaws.
This is also about the starting position.
In close combat, the starting position often has a huge impact on the battle. When we encounter a sudden attack, to a large extent, it is not our mind that moves, but our body that reacts instinctively. But if you are already in disarray when you start, your steps and body position will also be greatly affected, which will lead to more flaws, an unstable lower body, and more opportunities for the enemy. So if you can't attack or defend at the beginning, and you only have one thing to do and forget about the other, then the gain will outweigh the loss. In fact, referring to the principles of level 8 in Tai Chi, the starting position not only determines the advantages in terms of attack and defense, but also enables better use of the power of the body. If the military members can pay attention to these aspects, I think we can not only fill these gaps, but also achieve significant improvements. Sui carefully explained the principles of his views. Sun Lin listened very carefully. Even Yu Mingpu was touching his chin and pondering Sui's explanation in his mind. The members who were participating in the confrontation training on the other side also noticed Sun Lin and the others. Seeing Sui pointing fingers at them, they felt somewhat uncomfortable.
What on earth is this kid talking to General Sun Long about? He's so confusing. That's right, how can he play with the things we play with? He is doing these things right next to us. How come I have never seen such a person in our military? It's too far to hear, but I see the kid is talking to General Sun Long about our confrontation training. Does he think we are no match for him? Ha ha ha, this boy looks so innocent, how dare he say we are not good enough? The members discussed for a few words. They didn't have any prejudice against Suhi, but they just felt uncomfortable seeing him pointing fingers at them. However, at this moment, one of the sharp-eyed members suddenly raised his hand, signaled the members who were discussing to be quiet, and said in an incredible tone, "Brothers, I see that General Sun Long's face doesn't look very good. What happened?
This.
Could it be that Sun Long is angry? It's really rare to see him like this. I don't understand it, but I think there must be a reason for it. Let's take a look at it later."
"Oh, that's fine, let's finish training first." When the other members heard this, they also saw Sun Lin's expression, and their expressions were more or less incredible, but now the training has not ended yet, so they had to put the doubts in their hearts for the time being. After that, Sui discussed the loopholes and areas for improvement of the current members from the perspectives of offense and defense, and also proposed many important solutions, which made Sun Lin more and more shocked.
Hearing Sui's words, Sun Lin couldn't stop nodding repeatedly.
No matter from which perspective, he had already agreed with Sui's point of view in his heart. He really had a feeling that listening to Sui's words was better than reading 10 years of books. Even Yu Mingpu next to him was stunned. When he was in the military, he served as an instructor in combat training.
However, after so many years, he never discovered these problems.
But Sui is so young, and it was his first time seeing the training of the Tonlong Army members, but he was able to find so many problems.
He is simply a monster. Chapter 112: Sui's critical decision.
Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yu Mingpu felt unable to refute every word Sui said, and even felt ashamed of himself. Bai Zhishi and Morong Ling were stunned as they listened nearby. Although they didn't quite understand what was said, when they saw the expressions on Sun Lin and Yu Mingpu's faces, they knew that what Sui said was probably right.
If he hadn't really hit the point, they would never have had such expressions. General Sun Long, that's about all I have to say.
I think the members should be able to understand these questions. After a while, Sui finished expressing his own views. Sun Lin and Yu Mingpu both felt as if they had been enlightened. They nodded heavily, their expressions still in shock. After looking for a while, everyone decided not to stay here any longer, but went to other places to have a look. After what happened just now, Sun Lin knew even more clearly that Sui was just as Yu Mingpu said. He could no longer be described as simple, but simply unfathomable. Thinking of this, Sun Lin no longer hesitated. He quickly came behind Sui, patted Sui on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation.
You are truly a young person.
Sui, you are truly the first young person who has amazed me so much.
Your future achievements will definitely be immeasurable. Sun Long, you are too kind.
I still have a lot to grow and learn. Faced with Sun Lin's praise, Sui remained humble and polite.
Sui, I solemnly invite you now.
I hope you can join our Tonlong Army.
We definitely cannot miss out on talents like you.
Sun Lin looked at Sui seriously and majestically, and extended the invitation again. As long as you can come, I can guarantee you on behalf of the Tonlong Military Department that your rank can start directly from the school level. I can directly give you the right to train members, and you don't have to participate in the monthly assessment. As for the other status and identity you deserve, as long as you come over, I promise that you will not lose anything.
Sui nodded slightly and asked Sun Lin with a smile. It shouldn't just be power, right? What do you need me to do?
Sun Lin narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and waved his hand majestically.
Don't worry about that. We won't ask you to do anything excessive, nor will we take up too much of your time.
Because Sun Lin was somewhat aware that Sui was hesitant, he planned to proceed step by step. It would be fine even if Sui did nothing at the beginning, but he must first pull Sui in.
I'll think about it. Nodding, Sui understood Sun Lin's attitude and began to think about it.
However, since he came here to take a look in person, Sui's concepts have changed to some extent, especially after seeing how hard-working these members are. He also clearly understands that they are doing this to defend their country.
They are all real men.
Thinking of this, Sui didn't think about it anymore. If he still thought about it, he would be wrong, so he agreed. General Sun Long, I agree to join the Tonlong Army.
Ah, that's great.
Seeing this, Sun Lin laughed excitedly. He was so happy in his heart that he walked forward and hugged Sui enthusiastically. Sui, you have made the right decision. On behalf of the Tonlong Army, I welcome you.
General Sun Long, when should I come over?
Since she had decided to come, Sui stopped nagging and directly asked Sun Lin when she would come.
It doesn't matter. You can come whenever you want.
Just take care of your own affairs first.
And what I just said is also valid.
Even if you come here, it won't take up too much of your time. We guarantee that you will have plenty of time to do your own things.
Good.
Sui smiled and nodded. Morong Ling also came over and gave Sui her congratulations.
Sui, congratulations. Joining the Tonlong Army is something many people dream of. As long as I can make some contribution, it doesn't matter.
All the members here are worthy of respect. Sui shook his head. He didn't feel that he had gained much power or improved his status. Instead, he felt that he had more responsibilities, a responsibility that made him feel that he could make a difference.
Good boy, I was not wrong about you.
Sun Lin looked at Sui with appreciation.
He felt very happy at the moment and said to several people, "Let's go. Today is a good day. I will serve as your tour guide and take you for a walk. We can also have a quick meal in our military cafeteria." Good. A few people agreed and followed Sun Lin to other places with a smile on their faces. Everyone visited the indoor shooting range and the memorial hall first, and then, seeing that it was almost time, they went to the military cafeteria together and had a simple meal. The food here tastes very good and is nutritionally balanced. The chefs are all professional and are very strict in controlling the dietary structure. They are also an important logistical support for the military. It's almost time for today, General Sunlong. We won't bother you anymore and will leave first. After walking out of the cafeteria, Sui saw that they had been at the Tonlong military headquarters for quite some time and knew that it was almost time, so he said goodbye to Sun Lin and prepared to take Bai Jishi back. "Okay, I'll find someone to take you there." Sun Lin agreed and immediately asked someone to send Su He and the others away. Then he watched the red flag car send Su He and the others away. After Su He and others left, Sun Lin's face immediately changed. He called his secretary and spoke to him seriously. "Call all the members and instructors who were doing the confrontation training and assemble now." "Yes." Seeing Sun Lin's serious expression, the secretary knew that this was a big deal and quickly issued the order. After a while, the members who had just gathered quickly gathered together. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't know what was going on. But seeing Sun Lin's somewhat ugly expression, everyone stood still, chest out and head high. Although they felt very confused, they still had a bad premonition. "Do you know what this sudden gathering is all about?" After a moment of silence, Sun Lin asked everyone solemnly. "Report." "I don't know." "Okay. Then I'll tell you." Sun Lin's eyes flashed, and he strode in front of the crowd, then pointed out the loophole that Sui had just mentioned. "You may not know this, but I can tell you responsibly that there are big problems with your current fighting skills." Chapter 113. Is that guy so powerful? This. After hearing Sun Lin's words, the instructor standing in front of the team and the members behind him all felt their heads buzzing and the corners of their mouths twitched suddenly. When you were engaging in close combat, you were too focused on speed and strength, too obsessed with killing with one strike, and forgot about your steps and body position. So the reason why you lost in the confrontation training just now is probably not because you were not strong enough, but because you only relied on your fighting instincts in the battle and gave up using your brains to think. If it's an ordinary enemy, you can forget what I just said, but if you encounter an expert, your carelessness may cost you your life. Also, when your moves started, almost no one cared about how to defend, they just kept attacking. Although this will give you the greatest offensive power, it will also leave you with numerous flaws. I wonder if you can understand what I mean. Besides, listening to Sun Lin say this, the members thought it was a joke at first, but the more they listened, the more embarrassed they felt. Some of them deduced it in their minds, or simply tried it, and were surprised to find that it was exactly the same as what Sun Lin said. "General Sun Long, you are really amazing. We have been training for so long, and no one has ever raised these questions. Yes, your eyes are really sharp. You can see our loopholes right away. This. I am speechless." After understanding this, everyone was amazed and looked at Sun Lin with admiration. "Stop, I didn't say that. The young man I was standing next to just now pointed it out." "What?" Upon hearing this, the faces of these members suddenly changed, their eyes widened, and they looked at Sun Lin's serious expression in disbelief, with an uproar in their hearts. The young man who was fair-skinned and seemed harmless just now actually raised this question that no one had ever noticed. They say you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean. Now I know it clearly. Hiss. No wonder this person can come here, he is really not simple. Who on earth is this young man? He's so scary. At this moment, the members were extremely shocked, and felt somewhat guilty for their contempt for Sui just now. Okay, I won't say any more. I've already conveyed the issues that people have raised. I believe you should know what to do with the rest. Disband now. Sun Lin did not continue speaking. Since all the members were good drummers, there was no need for heavy hammers. He dismissed everyone immediately and left. Yes. Let's go train now. The members shouted loudly. Although they found many shortcomings, this did not make them feel discouraged. Instead, it stimulated their enthusiasm. After disbanding, they all rushed to the training ground.
On this side, Sun Lin looked at the reactions of these members and knew that they had acknowledged the problems pointed out by Su He and was quite satisfied with this. However, he still felt shocked in his heart. After all, he was able to point out these problems after just a few glances. This showed that Su He's attainments were so high that they might have reached a level beyond his cognition.
Oh my goodness, I really found a treasure this time.
Sun Lin smiled, thinking about the fact that Su He had just agreed to join the Tonlong Army. He felt very happy. This was definitely a business that was sure to make money. After returning to the office, Sun Lin made himself a pot of tea and hummed a Western opera softly.
It can be seen that he was in a very happy mood.
General Sun Long, here is a document that needs your signature. At this moment, the secretary came in with a document in his hand.
Let me see.
After receiving the document, Sun Lin took a look at it and signed it directly as he felt there was no problem.
Okay, General Sun Long, I'll be leaving first.
After the secretary took the document, he was about to leave, but Sun Lin suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped him.
Wait a minute. Yes.
The secretary agreed and turned to look at Sun Lin.
Well, go get Sui's information by the way, and be quick. Okay.
As the secretary closed the door gently when he left, Sun Lin stood up and looked at the sky outside the window. He murmured to himself and began to think about what would happen after Sui came to the Tonlong military headquarters. I have to think about this carefully, and decide what title to give him when the time comes. At this time, on the other side, Su He and Bai Jishi also returned to the city, and the driver asked them where they should go now.
Where are we going now, you two? Wait a moment, I'll make a call first.
Bai Jishi waved, quickly took out her cell phone and called her cousin Zhang Qingling.
Beep, beep.
But the busy tone kept ringing for a long time and no one answered, so Bai Jishi had to hang up the phone, thinking that if her cousin didn't answer the phone, she must still be busy in the tea garden.
Please take us to Suangqingyu Tea Garden.
Seeing this, Sui understood what it meant, and pointed the direction to the driver in front with a smile.
Good. The Tonlong Army member, who was dressed in casual clothes and had a dignified expression, nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight towards the tea garden.
While the two were still on the road, in the tea garden, a middle-aged man standing at the front desk was talking to Zhang Qingling. He had an arrogant expression on his face, as if everyone owed him millions.
Front desk, give me a private room.
I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any private rooms available today, they're all booked.
No more private rooms.
Hearing that there were no private rooms available, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned ugly. Zhang Qingling saw all of this and quickly apologized sincerely again. I'm sorry, sir, there are really no private rooms available today, but if you still want to reserve a private room for tomorrow, I can make a reservation for you now. Zhang Qingling's tone and attitude were very polite, and she made it clear that there were really no private rooms here, and she could only provide reservations for private rooms for the next day.
Are you an employee here?
The middle-aged man looked straight at Zhang Qingling and asked casually. No, this is my father's shop. I'm just taking over the management for a few days. You should have said so earlier. I know your father, and I'm considered a regular customer here.
Please arrange one for me right away. Do you hear me? Chapter 114, What the hell? So awesome?
The man shouted coldly, and took advantage of this topic to talk about his relationship with Zhang Kai.
He acted as if he owed him a private room, and he refused to listen to anything he said.
Zhang Qingling wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the man in front of him more carefully. She had never seen him before and she immediately realized that this guy must be talking nonsense. But regardless of whether this is related or not, the private room is indeed gone.
Does this mean that we have to turn down other people's requests?
This is not the way to do business. Zhang Qingling now realized that this guy was here to cause trouble and was simply being unreasonable. It was indeed rare to see such guests, but Zhang Qingling was not unable to handle such a situation. I'm so sorry, sir, I understand how you feel, but we really don't have any private rooms here today, and I can't turn down someone else's private room and give it to you, it would be unfair to others.
How about you stay in our lobby? The environment in our lobby is also quite nice. You can go take a look first. If you are satisfied, I will waive your service fee today. It will be a subsidy for you. Is that okay? What a joke. Do you think I need your subsidy?
But the middle-aged man sneered when he heard this and said angrily. You are really good at handling things. I am such an important guest, and you asked me to stay in the lobby. If your father knew about this, I wonder how you would explain it to him.
Okay, I won't say any more about this to you. Just tell me if you can arrange it.
Sir, I really can't arrange this for you. All the guests who have made reservations have paid their deposits.
I can't help you turn down a room. The only room left is the lobby.
Zhang Qingling was helpless with such a person, but she still patiently explained it again.
Humph. Then I won't come here again.
Who knew that after this, the middle-aged man would explode directly, snorted coldly, and then started cursing? What kind of service attitude do you have here? This is such a crappy place, and they actually let a distinguished guest like me sit in the lobby.
Do you think I'm a country bumpkin? Do you think I want to come to this shabby place of yours? Do you know who I am?
I am a guy without any manners at all. Zhang Qingling wanted to curse at this moment, but she was also a service staff here, so she could only smile helplessly and apologize to the man repeatedly.
Please don't be angry. I'm really sorry.
We really don't have any private rooms here.
It's our fault today. I apologize to you. Please don't be angry. You really have no sense at all. I will never step into your store again.
But no matter how much Zhang Qingling apologized, the man still looked unreasonable. He waved his sleeves and walked out.
Sir, let me see you off.
Zhang Qingling followed suit and apologized as he walked. After all, as his father said, the customer is God, and no matter whether they are right or not, one must show the right attitude. Outside, the man was just about to get in the car and leave. With a cold expression, he turned his head and glared at Zhang Qingling, who followed him out, then reached out and opened the car door.
What the hell?
This is actually a red flag, and it even has a military license plate on it.
What kind of identity does this person have?
However, at this moment, before the man got into the car, a noise came from the other side of the tea garden road. The man also heard the sound and looked over curiously. The next second, when the man looked over, he saw a red flag car coming towards him with the national flag flying in front of the car, and the extremely eye-catching military license plate was also prominently displayed in front of everyone. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, his expression somewhat incredulous. He had just seen at a glance that this was a license plate from the military. However, looking at the direction the red flag car was coming from, it was heading towards him and Zhang Qingling beside him. This made the middle-aged man and Zhang Qingling both stand still in shock.
The middle-aged man became a little nervous, thinking what kind of person is qualified to ride in such a car? There is no way to compare them at all.
The red flag's already majestic shape coupled with the dazzling military license plate, the energy contained in it is absolutely difficult to estimate. The man also knows very well in his heart that the person sitting inside is of high status and is definitely someone he can only look up to.
Bang, bang, bang.
Thinking of this, the man's heartbeat gradually accelerated. He had only heard of these people in the past, but had never seen them. But now, just by seeing this red flag car, he felt a sense of oppression that made him feel uneasy. But now, his curiosity about the person in the car has overcome his fear of the other party's identity. The man thought that since he had never provoked others, he might as well take a look at who will get off the car later, so that this trip will not be in vain. And after seeing all this, he indirectly had some topics to talk about, and he would have something to talk about in front of others. He felt somewhat smug in his heart, and he made up his mind to take a good look at who the person who got off the car was. But at this moment, the Hongqi car stopped directly next to the tea garden, and then Suhi got out of the car first, and then walked down holding Bai Jishi's hand.
What the hell? What's going on?
But the man who had his car door half open and was staring at everything was stunned the moment he saw Suhi and Bai Jishi, and he exclaimed, "Wow!"
It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it.
But when he saw that both of them were so young, the man's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The surprise in his heart was simply hard to describe in words. It's incredible, at such a young age, he can actually ride in a car like this.
Could this be the son of a military family?
Otherwise, how could he be picked up by such a car at such a young age? It's simply unfair.
Hey! Cousin!
As soon as Bai Jishi got off the car, she saw Zhang Qingling, who looked dazed, in the distance.
She waved loudly and trotted towards Zhang Qingling. Oh my god! Cousin? But this greeting almost scared the boss to death, thinking, this must be fake?
No matter if she is Zhang Qingling's cousin or something, the problem is that she got off a red flag car, and it has a military license plate.
Chapter 115, Both the Kingdom and the Lover. That doesn't mean.
After taking a deep breath, the boss recalled the scenes just now. He was not polite at all to the woman at the front desk of the tea garden behind him. She was swearing at him and was unreasonable. I originally thought that this was nothing, but I never expected that someone else's cousin would actually walk down from a military brand red flag car right under my nose. I was so arrogant just now. He was so polite, but I pretended to be polite for the sake of face, and even said that I was a regular customer of his father. Wasn't I courting death? In an instant, the boss felt a chill down his spine, his legs went limp, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Now the cold sweat has soaked through his inner shirt. His first thought is to get in the car and run away as far as possible. He will never come here again, and he will take a detour even if he passes by. But when the boss was about to get in the car when he got excited, he suddenly became rational and thought that if he left, people would be able to find out who he was easily by just knowing his license plate number and appearance. If things really developed to that point, then wouldn't it be the end of me? They don't even need to deal with me personally, just say hello casually, and my business, cooperation, will all be ruined. The more he thought about it, the more unsure he felt. He gritted his teeth and quickly came to Zhang Qingling respectfully and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, I didn't know just now. Please don't take me seriously. Just treat me as a fart. I really don't know. I don't know your father either. I was just pretending. I'm nothing. Please forgive me. I'm going to get out now. Get out now. I won't bother you again, please let me go. After saying this, the boss's fear radiated from the inside out, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He quickly opened the door of his car, stepped on the accelerator dejectedly, and didn't want to stay here any longer. This? Zhang Qingling also gave a bitter smile. Before she could even say anything, this guy just slipped away like that, and he didn't even plan to do anything to him. Even if I want to cause trouble for him, how can I do that if I don't even know who he is? Besides, it seems unnecessary. Thank you for giving us a ride. After Suhi closed the car door, he greeted the driver and thanked him for bringing them here. It's okay, we are all comrades from now on. The driver waved his hand, and after the two exchanged a few words, he turned around and drove back. After that, Suhi and Bai Jishi came to Zhang Qingling one after another. As soon as Bai Jishi came over, she looked at the boss who was stepping on the accelerator and fleeing forward with confusion. Cousin, that man was acting weird just now, what happened? Hey! That man just came here for tea. Zhang Qingling sighed and then talked about what had just happened. But this guy's attitude just now was not very good. I told him that there were no private rooms, but he still made trouble and cursed. Then when he saw you just now, he became like that. See us? Bai Jishi asked in confusion, not realizing what was going on. She clearly didn't know the man just now. I think I was scared by you. Don't you see what car you came in? Zhang Qingling looked at Bai Jishi and Suhi quietly. After all, they had just come here on a red flag with a military license plate hanging on them. By the way, I also want to ask you, why did you come back in this car? It's so impressive. Seeing Zhang Qingling's curious look, Bai Jishi did not answer directly. After looking at Suhi, she shook her head helplessly. Cousin, I won't tell you this. You should know the reason. After all, Suhi and she came back from the Tonlong military headquarters, which is a relatively confidential place. They couldn't tell anyone about it casually, and they were also afraid that it might violate some confidentiality regulations. Zhang Qingling nodded and didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. She knew what this meant. Come on, let's not just stand here, let's go inside and talk. Since there was nothing more to ask, Zhang Qingling led the two of them inside and asked about today's bidding meeting on the way. Suhi, did the bidding go smoothly today? Thank you for your concern, cousin. The bidding will go smoothly. Suhi smiled and nodded, thinking that this could no longer be described as smooth. That's great, congratulations. After entering the tea garden, Zhang Qingling sat down with the three of them. After making a pot of tea, she suddenly remembered the tea exhibition and looked at the two of them with a smile. Suhi, Jishi, there is a tea exhibition nearby tomorrow, do you want to go and take a look? We can take a break and go out for a walk, how about that? Okay. Bai Jishi agreed without thinking too much and then looked at Suhi beside her. Suhi, do you have anything else to do recently? Can you go together? Of course. I came here just to keep you company. Suhi smiled and gently held Bai Jishi's hand. Okay Suhi, my cousin is still here. Bai Jishi's face immediately turned red, and her voice was so quiet that only she could hear it. Zhang Qingling beside her also covered her mouth and smiled. After sitting for a while, Yang Jiyuan also called Suhi to talk about the project. Suhi was not vague and made some simple arrangements on the phone. After all, this was a big event for Linglong Group. The two discussed on the phone for a while, and finally decided on a better plan, and Yang Jiyuan went down to start preparing. There was nothing else to do, and since he got up early today and had been working on some documents very late last night, so he simply took a nap in the tea garden. Lying on the simple bed, so he couldn't help but think of the affairs of the Tonlong Army. He was happy in his heart. This time, he could be regarded as serving both the country and the people. After returning home in the evening, Zhang Qingling's parents also called Zhang Qingling via video. "My dear girl, how is the tea garden doing recently?" "Everything is fine." Chapter 116 Top. Zhang Kale happily came in front of the camera and asked about the recent situation in the tea garden. "Don't worry, Dad. You're not worried when I'm here." Speaking of visiting the tea garden, Zhang Qingling thought that her parents had also been there for a few days, so she asked about their return. "By the way, when will you be back, Mom and Dad?" "It's almost done. Now everything that needs to be done is almost done. We should be able to go back tomorrow." Zhang Kai answered with a smile, but suddenly remembered something and continued to ask Zhang Qingling. "By the way, Qingling, nothing happened recently, right?" Zhang Qingling was suddenly stunned and seemed a little surprised by this question. She was just about to tell her father what she had seen and heard today, but then she remembered what Bai Jishi had said before, that she could not tell anyone else. Remembering that the two of them came back in a Hongqi car, Zhang Qingling could naturally tell the significance of this. This was not a sightseeing trip, and only they themselves knew where they had been, so it was not appropriate for her to ask about it. Similarly, it would be better not to tell my father about this matter for now. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Qingling smiled and shook his head. "Dad, look at what you're asking. I just told you that everything is fine in the tea garden. Why are you still worrying about this? We are planning to go to a nearby tea exhibition tomorrow to have a good look. We can go and see some tea leaves and also take the opportunity to relax." "That's good." When Zhang Kai and his wife heard this, they nodded repeatedly and gave Zhang Qingling a thumbs up. "Okay, it'll broaden your horizons if you go and have a look. You can take Jishi and Suhua with you as well." "Okay, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of them and wait for you to come back." After saying this, Zhang Kai and his wife didn't say anything else. After giving a few instructions, they hung up the phone and reminded Zhang Qingling to go to bed early. It was tiring to look after the tea garden these days. The next morning, the three of them got up, washed, changed their clothes, and went straight to the tea exhibition. This place is located in the city center of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Although it is still morning, many people have gathered here. Most of them are old tea drinkers who love tea, and there are also some tea merchants. The square is now covered with overwhelming advertisements, banners, and other promotional signs, and many people are walking towards the venue one after another. Why are there so many people? It looks so weird. Bai Jishi looked at the scene in front of her and felt somewhat surprised. She didn't know why this was just a tea exhibition but could attract so many people to visit. This is actually very normal. After all, China is also the origin of tea culture. Sui smiled and didn't think it was strange. He explained it to Bai Jishi. After all, such tea exhibitions do not only attract business people, but also people who like to drink tea, including foreigners who like Chinese tea culture. Maybe they will come and have a look. That's how it is. Bai Jishi nodded. After hearing Sui say this, she no longer found it so strange. On the contrary, she felt that it made sense and couldn't help but become more interested in this exhibition. After all, this was her first time attending such an exhibition, and she was quite curious about the form of the exhibition. After the three of them entered together, they saw a spacious exhibition hall in front of them, and what came towards them was a rich fragrance of tea, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The scale of this exhibition is not small at all. It is divided into countless exhibition halls of different sizes. There are exhibition halls for tea knowledge and history, as well as exhibition halls for tasting famous teas from all over the world. There were countless people in the exhibition. In addition to some local residents, there were also many people from other places, and you could hear accents from all over the place. The three of them were somewhat surprised by the lively scene, and they wandered around inside for a few rounds. After visiting the Cultural History Exhibition Hall and the Tea Ceremony and Tea Art Exhibition Hall, the three came to a place with fewer people. When they looked at the sign next to it, they realized that they had arrived at the precious tea area.
Jishi, cousin, let's go in and take a look. There should be a lot of good tea in here. We can also buy some. After Sui saw this exhibition hall, he had an idea and said to buy Jishi and Zhang Qingling. It just so happens that I don't have much good tea left at home, so if I come across such an opportunity, I'd better not let it go easily. Okay. Zhang Qingling smiled and nodded. This was exactly what she had in mind. This time when she came to the exhibition, in addition to relaxing and strolling around, she also wanted to buy some tea to take back. After the discussion, the three of them walked in together. As expected, there were a lot fewer people here, but they were all dignitaries or tycoons who looked wealthy and dressed formally. On the contrary, in comparison, Su-hee and the other two were dressed much more casually, which attracted the attention of many people present. Su-hee and the other two came to some precious teas, looked at the quality of the teas, smelled the fragrance, and immediately nodded to the salesperson in front of them. I want to buy some tea. Good. When the salesperson heard that business was coming, he nodded enthusiastically. However, when he saw Sui clearly, the smile on his face froze a little. After all, compared to other customers who look like the boss, Sui looks a little too young. But no matter what, he was a customer after all. The salesperson hesitated for a few seconds, then walked over with a smile. Zhang Qingling looked at the teas in front of her, feeling somewhat surprised, and couldn't help but stare at them for a while longer. After all, although there are some good teas in her tea garden, the best tea is not as good as those here, and is somewhat lower in grade. However, I think the tea garden in my home is more business-oriented, and people who come here are all here to discuss business. It is rare for the truly top dignitaries to come to the tea garden to taste tea. Sir, what kind of tea do you need and how much do you need? The salesperson also came to Su-hee at this time and asked Sui some questions politely. I said, just remember it. Sui pursed his lips and smiled, then began to walk among the rows of tea leaves. This top-grade Xinyang Maojian is pretty good. Please give me 20 kilograms first. Well, I want 20 pounds of this too. And this? Chapter 117 Shocked. After looking at the rows one by one, Sui didn't even consider the price of these things. Just like buying vegetables in the market, he told the salesperson behind him about the tea he needed. Of course, these are all good teas without exception, and the prices are not cheap. Forehead. The salesperson was completely stunned for a moment, and Sui's words just now kept echoing in his mind. Although this was a huge achievement for him, he changed his mind and felt that this was a joke. After all, to be honest, Sui looks too young. It is a bit unreasonable for such a young man to appear here, not to mention that he asked for so much tea at one time, which is even more difficult for him to accept. This is not a joke, is it? After roughly estimating the value of the tea Sui needed, the salesman couldn't close his mouth. He thought to himself, is this guy just looking for trouble to tease him? This is like buying vegetables at the market, but you don't buy them like this. And these are not just vegetables that cost a few dollars per pound. Any kind of tea here is priced out of this world. Well, did you remember it? After looking around, Sui didn't want anything anymore, so he asked the salesperson behind him with a smile. Sir, please wait a moment. My order is too big. I need to find our manager. Sorry, I need you to wait a little longer. The salesperson couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. He had been wondering if Sui was pretending to be wealthy, but when he saw his expression, he was even more confused. He was really too calm. After swallowing his saliva, the salesperson was a little confused. He had to apologize quickly and told Su-hee that he would ask the manager for instructions. Good. Su-hee nodded, still looking calm. The salesperson couldn't help but look at Su-hee again and quickly walked to the other side. Soon, the salesperson found the manager in the venue. The manager was a young man who looked young and handsome. He was wearing an expensive suit and was chatting with one of the bosses. Mr. Zhang, if you have the chance in the future, why not come to my place for tea and we can have a good chat? Okay, I'll definitely visit you next time I have the chance. I'll leave now. The boss laughed, said goodbye to the young man politely, then turned and left. The salesperson also came over at this time. When he saw the manager, he knew his identity. He straightened his body and his expression became much more respectful. After all, he comes from a family of tea art, and his father's tea business is booming, and he is quite famous throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. Although this manager is just a rich second generation, the difference is that he was influenced by his father and is a man who gets things done, so the salesperson found him first. Hello, manager. I have some problems here. A special guest has come. What guests? The manager frowned slightly when he heard this, and then signaled the salesperson to continue. That's right, he was a young man, but as soon as he arrived, he asked for a lot of expensive tea without any hesitation. But I always feel a little unsure, so I thought of coming to tell you, the manager. I see. After hearing this, even the manager was stunned. He had never seen such a person before, so he continued to ask. Then did you treat each other well? Don't worry, manager. There will be no problem with the reception. The salesperson nodded heavily. The manager felt relieved after hearing this and followed him over. Hello, sir, I am the manager here. Welcome to our tea exhibition. We also welcome you to choose us. We are honored. The manager walked up to Soo-hee with a respectful attitude and introduced himself and the tea here. Our salesperson just told me that you've taken a fancy to a lot of tea here. You're really wise. The precious teas we're selling at this exhibition are all of the best quality. Having said that, the manager's expression became a little embarrassed, and he spoke to Soo-hee apologetically. But sir, after all, the amount and price of tea you want this time are quite high. For your benefit and the smooth transaction, we hope that you will cooperate with us in verifying your capital, and you will also need to pay a deposit first. Yeah, no problem. Soo-hee smiled and nodded, then began to search for the bank card he always carried with him and handed it directly to the manager. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Please take a rest. We need some time to verify your capital. The manager smiled and nodded, then asked the salesperson next to him to take Soo-hee and others to the side to rest first. But at this moment, the chairman came over from the other side, saw the manager, and immediately asked with a smile. Son, how was your day? Did you learn anything? The young manager was holding Soo-hee's card to verify the capital. When he saw his father coming over, he leaned over and whispered in his ear, telling him what had just happened. Dad, didn't you see just now that the young man who was about my age ordered a lot of precious tea right away, which was much more than what those bosses ordered? I am now preparing to verify the other party's capital. I just observed that the other party's expression was very calm, and I feel that there should be no problem. Ah. You said he was about your age? When the chairman heard his son say this with a bank card in his hand, Zinhongfu immediately felt something was amiss and looked at the order form placed aside. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. After seeing the order quantity and types of tea above, even someone as knowledgeable as him took a deep breath. Who on earth is this young man? He actually came to buy such good tea, including top-grade Xinyang Maojian and special-grade Dahongpo tea. This was somewhat beyond his understanding. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. The chairman then glanced at the signature below and saw the word Soo-hee. Ah! Mr. Su. The chairman was stunned for a moment, his heart was filled with shock. He looked towards the place where Soo-hee and others were resting, and almost dropped the order form in his hand. He hurried over to shake hands with Soo-hee and respectfully introduced his identity to him. It turns out to be Mr. Su, the chairman of Linglong Group. I am really flattered that you can come. Boom. After hearing the chairman's introduction, everyone around him shuddered all over and was completely stunned. Chapter 118. Hurry back. The salesperson who was pouring tea for Soo-hee and others felt his scalp tingling at this moment. He thought to himself, no wonder the other party dared to buy like that just now, it turns out that he has the ability to do so. The young manager was completely stunned and didn't know how to describe his current mood. Wow, he is the same age as others, but they have become the chairman of Linglong Group, while he is still working as a tea sales manager at an exhibition here. Isn't this just comparing yourself to others and making yourself feel depressed? The gap is really huge. You don't have the slightest bit of common sense. He's CEO Su, does he really need you to verify his capital? Seeing his son standing there stupidly, the chairman felt a little amused and gave the young man a light kick. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I really didn't recognize you just now, please don't take it as an offense. The young manager reacted immediately and then hurried to Soo-hee to apologize. It's okay, it's nothing. Soo-hee just smiled slightly and didn't take what happened just now seriously. This was also a normal process and there was nothing to say. Afterwards, the young manager provided more enthusiastic service, and after the process was completed, he also promised to deliver the goods personally to the door. After paying the bill, a light curtain appeared in front of Soo-hee, and the tenfold rebate was immediately credited to his account. After that, Soo-hee and others left the exhibition hall and went to other places. There were still a lot of other teas in the tea cellar, so there was no need to buy more. He didn't look at them anymore and just walked outside. Oh. Today I really opened my eyes. Looking at the crowd outside in the square, which had relaxed a lot, Zhang Qingling also sighed. The scene when Sui was selling tea just now was still constantly emerging in her mind. Without wasting much time, the three of them came to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and drove towards home. When they got home, the tea had arrived as well. Come, let me make you some tea. Sui stretched and found some of the top-quality Xinjiang Maojian tea he had just bought, and prepared for the three of them to drink tea and take a break together. Good. Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling smiled and nodded repeatedly. They also wanted to see Sui's tea-making technique again. But while everyone was still talking, Zhang Qingling's parents also came back. After opening the door, they saw all kinds of top-quality teas displayed in the living room. Oh my god! Special grade Da Hong Pao. Top grade Xinjiang Maojian. What's going on? Zhang Kai's legs suddenly went weak and his head felt dizzy. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Mom and Dad, you're back. Zhang Qingling heard the sound of the door opening, and saw that it was her parents coming back, so she immediately hugged them affectionately. Qingling, what's up with these tea leaves? The two wiped their sweat and immediately asked about the tea leaves placed beside them, their eyelids twitching. This was bought by Suhi at the tea exhibition just now. I see. Zhang Kai took a deep breath, and finally reacted. This was definitely not something that could be described by just being rich and powerful. Then, after the two put their things away, Zhang Kai looked at the pile of good tea and felt excited, so he prepared to make tea. Uncle, let me do it. Seeing Zhang Kai rolled up his sleeves, Sui smiled and said that he would do it himself. Let me do it. I can show you youngsters how to make a good pot of tea. Zhang Kai waved his hand and declined Suhi with a smile. Seeing these fine teas today, he became interested and prepared to show them to everyone. Dad. You may not know this, but Suhi is also an expert in tea ceremony. I think he is even better than you. Zhang Qingling leaned over the table, blinked at Zhang Kai, and talked about what happened before. Dad, you haven't been here for the past 2 days, but Jishi and I have really learned a lesson. When Sui made tea for us at the tea house on the first day, his technique and gesture caused a huge misunderstanding. Oolong? Zhang Kai and his wife were stunned when they heard this. They had no idea what was going on, but they were also surprised that Suhi, at such a young age, had such attainments in the tea ceremony. It's like this. Didn't Suhi amaze many customers with his tea making that day? One of the bosses insisted that Sui help him make tea, saying that he was going to entertain an important guest. But who would have known that the distinguished guest that the boss was going to entertain was actually one of the CEOs who went to greet Sui the day before? The show effect was simply explosive. As she said this, Zhang Qingling covered her mouth and smiled. Thinking about the boss's expression when he learned the truth, she still found it quite funny. Oh my god. Suhi, this really caught me off guard. Zhang Kai took a deep breath. Apart from anything else, when he was making tea in his own tea garden, he never had the same effect as Sui. How amazing must this be to make a boss come up and ask for it? Uncle and aunt, this is not important. You are tired too. Sit down and rest first. Let me make you some tea. Sui waved his hand, pulled a chair for Zhang Kai and his wife to sit down, and then started to make the newly arrived Xinjiang Maojian tea. This Xinjiang Maojian tea is of top quality, and its brewing method is also different. Sui first used a tea towel to scald the pot. This step can effectively increase the temperature inside the teapot, remove impurities, and make the brewed tea more fragrant. After that, Sui placed the tea in the warm cup and brewed it at high and low temperatures. He performed each step to perfection, and his skillful technique was so smooth that it was as if Sui had become one with the surroundings. It didn't seem like he was brewing tea, but rather a craftsman creating his own work of art. Soon, waves of fragrant tea wafted from the teapot. Yi Xian looked at everyone with a smile and poured tea for everyone cup by cup. You can drink it now. Good. It wasn't until Sui started talking that everyone came to their senses from their surprise, picked up their teacups and started tasting the tea. Bai Jishi and Zhang Qingling were fine since they had seen Sui making tea before. However, Zhang Kai and his wife were shocked and began to appreciate Sui even more. This top-quality Xinjiang Maojian tea brewed by Sui did not disappoint everyone. It was sweet and delicious, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. After drinking tea, Sui looked at the date. It had been a few days since he came here. Bai Jishi saw Sui's actions and knew in her heart that Sui might have a lot of things to do now, so she spoke to him gently. Su-hee, we have been here for quite some time, why don't we hurry back? Chapter 119, Thoughtful. You probably still have a lot of things to do, right? Seeing Bai Jishi's thoughtful look, Su-hee was also happy, then nodded with a smile. Good. At the same time, in the headquarters of Qinglin Security Group in the neighboring city, the chairman was discussing important matters with several senior executives in the conference room. Inside the conference room, everyone's face was quite serious. After all, what they were discussing now was closely related to their future development. They recently wanted to expand their market in eastern China, but this was easier said than done. It was certainly not something that could be done so easily. Everyone, you all know our current problem. I want to know what everyone thinks about this matter. Today, we are all gathered together to think carefully, brainstorm and come up with some ideas. The chairman spoke solemnly while looking at the senior executives in front of him. Hiss, this thing is difficult. One of the senior executives touched his chin and continued speaking with some embarrassment. After all, most of the eastern region is occupied by the Wuxing Security Group. If we were to do this, it would be as difficult as snatching food from a tiger's mouth. When the other senior executives heard this, they nodded and took a deep breath. When they talked about the Wuxing Security Group, their faces were all a little solemn. That's right. The foundation of Wuxing Security Group is far superior to ours. To achieve this, it is really not easy at all. Anyway, I heard that Wuxing Security Group had firmly occupied the eastern region many years ago. Although the speed of its expansion has slowed down, its market foundation is terrifyingly deep. Whether it's professionalism or services, we are not much worse than them, but there is still a gap. It's not that easy to win a price war. The chairman looked at everyone and saw that not only did they not come up with any useful ideas, but they only helped to embellish their prestige and destroyed his own ambitions. He gave them a helpless look. Do I need you to tell me this? What I'm saying now is that everyone should think of a solution. Let me think about it. The senior executive who spoke first hesitated for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up and he had an idea. Chairman, this is what I think. We should find a promoter for ourselves, just like beauty products and fashion apparel now have a spokesperson for themselves. Oh. Keep going. When the chairman saw that the senior executive had some ideas, he quickly signaled him to continue. Well, for example, we can provide free services to the chairman of a group that should have a greater influence. This can bring us positive publicity. No matter from which angle, I think this is the most direct and effective method we can come up with now, and the one with the lowest investment cost. I think so. After listening patiently, the chairman also thought this was a good idea, and looked at other senior executives and asked, what do you think of this idea? Any other suggestions? We think it's good too. Yeah, that's a good idea. But who should we look for? Other senior executives also agreed with this method, but they were still confused about the target of this propaganda. This is a bit difficult. It's hard to find a suitable one now. Even the chairman was a little troubled. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't find any particularly suitable candidate. Hey! By the way, why don't we go find Mr. Sui? Another senior executive who had not said much suddenly had an idea, and the first person he thought of was Sui. Everyone knows that Director Su's demeanor at the previous bidding conference was witnessed by many people, and now the news is spreading further and further. Moreover, Director Su is very young, calm and able to hold this position. His connections are incredible. He is a good candidate. When the senior executives heard about Su-hee, the previous horrifying scenes emerged in their minds, and they thought that this was indeed a good idea. Director Su is indeed a good candidate and has become well known recently. Yes, if we can do it, we can not only have a good relationship with Mr. Su, but it will also be very beneficial to our development. Anyway, I think I can give it a try. I can't miss such an opportunity. The chairman was also satisfied when he heard this. He immediately stood up and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll go find Mr. Yang Jiyuan right away. Let's adjourn the meeting first. After announcing the adjournment of the meeting, the chairman quickly took out his mobile phone and called Yang Jiyuan. Hello, Mr. Yang, I am the chairman of Qinglin Security Group. Well, what's up? After answering the phone and learning the other party's identity, Yang Jiyuan asked about the other party's purpose. Boss Yang, this is the case. I would like to visit Mr. Su-hee of your group. I wonder if Mr. Su has time. Okay, then I can ask Director Su if he has time tomorrow. If he does, I'll get back to you. Yang Jiyuan nodded. Although he didn't know what the other party meant, he still agreed to help ask Su-hee. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. You can come visit me some other day and I will thank you in person. The chairman of Qinglin Security Group was delighted when he heard this and immediately thanked Yang Jiyuan on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jiyuan immediately called Su-hee and asked when Su-hee would return to Jinling, and also talked about what had just happened. Well, I'll be back in Jinling tomorrow morning. Tell him he can come find me. Su-hee calculated the time and agreed. Then Director Su, I'll bring him to see you. I also have something to ask you, so it might be better to talk to you in person. Good. Hearing Yang Jiyuan say this, Su-hee simply agreed. After saying a few more words, he hung up the phone. The next morning, Bai Zhishi and Su-hee got up, packed their things, and were sent to the high-speed rail station by Zhang Kai along with Zhang Qingling. Zhishi, Sua, remember to come and play when you have time. Okay, uncle, don't worry. Dad, you go back first. I'm here. After saying goodbye, Su-hee and the other two walked into the high-speed rail station with their luggage and boarded the high-speed train back to Jinling. On the other hand, at Jinling University, a vehicle from the Tonlong military department also arrived. It was still the familiar Hongqi L5, with a bright military license plate hanging on it. Amid the surprised gazes of passers-by, it arrived directly at the gate of Jinling University. Chapter 120 Walking Out. The security guard in the security room saw the red flag from a distance and was just watching it first. However, when he saw the red flag driving towards the door, his face suddenly changed, as if he had been electrocuted. What is this? After swallowing his saliva, the security guard quickly straightened his clothes, walked out hurriedly and stopped the red flag car. Hello, where are you from? Wiping his sweat off, the security guard asked the other party about his identity in accordance with the rules and regulations. Here is the ID, take a look. The military member in the car opened the window and handed the security guard a small red booklet. Oh my god. This is the military. The security guard held the red book in his hand tremblingly. He was already scared just by seeing the cover. After taking a casual look at it, he quickly handed the red book back. Hello, Chief of the Military Department. May I ask what brings you to our Jinling University? The security guard suppressed his surprise and asked questions according to the rules and regulations. I'm here today to adjust the file. Please inform them for me. The military member in the car was very kind and explained his purpose with a smile. Okay, I'll make the call right away. The security guard nodded, then quickly returned to the security room and immediately called the principal to explain the current situation at the door. Principal, there is a military officer at the door. He said he is here to transfer files. What do you think? What? From the military? The principal was drinking tea leisurely in his office. When he heard about this, he was somewhat surprised. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly instructed the security guard. Let him in quickly. I'll go to the archives room and wait for him. Yes. After the security guard agreed, the principal quickly hung up the phone and walked quickly towards the archive room. As he walked, he was thinking hard about what had happened, that even the military had come. Thinking about this, the principal quickly walked to the door of the archive room, and the military vehicle happened to stop as well. Seeing the red flag parked in front of him, the principal couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. He thought that anyone who could appreciate this car must be an extraordinary person. At this moment, the red flag's lights flashed, the car window closed, and then a man got out. The man was tall and strong, with a righteous face, showing that he was a tough and iron-blooded soldier. At this moment, he was wearing a neat uniform and carrying 4 golden beans on his shoulders. When the principal saw this scene, he was shocked, and the 4 shining golden beans made him unable to open his eyes. He took a deep breath. This is the captain. You are the principal here, right? The man locked the car and saw the stunned principal standing by. He walked up with a smile. Ah, yes, hello. Please come in first. The principal answered stutteringly, and then without further delay, he welcomed the man in. Good. The man nodded, and Bai Nian followed the principal into the archive room. After the two of them walked in, the man did not waste time or say anything else and explained to the principal the purpose of his visit. I'm here to retrieve Su-hee's file. Sorry for bothering you. The man had a smile on his face and was very efficient. He got straight to the point without any verbal abuse.
Here are the materials, please take a look, principal. After speaking, the man handed the materials in his hand to the principal. The principal frowned as he took the materials. Not only were there instructions on them, but there was also the Tonlong military's exclusive seal. Its authenticity was beyond doubt. However, looking at this, it would be a lie for the principal to say that he didn't have some doubts in his heart. He looked at the man in front of him curiously.
I haven't received any relevant news before. What happened to this student in our school? Did something happen? What on earth is going on that would require the military to personally adjust the files?
Seeing the principal's puzzled look, the man did not explain too much and just smiled and shook his head.
I'm sorry, principal.
I understand that you care about the students, but this matter is confidential and we can't tell you.
All right.
The principal's mouth twitched suddenly when he heard this. Hearing the word confidential, the meaning of it was somewhat different. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what exactly is the identity of this student? It is hard to say what kind of identity a person has who can have someone from the military personally come to transfer the files, and he is a captain with 4 gold beans. I have been a principal for many years and have met many students with wealthy families and impressive backgrounds, but I have never seen such a person. However, although he was confused, since the other party said it was confidential, the principal did not ask too much. He just quickly found Sui's file and rushed to process the procedures for the other party.
Okay, now that the file has been sent to you, is there anything else I can do?
The principal wiped his sweat and quickly completed the procedure. He was also careful and looked at Sui's information a few more times, but obviously did not find anything strange.
Thank you.
I don't need anything else, but if possible, please forget what happened today, principal.
The man thanked the principal with a smile and didn't say anything else. The meaning of his last sentence was very clear.
He emphasized to the principal again that today's incident must not be made public and it was best to keep it to oneself.
I understand.
I'll take you there. The principal nodded seriously, said nothing more, and walked the man out. After getting outside, the man didn't stay for long.
He opened the car door and left.
Watching the red flag car leave, the principal couldn't help feeling a little surprised, but he could only keep it in his heart and walked back to his office. Sitting on the chair, recalling what had just happened, although the principal had gone through many years of experience and had seen a lot of worldly people, he still couldn't figure out this matter. After thinking for a while, the principal prepared to call Sui over and ask him what had happened just now. But as soon as he picked up the phone, the principal suddenly remembered the secret that the man had just told him, as well as the instructions he had given before leaving. He could only sigh and hang up the phone, and he didn't dare to. A few hours later, Sui and his friends also arrived at the high-speed rail station in Deepening.
Cousin, we're leaving first.
Okay. Then you guys go back early. After Sui and Baijishi said goodbye to Zhang Qingling, they walked out together.
Chapter 121 Back Home. Jishi, shall we go home?
Sui smiled and asked Baijishi beside him to see where to go first.
Sui, I have things to do at school.
Baijishi shook her head and said that she had to go back to school now.
Okay.
Then I'll take you to school first. Hearing that Baijishi had something to do at school, Sui sent Baijishi to school without saying anything.
After a while, the two arrived at the gate of Tonlong University.
Sui looked at Baijishi with a smile and said gently, "Then go and do your work first, I'll pick you up in the evening."
Good.
Baijishi smiled happily, and when she was about to open the car door and get out, she kissed Sui on the face. Sui smiled, then watched Baijishi skipping towards the school gate with her hands behind her back, thinking that it seemed like she would never see the aloof Baijishi again. After seeing Baijishi walk into the school gate, Sui was about to drive away, but suddenly he saw a light curtain appear in front of him. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in.
Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Nodding, Sui started signing in without much hesitation.
Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for receiving the ownership of Wuxing Security Group.
This is another group.
When Sui saw his reward, he smiled bitterly and shook his head.
It seemed that he would be busy now. However, after hearing the name, Sui was very interested in this group. He opened his mobile phone and searched it on the internet. Wow!
There's still something here. When Sui saw the information about the Wuxing Security Group, he was stunned. He didn't expect that the Wuxing Security Group was so big. He is not only a veteran in this industry,
but also has a firm grip on the market in the eastern region and has a considerable reputation in China. At this moment, Sui's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Sui didn't think much about it and answered the call immediately. "Are you Mr. Sui?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the receiver, and Sui nodded. "Yes, I am Sui, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Su Wenxiang, the general manager of Wuxing Security Group." "Excuse me, Mr. Su. I'm calling you this time to ask if you have time to meet me." Hearing that the other party was the general manager of Wuxing Security Group, Sui did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "Okay, then let's do it in the afternoon." "That's great, Mr. Su. I won't bother you anymore. See you later." Seeing that Sui agreed, the other party did not bother him any further. After Sui hung up the phone, he felt somewhat emotional. Wow, this is really timely. I just finished signing in and the other party called me. After a while, when Sui returned home, it was already noon. Since he was alone, Sui was too lazy to make any more trouble. He just prepared something for himself and had a decent lunch. Then he looked at the current time and found that there was still plenty of time. Sui simply took a nap to replenish his energy. Not long after, Yang Jiyuan brought Lu Changfeng, the chairman of Qinglin Security Group, to the Yulong Pavilion Villa. Seeing Villa number 1 not far in front of him, Lu Changfeng couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This is not an ordinary villa. The size and luxury of this villa are so great that he has never seen anything comparable to it. Before this, he had never expected that there would be a young man like Su He who was so successful at such a young age. Now that he was at someone else's doorstep, he was still more or less nervous. "Chairman Lu, let's go in." Seeing that Lu Changfeng was a little dazed, Yang Jiyuan smiled and reminded him. "Okay, Mr. Yang." Lu Changfeng smiled awkwardly, and the two continued to walk inside. Oh woof. But when the two of them walked to the door, they suddenly heard a heart-shaking roar. They were all frightened and stopped where they were, not daring to move forward. Looking forward, Sui's god-level watchdog heard the noise, ran out of its nest, and looked at Lu Changfeng, Yang Jiyuan, and others fiercely. Its ferocious appearance and sturdy body look terrifying, and its sharp canine teeth make people dare not underestimate the fighting ability of this guard dog. For a moment, they all froze in their places, their legs felt weak, and they dared not move forward anymore. Who could stand a dog like this? Not to mention Lu Changfeng and Yang Jiyuan, even the bodyguards who came with them were well-trained professionals, but looking at such a ferocious dog, they had no confidence at all that they could subdue it. After all, this dog is really too big. Not to mention that it is the most ferocious among all mastiffs. Even within this species, I have never seen one so big. And the look in the guard dog's eyes made people feel terrified. It was no exaggeration to say that they had no doubt that this dog had no ability to tear them apart. Oh my god, only Mr. Su can afford to keep a pet like this. TSK, this has already transcended the scope of a pet. I'm afraid it has become a little door god. It seems that Director Su is really not a simple person. Who would dare to approach a house like this and a dog like this? The bodyguards couldn't help but talk about it, their eyes filled with horror and fear of this watchdog. Yang Jiyuan was somewhat surprised. Looking at the bodyguards, he couldn't help but think of a joke that once said a good dog could do the work of 5 security guards. Barking dogs? At this time, Su He, who was dozing in the house, heard the sound of the watchdog and woke up immediately. He thought that Yang Jiyuan and others had come, so he stretched and hurried out. This is a guest, be polite. When he walked out of the door, he saw the watchdog blocking the door fiercely. Su He immediately walked up and rubbed the guy's forehead. Ouch! The watchdog seemed to understand. It retracted its fangs, circled around Sui happily for a few times, and then obediently returned to its own hut. When everyone saw that such a ferocious dog was tamed by Sui's casual words, they admired him even more and greeted Sui. Boss Su, I am sorry to bother you. No problem, please come in. Sui waved his hand, and then invited everyone into the house to sit down. Boss Su, this is the person I told you about before, Lu Changfeng, the chairman of Qinglin Security Group. P.S. The author's new book Sister Empress Reborn, I Broke Her Defense at the Beginning, has been released. You can search for the title. I hope everyone who likes the resurrection of spiritual energy will support it. Introduction, my name is Lin Ziyuan. I was reincarnated into the spiritual revival world 8 years ago. I was driven out by my family and depended on my sister for my life. Fortunately, I finally opened the God-level role-playing system. However, it seems that my sister suddenly became a little abnormal. She said every day that she would make me a marquis and promised me the daughter of the great General Wan with a beautiful face. I suspected that she might have damaged her brain through cultivation. Until one day, I entered her room and saw purple air lingering around. I was shocked. Is she possessed by a demon? My name is Lin Zhishi. I have achieved the status of the unrivaled female emperor, but I was reborn as a teenager. I practiced day and night for my brother, preparing for his prosperity in the second half of his life. One day, I finally broke through the limit and condensed the purple air field from the east. The next moment, my brother came in and waved his hand. My field was shattered. Chapter 122, Bad Face. Director Liu, this is Su He, the chairman of our Linglong group. After sitting down, Yang Jiyuan introduced Su He and Lu Changfeng to each other with a smile. Boss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Changfeng extended his hand politely and shook hands with Su He enthusiastically, feeling indescribably shocked in his heart. He had only heard about it before, but looking at Su He now, he really is so young. This had to make him doubt himself. After all, he was only middle-aged and always felt that his career had just started, but he encountered a terrifying existence like Su He. Could it be that this world is really dominated by young people now, and people like them are about to be eliminated by the market? Director Liu, you came here specially for this trip. Is there something going on? Su He smiled, sat on the sofa calmly, and asked the other party why he came this time. Boss Su, this is the case. You should also know the nature of our group. We specialize in providing security services. We are not here for anything else this time, but just to give you a gift, President Su. We want to provide you with our group's highest level of security services for free. Lu Changfeng did not hide anything and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Mr. Su, our group is professional in this area and will sincerely provide you with the best service. I don't know what you are interested in. If possible, we can start serving you from today. Director Liu, thank you for your concern. I may need a lot here, so I may have made you come here for nothing. Su He smiled and waved his hand. He really didn't need this. It just happened that they arrived at the right time. They were all bumping into each other. Mr. Su, please don't rush to refuse. I think you may not know too much about our services. Since our group has come this far by relying on security services, it just shows that this industry is necessary for its existence. I believe that after listening to my explanation, you will change your mind. Lu Changfeng was not in a hurry and had prepared a set of excuses. He never thought that Su He would agree so easily, so he continued to speak. In many cases, we are in danger not because of other people's schemes, but because of the environment and many other unexpected factors. In addition to various fighting skills, our bodyguards are also experts in the fields of survival and danger detection. No matter what the environment is, they can sweep the mines for you in the first place, so that you are always in a safe environment. You may think these are low-probability events, but they happen around us all the time. Effective precautions are often more effective than being passive after things happen. So he didn't interrupt him and listened to Lu Changfeng patiently. Jingle! But before they could say a few words, the doorbell outside rang again. Sui looked at Lu Changfeng apologetically and walked towards the door. Lu Changfeng was somewhat surprised when he saw this. How many people came to visit Suhi on this day? Out of curiosity, Lu Changfeng couldn't sit still and followed him out. The person who came was none other than Su Wenxian, the general manager of Wuxing Security Group, who had just called Suhi. When the two saw each other, they couldn't help but feel a little dazed, with confusion written all over their faces, not knowing what was going on. Although there is no overt competition between the two, they are in the same industry after all, so they are a little wary. After coming in, Lu Changfeng couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Su Wenxian. Boss Su, why are you here to see Director Su? Because Mr. Su is our chairman. What? Hearing this, Lu Changfeng, who was sitting on the sofa, shuddered and even the expression on his face became distorted. At this moment, his heart almost collapsed in an instant. What on earth was going on? Su He, at such a young age, was able to sit on the position of chairman of the Linglong Group, and he was actually the chairman of the Wuxing Security Group. In a flash, Lu Changfeng finally understood why Su He said he didn't need it. With someone of Su He's status, does he still need to provide free security services? Thinking of this, Lu Changfeng couldn't hold back his pride anymore, and left quickly with a red face, without saying a word. The bodyguards who followed him also understood and immediately walked towards the door in a hurry. When he got outside, Lu Changfeng looked at the sky outside, his face turned pale and blue, and he took a few deep breaths, but he still couldn't calm down. He walked dejectedly in front of several bodyguards and left here in disgrace. But Su Wenxiang in the villa was also confused when he saw this scene. He had just arrived, so why did Lu Changfeng leave without saying a word? What the hell is going on? Yang Jiyuan smiled helplessly and explained to Su Wenxiang. When Director Lu was here just now, he was talking to Director Su about providing free security services, and he happened to know your identity, so... At this point, Yang Jiyuan was silent. He was also shocked. He didn't know when Su He became the chairman of Wuxing Group? So that's how it is, I understand. Su Wenxiang wiped his sweat, now he understood what was going on, and looked at Yang Jiyuan. By the way, who are you? I am Yang Jiyuan, the general manager of Linglong Group, and Mr. Su is our chairman. Is that so? My name is Su Wenxiang, and I'm the general manager of Wuxing Security Group. Mr. Su is also our chairman, so we know each other. As they talked, the two men stretched out their hands and shook hands. Although they were both smiling at the moment, they were indescribably shocked in their hearts. How could they have imagined that Su He, at such an age, would be the chairman of two large groups at the same time? Yang Jiyuan didn't think about these. Today he just wanted to report on his work and bring Lu Changfeng with him. And Su Wenxiang didn't expect that he had been busy with work recently and hadn't noticed the rising Su He. He just received the news that the other party would serve as a director of the group and thought of coming over to meet him now. After the two got to know each other, they began to take turns reporting their work to Su He. First, Su Wenxiang came over to explain the recent development path and current difficulties of Wuxing Security Group, and discussed some strategic contents. Yang Jiyuan discussed with Su He the development of the land that was recently acquired through bidding. Chapter 123 The Gap is Too Big. Although the process seemed to be going well and the communication was harmonious, both Yang Jiyuan and Su Wenxiang always felt a little strange in their hearts, but they still patiently completed all the work. After finishing the work report, Su He signed some documents and then said to the two of them with a smile, "How about staying for dinner?" Seeing Su He inviting them to dinner, the two hesitated for a while, then smiled and shook their heads. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Su. We also need to go back to the headquarters. We have things to do there." "Well, I won't keep you any longer then." Seeing this, Su He didn't try to persuade them to stay. After sending the two of them out, he came back to tidy up the house. Seeing that the time was almost up, he prepared to go pick up Bai Zhishi. After driving to the school gate, Bai Zhishi just came out with a bag on her back. After seeing Su He's car, she jogged to the car. After returning to Yulong Pavilion, Su He prepared dinner. After the meal, Su He looked at Bai Zhishi who was cleaning up in the kitchen, and planned to give her a good birthday. After thinking for a while, Su He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He usually thought he had a lot of clever ideas, but at this moment, he always felt that his thinking was a little rigid. He didn't know how to describe it. There was no other choice, so he had to open the WeChat group of young masters and send a message, thinking that 3 fools are better than Zhuge Liang, so he asked everyone if they had any ideas. "Dear brothers and sisters, my girlfriend is going to have a birthday soon, do you have any good ideas?" After a short silence, all the young masters and young ladies saw Su He's message, and the group, which had been silent before, suddenly exploded. "Brother Su, listen to me. I just saw a shiny gift on a shopping app." The description said that his girlfriend cried when she saw it. "I will send you the link now. Brother Su, don't listen to him. He's just a dirty trick. How about we replace all the billboards in Jinling, as well as the advertisements on buses and taxis, with birthday wishes for sister-in-law? Sister-in-law will definitely like it." No, you all don't understand. If it were you, I would say we should let Brother Qian lead the convoy, and Brother Su drive sister-in-law in the front, and go on a spontaneous trip. Hey, aren't you harming me? Brother Su, don't listen to these guys' nonsense. I think it's more practical to give you 999 roses. After that, Chen Duo and others took turns giving Su He advice in the group. They said all kinds of things, but few people talked about conventional routines. Most of the ideas were so exaggerated that they were difficult to accept. Su He looked at the ideas of these guys and was also confused. Are these guys' ideas really something that carbon-based creatures can have? Can you tell me what some people think of these ideas? After giving a helpless reply, Su He understood in his mind that if he didn't let these guys speak out,
what they said in the group would be simply a freak show of human weirdness. At this time, Bai Jishi also finished washing the dishes. Looking at Su-hee, who was smiling bitterly at the phone, she asked in confusion. Su-hee, what are you doing? Fortunately, Su-hee also saw Bai Jishi coming over. After sorting out his expression, he smiled and said as if nothing had happened. Nothing, I just saw a vulgar joke. All right. Hearing Su-hee say this, Bai Jishi didn't think much about it and nodded with a pout. Su-hee also quickly took out his phone and sent a message to the group, thinking that these guys had to be asked to come out. How about this, I'll trouble everyone to come to my house tomorrow to help me discuss this. Okay, brother Su. Well, it's okay to discuss, but I still want to eat for free. Brother Su, can we order the food in advance this time? When the young masters in the group heard Su-hee say this, they quickly agreed. After all, if they went there, it would be worth it just to taste brother Su's cooking. It's settled then. Su-hee agreed reluctantly. These guys really did what they said. They really came here to eat for free. After replying, Su-hee put down his phone and accompanied by Jishi. Dad, well, I can't go to the company with you tomorrow. Here, after Chen Duo saw Su-hee's news, he came to his father with a smile. Now he would have no time at all tomorrow. What? Just as Chen Duo finished saying this, Chen Duo's father's originally calm expression was about to change, and Chen Duo quickly explained the reason. Dad, don't worry. We are going to discuss this with Brother Su tomorrow. Brother Su's girlfriend is having a birthday. I see. Just as Chen Duo's father was about to lose his temper, he was stopped abruptly. His face twitched for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Okay, tomorrow you guys, help as much as you can. Dad supports you. Seeing his father's expression changing at such an extreme speed, Chen Duo was speechless. The difference in attitude was too big. The next day, Bai Jishi left the villa in the morning because she had something to do at school, while Su-hee continued to wait for Chen Duo and others to arrive at home. After a while, those young masters and young ladies quickly came to the villa, and Su-hee welcomed them in with a smile. After sitting down, Su-hee made a pot of tea for everyone. They sat around together, and after a few jokes, they began to discuss ideas for celebrating the birthday. Brother Su, although we mostly had some weird ideas in the group yesterday, we also thought about them carefully after we went back. Thank you all, I have thought about this matter carefully, but I always feel that there is no good way. Su-hee nodded, thanked Chen Duo and others with a smile, and then everyone began to present their respective plans. After looking for a while, Su-hee became interested in one of the fireworks plans and nodded with satisfaction. This fireworks plan is great, I think it's really good. Hey, Brother Su, this is what I thought of. It killed so many brain cells. When Chen Duo saw Su-hee nod, he patted his chest proudly, but then he paused and said with some embarrassment. This plan is good, but because it is custom-made, the quality requirements are somewhat stringent, and it still costs a lot of money. Chapter 124, Big Promises? Su-hee was immediately happy when he heard that. When he saw Chen Duo frowning just now, he thought there was some big problem here, but when he heard that it was about funds, he relaxed a lot and took out a card. It's okay. Money isn't a problem. As long as the idea is good, that's all. This? The moment Su-hee took out the card, everyone felt something bright in front of their eyes. When they looked closely, they were all stunned. This is not an ordinary memory card, it is actually a gold dragon card. My goodness, this card can only be issued if you have a minimum of 50 million in assets deposited in the bank. Everyone stared at each other in amazement for a moment, and Chen Duo immediately swallowed back what he had said. Yes, Su-hee lives in Yulong Pavilion Villa No. 1, drives a customized limited edition sports car, and has a cruise ship on the sea that is like a mobile palace. They could still believe that others were short of money, but it was ridiculous that someone like Su-hee would be short of money. Thinking of this, everyone's mood calmed down a little. After all, it was not too strange for Su-hee, who possessed all of the above things at the same time, to have a golden dragon card in his hand. Here are the two of you. Please help me get some. As he spoke, Su-hee confidently handed the golden dragon card to Chen Duo. He had a lot of things to do now, so he would have to trouble them for this matter. Don't worry, Brother Su, we will definitely make sister-in-law satisfied. Chen Duo took the golden dragon card with a solemn vow that as long as the funds were not a problem, other difficulties would not be considered difficulties at all. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Su-hee smiled and nodded, then looked at the proposal again and added some details. The young masters nodded deeply, took the matter to heart, and made up their minds to get it done.
After a while, everyone ended the discussion.
Suddenly, they had some free time, so they all focused their attention on eating.
They looked at Su-hee and said with a smile, "Brother Su, we have been coveting your cooking skills for a long time, would you like to take a look?" "Yes, ever since that time, nothing tastes good to me anymore." "Brother Su, can I order something this time?"
Looking at everyone swallowing their saliva, Su-hee was helpless. He had originally wanted to have a good meal with everyone, but looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he would not be able to have it.
"Alas, I may not be able to keep you for dinner this time. Jishi will be back soon, so don't get caught." "All right."
When Xian Duo and others heard this, although they felt a little regretful in their hearts, they still understood Su-hee's feelings.
Understood. Then Brother Su, we'll leave first.
After all, everyone knows that women tend to be intuitive about many things, and are very sensitive when they see something related.
Now that it's her birthday again, it's better to keep it a secret for now. Ha ha, thank you all for your understanding. I'll see you off.
Su-hee stood up with a smile, and while bragging, he sent everyone out, and then returned to the villa.
Su-hee, I'm too busy at noon, so I won't be back. You don't have to wait for me to eat.
After waiting for a while, Su-hee also received the message from Bai Jishi. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he had known earlier, he could have invited everyone to stay for dinner. They had put a lot of thought into helping him come up with ideas. But everyone had almost all returned home now, and Su-hee had no choice. Thinking that there was nothing else to do, he drove his Bugatti out of Yulong Pavilion to pick up his sister. I haven't contacted her for a while, and I don't know if she is adapting well in college, so I might as well go pick her up and have lunch together. At this moment, Su Mayan was standing at the door of an office in the school and took a few deep breaths to calm her nervousness. Now she was not going to report on her work, but was preparing to hand in her report of withdrawal from the club to her instructor. Su Mayan pinched the report in her hand and felt helpless. She originally wanted to join the club to train herself, but she didn't expect that things would go against her wishes. She didn't have the opportunity to train, and her instructor asked her to do odd jobs every day. She was either helping to submit documents or organizing information, and even had to help pick up his own express deliveries.
This cannot even be described as cheap labor. After all, I did so much, but they didn't pay me a penny. Not only that, he often made some empty promises, which were not only meaningless, but most of the people who joined him actually believed them and were full of energy every day.
Anyway, she couldn't understand this. In the final analysis, I am ready to quit because I have seen through and am extremely fed up with this kind of behavior.
Doing these things is really meaningless and a waste of time and energy.
With this space, I can go to the library to finish my classes and read some books, or lie in the dorm and play with my phone. Anyway, I will not continue to do such useless work. Thinking about everything that happened during this period of time, Su Mayan felt disappointed, but also made up her mind to leave. She knocked on the door and prepared to go in.
"Come in." A lazy voice came from inside the room. Su Mayan was very familiar with it.
It was none other than her own instructor.
"Su Mayan, why are you here?"
Seeing Su Mayan coming in, the middle-aged male teacher who was drinking tea was a little surprised, and then he showed an excited smile.
"Teacher Lu Ha, you're just in time. I have a document here.
Please give it to Teacher Zhang Fong at the library. I also have a package here. Please pick it up at the school's express delivery center. I'll send you the pickup code right away." But before Su Mayan could say anything, the instructor gave her a series of tasks and was ready to send her pickup code on his cell phone.
"No, Mr. Lu Ha.
I came here today to report to you that I may not be able to stay here any longer.
This is my report of withdrawal from the club."
Originally she just wanted to come here to hand in a report, but Su Mayan was even more helpless now. As expected, these were the things that happened as soon as she saw her.
She didn't know how to describe it. "What? You want to quit?" The instructor's face changed immediately. He did not look at the report Su Mayan handed in, but began to persuade her earnestly. "Let me tell you, your current position and training opportunities are not available to every freshman." Chapter 125, My Eyes Are Opened.
You also know that there are quotas and thresholds for entering our department.
It's not easy for you to get in. Why don't you cherish it? Why don't you think about it again?
The teachers have seen your ability to get things done among the freshmen, and we are a big, united and friendly group.
Can you really bear to quit?
But no matter what the instructor said, Sumayan had already made up her mind and shook her head with a smile.
Teacher Luha, I've already thought about it, you don't need to say it anymore. Hey, look at you.
The instructor felt somewhat helpless upon seeing this, and shook his head inside. If some freshmen without their own opinions saw this scene, they would probably be tempted to back off. So I say, you young people today really can't endure hardship at all.
You don't know how to take advantage of such a good opportunity. If you don't train yourself well now, are you waiting to be beaten by society in the future? While flipping through Sumayan's report, the instructor was still talking incessantly.
Now he started saying that young people cannot endure hardship.
His distressed look was really exaggerated. I know that. I have given you a lot of tasks, but this is also to train you.
And based on your performance, I was planning to promote you to a cadre when you are a sophomore. As he spoke, the instructor read Sumayan's report carelessly, and finally said something to Sumayan.
Xiao Su, I've also read your report.
I won't comment on other things, but I will give you another chance. If you are still willing to continue to train yourself in our department, I will pretend that I didn't see what happened today.
Of course, I am a person who understands others. The right to choose is in your hands. You can think about it now. No need to think about it. Thank you, Teacher Lu Ha.
I have thought it through very clearly during this period of time. As for these things, Sumayan was not an ignorant student who was kept in the dark. She knew very well that these were meaningless words. She shook her head firmly and expressed her attitude.
Since you have agreed, I will not bother you anymore. Thank you for your cultivation and education during this period of time.
After saying this, Sumayan felt relieved. Then she turned around and left without looking back, leaving the instructor sighing inside.
Ha! Xiao Su, you did it.
After walking out of the office, Sumayan suddenly felt relieved. She was about to pick up her phone to tell her roommates the good news, but she saw a message from her cousin.
Muyen, I came to see you today, let's go out for dinner together. Yeah. Seeing this news, Sumayan's already happy mood became even happier.
She skipped outside, told Suhi her location, and then waited downstairs. After a while, the instructor sent messages in the department group for a long time, but no students had time to come and help him deliver things or pick up the express, so he had to go down by himself. As soon as he came downstairs, the instructor saw Sumayan standing downstairs, with his hands behind his back, sighing, and talking to himself.
Ah, the young people nowadays, really, even if they are given opportunities, it's useless, it's not like our time. Buzz buzz buzz.
Then, just as the instructor was still talking to himself in a sanctimonious manner, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a Bugatti driving towards the downstairs. Suddenly, several teachers nearby, including the instructor, were stunned, all shocked by the scene before them.
What the hell, what kind of car is this? It's so impressive. Look at the logo on this car, it's a Bugatti. When did anyone in our school drive this car? Oh my god, could it be a student's parent? That's not impossible.
Other teachers around the instructor also started discussing it. Anyway, they knew that no one in their school's teacher team drove this car, so it could only be a student's parent. Sumayan, who was standing downstairs waiting for Suhi, was also stunned at this moment. Although there were many vehicles coming and going in the school, she had never seen such a car. However, just as Sumayan was standing there in a daze, the Bugatti stopped directly beside her and the window was rolled down.
What are you standing there for? Let's go.
Suhi leaned his head out and looked at Sumayan, who was in a daze, and waved at her helplessly.
Ah. Cousin?
When Sumayan heard the voice, her body suddenly shook. She looked forward and saw that it was indeed her own form. She immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. She had never seen Suichi drive a car like this before.
What on earth did her cousin hide from her? Fuck. What did she say just now, cousin? Is this guy her cousin?
The students around were all shocked and stared at Sumayan with their jaws almost dropping. Oh my god, it turns out that Su Xuemei's cousin has such a background.
His looks and temperament are not something that ordinary people can possess. Alas, this is the gap between us and others. Do you understand now? No, why are the freshmen nowadays more terrifying than the last?
This is really unimaginable for ordinary students like us. Looking at the scene in front of him, coupled with the discussions of the students, the instructor was so dumbfounded that he froze in place on the spot, not daring to even breathe.
Oh. Here I come.
After a few seconds of reaction, Sumayan finally recovered from the sudden surprise, and then got into Sui's Bugatti. After Sumayan got in the car, Sui didn't stay for long. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The students who were still standing there could only remain restless for a long time as the roar of the engine gradually faded away. More and more people gathered, and they looked at Bugattis departing back with horrified expressions. The whole place was in an uproar. You said this car would cost tens of millions of dollars. I think it's pretty good. This car is really impressive, and the sound of the engine is incomparable to those modified cars. Oh, it's a Bugatti after all, so it must be of a very high level. I'm really surprised today that I saw one in our school.
Chapter 126 Lying on the Spot.
While people were discussing, the expression of one of the students who knew a lot about cars became more and more serious. After countless recollections, he finally confirmed his guess and exclaimed,
No. This car is not worth tens of millions. Absolutely not.
The classmate's exclamation made everyone around him look at him and asked curiously, No, this car is not worth tens of millions, and it doesn't look like it can be bought for millions.
So how much does this car cost? Is the value of this car more expensive than we guessed?
The student took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the people who were looking at him with doubts and explained,
I've seen related posts online before.
This is not something that can be bought for tens of millions of dollars.
This is a customized version of Bugatti that is limited to one in the world. In other words, the Bugatti we just saw is the only one in the world.
As for the price, I can only tell you conservatively that it is at least 200 million.
200 million?
When the people around heard this, they couldn't calm down. They found it hard to accept that this car could actually reach such a value.
It was really outrageous. Oh my God. This is a world I can't understand. A car costs 200 million?
Are the wheels of the car inlaid with gold or is the hood inlaid with gold?
Even if it is gold, it shouldn't be that serious.
Well, this may not just be because of the material. The technological content of this car is probably beyond our imagination.
And it is the only one in the world.
While everyone was talking about this, the instructor also heard this and felt that his three perspectives had collapsed.
And what did I say to Sumayan before?
Were those nice words?
If I didn't throw all the work to her, she wouldn't quit. Normally, these things would have been in the past, but what kind of family is this? A car costs 200 million yuan. Even if they break themselves into pieces, they still won't have 200 million yuan.
Thinking of this, the instructor felt endless regret and fear. If someone wanted to embarrass him, he would not be able to stay in this school any longer. At this point, all the hairs on his body stood up and cold sweat poured out. He felt as if his eyes were black and he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, after getting in the car, Sumayan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was looking at Suhi who was driving as if nothing had happened, with an incredible light flashing in his eyes, and was shocked by everything he was experiencing. After all, it had only been a long time since I last saw my cousin, and this time he actually drove a car like this to pick me up.
What on earth was going on? Did Suhi rent a luxury car just to pick her up? That's not necessary.
However, she only thought about this idea briefly. After all, she knew that her cousin was not such a face-conscious person. This car was most likely Sui's own. But this made her even more unbelievable.
Brother, this. How about it, do you like this car?
Sui smiled and glanced at Sumayan, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a look of astonishment on her face, and continued half jokingly and half seriously.
Do you want me to get you one too? Then it will be more convenient for you. Ah. No. Thank you, cousin.
When Sumayan heard that Suhi wanted to buy one for herself as well, she quickly shook her head and felt like she was about to have a heart attack.
Brother, is this car yours? After calming her breathing, Sumayan still asked with gritted teeth.
She was still a little worried that her cousin really rented a car, which was a waste of money.
I earned it.
Earned it? Hearing this, Sumayan repeated the sentence again, and this time she was a little unconvinced.
After all, Sui was just a student, how could he possibly earn so much money? Okay, if you're worried, I'll take you home later. But let's go have a meal first. Oh well.
Hearing Sui say this, Sumayan was at a loss for words. However, looking at Sui's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Not long after, the two drove to a nearby restaurant and parked the car at the door.
Brother, shall we eat here?
After getting off the car and looking at the store in front of him, Su Mayan couldn't help rubbing her eyes. This was the most upscale and luxurious restaurant nearby. Although they all knew about this restaurant, no one had ever eaten here. After all, they all knew that one dish here could cost them a month's living expenses, or even more.
Okay, let's go inside and talk.
Sui smiled, didn't explain anything further, and walked directly into the room with Su Mayan. Because there were not too many people and the restaurant was very quiet, Sui did not choose to go to the private room, but chose a secluded corner in the hall. After sitting down, Sui originally wanted Su Mayan to order the dishes, but looking at the menu, Su Mayan didn't know where to start. After all, the price of each dish made her feel beyond her imagination, and she didn't dare to order anything. There was no other choice, so Sui had to look at the menu and order some dishes at random.
Give us one portion each, and this one too.
I'll have that abalone mashed potatoes, and finally a salt-baked Australian lobster tail.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After the waiter recorded the dishes, he nodded politely and walked towards the counter. Brother, should we change to another restaurant? This one is really too expensive, and you ordered so much.
Su Mayan was still a little worried at this time, and was also shocked by Sui's lack of hesitation when he ordered the dishes just now. She just did a rough calculation just now and the price of this meal was at least 30 or 40,000. She even felt a little unfamiliar with Suhi today. I originally thought that going out for a meal was just a simple matter of finding a restaurant, but I didn't expect to end up in such a luxurious place.
It's okay, just eat without worry. My cousin has some small business, so it's okay for me to treat you to a meal. But, this is still such a waste of money.
It's not easy for you to make money, cousin.
We are still students now.
Okay, I told you it's okay, stop it now and just eat your meal.
All right.
In the end, Su Mayan had no choice but to agree to Suhi. Although the food in this restaurant is considered to be top-notch, with impeccable taste and ingredients, Su Mayan still felt weird eating it.
She always felt like she was not eating food, but banknotes. Chapter 127 touched.
After dinner, since Su Mayan had no classes today, she followed Suhi and drove to Yulong Pavilion.
Brother, are you sure it's here?
Seeing the magnificent Yulong Pavilion Villa No. 1 with red roofs and green tiles in front of her, Su Mayan was completely confused. Indeed, in comparison, the meal just now seemed like nothing at all.
Yes, I usually live here with your sister-in-law.
Suhi nodded, and then led Su Mayan into the villa.
Oh my god. Bro, what else are you hiding from me?
After entering the villa, Su Mayan was completely overwhelmed by the elegant and luxurious decoration in front of her. Wherever her eyes looked, there was a sense of ultimate luxury. At this moment, Su Mayan walked around the room and was very surprised by everything. It's not like she had never seen a villa before, but a villa that was this luxurious was quite rare.
Let me take you for a walk. There's still plenty of space in the back.
Suhi took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and handed it to Su Mayan, then took her to the back of the villa, including the back garden swimming pool and the stadium. After taking a tour around, Su Mayan felt even more numb all over. Judging from the layout and objects full of life inside, this place is indeed her cousin's, and he has lived here for some time. Now that he thought about it, from the Bugatti sports car at the beginning, to the high-end restaurant, and then to the villa in front of him, Suhi had never lied to himself.
These really all belong to Suhi.
After knowing this, Su Mayan was even more surprised, but also felt relieved. Seeing that Suhi was living a good life, she felt very happy.
Alas, the only drawback here is that it's a little far from your school. Otherwise, you don't have to live on campus and can just come home at night.
The two of them sat in the living room to rest, but Suhi couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly. After all, his cousin couldn't leave and live in the school dormitory. Brother, this is actually quite good.
I think my roommates are all very nice people.
If I were not in the dormitory every day, I would feel a little reluctant to leave them.
That's true. It's really not easy to get together. Suhi nodded. He naturally understood Su Mayan.
After thinking about it, he came up with a new idea. How about this, your military training is over now, why don't you stay here on Saturday and Sunday? If you miss me at other times, just call me and I'll come pick you up directly.
This way you can live with your roommates and occasionally come here to accompany your cousin, how about that?
Good.
Hearing Sui's compromise idea, Su Mayan nodded, thinking it was a good idea.
Okay, then you sit down first, I'll go wash some fruit for you. After the discussion, Sui walked towards the kitchen and prepared to get some fruit for Su Mayan, thinking that she might not have eaten much of these things at school. Here, while Suhi was washing the fruits, Sumayan was not idle either. She continued to wander around the villa. Suddenly, she found a giant alligator turtle raised by Suhi, which was placed in a special water tank in the corner. She also went over curiously. Half of the alligator snapping turtle's water tank was padded with stones and had a shallow pool of water, while the other side was a platform on which the alligator snapping turtle was lying motionless.
Hey, why isn't it moving?
Sumayan pouted, bent down to look at the alligator turtle, then slowly stretched out her hand, ready to touch the alligator turtle's shell.
Don't move!
Just when Sumayan stretched out most of her hand, Sui, who was carrying some fruit, happened to see this scene and quickly stopped Sumayan. Sumayan was originally looking at the alligator snapping turtle with full concentration, but was suddenly stopped by Suhi. She was frightened and quickly retracted her hand.
Brother, I'm sorry, I just want to touch.
What are you sorry for?
You better be careful. Don't be fooled by its small size. It's actually very fierce. Don't get bitten.
Seeing that Sumayan was fine, Suhi was relieved. After putting down the fruit, he took out a piece of meat prepared for the alligator turtle from the refrigerator and threw it directly next to the alligator turtle.
Crack!
Almost instantly, the motionless alligator turtle smelled the aroma of meat and quickly poked its head out. Its speed was astonishing, and it directly put the thick meat into its mouth.
Look, this thing has a very strong bite force. If you're not careful, it'll bite a hole in your body.
Looking at the huge and bulky alligator turtle, Sui shook his head helplessly and looked at Sumayan beside him. So, what you did just now was really dangerous. You must remember this in the future.
Brother, I know.
When Sumayan saw the alligator snapping turtle biting the piece of meat like a glutton, she finally understood why Sui was so nervous just now, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. But if this guy really hurts you today, we'll have alligator snapping turtle meat to eat tonight. Noticing that Sumayan seemed a little scared and self-blaming, Sui immediately grinned and started joking with Sumayan.
Hey, thank you, brother.
Hearing this, Sumayan felt a warm current suddenly flow through her heart, and she was very moved by Sui's behavior. Afterwards, Sui looked at the time, thinking that it was time to pick up Baijishi, so he took Sumayan back to the living room and turned on the TV with the remote control.
We're back.
After a while, Sumayan had just finished watching the movie, and Sui also picked up Baijishi and returned to the villa.
Brother! Sister-in-law! You are back!
When Sumayan heard the voice, she quickly walked out and waved and greeted Baijishi with a smile.
Mu Yen, is your military training over?
Yes, it's over.
Then if you have nothing to do recently, you can come over and play often. Yeah, my brother just told me that I will come over on the weekend. That's really great.
Seeing Sumayan here, Baijishi was in a very good mood. While there was still time, she pulled Sumayan to sit together and chat. Suhi was also happy to see this scene. He sat between the two of them with a smile on his face. When the time was almost up, he stretched and stood up.
Okay, you guys continue chatting, I'm going to go cook for you now. Chapter 128 Naughty. Brother, why don't I do it? You've been picking me up and picking up my sister-in-law today, you must be very tired. Why don't I just cook?
Seeing that Sui was going to cook, Sumayan felt a little sorry for her cousin, so she offered to help cook dinner. And in her impression, it seems that Sui's craftsmanship is a bit hard to describe. Okay, you come to your cousin's place, you are not a stranger, just let your cousin go, you can continue chatting with your sister-in-law. Sui smiled and waved his hand. Then, without caring about Sumayan's reaction, he turned and went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner for today.
Sister-in-law, who usually cooks for you at home?
Seeing Baijishi sitting next to her just smiling, Sumayan felt even more puzzled.
Could it be that her sister-in-law and brother were like this at home?
Basically, your brother cooks, and I'm mainly responsible for washing the dishes. Baijishi rubbed her belly and said awkwardly. And your brother's cooking is delicious, but eating too much is not good.
I've gained a few pounds. Is it so delicious?
Sumayan murmured in her heart, it seemed that this cousin was a little different from the one she knew before. How come even his cooking skills had improved so much?
Does it mean that as long as a boy has a girlfriend, many things will really change?
After chatting with Baijishi for a while, Sumayan was still thinking about Sui in the kitchen, so she took the time to go to the kitchen and secretly poked her head inside.
Ah, this.
The moment Sumayan took out his head, a hint of disbelief suddenly appeared in his eyes. I saw Sui stirring the food skillfully in front of the stove. His movements were so smooth and natural.
When the food in the pot was cooked to the perfect degree, Sui quickly put the seasoning on the side into the spoon, turned on the high heat and stir-fried it vigorously, and finally sprinkled sesame seeds and chopped green onions. A dish of spicy spare ribs with color, aroma, and taste was ready. Turning off the raging fire on the stove, Sui skillfully used the ladle to put all the remaining ingredients in the pot into the plate. He picked up the ladle and turned on the faucet beside him. Like a ruthless cooking robot, he washed away the oil residue in the pot and started to cook the next dish. It smells so good. Su Mayan smelled the fragrance and almost couldn't control her saliva. The smell was even more tempting than the one she had eaten at the restaurant at noon. But it was clear in her memory that the dishes Sui cooked before were not that delicious, yet now she could not help but indulge in them just by smelling the flavor. Isn't the gap too big? Brother! When did you become so awesome? The more Su Mayan looked at it, the more confused she became. She couldn't help but walk over to Su He and ask. I usually learn it by myself. The internet is so developed now, I can learn it if I watch it carefully. Is it really just that? Su Mayan couldn't help but frown when she heard this. This answer seemed a bit perfunctory. Is it possible to reach this level just by watching the teaching video and following along? If that is the case, then what is the value of those Michelin chefs? Okay, you're here just in time. Take these cooked dishes out first. I'll cook one more and we can eat. Sui could naturally see the confusion on his cousin's face, so he quickly found an excuse to get away with it and continued cooking. All right. Su Mayan nodded, and without asking any more questions, she carried the food that Sui had cooked and walked out. It's done, let's eat. Afterwards, Sui came out with the last piece of braised sea bass that he had prepared, and called out to Bai Jishi and Su Mayan to sit down and eat together. The two were now hungry, and Su Mayan had been drooling over the delicacies on the table for a long time. She quickly took the fish that Sui brought out, and Bai Jishi served the rice to them. It's so delicious. Bro, you can be a chef in the future. After tasting a piece of spare ribs, Su Mayan felt a sense of happiness spread throughout her body along with the explosion of her taste buds. The spicy and crispy taste of these spicy spare ribs is just perfect. After biting through the crispy outer skin, the meat inside is still tender and juicy, not at all dry. If it's delicious, eat more. I'll make it for you every day from now on. Cousin, I love your cooking so much, it's absolutely amazing. After taking the first bite, Su Mayan was completely impressed by Sui's cooking skills. She no longer had time to think about how Sui learned all this. Instead, she was immersed in the delicious dishes on the table. After dinner, Bai Jishi pulled Su Mayan to sit together and chat. The task of washing the dishes naturally fell to Sui. Sister-in-law, let me ask you something. I recently joined a school department. I thought I could exercise my abilities, but I was only doing odd jobs. So I applied to quit today. Did I do anything wrong? As they chatted, Su Mayan also thought about what happened today. She thought that Bai Jishi had been in school for nearly 4 years and should know more about these things than herself. I think you've done a great job, Muyen. There's no need to join a department like this. I admire you for having the courage to quit now. Bai Jishi smiled gently upon hearing this and gave Su Mayan a thumbs up. You don't know, when I first entered college, I also joined these meaningless departments. Although I knew all this, I didn't have the courage to quit. I didn't know this until my sophomore year. So I think it's really rare that you have such a strong opinion and courage now. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Yeah, thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you are so gentle. With Bai Jishi's encouragement, Su Mayan developed a better impression of Bai Jishi, and felt happy for Sui for finding a gentle and kind girlfriend like Bai Jishi. Afterwards, the two chatted a lot. Bai Jishi also told Su Mayan a lot of experiences and interesting things in college. The relationship between the two became closer amidst the laughter. When Sui came out after washing the dishes, Bai Jishi and Su Mayan were already talking about almost everything, which made Sui laugh, and he said to them with a smile. I can't tell, you two actually get along quite well. By the way, cousin, I found a separate room for you. Do you want to come and take a look? You can sleep there tonight. I don't want to, I want to sleep with my sister-in-law. Seeing that Sui wanted to let her sleep in a room alone, Su Mayan was not happy. She held Bai Jishi beside her and stuck out her tongue at Sui mischievously. Chapter 129. Don't look at anything inappropriate. When Sui saw this, he was about to say something, but he felt like his mouth was blocked,
so he had to look at Bai Jishi again.
Okay, then Suhi, you can sleep alone tonight.
However, Bai Jishi ignored Suhi and agreed to Su Mayan with a smile, which made Sui even more dumbfounded. He was just washing dishes, so what on earth happened between these two people? Just when Sui was looking at the two people with sad faces, Bai Jishi looked at Suhi with a smile and winked at him gently.
All right.
Seeing Bai Jishi like this, Sui didn't say anything else and had no choice but to agree to let them sleep together. After that, the three chatted for a while, and when it was almost time, they went back to their rooms to sleep.
Of course, Suhi was alone. Time quickly came to the next day.
When Suhi got up, Bai Jishi also got up early and was doing yoga on the yoga mat.
Suhi, who happened to be coming downstairs, saw this scene first.
He saw Bai Jishi wearing a tights and leggings, relaxing her body, and doing one graceful movement after another on the yoga mat. Every movement that Bai Jishi makes requires extremely high body flexibility, making people feel pleasing to the eye and elegant. Because of the tight clothes she was wearing, Bai Jishi's proud figure was outlined to the fullest. Her delicate waist and slender thighs seemed like God's masterpiece.
From any angle, she was a unique beauty in the world. Suhi, you're awake.
Hearing the footsteps, Bai Jishi sat on the yoga mat, tidied her hair a little, and waved to Suhi.
Jishi, you look so beautiful when you do yoga. I am intoxicated by you. Then do you want me to teach you how to do it?
Bai Jishi's face turned slightly red, and then she asked Suhi if he wanted to do it together. No, this is not a sport for men.
Suhi shook his head. He found it hard to imagine what it would be like to do yoga. Well, what kind of exercise do you think you should do?
Hearing Suhi say this, Bai Jishi felt somewhat unconvinced and snorted softly.
Well, let me show you.
Sui smiled, then picked up Bai Jishi, who was sitting on the yoga mat, and started doing biceps curls, which made Bai Jishi blush again.
See? This is it.
At this moment, Su Mayan, who was sleepy upstairs, was walking down the stairs holding the handrail, but when she saw Sui holding Bai Jishi like a princess, all her sleepiness disappeared.
I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. You guys keep going.
Immediately afterwards, Su Mayan happened to see Suhi and Bai Jishi turning their heads to look at her. She quickly covered her face, humming "Don't look at what is inappropriate" under her breath, and turned around and went back upstairs.
Suhi. Bai Jishi.
After explaining for a long time, Sui finally explained to Su Mayan what had happened just now.
It was just exercise. Okay, brother, I get it. Su Mayan smiled awkwardly, and the matter was over. Well, it's such a wonderful holiday, let's go out and have fun. Now it is the weekend, after all, it is a holiday, and the few of us don't want to spend it at home, so we prepare to go out and have a good time. After walking out of the villa, everyone breathed in the fresh air outside the door and felt refreshed. The drowsiness they had felt in the morning was gone. Where are we going first?
Su Mayan followed Suhi and asked curiously about his current schedule.
Let's go get some breakfast first. Aren't you too hungry?
After thinking about it for a while, Sui decided to take the two of them to have breakfast first.
He wanted to eat something different today. Where are we going to eat then? How about this, today I will take you to a good place.
I won't tell you now, but you will know when the time comes. Faced with their questions, Sui just smiled and did not choose to tell them first.
You are always so mysterious now. Bai Jishi complained unhappily, then took Su Mayan's arm and walked towards the parking lot.
Because there were 3 people today, Sui had to drive the Bugatti with Su Mayan, while Bai Jishi drove her own car. Seeing that there were only 3 people going out but they actually got 2 cars, Sui smiled bitterly and thought that he would have to buy a car in the future, otherwise it would be inconvenient. Then, Sui drove in front to lead the way, Bai Jishi followed behind, and they came to a small place. Although this place was also located in the urban area, it had to be said that it was still a bit remote. After parking the car, the 3 of them got out.
Su Mayan looked around curiously.
This place was probably a small alley inside a residential building, which was a residential building in the old city. Standing here and looking at the surrounding scenery, one will feel as if one is in another world, as if one has suddenly returned to the last century.
Brother, why are we in such a remote place?
The more Su Mayan looked at it, the more confused she became.
Why would they come to this place for breakfast?
She couldn't even believe that there was something special in this deserted corner with only a few aunties passing by to buy vegetables from time to time.
You don't understand.
It's often places like this where you'll find the most delicious food.
You can definitely do the right thing by following me.
Sui smiled, and her confident look made Su Mayan and Bai Jishi a little confused.
Are they going to a place like the Peach Blossom Spring?
After following Sui in the alley for a while, they suddenly smelled an enticing fragrance coming from the front.
In an instant, Su Mayan and Bai Jishi couldn't help but widen their eyes.
They couldn't tell what the smell was, but there was an irresistible feeling about it, and they were also looking forward to it.
Okay, here it is.
After walking for a while, Sui led the two to a small shop under a residential building, and in front of them was a breakfast shop. This shop has no signboard, but it seems to have some kind of magical power, attracting many customers.
Some regular customers are chatting and laughing with the owner. Compared with ordinary commercial stores, it has a lot more human touch.
This smells really good.
Su Mayan and Bai Jishi swallowed their saliva and smelled the fragrance coming from the shop.
Their suspicions about Sui had long since disappeared.
Brother, don't just stand there, let's go over there. Chapter 130 Unreasonable.
Su Mayan even pulled Sui inside, wishing she could enjoy the food right now. She might not have been very hungry just now, but after smelling the food, she was completely hungry.
Entering the store, one is pleasantly surprised.
The area here is not small at all, about 60 to 70 square meters. Basically, except for the kitchen which occupies a small area, the rest are tables, chairs, and benches. It's not too early now and we missed the breakfast peak, but there are still quite a few people sitting here and there are only a few empty seats.
You can imagine how crowded the scene was before.
This shop only provides breakfast on weekdays, but the variety is very rich. In addition to simple rice porridge, steamed buns and dumplings, there are also noodles and some light stir-fried dishes.
After the three of them ordered something, they sat down and waited. After less than 5 minutes, everything was served on the table. If nothing else, the efficiency was quite good. Young man, you are busy now. You are not alone this time. The boss came over personally with the food and greeted Sui warmly.
It seemed that he remembered that Sui had been here before.
Yes, I can't forget your cooking skills after eating it last time. I brought my family to try it. That's great, I won't bother you guys anymore, come here often if you like it.
Okay. After chatting for a few minutes, the boss went to do other things, and Sui and his friends started to eat breakfast. Today Sui ordered the century egg and lean meat porridge, and some simple fried dumplings, steamed buns, etc.
It was quite rich. It's so delicious. Bro, you really didn't lie to me. Su Mayan just tasted a mouthful of porridge and couldn't help but exclaimed. She didn't expect the food here to be so delicious. I'm not kidding you.
Some delicious food is often found in these remote places. That's why we often say to walk around the streets.
Maybe you'll find a surprise in some unnoticed corner.
Sui smiled and said nothing more, starting to enjoy the breakfast. Although it's not impossible for me to make it myself, if I want to make it in the morning, I'm still a bit pressed for time, so it's better to go out and eat. While the three of them were having dinner, Sui's cell phone suddenly received a call.
Is that so? How about I go over there?
After answering the call, Sui thought for a while, thinking that it might not be convenient today, so he decided to go there in person later. After saying this, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to say something else. After hearing this, Sui smiled and nodded.
That's fine too, I'll send you the location right away.
After agreeing, Sui hung up the phone and sent the other party the location of himself and others via text message.
Brother, what's wrong? Sui, what's the matter?
Bai Jishi and Su Mayan, who were eating, heard Sui say this and asked in confusion, wondering what was going on.
It's okay, someone will come and give me something in a while. All right.
After hearing Sui's calm answer, the two did not ask any more questions, but they ate much faster and finished their breakfast quickly. After a while, several people walked out of the breakfast shop. Because it was in a small alley and the car was parked far away, they still had to walk for a while. However, the three people who were about to go out as if nothing had happened suddenly saw an old man in the distance suddenly fall to the ground, and the meat and vegetables they had just bought were all scattered on the ground. There were a few passers-by around, but they just took a look, hesitated a little, shook their heads and left. The old man is now lying on the ground. After struggling for a few times, he can't stand up. It's heartbreaking to watch. Because the distance was still quite far, so he and the others could not see clearly. They could only vaguely see that the figure and clothes looked like an old man.
Someone seems to have fallen down ahead.
Su Mayan covered her mouth and tugged at Sui's sleeve beside her, looking a little at a loss.
Let's go and take a look.
Soo-hee narrowed his eyes. Although he felt something was wrong, he still walked over.
If help was really needed, he couldn't just stand by and watch.
However, just as Soo-hee and the other two were about to step forward, a little girl who was about 10 years old in front of them got to the old man who had fallen to the ground first. Although the little girl is not very old, she is wearing many famous brands, all of which are good luxury brands. It can be seen that the little girl's family is well off. Faced with the old man lying on the ground, the girl did not choose to ignore him, but helped the old man up without hesitation. Her innocent eyes were full of worry. While helping the old man up, she asked with concern,
"Grandma, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital first?"
But to the girl's surprise, the old man's helpless eyes suddenly became gloomy. As if nothing had happened, he grabbed the girl's arm and roared viciously.
"Someone come. This girl pushed me to the ground. Is there any justice in this world? My whole body aches now, my bones are about to fall apart. Do you have any conscience? Neighbors, come and take a look. Someone is bullying an old man like me. Please help me judge the issue."
Who could have expected that the old woman who had fallen to the ground and was unable to struggle would actually bite back when the little girl helped her up, and insisted that it was the girl who pushed her down?
"Grandma, did you remember it wrongly? I just walked over and saw you lying on the ground. I just came to help you up."
The girl was also startled by the old man's sudden action. She naively thought that the old man had just remembered it wrong, so she quickly explained that she was not the one who pushed the old man. But what she didn't know was that the old man was not knocked down by anyone, but he tripped over his own left foot and fell to the ground. His smooth movement was worthy of an award-winning actor.
"Ah! You damn girl, you still refuse to admit it. Do you think you can bully me just because I'm an old man?
I saw it clearly with my own eyes just now. You pushed me down on purpose.
And I'm in pain all over now. You can handle it yourself."
But no matter how the girl explained, the old man still insisted that it was the girl who did it.
"Grandma, why are you being unreasonable? When did you see me before? I just came here.